This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: A small wooden boat. Early in the morning, the sun is shining. Chen Fan stood in front of the glass door, facing the busy street outside the door, stretched his back with an exaggerated expression. Another day of eating and waiting to die. Chen Fan is the owner of this barber shop, also an employee, also a front desk, and all. To put it bluntly, he was the only one in the shop. And it was small, with only 6 chairs and mirrors. Barber shops usually don't have many customers in the morning. After Chen Fan stretched his body, he simply folded the towel he washed last night, and sat behind the bar to play with his phone. He opened Weiwei skillfully, and was thinking about popping up in the member group to see if he could get 2 customers to spend money. But his eyes suddenly stopped on a unread message. She actually sent me a message? Chen Fan was a little surprised when he saw the unread message on the screen. The avatar was a black kitten, and the note was number 8's ex-girlfriend, Qianqian. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Chen Fan opened her unread message with great expectation. However, to Chen Fan's disappointment, the unread message was just a link. Heartless woman. Are you also playing with a certain CC? Although he said this, Chen Fan still clicked on the link, ready to help her chop. However, the imagined chopping page did not appear. Instead, a game interface that Chen Fan had never seen appeared. Congratulations on obtaining the internal beta qualification for Lord God Space, number 8025. Original name, Chen Fan. I wish you a happy game. Chen Fan was a little stunned. Lord God Space? A new game? Is the style too simple? Looking at the 4 big words enter the game on the screen, Chen Fan had no intention of clicking, and directly pressed the option to exit the game. Are you kidding me? Do I have so much free time? If I really enter the game, I guess the newly downloaded anti-fraud app on my phone will call the police. However, if nothing unexpected happened, an accident was about to happen. Just when Chen Fan's fingers touched the phone, he suddenly felt dizzy. Then the space that was so familiar to him seemed to break all of a sudden, and several bright mirrors also twisted strangely. The sudden change made Chen Fan feel dizzy and nauseous. He quickly held onto the bar, and shook his head vigorously. A wet and salty cool breeze blew on Chen Fan's body and face, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Who opened the door? Welcome. Welcome player number 8025 Chen Fan to log into the main God space successfully. Wish you good luck. What? Welcome to which player? Log into which game? Chen Fan opened his eyes, and then was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. This I am. On the sea. Yes, Chen Fan, who was dressed in casual clothes, was on a vast blue sea. The sea breeze was howling, and the blue waves were rippling. Chen Fan looked at the only double-paddle boat under his feet, and his mood was very uneasy, and even a little angry. I just clicked to exit the game. Didn't I? Are you kidding me? Why did you create that option if you can't exit? Take the banana. Even if Chen Fan was a thick-skinned man, he knew that it was the game called Lord God Space that brought him to this place. After venting for a while, Chen Fan accepted his fate in the face of an inexplicable situation, and said he was tired. He looked back on the boat, found a wooden bench, sat down on it, and wanted to light a cigarette, but found that the cigarette was not in his pocket, but on the bar. Alas, Chen Fan sighed, calmed down, and began to think about how to get back to his store. After a while, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Since it's a game, there must be an attribute panel, right? I was so nervous just now that I forgot about it. Chen Fan began to search the boat and himself. Sure enough, Chen Fan found the place to open the game attribute panel in a short while. On his left wrist, there was a black bracelet with a full sense of machinery. Half a palm width, the size fits perfectly with his arm, as if it was tailor-made. Touch it lightly. A translucent light screen appeared in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan, Level 1. Profession, none. Title, none. Skills, primary identification, primary navigation, primary decomposition. Equipment, none. Evaluation, a good-for-nothing loser, dispensable in any world. Nima. Breaking the attribute panel and attacking people. The last comment really broke Chen Fan's defense. Prerequisites have been met. Newbie Task 1 is released. What to fish for? Difficulty, intermediate. Task requirements, successfully catch any fish. Completion reward, small wooden boat level +1, 1 main compass lottery. All basic functions in the game are open. Formal player rights. Failure penalty. Immediately deprive of one emotion. Evaluation. A novice task that can be done with a dog tied to the fishing rod. Is it because the attribute panel was opened, so the novice task was triggered? Chun Fan muttered to himself. What to fish? As the name suggests, there should be a fishing rod on this boat. Chun Fan began to search around the boat. Perhaps because he stared at the boat for too long, the primary identification skill was passively triggered. Old wooden boat, white. Evaluation. A broken boat that is equivalent to going to hell when it goes to sea. This evaluation, is it always so sharp? Chun Fan found a fishing rod in the center of the small wooden boat, and a wooden barrel for fish. At present, this is the only thing on the boat. Beginner lucky fishing rod, white. 0.000000001 chance to catch a golden treasure. Comment. I hope you understand what the probability of 1 in 100 million is. After reading the comments, Chun Fan, he didn't expect to catch anything good, he just wanted to find a way back quickly. In this vast ocean, a small broken boat, it feels like the boat will be blown over if the wind is a little stronger. At this moment, Chun Fan can already vaguely feel that this game is not simple. He skillfully hung a red worm, which he found in the bucket, and threw it into the rippling sea with a whoosh. Then Chun Fan sat on the bow holding the fishing rod and waited quietly. Because of his profession, and because his old father loves fishing, Chun Fan is relatively patient among young people. Wu Chun Fan, who was fishing silently, seemed to hear an ethereal cry. Chun Fan had heard this sound in movies, TV series and documentaries, which seemed to be the cry of a whale, and it sounded very close. Chun Fan looked around the sea, and did not see the legendary monster. However, when he looked down, he was really shocked. At some point, a brown whale that was so big that he could not see its entire appearance was rushing from the bottom of his boat to the surface of the sea from the depths of the ocean. Looking down, Chun Fan could even see the panic in the huge eyes. No way. It won't die this way. Right? Chun Fan couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Being hit by a whale. What is the probability of this happening? But at this point, it was too late for him to paddle. All he could do was close his eyes and wait for death. And then hope that this game had a resurrection mechanism. But the brown whale under the boat had a flexibility that did not match its huge body. It flicked its tail, quickly crossed its body in the sea, and rushed to the right at the critical moment. Chun Fan only felt the boat heaving. And when he looked again, the brown whale had already jumped out of the sea several kilometers away. The huge and graceful body brought up the water splashes that shone in the sunlight. The spectacular scenery made Chun Fan unable to calm down for a long time. What a human-like whale, it actually deliberately avoided my small boat. Is my bad luck finally over? As if to confirm Chun Fan's words, he was talking to himself and sighing, when he suddenly felt the fishing rod in his hand shake. A fish is hooked. And the force is not small. Chun Fan quickly lifted the fishing rod, trying to hook the fish deeper, then swung the rod left and right, starting to reel in the fish. Chapter 2 Orange Equipment Possible Ring. The fish was so powerful that Chun Fan could hardly resist it. And it would occasionally exert force in two directions at the same time. It felt like it was not just one fish, but two hooks biting at the same time. But the problem was that his primary fishing rod only had one hook. After gliding for more than 10 minutes, when Chun Fan felt that he was about to collapse, he finally felt the tension of the fishing rod gradually slow down. There was no time to lose. Chun Fan did not dare to let it recover its strength, and hurriedly used all his strength to lift the rod. There was a whoosh. A big red and green fish broke through the water, and slammed into Chun Fan's small wooden boat. What is this? A two-headed fish. Chun Fan stared at the fish in front of him, which was as big as his thigh, with wide eyes. He was stunned. This fish had no tail. Where the tail should have been, there was another fish without a tail. The belly of the fish was covered with dense fins, half red phosphorus and half green phosphorus. Two-color carp, white. Eating it can improve a small amount of physical fitness. Evaluation, common fish on the surface of the ocean, greedy and clumsy, please don't be so surprised. This evaluation, again made Chun Fan roll his eyes in anger. He really thought he had caught something extraordinary. It turned out to be just a white fish. Do you want to decompose it? Chun Fan decisively clicked yes. He was afraid that the fish would recover in a while, and jump back into the sea. Get carp meat X200, edible. Fish bone X1, can be used to upgrade tools. Fish scale X20, decoration. Congratulations to player number 8025 Chen Fan for completing the novice task Catch Something. Reward Ming Compass is activated. Congratulations to player number 8025 Chen Fan for completing the novice task. Basic functions are open. Formal player permissions are open. The small wooden boat has been upgraded. Level +1. The system's prompt sound echoed in his mind, but Chen Fan stared at the huge roulette wheel between reality and illusion in front of him in amazement. How can this be called a roulette wheel? Is this a Ferris wheel? The pointer in the middle is as big as the lighthouse in my hometown. Please spin the roulette wheel within 30 seconds. Listening to the system prompt, Chen Fan quickly put his hand on the roulette wheel. The roulette wheel has a lot of white areas. Green is the second, blue is only 1/5, and purple is even less, about 1/20. There are only 4 pink stripes, which are just slightly larger than the pointer, and the smallest one is orange, which is thinner than the pointer. If it wasn't glowing, Chen Fan probably wouldn't have noticed it, because it is now covered by the pointer. Wait! Chen Fan's eyes narrowed. At this moment, he suddenly had an immature and bold idea. What if he didn't turn it? What he was pointing at was the most precious orange. If he didn't turn it, would he be able to get the almost impossible to get orange item? But what if he didn't turn the roulette wheel? Which was considered as giving up. At this moment, there was no one around. Even a practical whiteboard item would be very useful. After struggling for a while, Chen Fan finally didn't turn the huge compass. He felt that there was a lot of gambler spirit in his character. Ming Luo Pan, God level. Number of uses, unique. Everything obtained by Ming Luo Pan can be promoted. Evaluation, good and bad luck is the only fair thing in this world. After reading the introduction of Ming Luo Pan, it just happened to be 30 seconds. Chen Fan's nervous palms were soaked with sweat. Congratulations to player Chen Fan for obtaining the orange equipment. The possibility ring, the use of Ming Luo Pan has ended. It really worked? Chen Fan jumped up excitedly. Then he quickly used the primary identification technique on the black ring in his hand. Possible ring, orange. Evaluation, making all the impossible possible is the only meaning of my existence. Looking at the attribute panel of the possible ring, Chen Fan felt that he might have really picked up a treasure. Apart from anything else, all attributes increased by 10. What does it mean? It means that his current physical fitness is twice as good as before and half as good as before. After being excited for a while, Chen Fan finally calmed down. Alas, what's wrong with the orange prop? I can't take it away. I can only use it in the game. Let's see if we can go back now. Looking at the boat with a triangular sail, Chen Fan was not very happy. The survival rate increased from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,000. In fact, the difference is not big. He has been on the sea for a while, the sea breeze is blowing, the sun is shining, and he can be said to be thirsty and hungry at this moment. Quickly open the property panel. As expected, I finally found a sign to exit the game in the blank space in the lower right corner. In addition, Chen Fan also saw the sign-in, Daily Mall, Backpack, World Channel and other functions that were not originally available. Although he saw them, Chen Fan had no time to deal with them now, so he quickly clicked on the option to exit the game. The space was distorted, and when he came to his senses, Chen Fan had returned to his barber shop. Boss Chen, are you awake? How did you fall asleep so early? Didn't you sleep well last night? In the barber shop, a girl in her 20s looked at Chen Fan, who had just raised his head. With amusement, Chen Fan shook his head, frowned slightly, patted his head, and couldn't remember what had just happened. You went to bed early last night? Nana, when did you come? Are you still going to get your hair done curly today? The girl nodded coquettishly. It's been 5 minutes. You seem to be sleeping soundly. I didn't call you, but it seems I still disturbed you. Chen Fan smiled awkwardly. No, I just seem to have a strange dream. Come on, let's wash our hair. The girl sat on the shampoo bed familiarly. Boss Chen, my neck is uncomfortable today, I press it for you. Aw, Boss Chen, do you have anything in your hand? It's so cold. Chen Fan was stunned, and pulled back his hand that was touching the tender skin. I don't have anything in my hand. A perfectly fitting black ring suddenly appeared on the ring finger of his left hand. Just like it. The mechanical bracelet used to open the attribute panel also appeared suddenly from nothing. Boss Chen? The water splashed on my face. Nana's weak voice broke Chen Fan's astonishment at the moment. Aw, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nana sat quietly in front of the mirror, her eyes stayed on Chen Fan, who was skillfully curling his hair with a thermoplastic rod. She had been doing hair in this barber shop since her freshman year, and it has been 3 years now, and she has become familiar with Chen Fan. This little boss is funny, has great craftsmanship, and most importantly, he is tall and handsome, especially Sunny. Every time I come here, he will secretly look at me, but today seems a little different. Could it be that he has discovered my true nature as a scumbag? So he doesn't want to see me anymore? The king asked me to patrol the mountain and I put. The cell phone rang. Nana looked away and picked up the phone. Hello, Nanchu. Why are you calling me just now? Do you know I'm worried about you? Why don't you have time again? It's that game called Lord God Space again? You can also make an account for me. I'd play with you. Okay? What's there to be said? You actually yelled at me. Hey, hey. Damn impotent man. Nana put her phone into her bag fiercely, but when she looked up, she was met with Chen Fan extremely surprised eyes. That, everyone has times when they lose control of their emotions. Right? Especially when a love-struck girl meets a scumbag boss Chen. You can understand it. Right? The girl looked pitiful, seemingly seeking comfort. Little did he know that. What surprised Chen Fan at this moment was not the girl's sudden swearing, but the strange yet familiar name of the game, the main god Space. Chapter 3 Intelligence. That, had a fight with your boyfriend? Chen Fan wanted to get some information about the main god Space from Nana. He had already confirmed that what he had just experienced was not a dream, but a weird real experience. Nana's innocent face was full of dissatisfaction. Humph, what boyfriend? I'm single, all men are stinky pigs. I'm not talking about you. Boss Chen is so clean, he must not be that kind of person. Chen Fan smiled warmly, thinking, is this girl targeting me? When he first met this girl, he was also amazed, and even thought about pursuing her. Later, after more contacts, he realized that this girl was a pure gold digger who would squeeze her dry even if she had a mountain of gold. So his final strategy was to stay away from her, and turn a blind eye to Nana's occasional ambiguous hints. But today, in order to get information about the game, he had no choice but to betray some of his bottom line. Nana is so sweet. Any man who loses you will regret it the most in his life. Young boys nowadays are really bad. They are willing to hurt their girlfriends for a crappy game. Nana agreed. Yeah, when he plays that crappy game, his phone explodes and he doesn't answer it. It's like he's dead. He's getting less and less patient and more irritable. I said I'd play with him. I'm a girl. What else does he want after I've given in like this? As the girl spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she was about to cry. With her innocent face, she looked so pitiful. Chen Fan quickly stroked the girl's hair and said with pity, don't be too sad. Boys all have that kind of period of losing their ambition due to playing with things. Just like when I was your age. About 3 or 5 years ago, I played Heroes Alliance all night long. Now I have quit. You have to give boys some time to change. By the way, what did you say just now about the main god Space? Is it the game that young people are playing now? Nana nodded, then shook her head. It seems that not many people know about it. He heard that the qualification for the internal test of this game is very expensive. It costs millions, and there is still no one in the market. I think you are crazy. You will only buy it if you have too much money. As she spoke, she seemed to think of her current boyfriend family background. Her little head seemed to avoid Chen Fan comfort. Chen Fan took his hand back naturally and began to curl the last few strands of the girl's hair. He rubbed some essential oils with both hands, evenly applied it on the girl's hair, and then spread his 10 fingers to comb the big curls. The smooth and shiny delicate curls at the end of her hair, matched with her innocent face, added a few points to this talented girl. It's done. The best hair model of the day, and the most beautiful customer of our store are all elected by the beautiful girl Nana. Nana's pretty face turned red, and she turned around and looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction. Oh, I'm so embarrassed to say that. I wish he could be half as sweet as you. Do you have any money left in your card? Chen Fan shook his head subconsciously. Well, let me see, not much left. The girl took out a stack of red bills from her bag. Here. I top up another 1,000. Thank you. Boss Chen. See you later. Boss Chen. Okay. Nana. Bye. I definitely have dinner with you later. TSK. Which young man is so lucky again? After Chen Fan finished his sigh, he quickly hung up a sign that said boss is out for something. Please call me if you need anything. Then he quickly ran back to the bedroom on the side of the store. Maybe the ring and the panel bracelet were brought into reality. Chen Fan nervously tried to open the attribute panel like in the game. A familiar light screen appeared in front of him. Chen Fan, Level 1. Evaluation, a loser with bad luck. The excitement was ruined by this foul-mouthed evaluation. Chen Fan put his finger on the backpack icon. He had another bold idea. Bottom fish meat, increase physical fitness after eating. Chen Fan clicked the takeout icon next to the fish meat and selected the quantity. The next second, a palm-sized, palm-thick piece of pink fish meat appeared in his palm. It looked a bit like an enlarged slice of salmon. Oh my god. Can I actually take things out of the game? This is really, what the hell? What on earth is this game? Is the other side also a real world? If so, who maintains the connection between the two worlds? The game operator of the main god space? Is it a bit exaggerated to say that it is worth hundreds of millions? Nana said, an internal test account costs millions? And her boyfriend personality changed drastically after playing the game? Could it be that he failed a game mission and was deprived of a positive emotion? This is very scary when you think about it carefully. What would happen if someone was deprived of too many emotions? Become a vegetable? While thinking about it, a line of text suddenly popped up in the World channel in the attribute panel. Anthony Bronson, is anyone around the Elung Islands? Come and help me with a task. You must be above level 20. Weapons must be at least green quality, and each person will receive 100,000 US dollars after completing the task. Xiao Ergu, everyone. Come and see. Someone is doing murder and robbery under the guise of being hired. Let me see if anyone is fooled this time. Kuroda Ishigai. I am in the Elung Islands. How do you prove that what you said is true at Anthony Bronson? Anthony Bronson, I guarantee it with my character. Huan Yongzi. This person is talking nonsense. Silent fart. Xiao Ergu. Go to hell at Anthony Bronson. Anthony Bronson. Okay, I can enter the game in the same room as the hired person in reality. Kuroda Ishigai. Private message me the address. I'm short of money. I can go there. Chen Fan read all these chats without missing a word. $100,000 to do a mission? My heart. Is this game so big now? This is not Krypton Gold. This is not Krypton My Life. No, I have to play this game. I have to play it. But I don't know how to play it. If I go in and try to figure it out by myself, I will lose something as deadly as my emotions if I am careless. But who can understand this game? After struggling for a long time, Chen Fan suddenly had an idea and thought of a person, an idiot from a very rich family, Wu Daji. He was also his customer. After getting used to Chen Fan's style, he kept getting his hair cut here. Later, when he learned that the two of them were playing a competitive game, they became gaming comrades. After a while, they became friends after eating and drinking together, although they were not close friends. In today's society, such friends who only drink and eat together can be called close friends. It has been a while since Wudaji played the game. He said that he had found a new plate a while ago. Could it be this main god space? Without wasting any more brain cells, Chen Fan called directly. Hello? Is Wudaji there? A slightly honest voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Fanzi. Did you tell me not to call me by my full name? Is your skin itchy again? Chen Fan looked down at his ring. You're right, I'm a little itchy today. What do you want to do? Find a grassy area to practice? Come on, you're so small holding scissors, I'm afraid I hurt you by mistake. Is there something you need to talk to? Yeah, a little bit. Have you heard of the game Lord God Space? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan keenly felt that the other end of the phone paused for a long time. Chapter 4 Re-entering the game. Brother Fan, did you hear it from others, or have you experienced it? Chen Fan could sense the seriousness in Wudaji's words. It seemed that he had indeed played this game. After considering for a moment, Chen Fan decided to tell the truth. After all, it was still hidden at this time, and it was impossible for others to tell you too much. Well, I just happened to become an internal test player. You know, this game is beyond imagination, so I wanted to ask you to see if you had played it before. Wudaji sighed. Alas, I don't know whether you are lucky or not, but you asked the right person about this matter. I am still playing this game. I have some information here. I will send it to your phone later. Remember to delete it after reading it. And, don't mention the name of this game to others casually. The news about this cannot be made public at present. Chen Fan frowned. Is it so mysterious? Thinking of the endless blue sea and sky, Chen Fan felt that, maybe it is true. I see. Send it to me. Wudaji sighed again, and then hung up the phone. The next second, a file was sent to Chen Fan Weiwei. The Lord God Space Game Guide, abridged version, Sun Xiaosheng, this guide is applicable to version 3.0 or earlier. First of all, we have made it clear that the world in the game is truly a real world, and in a way that we cannot understand yet, it is connected to the world we live in. The first piece of news was enough to shock Chen Fan. Is that really a real world? They made one thing clear. It means that there is a group of people who are collecting information about this game, and that world? The current version is indeed 3.0. It seems that this guide was just made not long ago. Chen Fan thought for a while, and continued to read on. Every beta player will have a tool or item that belongs to him by default after logging into the game. The items logged into the forest are usually seeds or eggs or cubs of some creatures. In the ocean, it is usually a small boat. In the territory of the indigenous country, it may be a warhorse, sword, staff, etc. We call this kind of items companion equipment. Remember, companion equipment has great potential, and its role is unique and irreplaceable. It must not be discarded or sold. Otherwise there will be great terror. All the items obtained from the Ming Compass are precious growth props, which are worth investing in cultivation. Even if they are blank equipment, the tasks issued by the system must be selectively accepted, and must be extremely careful. Human emotions are extremely important, and you must not lose 3 or more. The difficulty of the task can be inferred from the size of the penalty. The heavier the penalty, the more difficult the task, and the higher the price of giving up the task. Please be careful. Finally, the theme of this version is likely to be survival mode. The main line of the game is being explored. Fellow countrymen, I wish you good luck. Chen Fan put down his phone. The words in this strategy are telling you to run away from danger. Fortunately, I asked for the strategy. Otherwise I might throw away or sell the boat when I don't need it. Great horror, it sounds scary. Tao City, a buck coffee shop. A man and a woman sat opposite each other. The woman was beautiful and sexy. The man was handsome and elegant. Both in their 20s. There were 3 cups of coffee, and a small pink school bag on the table. If it weren't for the ugly green face that popped out of the school bag from time to time to drink coffee, these 2 people would be no different from a real couple who came to drink coffee. Xiao Qian, has the person you are talking about logged in? The man asked gently. The girl took a sip of coffee, and her face gradually became embarrassed. I logged in successfully, but... The girl called Xiao Qian stopped talking halfway, and seemed to not know how to continue. Hee, I didn't expect that the number 8025 was exactly the regional boundary, and the newcomer ran to the ocean region. Xiao Qian messed up again. A green long-nosed goblin head poked out of the school bag, and laughed at its owner mercilessly. The girl was furious, and her arm hit the pink school bag hard. I can tell it myself, you don't need to tell me. Bastard. The boundless sea. Chen Fan once again sat on the bow with a fishing rod in his hand. After hesitating in the store for a long time, Chen Fan finally couldn't suppress his curiosity, pulled down the shutter door, returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed, entered the game. After entering the game, he sent a free message in the world channel. Who knows how to upgrade when a novice logs into the ocean? Someone replied quickly, fishing. So Chen Fan started his own fishing upgrade journey. Because his upgrade journey was too boring, he began to pop up in the world channel. Chen Fan, how many levels do you masters upgrade every day on average? Fishing upgrades are too slow, the experience is terrible. Lu Lily, big brother upstairs. Just be content, do you know how I upgrade? I'm planting trees. You can only upgrade if you grow them alive. Zhang Wudong, haha, I'm making baskets. Can someone teach me how to weave a basket? Lu Dolly, I feel relieved to see you all suffering so much. I won't say any more, I'm going to milk the cows. Chen Fan was speechless. How come? Is everyone's upgrade method so weird? Lin Jia, friendly reminder to all newbies, no matter how you gain experience, you can kill monsters to plunder experience points, and it's faster. Chen Qianan, Lin Jia. You bastard. You are harming newbies again. Don't kill monsters blindly, the rabbits in this world can electrocute people. Chen Fan was watching the quarrel between the two with great interest, and the hook in his hand suddenly jumped. Chen Fan quickly picked up the fishing rod, but did not feel any resistance. He took the hook and saw that it was a mess of seaweed. Lifeless green algae. Useless. Unless you are extremely hungry. Chen Fan pouted and threw the seaweed behind him. Although it was useless, it was not poisonous. In case there was hunger in this game, this seaweed would be of some use. Throw the hook again. As soon as the hook entered the water, Chen Fan felt a huge force coming. Another big catch? Chen Fan was overjoyed, not daring to neglect, and hurriedly lifted the hook. Caught a precious fish, success rate 23%. Whether to use the possible ring? Chen Fan was just swiping the fish left and right, when such a prompt sounded in his ears. The next second, the huge force from the fishing rod in his hand suddenly disappeared. Chen Fan fell backwards in the boat without paying attention. Hiss. So this is how the ring is used? But isn't the time for reaction too short? It's over, the fishing line is broken, the hook is lost, how can we play now? Go fishing? World Channel Chen Fan. Everyone, may I ask what to do if the hook is broken by a fish? Li Xiaoqian, you can just jump into the sea and commit suicide. Chen Fan stood in the boat with his eyes blank. He was not stimulated by this sentence, but the person who said this, or the name was familiar to him. Is it her? It should be, the tone of voice is so similar. Chen Fan quickly clicked on Li Xiaoqian's name, choosing to add a friend. Agreed. Chen Fan, is it you? After waiting for a long time, the other party did not reply. Chen Fan, hey, you should give me a simple explanation. Right? The other party still did not reply. Chen Fan gave up. He knew her personality too well. The result would probably not change even if he said 100 more sentences. He had no choice but to look at the World Channel again. Chapter 5. Another player. Lu Lily, you don't have to jump into the sea. The system store will refresh some equipment and props on time at 8 o'clock every morning. Generally speaking, there will be what you need. Chen Fan, thank you for the reminder. Beautiful lady. Give me a heart. Give me a heart. Chen Ergu, this guy is disgusting. This guy repays kindness with enmity. Lu Lily, smile expression. Chen Fan closed the attribute panel. Since I can't fish today, I can only quit the game and come back tomorrow. By the way, sign in. You can also sign in. As we all know, sign in is like getting something for free. Sign in successfully. Get gold coins x20, drinking water x1, black bread x3. Sign in for 7 days to get a surprise. Don't forget it. Chen Fan was thirsty for a long time, quickly took out a big bottle of water from his backpack, and drank a big mouthful. The black bread didn't taste good, but it was very filling. Chen Fan didn't eat any of it. So food and water are obtained here. I said this game won't make people starve to death. Just as he was about to quit the game, Chen Fan suddenly felt the boat shake. Ah! He was rear-ended. Chen Fan quickly ran behind the boat. The boat that rear-ended him was exactly the same as his initial boat. After a brief thought, Chen Fan guessed that it might be a player from the same world as him. Chen Fan checked the boat, and it seemed that the collision was not serious. There was basically no damage to the boat. Then he set his sights on the boat that rear-ended him. Chen Fan was stunned when he saw it. Why is there no one on this boat? Where are the people? Did they go offline? Did they disappear when they went offline? Chen Fan was very curious. He tied the two boats together with the remaining fishing line, and then jumped onto the boat. He wanted to search for it. If he could find a fishing rod, he wouldn't have to buy one. And he could still upgrade today. This boat and his boat were obviously from the same batch of boats. It can't be said to be exactly the same, but it can be said to be the same. The only thing was that there was no fishing rod. Water. Water. Chen Fan seemed to hear a faint hoarse voice. On this quiet sea, it was really a bit creepy. Who? Who? Chen Fan looked around 360 degrees. Finally, he saw a very thin and tiny figure in the shadow of the sail. It turned out that there was someone on the boat, but he was too thin, so he didn't see it. The man was wearing a long black coat, his hair was long and messy, and his face was not clearly visible. His small body was hidden under the black coat, like a messy fishing net thrown on the ground by someone. After hearing Chen Fan shout, the woman seemed to wake up. Are you a human? Save me. Give me some water and food. I'm dying of thirst here. Woo. They were all human. And they were all players. Chen Fan obviously couldn't bear to watch this scene. So he quickly took out the black bread and water and handed them to the woman. After all, this thing can be obtained by signing in every day. And it is not worth mentioning compared to a human life. I said, you are also a player. Right? Why are you so hungry? Quit the game and eat something before coming back. Chen Fan asked the woman, looking at her gorging food. The woman raised her head abruptly when she heard what he said. And the food in her mouth fell out of her mouth uncontrollably. Chen Fan was terrified when he saw the woman's face. Her eye sockets were sunken. Her cheekbones were prominent, and she was so thin that she looked like a skeleton. The woman spoke tremblingly, and pounced on Chen Fan's thigh at the same time. Quit the game. Quit the game. Please. Tell me how to quit the game. I will give you money. I will give you all the money. This woman looks too scary. Chen Fan subconsciously wants to retreat, but because his legs are hugged, he can't break free for a while. Sister. Sister. Don't panic. Listen to me. You see the bracelet on your left hand. Chen Fan was stunned when he said this, because he suddenly remembered how he got the qualification to quit the game. It was after completing the novice task. The woman slapped her bracelet hard. Is it here? Is it here? Tell me where it is. Tell me quickly. I can't find it. I can't find it. Woo woo woo. The woman randomly clicked on the attribute panel that Chen Fan couldn't see. Chen Fan was still in shock. If you don't complete the novice mission, you won't be eligible to exit the game. If you don't catch anything, or the fishing rod is dragged away, or the fishing line is bitten by the fish for the first time, then you will not be eligible to exit the game, and the basic functions will not be enabled. And this unlucky player can only be trapped here? If the player is trapped in the game, what will happen to the real person? Will he really die? This game, I still think it is simple. At this moment, Chen Fan really understood what Wu Daji's serious tone meant. The woman was crazy for less than a minute, and then she had no strength left, and collapsed in the boat with despair in her eyes. My fishing rod was dragged away, the mission was not completed, I can't go back. She regained her composure. In fact, she knew why she couldn't go back, but she didn't want to believe it. I thought this game was just a high-tech prank. I thought my life was important, and I wouldn't die so easily. I can feel it. I'm lying in the hospital, skinny, with tubes all over my body. My parents are crying, calling my name, but I can't do anything, even a simple action like moving a finger. The woman muttered to herself, her tone filled with despair. You must have completed your novice mission. Right? I have something I want you to tell me before I die. Is that okay? Chen Fan came back to his senses and thought for a while. I don't think so. Seeing the woman's eyes gradually dim, Chen Fan quickly continued. Have you ever thought that, if you met me, you wouldn't have to die? The woman's eyes gradually brightened. Yes, if I could always have food to eat, maybe my body and reality would get better, and I wouldn't have to die. But you have so much food? Besides, I have not been able to complete the task, so I have to stay on this sea forever. What is the meaning of living like this? Damn Zhongling, she asked me to play this game. She wants to harm me. This vicious woman. Venomous woman. The double torture of body and mind made her mental state very unstable, and her emotions have been out of control. Okay. Sister, don't waste your energy, you eat slowly first. I will see if I can buy you a fishing rod tomorrow, and then you should be able to go home. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. The woman came back to her senses, stunned for a long time before nodding obediently, sitting by the boat and eating dry food. You are a good person. What is your name? After I get out, I will definitely repay you. Chapter 6 Heavy Rain is Coming. Chen Fan, I run a barber shop. When you go out, just take care of my business. In order to ease the woman's mood, Chen Fan began to patiently chat with her about some family matters. Gradually, the woman's eyes regained some spirit, and Chen Fan's way of chatting made her relax a lot. No wonder he looked so handsome, turned out to be Tony teacher. Chen Fan waved his hand modestly and changed the subject. This sea is so big. I've been floating for a day. There's nothing but water. You've been here longer. Have you seen land? Chen Fan asked casually. The woman shook her head. I haven't seen it. If I had, I would have swum over there even if I had to. Chen Fan thought about it, and it was true. People were starving, and they would have fought hard to see the shore. But I seem to have seen a sunken ship before. The fishing rod was not dragged away at that time, and it was against the wind, so I didn't row towards it. Chen Fan immediately became interested. Then do you remember where it was? After asking this question, Chen Fan felt a little embarrassed. The sea was so vast, and it didn't make any difference which side you looked at. For an ordinary person, how could he tell the direction? Who knew that the woman actually pointed it out? It should be over there. Chen Fan was surprised. You can sail? The woman shook her head. At that time, the ship was on the side where the sun was setting, that is, to the west, and the wind was blowing to the east, so I should be getting farther and farther away from it. Now the wind is blowing to the west, and it is evening now, so I think it should be on the side of the sunset. This woman is really thoughtful. She remembers such details. In that case, now it happens to be a favorable wind, I will hoist my sail, and go over to see if there is anything I can use. What do you think? The woman was a little surprised when she heard Chen Fan asking for her opinion, but then nodded. Yes. Yes. I have no objection. Chen Fan hurriedly opened the triangular sail of the boat to make the boat go faster. Set sail. Chen Fan sighed secretly. Thanks to this game. Otherwise, I might never have the opportunity to set sail in my life. 3 hours passed, and the sun had completely disappeared, and there was still no sign of the sunken ship that the woman mentioned. Maybe the direction is wrong, or maybe the distance is too far, and it hasn't arrived yet. The woman's name is Fong Mingwei. She said she is a real estate agent in the chat. She happens to be in the same city as Chen Fan, Qingzhou City. Because of her weak body, Fong Mingwei has fallen asleep curled up on the boat. Fortunately, she wore a woolen coat when she entered the game. Otherwise she would have starved to death, or frozen to death in the past few days. Chen Fan estimated the time. It was almost 8 or 9 o'clock now. Looking at the poor woman, who was still trembling in her sleep, Chen Fan clicked to exit the game. The next moment, he logged in again, holding a quilt in his hand. It can actually be brought in. Chen Fan just tried it. It seems that not only can the items in the game be brought into the real world, but also the items in the real world can be brought into the game world. The method is to store the items in the backpack, and then click to enter the game. If this method is used to steal things, Chen Fan couldn't help but think maliciously. Pick Fong Mingwei up, and then put her on the quilt, and then roll her up. Chen Fan then quit the game with a clear conscience. Waking up in the familiar small bedroom, the first thing Chen Fan did was to turn on his phone. It was exactly 8:50 now. It seemed that the time in the two worlds was indeed synchronized. There were 2 unread messages on Weiwei. Both of them were his customers, asking him when he would be back, and wanted to get a haircut. Chen Fan saw that the time was not over yet, and both of them were from nearby communities, so he replied one by one. Come here, Brother Zong. I went out to do some personal things during the day. Come here if you have time. There are not many people here. I will give you a careful haircut. Chen Fan's words were flawless, and could not be faulted. After cutting 2 haircuts, I didn't mean to fool people. I applied for a membership card for 5 times for 200 yuan. The busy day was over. Before going to bed, Chen Fan sent a micro message to Li Shaoqian again, and the result was the same as that of the day. The next morning, Chen Fan felt a pain on his face in his sleep. Who is it? Who hit me? Chen Fan sat up impatiently. There was no one around, and the sky outside the window was just a little pale. But he did feel pain on his face. Did his face cramp? It didn't seem like it. Chen Fan seemed to have thought of something, and quickly opened the attribute panel, and clicked to enter the game. As soon as he arrived at the sea, Chen Fan saw an extremely ugly black-haired female ghost in front of him, raising her arm to slap him. Chen Fan quickly grabbed the falling hand. Sister, although I didn't do much, you can't repay kindness with hatred. Right? The female ghost was Fong Mingwei, who was rescued yesterday. The woman waved her hands hurriedly. No. Mr. Chen, I didn't mean to disturb you, I just wanted to wake you up. Look, the sunken ship is over there. If we don't put up the sail, we will miss it. Chen Fan quickly let go of the woman's thin arm, stood up and looked in the direction she pointed. There was indeed a large ship that had sunk on the reef in front of the boat to the right, with one end sinking into the water, and the other end out of the water. As Fong Mingwei said, if the sails were not retracted, they would really rush over the side of the sunken ship. Chen Fan hurriedly began to retract the triangular sail, and Fong Mingwei also stood up and helped to retract the sail. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Chen Fan felt that the woman's cheekbones seemed to have disappeared a lot, and she looked much better than the ghostly look she had yesterday. After the sails were put away, the 2 connected canoes finally slowed down. Chen Fan paddled hard, adjusted the direction, and ensured that his boat always glided towards the sunken ship. It feels so windy today. The sky is also dark. Will it rain? Chen Fan said to Fong Mingwei while rowing. Fong Mingwei was lying in the center of the boat, without any image at all. She was trying her best to avoid the strong wind. Mr. Chen, what did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. Chen Fan was speechless, and had to paddle the oars vigorously. Damn it! Rowing a small wooden boat in the middle of the sea. Do you really think this is the old man and the sea? Chen Fan complained helplessly. Prerequisites have been met. Novice Mission 2 is released, and a rainstorm is coming. Difficulty: extremely dangerous. Mission requirements: survive until the end of the storm. Completion rewards: experience points x 260, gold coins x 100, fixed point teleportation scroll x 1. Failure penalty: consciousness erased. Evaluation: when you stare into the abyss. The abyss is also staring at you. If you don't stare into the abyss, it will still stare at you. Do you accept? Chapter 7: Shipwreck. This little broken boat is about to capsize in a strong wind. Survive the storm? Are you kidding me? Chen Fan tried to click no. Are you sure you want to give up the mission? After confirmation, the emotion, sadness, will be erased. You cannot log into the game within 20 days. Chen Fan didn't dare to click randomly this time. Lose sadness? It sounds like it's no big deal, but can you really lose it casually? What should I do if I lose it? Be a person who won't feel sad even if his parents are gone? It should be more than that. Thinking of the strategy, he felt that the consequences might be more serious. Moreover, if he gave up the mission, what would happen to this woman? He could leave. But could she? He was not a saint. But it was hard for him to watch a living person die. Damn it. I'm taking a gamble. When a person dies, the bird flies to the sky. If he doesn't die for thousands of years, he will live forever. Chen Fan no longer hesitated and reached out to accept it. Fortunately, he had no experience in sailing. If he were an experienced sailor, he would never accept such a mission. A wooden boat with 2 oars going through a storm. There should be a limit to joking. Right? After Chen Fan accepted the task, he paddled harder. Fong Mingwei, have you received the task to survive the storm? The woman wrapped herself in a quilt and shook her head with confused eyes. Task? No. Sure enough, players who have not completed the novice task cannot enjoy the game functions normally. I received it. The storm is coming soon. Our boat is too small. It is difficult to escape the range of the storm. I think our only chance should be on that sunken ship. Do you still have the strength? Can you hold on to paddle? The faster you can go, the better. Fong Mingwei gritted her teeth and struggled to sit up. I try my best. If it's too late, you can cut the rope and go alone. Chen Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. If I could really be so cold-blooded, I would have chosen to give up the mission just now. Go, we will definitely succeed. Fong Mingwei gritted her teeth and began to paddle with all her strength. It turned out that he had to take the risk for himself. It turned out that one day I would become a burden, a waste who could only survive if someone protected me. The dark clouds in the sky became increasingly heavy and low, and the strong wind on the sea seemed to have life. Howling and shouting. The first drop of rain fell, followed by the second drop, the third drop, and then it continued to pour down. The two people could no longer hear any sound except the sound of wind and rain. All they could do was to paddle desperately towards the sunken ship. They didn't know how long they paddled. It seemed like a century. At this moment, the sunken ship seemed to be less than 10 meters away from them. But because the wind direction was not fixed, the distance that was so close seemed to become extremely far away. In this unsteady boat, they rowed hard for more than 10 minutes. Fong Mingwei was the first to collapse. She felt that all her strength was used up at this moment. Now she could only collapse on the wood, her chest heaving violently. Chen Fan had not given up yet. Veins popped out of his arms, and his oars kept hitting the water. But the effect was not obvious. Sometimes he would get a few meters closer to the target with great effort. But the wind and waves from an unknown direction would knock the boat off course, and he would have to start all over again. The storm was getting stronger and stronger, and Chen Fan's heart seemed to be sinking to the bottom of the valley. He felt a little regretful in his heart, regretting why he accepted the task so rashly, why he cared about the life and death of a woman he didn't know. But it was too late to say anything now. Just when he was full of despair and was about to give up, a gust of west wind blew. The two connected boats rushed towards the sunken ship. Chen Fan was overjoyed, and when he approached the sunken ship, he quickly reached out and grabbed the torn canvas covering the hull of the sunken ship. He did pull it, but it was obvious that the boat would not stop so obediently, and it was still rushing forward with the current. Chen Fan was horrified, and in panic, he could only hook the mast of the boat with his feet, and he hung himself in the air, becoming a human-shaped hook. The boat stopped temporarily, but Chen Fan knew at this moment that he could not hold on for long. Perhaps in the next second, the next minute, if the wind and waves were a little stronger, the boat might be blown away. What to do then? Climb up the sunken ship alone? Or drift away with the boat and give up the only chance of survival? At a loss of ideas, Chen Fan suddenly felt that someone next to him was doing something. Looking closely, Fang Mingwei was tying the mast with the canvas strips from the sunken ship. This woman who had been through the gates of hell was now unusually resilient. She clenched her teeth with her skinny cheeks, and her eyes were shining with determination. She wrapped the canvas strips around the mast again, and then tied a knot tightly. The boat was finally fixed to the sunken ship. Chen Fan was finally able to release his hands and regain his freedom. He did not dare to stop at all, and hurried to pull more canvas to fix the two boats to the sunken ship more firmly. Seeing that the storm was getting more and more intense, there was no place to fix the boats. Chen Fan hurriedly grabbed Fang Mingwei's arm. Enough, enough. Come on my back, I carry you on the boat, Chen Fan shouted. Fang Mingwei could not help but be a little stunned. You carry me on the boat? This sunken ship? She looked at the sunken ship, which was more than 10 meters high, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Can you still get on the boat if you carry me? You climb up by yourself. I hold the mast here and support myself. Chen Fan shook his head. You can't support yourself. Hurry up. Don't talk nonsense. Believe me. I can do it. Fang Mingwei frowned, not understanding where Chen Fan got his confidence from. Gritting her teeth, she still lay on Chen Fan's back, thinking, if she caused Chen Fan to be unable to climb up, she would just let go. It was death anyway, and she couldn't drag down a kind person anymore. Thinking of the warm quilt, the life-saving water and food, the determined eyes that never gave up on herself even at the risk of death, and the handsome figure. Perhaps meeting such a person before dying is a blessing in disguise. Just as his mind was full of random thoughts, an excited shout came to his ears. We're up. Damn! We succeeded. We succeeded? Fang Mingwei looked closely and saw that in just a short while, Chen Fan actually carried her on his back and climbed up the sunken ship more than 10 meters high. How did he do it? A climbing expert? What he didn't know was that because of the orange equipment and possibly the bracelet, Chen Fan's current physical strength was equivalent to that of 2 adults. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a little Superman. The reason why he dared to accept this task, maybe the bonus of the ring, was also considered by Chen Fan. Let's go, Sister Fang. Since we are already on board, there is no need to stand outside in the wind and rain. Let's stay in the cabin. Because of Fang Mingwei's action of tying the mast, Chen Fan changed his name to the more intimate Sister Fang. Fang Mingwei hugged her shoulders. The crisis was over. She only felt that the wind and rain were freezing cold. Okay. Chapter 8: The Helmsman's Logbook. The two of them groped for a while before they found the entrance to the cabin. After finding a cabin for people to live in, Chen Fan placed the shivering Fang Mingwei inside. Because the ground was tilted, he also tried his best to place the shabby little bed steadily. He quit the game again, changed himself into a set of dry and warm clothes, took his own autumn clothes, a box of cold medicine, and entered the game. Sister Fang, take the medicine, change your clothes before going to bed, don't catch a cold here. Fang Mingwei looked at Chen Fan with tears in her eyes, and nodded vigorously with tears in her eyes. Chen Fan closed the hatch and continued to climb and explore the interior of the sunken ship. Sister Fang's look. It doesn't look good. She won't want to marry me. Right? Chen Fan thought of that terrifying face that looked like a skeleton. Don't repay kindness with hatred. The interior of the sunken ship was filled with water. Chen Fan had no intention of diving for the time being, so he could only go upwards and explore the places that were not submerged in water. It was cloudy outside, and the cabin was naturally dark. Fortunately, Chen Fan found the lighting function, which was to open the attribute panel, and some light would be emitted. What is this? In the upward corridor, Chen Fan vaguely saw an object reflecting silver light. He walked closer and took a look. Chen Fan was shocked. The reflective object was not scary, but a short axe with an exaggerated shape and sharp edges. What was scary was the corpse holding it. It looked like a very sturdy human skeleton. It looked quite old. The flesh had long since rotted away, leaving only a dry skeleton. Chen Fan had never seen this thing before, and was a little scared. He didn't look at it anymore. He took the axe from its hand and continued to climb up. Orc short axe, green. Equipment requirements, melee profession. Strength 20. Constitution 30. Attribute bonus, strength plus 15. Sharpness, 98. Ignore armor 21%. Additional skill, neck critical hit. Skill introduction, passive. 50% chance of hitting the neck will cause 10 times the damage. No cooldown. Evaluation, Novice artifact. But it's a pity that you, who are as skinny as a chicken, can't equip it. Cannot be equipped. Chen Fan was speechless. If you can't equip it, then you can't. I don't want attribute bonuses. I just smash it. What's the matter? After walking a few meters, Chen Fan saw another hatch, which was probably locked and could not be pushed open. Chen Fan swung the axe and hit it, and the hatch opened. Chen Fan entered the cabin with pride. Like the previous cabin, this one was also a private bedroom, but the space was larger. The cabin was in a mess, which seemed to be caused by a collision. Chen Fan looked around and finally came to a desk that had been turned over. Chen Fan opened the drawer, and there was a logbook inside. With the help of the faint light, Chen Fan opened it. It was indeed full of words, but it was obviously not Chinese. Chen Fan was helpless and was about to throw it away. The next moment, Chen Fan retracted his action. He found that the foreign language was now showing Chinese characters that he could understand in order. Wow, Chen Fan said. Wow. The attribute panel also has a translation function. The logbook, March 28th. The sky was clear. I was invited to board the large magic ship Kaylis as the helmsman. Actually, I personally don't think highly of this magical ship named after the god of the sea. But Captain Zed is my longtime friend. He needs me. For him, I can't refuse. May this trip be smooth sailing. Suck all the blood of those dwarfs dry. The first page ends like this. Chen Fan scratched his head and opened the next page. March 31. The sky is still clear. After 3 days at sea, I admit that I underestimated this crystallization of the Empire's technology. Its precision is simply the only one I have ever seen in my life. Tens of tons of magical crystals. It can actually do not leak a single bit of energy. Sailor Anthony is very much my cup of tea. There is a spark between us. So this helmsman is a woman? Chen Fan continued to turn the pages. April 15th. Cloudy, strong wind. Jed's brain suddenly twitched. He actually rescued 2 women on board. Oh my god. Doesn't he know that there is a rule that women cannot be on long-distance ships? What makes me even more angry is that Anthony seems to be interested in women. Although he tried his best to disguise himself, I can still see it. I have to think of a way to feed them to the sharks. Chen Fan was completely shocked. It turns out that this guy is Brokeback Mountain. So disgusting. Chen Fan just wanted to throw away this dirty logbook as soon as possible. This damn thing has nothing to do with sailing, but I still want to continue reading it. May 10th. Sunny after almost a month of rainy days, the sky finally cleared up. Thank you, Poseidon. Those 2 women are so lucky. I have never found a chance to let them return to the arms of Poseidon. Jed has been completely fascinated by those 2 vixens, and it seems that he can no longer be seen on this ship. May 17th. Clear. Another person died suddenly on the ship today. This is the 12th sudden death in recent days. Oh my god, there was no sign at all. 1 second he was singing loudly, eating, drinking, and the next second he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The ship's doctor had no way to help. Everyone on the ship was already worried about themselves. Everyone was afraid that they would be the next to fall. It must be the disease brought by those 2 women. It must be. I told Jed, and he scolded me. Damn it. Jed has changed. He has become too arrogant. The rules of the sea cannot restrain him. I dare not imagine the consequences of him continuing to do this. Seeing this, Chen Fan's face was solemn. He was brought into the emotions of the person who wrote this diary. The words were filled with the author's resentment, despair and anger. May 20th. Sunny. The death toll has reached 50. Jed finally couldn't bear the pressure. Under the strong condemnation of me and everyone else, he handed the 2 unknown people to me for interrogation. The way he looked at me chilled my heart. It was hard to imagine that this person was my best friend who risked his life to save him twice. Under my torture, the 2 women finally told me the origin of this strange disease. It turned out to be its curse. Oh my god. Everyone was desperate. If it came, everyone would die. At this point, if we want to lift the curse, we have to go to that sea area. I hope we will be the luckiest people in history. That sea area? Chen Fan muttered to himself. Could the destination written in this diary be here now? Let's continue reading. June 13th. Damn it! They actually jumped into the sea and escaped. Damn the siren! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! There is no curse at all. They are lying to us. They are actually its slaves. I have to go out. I want to die with Anthony. There is no more if I turn down. This is the last page. Chen Fan closed the book. His eyes were frozen. So, this is really that sea area. Chapter 9, a lot of gains. Who is it? It is obviously very unusual in this log. So scary that it dare not even mention its name. Does the siren refer to the two women who were rescued on the boat? So this ship was tricked by the two sirens? And then it was destroyed by it? Is it so dangerous here? We must leave as soon as possible after the storm. Speaking of the storm, Chen Fan can clearly feel the violent shaking of the ship at this moment, which is enough to show how big the storm outside is. If it was a storm of this magnitude at that time, he and Fang Mingwei would have been swept away to who knows where. Pull open the next drawer. Chen Fan found dozens of gold coins. This is the most valuable thing in this room. Chen Fan climbed out of this cabin and continued to explore upwards. This feeling of opening a blind box is really good, too exciting. If there is no life and death crisis at any time, Chen Fan really likes this game. There are a total of 9 cabins in the sunken ship that are not soaked by water, among which the helmsman's cabin is the largest and most luxurious. The others are ordinary cabins, and there is also a grocery room. If there was a surprise, Chen Fan was most excited about the storage room. The other 8 rooms only found more than 300 gold coins and 3 green equipment. But in the storage room alone, Chen Fan got 4 blue items and 1 purple item. All of them were fishing rods. Actually, it makes sense if you think about it. The high-quality equipment must have been taken out by the people on the ship to meet the enemy, so it is almost impossible to find it in the cabin. But the fishing rod is obviously not suitable for combat, so it was preserved. Chen Fan happily held the purple fishing rod in his hand, and used the basic identification technique with some proficiency. Ague number 13 fishing rod, purple. Skill, deep temptation. The longer the fishhook is in the water, the greater the temptation to the fish. Fish of purple and below cannot damage this fishing rod. And rare fish of purple and above have a chance of not being able to damage this fishing rod. Evaluation. This fishing rod is out of print. It is recommended not to use it. Ha! This evaluation is bullshit. If I don't use it, why would I keep it as a treasure? All the rooms that can be explored have been explored. Chen Fan found a cleaner cabin and sat in it. Today's sign-in is completed. Get black bread X6, pure water X2, gold coins X40. Daily store has been refreshed. Please check it yourself. Is this the daily store mentioned in the World Channel? Chen Fan clicked in. There are 6 grids in total, corresponding to 6 commodities. The first 3 are panel, water, primary fishing rod. These should all be necessities. The 4th one surprised Chen Fan a little. Diving mask, green. Functional item, underwater breathing for 30 minutes. Each time requires a primary magic stone. Evaluation. You'd better come up a few minutes in advance. This is the advice of someone who has experienced it. Price. 120 gold coins. The 5th item is a staff. Wind blade staff, green. Skill. Small wind blade. Shoot a sharp wind blade at the front of the staff. Consume a little mana. Equipment requirements, mana X1. Evaluation. Specially prepared for muggles like you who have mana but no skills. Price. 500 gold coins. The 6th item is very dazzling. Death Veil, pink. Wear it, and you will become the Death God, immune to all physical damage. Evaluation. Do you think it will be free of cost? Price. 90 million gold coins. Chen Fan counted on his fingers. 90 million. Whoever wants to buy it can buy it. I can't afford it. He only has a little over 400 gold coins now. He decisively bought the diving mask with it. He can continue his blind box business. The space twisted for a while. The next second, a large mask emitting a dark green halo appeared in Chen Fan's hand. Diving mask, green. Functional items. Breathe underwater for 30 minutes. Each time requires a primary magic stone. Evaluation. You'd better come up a few minutes earlier. This is the advice of an experienced person. The magic stone has been worn. The remaining usage time is 30 minutes. Fortunately, I brought a magic stone with me. Otherwise Chen Fan really didn't know where to find it. Just when Chen Fan was about to get up and go diving, he heard the alarm clock ring faintly. Is it already 9:30 so soon? Chen Fan muttered. Then found a comfortable position to lie down and exited the game. He had already vaguely understood. If he returned to the real world, he will fall into a deep sleep in the game. But he will not disappear. He will just sleep. If he is hurt or stimulated strongly, he will feel it in the other world. When entering the game, his body in reality is the same. So when he went back to change clothes just now, he specially set the alarm clock for 9:30. turned up the volume to the maximum, and put it next to his ear. As expected, it was just as he expected. Back to his little bed, Chen Fan quickly turned off the deafening alarm clock. He got up and made himself a bag of Kangshifu instant noodles. He ate while thinking. Should he open the business? Or should he continue to do the job he has been doing for 10 years? He had learned about it in the game's World Channel before. 1 gold coin in the game is enough to exchange for more than 100 yuan in the real world. And there is no market for it. Of course, Chen Fan also thought about melting the gold coins into gold and selling them for a higher value. But these gold coins are just called gold coins, and they are not made of gold. According to his current equipment and opportunities, if there is no accident, it will definitely make more money than opening such a small barber shop. But do you really have to close the business? After all, he has been here for 3 years, and he already has a small book of old customers. He is still reluctant to part with it. After thinking for a long time, Chen Fan finally made up his mind. He picked up the phone and made a call. Hello, Achiang. Didn't you come the day before yesterday and say you wanted to work here? Are you still interested now? The voice on the other end of the phone was suddenly surprised. I told you that you wouldn't just watch someone die. When can you start work? I'd be there right away. Chen Fan pouted. He really planned to just watch someone die. But things are unpredictable. Fate played a little joke on him. Chen Fan said, Come over now, and hung up the phone. Achiang was his friend when he was learning hairdressing. He was also very skilled. But he was too greedy. He opened several barbershops. But they all went bankrupt because of the uneven prices. Because of this, the shops with good business generally didn't want to hire him. Without a doubt, Chen Fan call was his lifeline. Chen Fan pulled up the shutter, thought for a few minutes, and made another call. Cousin, pack up and come to work for me. As I said before, I give you an extra point. The other end of the phone. Ah? Chapter 10 Directed Teleportation Scroll. Chen Fan, no need to flatter, everyone knows the rules. There are only 3 of us in the store. No matter who you are, you will get a 5% commission, a minimum of 5,000, 3 days off per month, 9 am to 9 p.m. The price list is on the wall, you can't ask for random prices, and the goods are sold according to the labels. You two are currently under the control of Chinli, and you will get dividends every month based on your performance. The two nodded. This rule is obviously beneficial to employees. You and the boss will split the profits 50-50, and you don't have to pay rent, property, water and electricity. Got it. Cousin. Don't worry. Brother Fan. Chen Fan nodded, rubbed his head, and said, Then let's get to work. I have a headache. I go back and take a nap. If there are any customers who really want to see me, please ask them to come between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. The two looked at each other, and they didn't understand why Chen Fan wanted to sleep in the morning. Chen Fan went back to his room and fell asleep. He had experienced too much in the past half night, and he felt that his tense nerves would break if he didn't take a nap. It was already past 1 in the afternoon when he woke up. Hearing the faint noise in the store, Chen Fan entered the game. After waking up in the dim cabin, the first thing Chen Fan did was to listen carefully to the sounds outside the ship. No sound. Very good, it seems that the storm has passed. He half-crouched and knocked on the door, outside the cabin where Fong Mingwei was resting. Sister Fong, are you awake? No one spoke for a long time. Chen Fan stopped knocking on the door, but climbed out of the sunken ship. The sea was almost calm at this moment. The sun was high, and a colorful rainbow spanned between the sea and the sky. A beautiful figure stood on the bow, with her black hair flying. If she didn't turn around, she would still be a little bit imaginative. The thin Fong Mingwei turned around. Speaking of which, I am still pretty lucky, right? Chen Fan recalled the critical scene before, and nodded sincerely. Yeah, it is indeed lucky. But it is also due to our hard work. Come on, I found the fishing rod in this boat. I carry you down, and quickly complete your novice mission. Fong Mingwei nodded. Thank you for your kindness, I will repay you. Somehow, Chen Fan felt that Fong Mingwei was a different person today. Did she regain her previous personality? Or did her personality change after experiencing the crisis? After returning to the two connected boats, Chen Fan gave Fong Mingwei a blue fishing rod. Advanced fishing rod, blue. Additional skills, multiple harvests. Skill introduction, after entering the water, copy a fishhook within a certain range every 5 minutes, until you catch a fish. Evaluation. Mass production leads to qualitative change. With this fishing rod, you can complete your novice mission. I am very interested in this sunken ship, so I won't accompany you to fish here. After saying this, Chen Fan climbed back onto the sunken ship. He turned around and looked at Fang Mingwei, and found that the woman was fixing the blue fishing rod he gave her with a torn canvas. That's really cautious. Congratulations to the player for completing the novice mission 2 Heavy Rain. Get gold coins x100, experience points x260, item, directional teleportation scroll x1. Level +1, get free attribute points x5. Directional teleportation scroll, purple, one-time item. Optional teleportation location, Alung Island Sea, Mountain Dwarf Kingdom Sea, Dawn Kingdom Sea, Southern Elf Kingdom Sea. The way to log in is here. Chen Fan suddenly realized. But at this moment, he could not use the teleportation scroll to leave. There were still a lot of treasures waiting for him. He immediately returned to the dark interior of the sunken ship, looked at the seawater that was already full of algae and smelled strange, and took a deep breath. Then he put on the diving mask and jumped into the water with a splash. This diving mask is really magical. Chen Fan thinks it is more useful than an oxygen mask. It does not need any tubes or oxygen cylinders. As long as you wear it, you can breathe normally in the water just like on the shore. After diving about 2 or 3 meters, Chen Fan saw an open hatch. The light items inside were floating on the surface, and the heavy items were all underwater. There was almost nothing valuable, except for the gold coins, and everything else was decomposed by water. But gold coins are money. Chen Fan said he didn't want to miss a single one. One cabin after another was violently dismantled by Chen Fan, and anything valuable inside was stuffed into Chen Fan's backpack. When diving to the lower part of the shipwreck, Chen Fan found the warehouse of the shipwreck. This was the most important part of the cargo ship named Querus. Although the door of the warehouse was thick and locked, the wall had long been corroded by water. Chen Fan used his hands and feet to get into the warehouse. All he saw were black and gold metal boxes. After such a long time, there was no rust on the boxes. They must be very precious treasures. Chen Fan held a box and fiddled with it for a while, and was dumbfounded. What the hell is this box? How come it's all in one piece? I can't even see the lid? Helplessly, Chen Fan had to put them into his backpack one by one. Luckily, the same items in the backpack can be stacked, otherwise Chen Fan really wouldn't know where to put these treasures. To his surprise, when Chen Fan was packing the last few boxes, he found an open box. It contained half a box of purple crystal stones. Chen Fan used the primary identification technique on the purple crystal. High-level magic stone, energy loss. The highest level of energy has a wide range of uses. Evaluation. Concentrated version of oil, worth much more than gold coins. Chen Fan was so excited that he was a little breathless. If these were all magic stones. Oh my god! How much money would that be? Can I spend them all in this lifetime? I can't spend them all in 10 lifetimes. Right? Hurry up and put the remaining boxes into the backpack. Before leaving, Chen Fan turned back and searched carefully again and confirmed that there were no lost treasures before crawling out. The diving mask was about to expire. Chen Fan did not dare to stay underwater any longer. He quickly returned to the empty cabin along the original route. He opened the diving mask's attribute panel and clicked on the magic crystal stone. A small box appeared. Chen Fan picked up a high-level magic crystal stone that was losing energy and put it on tentatively. Replacement successful. Diving mask, green. Functional props. Breathe underwater for 30 minutes. Each time consuming a primary magic crystal. Evaluation. You'd better come up a few minutes earlier. This is the advice of an experienced person. Remaining usage time. 15 hours. Chen Fan opened his mouth wide. 30 times? This mask is overloaded. Right? Will it explode? I don't think so. Chen Fan went into the water again, and happily started to open the blind box. The deeper you dive after the warehouse, the fewer cabins there are, but the larger the space in each cabin. This means that those who live here are of higher status on the ship. But Chen Fan gains did not increase as a result. It seems that these bigwigs do not have the habit of carrying more gold coins. Some cabins look big, but there is not a single gold coin. Some small cabins were obviously occupied by sailors, but there were hundreds of gold coins. After searching for nearly 3 hours, Chen Fan finally searched all the cabins, then walked out of the sunken ship and began to count the spoils on the deck. 921 gold coins. 7 green equipment. All jewelry, swords and other things were corroded by water. And even if they were of high grade, they were just scrap metal. A bag of valuable gems and jewelry. It seems that they should be worth some money. In the captain's room of Zed, a map of unknown material that had not been decomposed by water was found. And there was also a treasure map of the same material. 499 sealed black and gold boxes. And an open half box of magic stones. Chin Fan couldn't close his mouth when he looked at the treasures on the ground. And quickly used the identification technique one by one. Chapter 11 Swallowing the Sunken Ship Quillis Critical Hit Ring. Green. Evaluation. Ordinary jewelry, the choice when there is no choice. White swan earrings. Green. Evaluation. Worth on par with blue equipment, don't underestimate any equipment that adds luck. The remaining 5 are all rings, but the attributes are very bad, only attribute bonus, no additional skills and attributes. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Chin Fan put on all the green jewelry. However, it turned out that he had thought too much. When he took the 3rd ring, the system prompted. The upper limit of the same type of accessories is 2, and the extra ones will not provide attribute bonus. So you can only take 2 rings? Chin Fan picked the 2 rings with the best attributes and put them on, and also put on the white swan earrings, and then checked his own attributes. Chin Fan, level 2. Evaluation, a loser with bad luck. Automatically blocked that evaluation, Chin Fan began to use the appraisal technique on the next spoils. A package of precious jewelry, they should appear in the auction house. Partial map of the South China Sea detailed. The route map from the Black Gold Empire to the High Mountain Dwarf Kingdom. It was exchanged for the lives and blood of several generations. Treasure map, purple. The treasure map drawn by an unknown person, it is speculated that it is very likely to be true. Conditions met, the map function is enabled, please check it yourself. Just after looking at 2 maps, Chin Fan received such a system prompt. Opening the property panel. Chin Fan clicked on the newly unlocked map. A huge snake-shaped sea chart appeared in front of Chin Fan, with various icons marked in red and green. Chin Fan found the corresponding names of the icons below the map. White, safe sea area. Green, low-risk sea area. Red, sea area with frequent rainstorms. Purple, sea monsters appear. No sailing is allowed. Black, marine forbidden area. No record of survival. Chin Fan was stunned after reading the diagram. His location was right at the edge of one of the black marks. In a dark purple mark. Your map, how presumptuous of you to show up with your map. That won't do. You can't earn money without spending it. Run. Chin Fan climbed down the sunken ship along the torn canvas. Originally, he was planning to go into the water again to search for treasures in detail, but now he had no choice but to give up this plan. Climbing. Chin Fan suddenly fell into deep thought as he looked at the moss-covered sunken ship in front of him. To be honest, although the sunken ship is a bit bigger, but it should also be classified as a material. Right? Is it possible to use it to upgrade my small wooden boat? The more I think about it, the more reliable it seems. Chin Fan feels that he almost missed 100 million. You can't treat it as a building just because it's big. Identification. Quillis large magic ship, orange, damaged, unrepairable. The highest level magic transport ship built by the Black Gold Empire in 3 years. Evaluation. A true steel behemoth. Greater than or equal to a medium-sized fleet. Can be swallowed. The loss after swallowing is large. Do you want to swallow it? Chin Fan suppressed his excitement and did not click yes immediately. Instead, she jumped back to her own small wooden boat. Fong Mingwei was sleeping quietly on the boat, still covered with the quilt that Chin Fan brought, and the fishing rod was still there, placed on Chin Fan's boat, with a note on it. Chin Fan picked up the note. I went back before you came back, thank you. It was very brief, but Chin Fan could feel her excitement when she wrote it. Silly woman, you can just go back. Why did you write a note and send it back? He tied the mast of Fong Mingwei boat with a fishhook, and then pushed it away, letting it drift away. Chin Fan stopped releasing the line when it was about 100 meters away from Chin Fan's small wooden boat. Then Chin Fan opened the property panel of the sunken ship and clicked the option to swallow it. He had a hunch that if he swallowed the sunken ship, his small sailboat would become very big, and it would be embarrassing if Fong Mingwei's small sailboat was crushed by accident. The next moment, the small wooden boat under Chin Fan's feet and the cailies began to shake at the same time. And a high-speed jigsaw puzzle game started directly in front of Chin Fan. Chen Fan watched all this from a rather strange god perspective. After a burst of noisy noises, Chen Fan stood on the deck of a huge wooden warship. Swallowed. Large sailing ship, unnamed purple. Evaluation. The truth only exists within the range of my magic cannon. Although it was downgraded by 2 levels, but at this moment, Chen Fan finally had a feeling called solidity. With it, no matter how big the storm is, it should be unimpeded. Name it. Let's call it Poseidon. Your predecessor was named after the god of the sea. And you can't lose your value in my hands. He used the fishing line to retrieve Fang Mingwe's small sailboat, carried the sleeping Fang Mingwe into the cabin near the cockpit, and temporarily stored the small boat in the lifeboat cabin at the bottom of the ship. Regardless of whether she will play this game in the future, it should be much safer here than playing it alone. Back on the deck, Chen Fan was in high spirits and took a look at the sea chart. Very good. This is the direction, Poseidon. Let's go! Chen Fan waved his hand, like the master of this sea area, very second-year student. Hey, why don't you move? Chen Fan scratched his head, feeling that something was wrong. After turning around twice, Chen Fan slapped his forehead and ran towards the cockpit of Poseidon. Forgot that this is a real world. In the cockpit. Ah! I'm so worried. Can't I control it with my mind like in novels? Why do you need such a big manual? Chen Fan complained about the big manual in his hand. But there was no other way. Chen Fan could only read it page by page. An hour later, Chen Fan closed the manual. Although the manual was thick, the driving method only had a dozen pages. To put it simply, it was very simple. The rest were some maintenance techniques and precautions. Chen Fan followed the driving method he learned. Went to the energy cabin first, threw a few large magic stones into the power furnace, and then ran to the deck and raised the sail with 4 times the strength of an adult. Finally, he ran to the cockpit, turned the rudder, shifted to forward gear, set the route, and the destination was the Ulung Islands. There was no special purpose for going to the Ulung Islands. This direction was the fastest way to leave the purple danger zone. With the Poseidon, Chen Fan decided to save the scroll that could be used to teleport away directly. After all, it was a space-type prop. It could save lives at critical moments, and no one would be willing to use it easily. After the Poseidon received enough energy, it finally started slowly. The huge hull pushed the seawater, like a giant beast that had been dormant for a long time but gradually awakened. Prerequisites have been met. Newbie Mission 3. The Sea Monster's Gaze. Difficulty. Extremely dangerous. Mission description. A sea monster has finally noticed your existence. They have deep malice towards ships floating on the sea. Please escape from this sea area as soon as possible. Mission requirements. Escape from the purple area marked on the sea chart. Completion reward. Experience points x 500, gold coins x 300, directional teleportation scroll x1, random blue equipment x1. Failure penalty. Deprivation of consciousness. Evaluation. Your strength will only provoke stronger beings to spare. Do you accept this mission? Chapter 12 Job Change. Human Mage. Looking at the increasingly unsettled sea, Chen Fan quickly took out the directional teleportation scroll and clicked to use it. Mission in progress. Cannot be used. Ah! I really am. I hate my greedy self. At this point, there is no other way. Chen Fan can only drive the ship to the maximum speed, and then squat in front of a magic crystal cannon. Medium magic cannon. Attack power, 1000 3000, fixed damage, hit weak points with a chance of critical hit. Accuracy, poor. Charge time, 5-10 minutes. Evaluation, restricted weapons, origin unknown, illegal to carry. There are a total of 8 magic cannons in the Poseidon cabin, 4 on each side, and it seems that the 8 magic cannons have no blind spots. But Chen Fan was alone, and in theory, he could only control 1 magic cannon in 10 minutes. But if he was fast enough, he could charge the 8 magic cannons in order, and then aim and fire them in order. And one person could control the 8 magic cannons. Chen Fan had formulated a tactic and was ready to fight. From time to time, far from the stern, a giant anaconda suddenly jumped out of the turbulent sea. Even though it was several hundred meters away, Chen Fan could see that the giant anaconda was at least 10 meters long. Wow! I've seen this thing in anime. Immediately charge the magic cannon. At the same time, cast an identification spell. Deep Sea Anaconda, green. Evaluation. Social sea monster. Not very aggressive. Chen Fan was speechless. He held the handle of the magic cannon with both hands and kept adjusting the direction. Your eyes are red. You tell me it's not very aggressive? While checking the properties, dozens of deep-sea anacondas emerged from the sea. Chen Fan had no experience in naval battles. Seeing that the magic cannon was fully charged, he aimed at the nearest deep-sea anaconda and fired. There was a loud bang. A dark purple, seemingly very unstable, large ball of energy was quickly ejected. Then it hit the deep-sea anaconda several dozen meters in front of it, creating a splash of water several dozen meters away, and at the same time produced a large amount of white mist caused by high temperature. Damn, this magic cannon is projectile. It's not aimed like this. Chen Fan was just getting annoyed, but suddenly a row of eye-catching red numbers floated in the depths of the mist. Weakness critical hit. Damage 300,000 kill deep-sea anaconda level 29x1. Gain experience points x18, 000. Level +1. Level +1. Level +1. A series of system prompts confused Chen Fan. What's going on? Did he accidentally hit another one underwater? Hurry up and open the attribute panel. After killing a deep-sea anaconda, is it directly upgraded to level 9? Hurry up and put all 45 free attribute points on sensitivity. At present, his other attribute points are useless. The main focus is on speed, so that he can run to other gun positions faster. After killing a deep-sea anaconda, Chen Fan can clearly feel that the eyes of the remaining deep-sea anacondas are redder, and the speed that was already very fast has increased a lot. Chen Fan didn't have time to think about it, and quickly ran to the turret on the other side and started charging. 10 minutes later. Bang. This time Chen Fan raised the muzzle. The purple energy ball brushed the body of a deep-sea anaconda and smashed into the sea. 3,000 is good. Chen Fan is already very satisfied. Click to charge again, and then quickly run to the next turret. In this way, an average of 4 shots can kill a deep-sea anaconda. Their speed is not much faster than that of the Poseidon, and if there is no accident, they should be able to escape from this purple dangerous sea area. Bang! Bang! One after another, purple energy balls smashed destructively on the sea surface and the body of the giant anaconda. The originally calm sea surface became turbulent, and the white mist rolled. Thanks to the increasingly close distance and the powerful size of the deep-sea anaconda, Chen Fan accuracy became higher and higher. After firing this turret, he quickly clicked to charge again, and then ran to the next magic energy cannon that was almost fully charged to aim. Using his sensitivity of more than 50 points, he controlled 8 magic energy cannons at the same time. Of course, there are times when it is too late, but there is nothing we can do about it. Let the shells go wherever they want. An hour later, Chen Fan successfully killed 8 deep-sea anacondas. His level was directly raised to level 18. There is no other way. The experience points required for each level increase are higher. Now if he wants to upgrade again, the experience points he needs are not a few hundred, but hundreds of thousands. I feel that at this speed, in another hour, we could escape from this sea area. Chen Fan muttered to himself with hope, who knew that the next moment, Chen Fan was frightened by the countless armor value one in front of him. Attacked? He quickly ran to the deck and looked outside the ship. I saw that a large number of sea beasts similar to swordfish appeared on the sea outside the ship at some point, and they were attacking the lower part of the Poseidon hull like crazy. Steel tuna, green. Evaluation. A single-celled intelligent creature that is not afraid of death. All you can do is wait for them to hit you to death. The number of steel tuna is so dense that it is difficult to count. Looking around, the sea surface has turned silvery white, which shows how many monsters there are. Chen Fan frowned. Although these guys have low attack power, they are too numerous. Ants can kill elephants. The Poseidon is already sailing at maximum power, but its speed is far less than half of that of these swordfish. Use magic cannon? But magic cannon can't hit so close to the ship. And even if it can, what if it hurts the Poseidon? No solution? Just when he was thinking hard. Misfortunes never come alone. Before Chen Fan could think of a solution, the Poseidon's magic power was exhausted again. It must be because I used the magic cannon too much. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Oh, I think there was a system prompt when I just reached level 10. I quickly opened the attribute panel to check. On several kill records, the player level has reached level 10, and you can change your job. Do you want to change your job? Chen Fan quickly clicked yes. Human Knight, Human Mage, Human Archer, Human Warrior. Please choose. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. It stands to reason that with his attribute points, He should choose a high agility, high flexibility, and high burst profession such as archer assassin. But only mages can open that broken black gold box. Alas, saving your life is the most important thing. Chen Fan had no choice but to choose a human mage. Job transfer successful. Mage exclusive ability, Intelligence x2, Mana x10. Comprehension skills, Fog, Freezing, Ice Thorns. Skill introduction, Fog primary, makes fog spread in a certain range in front, and will attach the damp state to the enemy, consumes 30 mana, cooling time, 30 minutes. Freezing, primary makes the enemy's movement slow, can be directly frozen in the damp state, consumes 30 mana, cooling time 1 minute. Ice Thorns, primary an ice thorn rises from the enemy's feet, causes 800 points, Intelligence x10, damage, consumes 50 mana, cooling time 30 seconds. Chen Fan felt a pity. If I had chosen the archer profession, it would be great if I could double my agility. Forget it, just look at my current attributes. Chen Fan, level 18, current experience is 80%. Title, none. Strength, 6 plus 19. Constitution, 6 plus 19. Agility, 50 plus 19. Intelligence, 16 plus 34. Mana, 100 plus 70. Free attribute points, 45, distributable. Skills, primary identification, primary navigation, primary decomposition, dense fog, freezing ice spike. Equipment, possible ring, orange, white swan earrings, green, critical ring, green, obsidian ring, green. Evaluation, things are unpredictable, don't be discouraged, you will be even more unlucky. Chapter 13 Catastrophic Sea Monster Soul of the Deep Sea. Without time to deal with this heart-wrenching evaluation, Chen Fan quickly took out a box of black gold boxes from his backpack. Do you want to consume 50 mana points to open this box? Chen Fan directly clicked yes. The black gold box was successfully opened, revealing a whole box of high-level magic stones. Chen Fan quickly ran to pour the box of magic stones into the energy furnace. The alarm stopped instantly. But Chen Fan did not breathe a sigh of relief, but quickly checked the armor value of the Poseidon. There were still more than 9 million left. In just a short while, almost 1 million armors were lost. Chen Fan hurried to the deck again and put all the 45 available attribute points into intelligence and mana. He used the freezing technique directly on the shoal of tuna closest to the ship. The next moment, in the midst of the white mist, a large group of tuna and the sea water were frozen into ice. Then, they were left behind by the high-speed Poseidon. Chen Fan showed surprise. It works! And the range is wide. It seems that using water magic in the ocean has a significant bonus. Try this again. Ice Spike. An ice spike rose from the sea, and lifted a steel tuna into the air. 98 Chen Fan was speechless. The only attack skill couldn't break the defense, and the control skill didn't work. It seems that the level difference is too big. Then, freeze! Freeze! Big pieces of ice floated backwards. Some of them could even knock over several deep-sea anacondas. The situation began to improve. When the armor value was 5 million, it stopped dropping rapidly. Even the armor recovery value was equal to the drop value. Chen Fan opened the sea chart. At this moment, only 1/10 of the purple area was left to complete the mission. Victory was at hand. Chen Fan felt that he could not be careless. He quickly ran back to the cockpit of the magic cannon, charged each magic cannon in sequence, and then aimed and fired in sequence. Although the nearest deep-sea anaconda was still dozens of meters away from the Poseidon, but Chen Fan had the capital to squander the magic stone. Bang! 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 This uninhabited sea area was once again ravaged by the purple unstable energy group. 20 minutes later, under Chen Fan's excited eyes, the Poseidon finally sailed out of the purple and white dividing line without any danger. Looking at the deep-sea anaconda that continued to dive from the surface of the ocean until it disappeared, Chen Fan's heart finally fell. Finally escaped. Dude, you are worthy of it. Chen Fan patted the deck of the Poseidon with a look of relief. But why hasn't the task completion notification come yet? Is there a delay in this thing? Chen Fan once again had an ominous premonition. The next moment, Chen Fan fell directly on the deck. 3 or 4 octopus tentacles thicker than a human lifted up the entire Poseidon, and the powerful binding force made this new pink-level magic ship creak. Chen Fan's face turned pale, and he didn't have time to see what was happening outside the ship, and he rolled and crawled towards the magic cannon control cabin. In this situation, It is pointless to count on his dozens of damage points. The giant octopus tentacles dragged the Poseidon back to the purple area marked with extreme danger. Seemingly slowly but very quickly, dozens of deep-sea anacondas rushed out from underwater again, and their huge bodies strangled the Poseidon like a tight hoop. The hull began to crack and crack. At this moment, the Poseidon was like a plastic toy in the hands of a giant. Fragile. Chen Fan looked at the armor value that was constantly dropping in front of him, and helplessly dropped his hands that were accumulating energy. It was too late. Not to mention 10 minutes. Poseidon couldn't even last a minute. The next moment. Alarm. Shield value is 0. Your Poseidon magic ship, Pink, has been destroyed. The mission failed. This is not a mission that a human can complete. It's just a novice mission. Will I really become a vegetable? I just got my wealth, and I haven't had time to take it out yet. Parents, younger brother, and her. Chen Fan closed his eyes, waiting for the ship to break and the people to die. A moment later, Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Damn! I can't die in vain. I have to see what killed me. Chen Fan climbed back to the deck like crazy. He had to find out the cause of his death. But the next moment, he was stunned. What kind of existence is this? A giant octopus as big as a mountain. A giant octopus that was pitch black, covered with yellow spots, so big that it made people despair. Only the tail ends of 3 tentacles were extended. It made the nearly 15-meter-long hull of the Poseidon look as small as a model. At this moment, it was sending the Poseidon into its abyss-like gluttonous mouth. Its eyes were scarlet and violent, and the yellow spots all over its body seemed to be patterns from hell. People could not face such creatures. The huge difference in size made it impossible for people to instinctively raise their consciousness of resistance. Chen Fan was unwilling, but there was little he could do. At this moment, his only choice was to jump into the sea to feed the deep-sea anaconda, or be swallowed by the giant octopus. Different ways of death, but same results. Son of Naldum, deep-sea soul god. Evaluation. The only remaining deep-sea soul, whose father is the notorious catastrophic sea monster Naldum. Hee, being eaten by me, is your honor. Chen Fan raised his hand in despair. This is the only honor I don't really need. Can I choose not to? Wait. Chen Fan suddenly thought of a possibility. He remembered the second time he caught a fish, that is, when the primary fishing rod was damaged, there had been. Chen Fan hurriedly climbed up. A black fishing rod with exquisite shape was pulled out from the backpack. Ague number 13 fishing rod, purple. Skill. Deep temptation. The longer the hook is in the water, the greater the temptation to fish. Fish of purple and below cannot damage this fishing rod. Rare fish of purple and above have a chance of not being able to damage this fishing rod. Evaluation. This fishing rod is out of print. It is recommended not to use it. Chen Fan carefully read the purple fishing rod. Octopus. Should it be considered a fish? Whether it counts or not, this is his only chance now. Chen Fan stood at the bow, tied his waist with canvas to secure himself, held Ague number 17 fishing rod in his hand, and his heart was beating nervously. The abyss was getting closer and closer, and the whole world seemed to be left with only black, slippery skin and yellow spots. Closer. Closer. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yes, it can be done. It will definitely work. Don't worry, you can do it. Chen Fan. He was too nervous, so nervous that he had begun to use nonsense to relieve his nervousness. Damn. Now. Big black octopus, look at the hook. Chapter 14 The Tragic Son of Narhum. As the offspring of a catastrophic sea monster, it has dignity, responsibility, status, but at the same time, it is also hungry. It is not physically hungry, it needs souls. As the soul of the deep sea, it cannot grow without soul devouring. Without soul devouring, its subordinate races will die day by day. But even as noble as it has not tasted the taste of souls for decades. Its father, Naldum, one of the 4 sea demons, is both its glory and its curse. This sea area marked as extremely dangerous on the map has not had any intelligent life for decades. It wants to go out and expand its territory. But obviously, it does not have the strength of its father. Other sea areas are owned by people, and it cannot defeat them. Finally, today, when history is rewritten, it feels the breath of souls in its own territory. The siren servants can finally reproduce. I can finally awaken my talent, my legend. It's time to begin. However, this soul is so cunning, it's fast, and it will freeze my ocean. Fortunately, it caught up. Although it crossed the line a little, it still succeeded. What is this tiny soul holding? A toothpick? How considerate. Chen Fan threw out the hook fiercely. The fishing line drew a long arc, just hanging on the edge of the giant mouth. Enduring the unbearable fishy wind, Chen Fan looked forward to it eagerly. Caught a rare fish. Success rate 0.000000000001. Damage rate 99.99999. Whether to use the possibility ring to adjust the success rate. Chen Fan did not even look at how many zeros there were, and clicked on yes almost the moment the system prompted. Adjustment completed. Success rate changed to 100%. Damage rate changed to 0%. Possibility ring cooling time remaining 30 days. Obtained a super rare fish. Deep Sea Octopus King, Deep Sea Soul God Decompose? Chen Fan did not hesitate. He could already feel the fishing rod trembling. Yes. Decomposition failed. Your decomposition skill level is too low. Cannot decompose. Chen Fan was sweating profusely at this moment. Agui number 13 fishing rod had begun to break. This damn octopus. Can it actually compete with the system? Deep Sea Octopus King, Deep Sea Soul can be used as a ship upgrade material. Swallowing may cause the material level to decrease. Do you want to swallow it? Oh my god. It's life-saving, yes. 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 Poseidon is swallowing and upgrading. The huge black octopus began to shrink, and the Poseidon began to grow gradually. Then the two began to merge in a way that Chen Fan could not understand. The fusion of organisms and ships. Isn't this a bit against human ethics? But now that things have come to this, Chen Fan can't make any changes. Just wait for the result. After a strange combination, the half of the Poseidon, which has doubled in size, is embedded in the back of the giant black octopus. But the fusion should not be so simple. There should be more complex combination structures inside. Just when Chen Fan thought it was stable this time, somehow, the fusion was paused. Chen Fan looked down from the perspective of God. From the extremely huge pupils of the Octopus King, he could clearly see the unwillingness and struggle. It was resisting. As expected of the so-called God level, it seemed to be able to really fight against the system. The son of Naldum burst out all the power in his blood, to stop, to reject the irresistible will. Let it be a ship. Let it become such a tiny vassal, that it might as well let it die. It thought so. The deep sea disaster will never yield. I guarantee it with the reputation of my ancestors of the deep sea soul. Chen Fan was a little sleepy. This big guy had been resisting for too long. Half an hour had passed, and the upgrade of the Poseidon was still not completed. While he was considering whether to log off the line to eat, a familiar whale cry was faintly heard in the distance. Chen Fan looked around. It was it. It was the huge brown whale that had avoided Chen Fan before. At this moment, Chen Fan discovered the unusualness of this whale. It's too big. This guy is really too big. We were too far away before, so we had a serious miscalculation of its size. Whales are big, but they are definitely not as big as a mountain. Right? This guy is bigger than the Deep Sea Octopus King before it was merged. Pengyu, God. Evaluation. The childhood playmate of the water god. Not only will he not hurt you, he will give you something if he likes you, likes elves and humans, but has a strong sense of territory for other species. Please be careful, don't try to attack it. The brown whale named Pengyu circled the Deep Sea Octopus King twice, seemingly a little curious about its condition. Little thing, you just crossed the line. Pengyu communicated with the Deep Sea Octopus King using a cry that only sea monsters could understand, and his tone was very unkind. The Octopus King did not move, as if he was cast with a spell to freeze his body, and it moved like a bull after a long time. I have paid the price. Its tone was very uneasy. Pengyu slowly approached the two that were merging. You have paid not enough. A muffled bang. Chen Fan only saw a phantom appear on the huge brown whale, and then it slammed on the huge body of the Deep Sea Octopus King. The next moment, the long-awaited system prompt appeared. Poseidon successfully upgraded. Evaluation. The most tragic descendant of the disaster-level sea monster in history. Disaster sea monsters will never be slaves. Ha ha. Chen Fan stood on the pitch-black deck, to be honest, a little overwhelmed. Success? Really success? Pinch yourself, yeah, it hurts, it's real. Oh my god. How can I have a ship that's over 100 meters long? Will the system think I'm cheating? Will I be banned? Novice Mission 3. Sea Monsters Gaze completed. Completion reward. Experience points x 500, gold coins x 300, directional teleportation scroll x1, Random blue equipment X1. Online time exceeds 24 hours. Forced offline. Please log in again after 12 hours. Remaining adjustment time, 5 minutes. Chapter 15 Real Life. Chen Fan was a little confused. How come? It has a time limit? Has it been so long? Chen Fan quickly ran to the bottom of the cabin and confirmed whether Fang Mingwei boat was still there. Well, luckily it was still there. He ran to the cockpit again and found that the operation method had not changed. He quickly set the target on the Long Islands and set the speed. As soon as he did all this, Chen Fan lost consciousness. The next moment, Chen Fan consciousness returned to his small bed. A strong feeling of hunger and thirst swept over. Chen Fan hurried to the refrigerator, took out a few bags of pure milk, and drank them all in one breath. It was a little cold, but Chen Fan's current physique would definitely be fine. Just at this moment, Chen Li also came to the back to get the dye, and was a little surprised to see Chen Fan. Brother Fan, when did you come back? Why didn't you show up all day yesterday, and didn't answer the phone? Chen Fan turned his head to look at his cousin. The abrupt switch from the crisis-ridden life to daily life made him feel a subtle discomfort. I was sleeping in the room. My phone was muted, so I didn't hear it. Chen Li looked at Chen Fan, and then at his watch. Then he picked up the dye, and went back to the front hall with a blank expression. Chen Fan was speechless. This guy didn't believe it. Forget it. Believe it or not. Chen Fan picked up his phone and ordered 3 takeouts. After a simple wash, he also went to the front hall. At this time, there was only an old woman in the store dyeing her hair. Judging from her previous hair color, it should be a simple white hair dyed black. Aqiang had nothing to do for the time being, and was sitting at the bar playing with his phone. Seeing Chen Fan coming, quickly stood up and made way. Brother Fan, are you up? Have you had breakfast? Chen Fan shook his head. No, I ordered 3 servings of pork ribs and rice. Let's have this for lunch. The two of them agreed with both hands. Looking at the bill on the computer, yesterday's turnover was less than 700 yuan. After deducting the rent, property, water, electricity, and their commissions, it was almost nothing. That's okay, Chen Fan doesn't need this little money now. During the meal, Aqiang seemed to remember something. By the way, Brother Fan, Chen Shipwreck came to see you yesterday, and left when she saw you were not there. Are you still in touch? I heard you broke up. Chen Fan swallowed the last bite of rice. You are well informed about the gossip. Who told you that? You are so quick-witted that you can catch up with the new high-speed rail. Aqiang waved his hand. Then I can't say it, I can't say it. Chen Fan snorted, and didn't investigate further. Opening Weiwei, sure enough, she really came to see him. Number 5's ex-girlfriend Xuxue, my parents are asking you to come for dinner tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. It was sent yesterday afternoon. I guess she didn't find me, so she sent it slightly. Chen Fan saw that there was still time. He replied with an emoticon of received. Chen Shui is Chen Fan's ex-girlfriend, a classmate in high school, and one of the 2 beauties in their class. It was because Chen Fan was heartbroken that year. Chen Shui took the initiative to ask Chen Fan if he could have a relationship with her. And the reason was to try the feeling of love. Chen Fan was extremely touched at that time. The ice beauty was enlightened, and it was at her lowest point. But who knew that? Chen Shui's confession was not romantic, but literally. She was a person with a low emotional acceptance, or to put it bluntly, a patient with emotional deficiency, and her emotional feelings were very low. She chose Chen Fan because he was single at that time and looked clean. Chen Fan remembered the experience of this relationship vividly. At first, there was some novelty of overcoming difficulties, but later it was no longer possible. This woman was no different from a stone. She was not allowed to be touched. It was very boring. So the two of them broke up very calmly. But her parents were really good to Chen Fan, and they regarded him as half a son. So in the end, the two of them did not tell the old couple about their separation. The 2 old people would often ask Chen Fan to have a meal or something. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan was dozing off behind the bar. Then, he heard Aqiang's surprised shout. Chen Shui is here, Brother Fan is here, right at the bar. Chen Shui didn't move her arms, and walked to Chen Fan with her long legs. My dad asked me to pick you up. Listening to the familiar emotionless and cold voice, Chen Fan raised his head. Chen Shui was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt without patterns, light blue jeans, white canvas shoes, matching her fair and cold face. She was still as heart-pounding as when they first met. Chen Fan adjusted his exquisite side-back hairstyle, and took the cold little hand with ease. Let's go! The next moment, a huge force came, pulling Chen Fan to stagger. This woman is still so strong. She left without giving people a chance to react. Achan watched Chen Fan being dragged away, his eyes full of jealousy. Being handsome is so popular. He got on Chen Shui Hyundai sedan. Chen Fan thought, should he buy a car now? He didn't like the cheap ones before, and couldn't afford the expensive ones. Now he has money. Shui, what delicious food did our mother cook today? Chen Fan teased Chen Shui with a sly look. Chen Shui, pork ribs. Chen Fan pouted in boredom. If another woman heard him teasing her like this, she would have laughed at everything, but this woman, she remained calm even when the sky was falling. Chen Fan, after dinner. Come watch a movie with me, a new sci-fi movie from the United States. Chen Shui, didn't we break up? Chen Fan, let's spend another day together. Chen Shui, yeah. Chen Fan, ah. At Chen Shui home, Chen father and mother sat opposite Chen Fan, and kept putting the shrimp and pork ribs in their chopsticks into Chen Fan bowl. Xiao Fan, are your parents still in their hometown? Are they still so busy? Chen mother asked with a smile. Chen Fan quickly found an excuse. It's summer, not the busy farming season, so the two of them went to Hainan for a trip. Chen mother frowned slightly. Look, when did you go? Why didn't I hear you tell me? Don't blame Auntie for saying, how come you have time to travel, but not time to meet your in-laws? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, and quickly thought of a solution. My brother won a prize at school. The prize is a 3-day trip to Hainan for the whole family. It's a rare opportunity. Besides, I haven't prepared yet. I'm afraid that I won't be able to entertain Xiaoxue well, and make things difficult for her. Chen father nodded. Xiaochen is right. Meeting the in-laws is not a small matter. There are many procedures to go through. Chen mother raised her eyes. I've told you so many times. Don't bring the bureaucratic style of your unit home. Shut up. Father Chen picked up the wine glass as if nothing had happened, touched the table, drank a sip, and looked so skilled at finding a way out that it was heartbreaking. Chen Fan followed suit. After another moment of silence, Mother Chen launched another offensive. Xiao Fan, why don't you and Xiao Shui get the marriage certificate in advance? That way, you won't have to deal with anything. Chen Fan eating stopped immediately. Ah. Auntie is right, I think it's okay, but I'm afraid Xiao Shui won't be able to accept it. Chen Shui looked up, expressionless. I don't care. Mother Chen smiled. Yeah. Okay. Although our Xiao Shui is a little cold on the outside, she's actually hot inside. Chen Fan secretly rolled his eyes. Hot ass. She's so cold inside, and yet she's still hot. That's great. I go back and find a husband, and we get the marriage certificate on a good day. Mother Chen smiled with relief. And began to serve Chen Fan more dishes. Chapter 16 The Arrogant Face of the Nouveau Riche. In a high-speed brainstorm, Chen Fan survived this marriage-urging campaign. While Chen Mother was washing dishes, Chen Fan hurriedly retreated under the pretext of taking Chen Shui to the movies. Sitting in Chen Shui car. Shui, you said it's not a good idea to keep it a secret. Sooner or later, you won't be able to keep it a secret. Do you have any good ideas? Chen Shui held the steering wheel and turned a big corner. Confess. Chen Fan sat up with difficulty. Can the old couple in your family accept it? I think they both regard me as a lifeline. Chen Shui, then continue. Chen Fan was speechless. It's really hard to talk to you. What did the doctor say? Your recent condition. Chen Shui, it's getting worse. Chen Fan, how about trying the cooked rice therapy I mentioned before? Chen Shui was silent for 2 seconds. I can't do it. Arriving at Qingda Cinema, Chen Shui went to swipe the card to buy tickets. Chen Fan was responsible for going to the supermarket to buy some popcorn and drinks. While shopping, Chen Fan felt something was wrong. After thinking for a long time, Chen Fan threw the snacks and drinks in his arms back onto the shelf. Damn. I'm already so rich. I still need these 10 or 8 yuan. Go to the cinema bar to buy them. Back at the cinema, Chen Fan found that there were 2 drunk young people trying to chat up Chen Shui. He smiled contemptuously, and didn't care, and went straight to the bar. The most luxurious snack set. 2 sets. The bartender girl raised her head. Sir, how many of you are there? Chen Fan, 2. The bartender girl, that set is enough. Sir, you can't finish 2 sets. Chen Fan mouth curled up. The second set is for you. The girl blushed. Well, okay, do you want a little extra? Chen Fan walked back with a bag of snacks, and he felt happy. It's good to be rich. Ouch! My arm. From a distance, Chen Fan seemed to hear the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and then a horrible scream resounded throughout the entire cinema. Chen Fan hurriedly quickened his pace. It's over. When he arrived at the rest area, sure enough, just as Chen Fan expected. Among the two young men who had approached Chen Shui before, one of them was holding his arms and screaming on the ground with acne all over his face. And the instigator, Chen Shui, stood there expressionlessly, as if everything had nothing to do with her. The short boy who was still standing among the approachers was a little at a loss in the face of this scene. Brother, didn't you boast that you could get it from this beautiful lady? How come you were thrown over the shoulder when you turned around? It's okay if you fall, don't scream so loudly. There are so many people, it's embarrassing. While he was complaining, a tall figure stood in front of him. What's going on? The little man took a step back and raised his head. Ah? Chen Fan said it again. I said what's going on? The little young man stiffened his neck. Who are you? Chen Fan pouted at Chen Shui angrily. Her boyfriend. The short boy's face flushed immediately. I don't know. The man knew he was in the wrong, and ran away. Looking at the back that disappeared around the corner, Chen Fan was speechless, and had to look down at the injured. Don't scream, I know you're in pain, it's just a fracture, not a lost arm. The acne man stood up with all his strength. He gritted his teeth and said, I just wanted a little bit. But she threw me like this, hiss. She was too cruel, I didn't break the law. You have to compensate me for my medical expenses. Chen Fan curled his lips. This guy is the first to complain. Are you sure you threw my girlfriend to the ground for no reason? The man looked very innocent. I'm sure. Chen Fan scratched his head. This guy doesn't seem to be lying. Then I have to check the surveillance. My girlfriend will only take action when someone touches her. If your hands are not clean, not only will I have to beat you up, I will also report you to the police for indecent assault. The acne man, check. Check the surveillance. The security guard had been watching for a few minutes, and didn't say much. After all, less is more. If they asked me to check the surveillance, I just checked the surveillance and that was it. But then again, why was this pretty girl like a robot, standing straight, falling when she was told to, and not moving after falling, as if it was a set program? After checking the surveillance, it was indeed the acne man who was thrown to the ground the moment he approached Chen Shui with his phone. Theoretically, he had no intention of contacting Chen Shui, he just wanted Chen Shui to scan his personal QR code. The acne man was emotional. Look, I said I didn't touch her, the evidence is here, you can't wrongly accuse someone like this, I'm not breaking the law if I want Weiwei. Chen Fan scratched his head. I saw it, I'm not blind, if you didn't touch her. Wouldn't it be considered harassing my girlfriend? Do you want medical expenses? The acne man, yes. How much? The acne man, at least 3,000? Chen Fan nodded. Bao, I'd apologize to my girlfriend. And I give you 5,000. The security guards were stunned. Is this guy sick? Can an apology be eaten? This guy is really a fool with a lot of money. In this case, there's nothing wrong with denying it. Right? The acne man's face turned red. And he seemed to want to curse, but held it back. He thought. Anyway, this guy has already lost everything today. And this apology doesn't matter. The pimple-faced man was about to speak. Several muscular men over 1.9 meters tall came over from a distance. The leader was the short man who had just run away. The muscular man in the lead arrived before he spoke. Let me see, who dares to bully me? Dongtian Hao? The pimple-faced man swallowed his words of surrender when he saw the people coming, and his expression changed from helpless to flattering and arrogant. Brother Hao, why are you here? You came just in time, it's this guy. Chen Fan frowned. What's going on? I met the legendary gangsters while watching a movie. Don't say anything careless. You harassed my girlfriend first. You got thrown down because of your own fault. Is it bullying if I ask you to apologize and pay for your medical expenses? The acne-faced man blushed. He wanted to refute, but couldn't think of a way to argue. The muscular man said arrogantly, Who harassed your girlfriend? How can it be considered harassment? A woman wearing a... He took a look at Chen Shui jeans and white short sleeves, and found that they were not leaking at all. She's standing here alone. Aren't you allowed to talk to her? Besides, you said she's your girlfriend, not your wife. What right do you have to meddle in this? Chen Fan was a little angry. This man was unreasonable. It seemed that he saw that he was alone and was ready to take advantage of him. Then according to your opinion, What should we do? The arrogant muscular man smiled, and thought he was very handsome. What should we do? You can't say what to do here. Take them away. He said the second half of his sentence to the muscular men behind him. And then he turned around and prepared to leave. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out behind him. Then there was another scream of ouch, ouch, ouch. The muscular man Hao looked back and saw that his two strong men were lying on the ground, hugging their arms and screaming. The instigators, Chen Fan and Chen Shui, looked calm, as if they were not the ones who had just thrown the man. This little bastard, do you really think you are Ip Man? Hao saw that his men were no match. Relying on his Sonda experience, he kicked Chen Fan with a whip kick. Chen Fan dodged easily, then grabbed the muscular man's hair and pressed him to the ground with a bang, with a simple and rough action. The onlookers were stunned. No one thought that Chen Fan's thin body would have such great strength. With this little ability, you come out to pretend to be a gangster? Chen Fan asked disdainfully. Hao Ge lost all face, trying desperately to break free from Chen Fan's hand, but he couldn't do it at all. That hand seemed to be 1,000-pound weight, grabbing his hair fiercely, feeling that his scalp was about to be torn off. Under the intense pain, Hao Ge finally realized that he was no match for the opponent, and had to beg for mercy. Wrong. Wrong, brother, let go. Let go, I apologize to you, it hurts. It hurts. Chen Fan couldn't keep holding him down. There were more and more people watching, and he didn't want to attract the police just to watch a movie. It was too troublesome. With a bang, the muscular man rolled out sideways. Hao Ge got up instantly, without saying a word, and ran away. After the noisy scene, the gangsters who had just come arrogantly disappeared. Chen Fan smiled and looked at the acne-faced man. I'm sorry, beautiful lady. I'm a toad who wants to eat swan meat. I'm sorry to cause you trouble. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He was so scared that his legs were shaking, and he could only hope that Chen Fan would let him go now. Chen Fan pouted. Open the payment code? The acne-faced man opened his phone with cold sweat. Chen Fan opened Weiwei and directly scanned 5,000 yuan for the man. Go away! The acne-faced man was stunned for 2 seconds. Then he lowered his head and hugged his arms and left as quickly as possible. The security guards were puzzled. Why give him the money? He wouldn't dare to say anything if he didn't give it to him. Right? Chen Fan actually understood this truth. But he was afraid that the man would call the police and appeal after returning, which would cause him a lot of trouble. If it were before, he would not give it. After all, it was 5,000 yuan. But now, for him, he already has the ability to solve the problem with 5,000 yuan. Back in the rest area, Chen Shui rarely took the initiative to speak. You seem to have changed. Chen Fan smiled proudly, knowing that she was talking about the fact that he calmly gave 5,000 yuan. Have you seen a nouveau riche? I have money now. Chen Shui looked at Chen Fan seriously. You are being kept. She used the most ordinary words, said a fierce word. Chen Fan was furious. Can't I rely on my own efforts? Do you look down on others? Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Chen Shui, the look of disbelief. Chen Fan, I really can't do anything with you. Are you free tomorrow morning? Will you accompany me to buy a car? Chen Shui, yes, I'm really being kept. The next day. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Chen Fan was awakened by the alarm clock at the bedside. Resisting his sleepiness, Chen Fan struggled to get up, washed himself briefly, and entered the game. Last time, I withdrew too hastily, and I didn't even have time to explore my own god-level worship carefully. On the deck, Chen Fan opened his eyes. Ah! What is this? Chen Fan was frightened by a dog face with long teeth in front of him. What is this? A seal? Huh? Why am I tied up? What's going on? I was kidnapped on my own ship. Chapter 17. The Enchanted Siren Queen Hailey. This black-bearded seal seemed to be startled by Chen Fan shouting. It jumped back several meters. Hailey, he's awake. Chen Fan's eyes widened. Hey! Why can the seal talk? Has it become a spirit? The next second, Chen Fan's eyes were directly attracted by the figure walking out of the cabin. The woman had a charming face, a graceful figure, dark green long hair, and dark blue scales covering her chest and thighs, looking more tempting than being naked. Hey! This beautiful lady, do you think? You are a little too presumptuous to go to someone else's boat without clothes? Do you know that you will make it very difficult for me? The beautiful lady came over swayingly, with a cold tone. What's the difficulty? Don't you know which way to die? As the beautiful lady spoke, more than a dozen young men and women came out of the cabin behind her, all with dark green hair and dark blue scales. When Chen Fan heard that he was going to die, he panicked. Wait a minute. Die? I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me? You are so beautiful. Your face reflects your heart. You must be very kind. Look. Ouch. Before Chen Fan finished speaking, he was hit on the chest with a black stick in the woman's hand. His eyes turned white, and he cried out in pain. Hiss. You have to scream when it hurts. It's really uncomfortable if you don't scream. Somehow, Chen Fan at this moment empathized with the acne man last night. The girl's face was cold, and she put her long stick against Chen Fan's neck. Don't bother with the sweet talk of humans. Let our king go. Otherwise, I promise you won't want to know the consequences of your actions. Chen Fan groaned, and secretly cast an identification spell. Highly, Soul Siren, evaluation, a leader of a race that should not have appeared, but is about to become extinct. Chen Fan was slightly shocked. Why are the attributes of him and her so different even though they are both level 19? Chen Fan, level 19, current experience value overflows a lot, promotion task is not completed, cannot be upgraded. Evaluation, ordinary little wizard. I am a wizard, with only 100 intelligence points. Others have higher strength than my intelligence. Did you eat spinach? Don't fight. Don't fight, beauty, we can talk it over. I haven't even seen the second person since I came here. How can you kidnap your king? Did you recognize the wrong person? The mermaid Haley frowned slightly. Is this worship yours? Chen Fan nodded. That's right. The black stick attacked again. Chen Fan quickly turned sideways and carried it with his shoulder. The burning pain made Chen Fan a little angry, but at this moment, he could only endure it. You trapped our king in this ship with despicable means, and you still don't admit it? Haley shouted in a delicate voice. The boys behind her stood together, with confused eyes, and didn't know what they were thinking. Chen Fan finally understood what was going on. So this big guy, the deep-sea octopus king, has subordinates? It seems that it is indeed. The anaconda and tuna that attacked him before are also his subordinates. It seems that he heard something. A pitch-black yellow-spotted octopus more than 1 meter tall jumped from the sea to the deck. Its scarlet eyes stared at Chen Fan, and it roared angrily. Is this the deep-sea octopus king who used unlimited split? Aren't we already a team? Why are you still calling for someone to kill me? Poseidon, level 9, Poseidon split. Evaluation, a god-class battleship with great potential, a split of Poseidon. Haley bowed her head and listened for a while, then raised her head. The king said, no matter who your backer is, you must unlock its shackles, or you will feel the horror of a disaster. Chen Fan was stunned. Why does this sound so fierce? Tell your king, I can't do what he asks, not that I don't want to, but that I can't. Without Haley's translation, the black octopus seemed to understand. After a burst of screams, a mouthful of ink sprayed all over Chen Fan. Chen Fan closed his eyes, feeling the fishy, bitter and disgusting liquid in his mouth, and felt relieved. Don't spray ink at me. The screaming octopus became even angrier when he heard the commanding tone. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to do it again, but he couldn't spray anything. Chen Fan laughed triumphantly. I understand. You are actually controlled. Right? You can't hurt me. Right? Whether you like it or not, you have to listen to me. Right? I order you to strip this woman of her scales and bring her to me with all her weight tied up. After shouting, Chen Fan looked at the black octopus with pride and anticipation. It seemed to have calmed down at this moment, and then it looked at Chen Fan with great human contempt, and then jumped into the sea with a splash. Haley's long hair flew in anger. You dirty and despicable human. The black iron rod rained down on Chen Fan, and Chen Fan screamed again in pain. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts! Help! It's killing people! Help! The next moment, Chen Fan suddenly felt that he was no longer being beaten. What happened? Is this woman tired of beating him after such a short time? When he looked up, it turned out that several octopus tentacles blocked the iron rod. Haley seemed a little confused, and slowly pulled out the black rod, and slowly threw it at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, help! Snap! A tentacle appeared in the path of the black stick. Chen Fan rolled and crawled to sit up, with an indescribable smugness on his messy face. There were only 2 words written on his face. You deserve a beating. Haley raised the iron bar. Chen Fan, help! Block it. Haley shouted at a very high decibel. Chen Fan, help! The shout was interrupted by the tentacle. Haley directly used the charm song. This time Chen Fan did not shout for help, but rushed over with a perverted look on his face, touching and kissing him. Haley raised the iron rod, but was blocked by the tentacles. Helplessly, she could not let this despicable human touch her all the time, so she had to cancel the skill effect. Half an hour later, Haley stared at Chen Fan breathlessly, and the towering mountains kept rising and falling. Chen Fan had an expression of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, and he looked at this beautiful female mermaid with his squinting eyes from time to time. After a long confrontation, Haley gritted her teeth and spoke. My king is willing to cooperate with you. She had to say what she really didn't want to say, because there was no other way. Chen Fan leaned against the wall of the ship with indifference. How to cooperate? Tell me. Chapter 18 Cooperation Achieved. My king is responsible for protecting you, and you need to provide my king with delicious souls regularly. Chen Fan was puzzled. Soul? Delicious? Where can I find this thing? I don't agree with this cooperation. It's not fair at all. Haley was furious. How dare you? Despicable human, your greed is disgusting. Do you really think we have no way to deal with you? Chen Fan shook his head. That's not what I meant. I agree to cooperate, but it seems that protecting me is something your king must do, so it can't be used as a bargaining chip for cooperation. This is not fair, Haley said in a stern tone. What else do you want? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. I want you and your people to be my servants. My crew. Seeing that the woman was about to explode, Chen Fan quickly changed his words. Haley, you do it. Before she could say the word dream, she was interrupted by a roar from under the ship. After a moment, Haley lowered her head and said unwillingly, My king agreed, and the cooperation has begun. Chen Fan jumped up and cursed. What are you doing standing there? Untie the ropes for me. You're captain. And take a bath and change clothes for me. You little bastards. Dirty little trash. The beautiful mermaid stared with wide eyes, trembling, and gritted her teeth and replied yes. In the cabin where they could take a bath. Chen Fan, who was accidentally pushed into the water several times, and Haley, who was obedient on the surface but dark behind the scenes, finally reached a balance. Chen Fan was indeed the captain in name, and had the right to command Haley. But Haley obviously also had the ability to take advantage of loopholes and trip her up. So neither side could do anything to the other for the time being. Okay, that's enough, you go out, I wash myself. In order to suffer less, Chen Fan thought it was good to have no beauty to serve him. Haley smiled back. Did I wash badly? Captain. Chen Fan pouted. What do you think? After washing the ink off his body, Chen Fan returned to the deck. The deck was empty at this moment. Only the place where he was abused just now still had ink marks. This group of unorganized and undisciplined green-haired people disappeared just like that. Captain Chen was somewhat dissatisfied. He was very curious about the legendary sea monsters. If he had a chance, he would really like to find out how their attributes were so high. He also wanted to know. He opened the sea chart and checked his location. It was still nearly half a month away from the destination, the Ulung Islands. Chen Fan was somewhat looking forward to it. After all, he had never seen land since he came to this world. He opened the world channel. It was deserted. No one was talking. Don't these high-level players usually chat? Oh! By the way, Chen Fan remembered that when he completed the Novice Mission 3, in addition to the experience points and gold coins, he also received a blue equipment. True's exquisite combat boots, blue. Evaluation. The most popular alchemical combat boots among the nobles in the capital of the Black Gold Empire. After checking the properties of this equipment, Chen Fan touched the tip of his nose. I'm a good person. How come this skill always tempts me to do something bad? After equipping the combat boots, Chen Fan opened the property panel and completed today's sign-in first. Today's sign-in is completed. Received 10 pieces of fine white bread, 10 pieces of purified water. Signed in on the 4th day. Still got food and water, but the quality has been improved. Looking at the sign of no upgrade behind his level, Chen Fan was a little confused. Why can't I upgrade after reaching level 19? Do I have to do the promotion task? Where can I do it? No hint was given. On the vast sea, there was nothing else to do. Chen Fan fished for a while, obtained some fish meat, fish bones and other materials, and then quit the game. This time he learned his lesson. He found a cabin directly, locked the door inside, and then exited the game. Only perverts like to wake up and find themselves tied up. It was not yet 9 o'clock when he returned to the store, and the two guys had not come to work yet. Chin Fan rarely cooked a little rice for himself, and fried a few pieces of fish meat obtained in the game. You know what, it tasted really good. After eating, he opened the shutter door. Ah, another day of eating and waiting to die. Ah, not today, I have an appointment to buy a car today. My dream of many years is about to come true. Chin Fan is still very excited. Buy a good car. After buying it, I must attend more class reunions, travel more, so that my life is not in vain. Thinking of this, Chin Fan thought that, I haven't cashed in my money yet. I quickly picked up my phone and called Wu Daji. Wu, brother, do you know where I can exchange the supplies in the game for money? Wu Daji seemed to have just woken up. Brother Fan, do you mean to exchange it for gold coins or cash? Chin Fan, cash. Wu Daji was a little surprised. Are you short of money? The funds in the game are not enough to buy equipment and complete tasks. Others are spending money in the game, and you are still exchanging it? I am reminding you, don't underestimate this game. Since you have entered this vortex, improving your strength is the only way for us players to survive. Chin Fan quickly said, I know this. I found a little treasure in the game. I can't use it for the time being. I am thinking of selling some to improve my life. Wu Daji stopped persuading him. It's enough if you have an idea. What do you plan to offer? Gold coins? If the quantity is not large, I can take it. Our guild is also buying gold coins. By the way, which area did you log in? If it's close, when you reach level 19, I can bring you to our guild. Chin Fan, I'm on my way to the Elung Islands. Wu Daji, Ocean Region. You are so unlucky. That won't work for the time being. I'm in the north of the Elf Kingdom. It's too far. Chin Fan, I'm not selling gold coins. Do you want high-level magic stones? Wu Daji was silent for 2 seconds and replied decisively. Yes. As many as you want. Chin Fan said after a moment of deliberation. Well then, sell more than 100. Wu Daji's tone suddenly became excited. You kid really found the treasure? You found so many magic stones? Chin Fan was puzzled. Is this thing expensive? Wu Daji replied affirmatively. Let me put it this way. This thing belongs to the controlled energy of that world. It is a controlled item that is not allowed to be traded privately, and it's more than 200 gold per piece, and there is no market for it. If you trust it, give it to me. I give it to you at the price of 30,000 per piece. Chin Fan was shocked. This thing. Is it so valuable? Chapter 19, The Colorful World. Chin Fan said in a reproachful tone. You said this, if I don't believe you. Who else cannot believe you? Come and get it. I wait for you in the store. Hang up the phone. Chin Fan was not afraid that Wu Daji would cheat him. 30,000 per stone was quite expensive. But Chin Fan had more than 400 boxes. Each box had more than 100 stones. If I could use more than 100 magic stones to test a friend character, it would be worth it. In less than 10 minutes, Wu Daji, who was bloated, rushed to the store. Quick! Quick! Take it out and show it to me. Chin Fan glanced outside the door, then took out the prepared magic stones from his backpack, which was exactly half a box. Wu Daji squatted on the ground with his eyes shining. Oh my god! There are really so many. It's a great achievement, he said with a big wave of his hand, and directly put a box of magic stones into his backpack. Give me the card number. I will transfer the money to you. Chin Fan waved his hand. Don't worry. Don't worry. Why are you so impatient? Look, you haven't had your hair cut for a long time. Since you're here, I wash it for you and give it a try. Wu Daji's impetuous expression gradually eased a little. He turned around and looked at the mirror and touched his hair. I haven't had my hair cut for a while. Alas. Brother, you haven't played for a long time, you don't know. This crappy game is very dangerous. People die in it every day. By the way, who is the person who linked you? Do you know him? Didn't you ask him what his purpose is? Chin Fan skillfully rubbed and washed Wu Daji's hair. I know her, but she ignored me. What can I do? Wu Daji cooperated and raised his hands and put them down. There's really nothing I can do. You should have some magic stones in your hand. Right? Don't tell anyone except me. It will be troublesome if you meet someone who forgets his principles for the sake of profit. Chin Fan said he understood this matter. Don't worry. He gave Wu Daji a neat buzz cut, shaved his face, and then he paid the money and ran away in a hurry. Opening the car door skillfully, Chin Fan sat in the passenger seat next to Chin Shui. Chin Shui glanced at him and nodded slightly. This was her only courtesy. Where are you going? Chen Fan scratched his head. Buy a car. Chen Shui, what car? Chen Fan waited carefully for a while. Just buy a German one, go to the Mercedes-Benz store. Chen Shui started the car. You don't support domestic products. Chen Fan lit a cigarette, and narrowed his eyes slightly. I'd better donate some money to domestic cars. Qingzhou City, Mercedes-Benz 4S store. In the auto show hall, several tall and good-looking girls gathered together to look at a mobile phone, whispering, "This guy is quite handsome, has a good figure, and runs a barber shop, so he can't be called poor. Right?" Another girl joined in. Then you have to see who you are comparing with. Our instructor is a doctor from a famous overseas university, the youngest researcher in the school, and his family is a big business owner. In his eyes, what is a small barber shop? Yes, and our instructor has an excellent personality, so generous, using the stories of his girlfriend, and his girlfriend ex-boyfriend to inspire us, so calm. Teacher Zheng is so lucky. A girl over 1.8 meters tall curled her lips in disdain. TSK, I don't see how calm he is, you three are crazy about you, no matter how nice he says, he is just a despicable villain who steals someone's love, and no matter how he belittles others, no matter how high-end and extraordinary he says he is just a leftover. You even told me about stealing someone else's girlfriend. And you use this to tell your students not to be short-sighted and inferior. Huh? It's ridiculous. Oh! Xiaoping. Don't talk like that. You can tell me about such things. Which proves that you are broad-minded. Yes. Several girls had a disagreement. And they chattered like a group of sparrows. Soon, the sales manager in a neat suit came over. You can chat. But you should also keep an eye on the front door. Didn't you see a customer coming? Several girls made faces at the man in the suit and hurried to the door. The man in the suit adjusted his tie helplessly. These part-time female college students are really not dedicated enough. Chen Fan took Chen Shui's hand and walked into the 4S store he had been thinking about, looking around for his favorite car. Several young girls with model figures came running towards them. Hello. Sir. Are you here to buy a car? Handsome guy, what type do you like? Do you have a target? Handsome guy. Come with me over here and take a look. Handsome guy. You? Seeing so many enthusiastic and youthful girls, Chen Fan silently let go of Chen Shui's hand. Well, bring your sister to look at the car. What's wrong, beautiful girl? Do you know me? Chen Fan asked a girl who was comparing her phone with himself in confusion. Am I so famous? The hair dyeing tutorial video that was posted online has become popular? Chen Shui still had some reaction to the fact that she had become his sister. She glared at Chen Fan coldly. The girl who was asked by Chen Fan was a little embarrassed after being surprised. Aw, nothing, sir. Please watch over me. I go somewhere else to do something. The other three uniformed girls seemed to recognize Chen Fan, and they all wanted to leave with excuses. In the end, only the tallest girl was left, because she reacted the slowest. So she had to stay. Ah, you guys. 3 girls gathered behind an SUV. Ah! Oh my god, what a coincidence. The story that our tutor posted on the school forum yesterday, and today we met the person involved. Yes, it's such a coincidence that I can buy lottery tickets. You said that although this guy looks good, how come he is a bit overconfident, and dares to come here to look at cars? Yes, I don't have that much money, but he always wants to trouble others. I really hate such people. Chen Fan was confused, looking at the tall girl, who was a little at a loss. Why don't you go too? I can take a look myself. The girl blushed, seemingly feeling a little guilty about her unprofessionalism, and quickly corrected her attitude. Hello. Sir. I'm Ping Ping. A shopping guide. Which Mercedes-Benz do you like? I can introduce it to you in detail. Chen Fan fixed his eyes on the tall SUV that stood out from the crowd on one side of the hall. That one. Ping Ping followed Chen Fan's gaze, and her face suddenly looked a little unnatural. That Mercedes-Benz G is currently the most expensive one in the store. Almost every day there are customers who want to try it and sit in to experience it. But obviously, there is no one I really want to buy. For 21 horsepower, for 0.0T displacement, this car will consume a lot of gas if you buy it home. Hello sir, that is the best Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUV in our store. The landing price is about 2 million. Chen Fan nodded, as if he didn't understand the hidden meaning of the girl's words. Well, I know, I came here for it. Chapter 20. Too much bullying. Chen Fan said, as he walked towards the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The beautiful shopping guide had no choice but to trot after him. The sales manager glanced at the young man who was walking by him with a clear goal. He said to Ping Ping lightly, "Be careful. Don't make the car dirty." Ping Ping nodded quickly. "I know, manager." Chen Fan tilted his head slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. Although this guy said this to the female shopping guide, why does it feel like he is talking about himself? Forget it. I came here to buy a car, not to get angry. Chen Fan walked to the side of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Now looking at its square and tall body, it was like seeing a beautiful woman who was at your disposal. This car is really magnificent. After sighing, Chen Fan could not wait to get into the driver's seat. He was tall, almost 1.8 meters tall, and it was easy for him to get in. Chen Shui was a little petite, and it was a little difficult for her to get in. "Shui, how about this car?" Chen Shui looked at Chen Fan, who was a little too excited and couldn't understand. "It's big, very expensive." Chen Fan gently stroked the steering wheel in front of his chest. He felt a little emotional. That place is indeed very dangerous, but it is also a great opportunity. "Sir, the one-button start button is under your steering wheel. Our Mercedes-Benz G-Class is a medium to large SUV, with a displacement of 4.0 T and a maximum speed of 210, with a 9-speed manual transmission, and the interior of the car is the most high-end configuration of this year's new models." Ping Ping, a big beauty sitting in the back seat, introduced everything like a treasure. But Chen Fan already knew all this, and had studied it hundreds of times on his phone. "Well, I understand all this. If I buy it today, can I drive it away?" The girl opened her mouth slightly. "Aww. Oh yes, we have a temporary license plate here, and you can drive it away immediately after completing the formalities." "Sir, are you really buying it?" Looking at the girl's unbelievable and extremely expectant eyes, Chen Fan nodded confidently. "Of course, but the premise is that you have to tell me why you looked at me like that before." Ping Ping was a little disappointed. So he just wanted to know about that matter, then just asked directly, "Why use such a method that makes people feel so up and down?" "Oh, never mind, he looks quite pitiful, being posted online for no reason and being belittled. Tell him, it has nothing to do with me." The girl logged into the campus forum with her mobile phone, opened an anonymously forwarded post, and then handed it to Chen Fan in the driver's seat. "Your name is Chen Fan, right? This post is about your past with our tutor. The tutor said that this story is to motivate students who are not working hard enough." Chen Fan picked up his phone and read the post. It was indeed about him and that woman. There were photos of him 3 or 4 years ago below the post. The more Chen Fan read, the angrier he got. The more he read, the more excited he got. Damn! This hypocrite. This sinister villain. I am so angry. He was so humble to me, and pestered me to give him a chance, but he dared to slander me like this. Ping Ping stared at her phone anxiously. Sir, please be gentle, that's my phone." Chen Fan gritted his teeth, and wanted to run over and tear the guy's mouth apart immediately. "Where's Zhao Guangjing now, do you know?" Zhao Guangjing is Ping Ping's class instructor, and once Chen Fan rival in love. Ping Ping stroked her phone with a distressed look on her face. "The instructor should be giving an open class now, The get out of class will end around 11 o'clock. "Very good. I go find him. Hurry up and finish the procedures for me." Ping Ping was a little confused. Procedures? What procedures?" Chen Fan was speechless. "Buying a car, the procedures for buying this car." Ping Ping suddenly realized. Okay, sir, please follow me to the counter." As she said that, the tall shopping guide was about to get off the car. Chen Fan waved his hand. "Don't get out of the car, sit tight, I drive over." Hang! With a huge roar, Chen Fan stepped on the accelerator and drove the Mercedes-Benz G out, heading straight to the counter at the door. The sales manager looked at the treasure of the store passing by in disbelief, and hurriedly trotted after it. "Oh my car! Silly woman, didn't you say not to let customers test drive it?" The girl at the counter stared at the treasure of the store parked in front of the counter in amazement. Why did you drive the car here?" Chen Fan opened the car door and jumped out. Ping Ping in the back seat also followed with long legs. "First, sir, are you paying in full or in installments?" Chen Fan took out his bank card, ID card and driver's license from his wallet. "Pay in full. Hurry up. I have an emergency." The sales manager who rushed over was so excited that his eyes lit up when he saw this scene. "Dear customer, please rest assured, our store is one of the most efficient in the industry." "Well, Ping Ping, Go and greet the new customers at the door. I take care of the formalities for this gentleman. Chen Fan looked down at the man in a suit with a flattering smile on his face. Don't laugh. The man in the suit was startled and quickly stopped laughing. Chen Fan, stop looking down on others with your dog eyes. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction at the man in the suit, who looked up. Very good. Go away. I let her handle the formalities. Ping Ping, who was in despair, saw Chen Fan's behavior and wanted to cry. She almost thought that her commission of tens of thousands of yuan was going to be taken away. 10 minutes later, Ping Ping, sweating profusely, came back with Chen Fan ID card, bank card, and driver's license. She also brought back 2 temporary license plates and a car purchase contract. Brother Chen, it's all done. Chen Fan took the documents. Get in the car, accompany me to your school. Is it convenient? Ping Ping looked back at the extremely disappointed sales manager and got on the back seat of Chen Fan without hesitation. At this time, let alone going to school, she would not refuse to go to the hotel. Ping Ping's classmates looked at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class disappearing in front of the store in disbelief. Ah, this. Xiaoping seems to have earned enough tuition for the next 2 years. How can she be so lucky? I hate myself so much. Why should I leave? Huh? She left with someone right after selling the car. I think she sold it because she contributed herself. Qingzhou University. The main entrance. Ah, that's our counselor's car. He seems to have just gotten off work. Ping Ping, the long-legged beauty in the back seat, suddenly pointed at an Audi sedan that was driving toward the university gate and shouted. Chen Fan had already seen the 2 familiar figures before she shouted. Chen Fan stepped on the accelerator, and with a roar, he parked the car horizontally in front of the university gate, in front of Zhao Guangjing's car. Chapter 21. Big G blocking the door. Zhao Guangjing in the Audi car quickly braked and stopped. Ah! Who drives so uncivilized? Just parked at the door? Zhao Guangjing, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pushed the door and got out of the car with an unhappy face. The beautiful woman in the passenger seat was also startled and got out of the car with an unhappy look. As soon as the 2 walked to the front of the car, they saw Chen Fan coming down from the driver's seat. The moment he saw Chen Fan, Zhao Guangjing's eyes were instantly flustered and then returned to normal. Chen Fan? Why are you here? Why did you park your car in front of our school? Move it away quickly. Chen Fan showed an extremely friendly smile. Why? Is it not okay for me to come and see my 2 former best friends? Look, what a coincidence, I just happened to catch you getting off work. Zhao Guangjing showed a somewhat awkward smile. Okay, why not? We old classmates haven't gotten together for a long time. I treat you some other day. Let's have a good gathering. Fanzi, move the car away first. The car owners who honked their horns behind came down to check the situation. Not to mention the college students who were leaving school. With such a domineering G-Class blocking the door, there must be something interesting to watch. Hey! Look! Does the owner of the G-Class look like the man despised by Teacher Zhao in our forum? Your eyes are really good. And it seems like that. That's the man who was used as a negative example by Zhao Guangjing. Yes. This man used to be Teacher Zheng's first love. He was scolded by his current boyfriend, and his ex-boyfriend drove a G-Class to get back at him. This time it's exciting. Yes, this is a pure large-scale Shura field. Chen Fan seemed not to hear what Zhao Guangjing said. He smiled and handed the car purchase contract in his hand to Zhao Guangjing. How can you arrange the party? You make 5,000 or 7,000 yuan a month. Save more money. You will have many places to spend money in the future. You have studied law for a while, right? Can you help me look at this car purchase contract? Is there anything wrong with it? You know me. My family was poor when I was a child. Is my education level not high? I don't know as much as you two. Zhao Guangjing glanced at the domineering Mercedes-Benz G behind Chen Fan, and his face looked a little ugly. He could no longer figure out why Chen Fan came here, and his brain was really filled with water. Zhang Yanyan looked at the car purchase contract in Chen Fan's hand in surprise. Did you really buy this car? Did you do anything illegal? Why don't you buy a more energy-saving one? This car is so expensive and not practical. It would be great if you could transfer the remaining money to your uncle and aunt. The beautiful and mature Zhang Yanyan said with a frown. She and Chen Fan had been together for a long time. Although they had separated, she was used to thinking about Chen Fan. After all, there was no hatred. They were just not together anymore. They had always been very respectful. However, She did not understand why Chen Fan blocked the door today. Chen Fan knew from Zheng Yanyan words that she was still unaware of the things on the forum. And he felt better. He sighed. Alas. Yanyan, don't you know that men should live a decent life? Yesterday, someone said that I couldn't afford a good car or eat in a restaurant. I felt ashamed and uncomfortable. So, I quickly proposed a better one today. By the way, that person said it secretly and posted it on your school's forum, didn't you know? Chen Fan looked surprised. Zheng Yanyan frowned and glanced at Zhao Guangzheng, who looked grim beside her, then opened her phone and started to look through it. Chen Fan smiled brightly and did not respond to the crowd taking pictures and recording videos. Guangzheng, why don't you show me the contract? What? Didn't you say I'm your best friend? You won't even help me with this little bit? I haven't seen you for more than a year. I'm really worried about you too. Has Yanyan gotten over her habit of not being able to sleep without stockings? By the way, I ordered you a few boxes of the kidney tonifying supplements you often take. Remember to take them. They're all from my heart. Oh! And remember to have surgery on the black mole on the outside of Yanyan thigh as soon as possible. I've read a lot of medical knowledge recently. If the mole is big, it may be melanoma. Seeing Zhao Guangzheng's flushed face, Chen Fan felt much better. Oh! Isn't this blocking the gate of your school? Really? A novice driver just can't drive. I drive away. We've made an appointment to have dinner another day. By the way, Guangzheng, your father asked me to borrow money a few days ago. It wasn't much. Just over 200,000 yuan. I was thinking, at least you have to agree to let me borrow it for him. After all, your uncle loved gambling when he was young, and it's not easy for people to trust him. Let's go. I'm really leaving this time. I'm so sorry to have delayed everyone for so long. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove away with the cold beauty in the passenger seat, leaving only Mr. Zhao Guangzheng, who looked grim. Zheng Yanyan frowned and turned off her phone. Did you ask someone to post this? Do you think it's glorious to steal someone's love? How inferior do you have to be to care about this kind of thing? Do you feel better now? Don't touch me. Go home by yourself. I stay at my sister's place for a few days. On the way home from Qingzhou University, Qin Shui in the passenger seat slowly looked at Chen Fan. I wasted an hour and 10 minutes. What's the point of doing such a thing? Will it give you some kind of psychological comfort? She was sincerely asking Chen Fan about his inner feelings. This was something she couldn't understand, and it was also the cause of her illness. Chen Fan leaned back in the comfortable car seat, and his fake smile disappeared. Do you think it's meaningful? My best friend plotted against me, I endured it, and my beloved changed his heart, I endured it too. Then you said that everything is over, and I wish them both the best. Why are you still despising me online, humiliating me, and using me as a negative example? Shui, uncle can tolerate this, but aunt can't. Qin Shui nodded half understanding and half uncomprehendingly. I see the students and teachers watching have recorded the video for you. Can Zhao Guangzheng continue to do it there? Chen Fan braked and waited for the red light. I don't care whether he can do it or not. What does it have to do with me? Besides, is there anything wrong with what I said? Am I angry? I didn't hit anyone. Did I? I am so calm. Ah, when I think of Zhao Guangzheng's expression like he had eaten shit, haha, I feel so good. It's so cool. Chapter 22 Weird Things in the Restaurant. Qin Shui looked out the window. She still didn't understand what Chen Fan was comfortable with. Where are you going? Chen Fan, of course I'm taking you home. Qin Shui was silent for a while. What about my car? Chen Fan turned around. Oops. I forgot the car for Qin Shui at the 4S store. After taking many turns, it was already past 4 in the afternoon when the two returned to the Mercedes-Benz store. Chen Fan looked at the ice beauty beside him and felt a little guilty. Such a beautiful woman accompanied me to buy a car and accompanied me to school to play for a while. But she didn't drink a drop of water or eat a meal for most of the day. I can't bully her just because she is stupid. Shui, don't rush to get the car. Are you hungry? Brother will take you to eat something good. Qin Shui nodded. I'm hungry. Chen Fan, what to eat? Qin Shui looked outside the car for a while. Steak. Chen Fan took a look at the large Western restaurant, and without saying a word, he stepped on the accelerator and arrived at the restaurant door. The parking boy's glasses lit up, and he immediately ran over. Sir, please come in. I park for you. Chen Fan held his head high, threw the key and tipped to the young man, and took Qin Shui to a high-end Western restaurant he had never been to before. This restaurant is a star-rated restaurant, and the prices are sky-high. But the taste is not good enough for a full banquet. The raw and cooked beef even made Chen Fan feel a little uncomfortable. Shui, eat slowly. I have to go to the bathroom. Chen Shui turned her head and looked in the direction of the bathroom. Is it over there? Then I want to go too. The two walked towards the bathroom one after the other. When they were about to reach the women's restroom area, Chen Shui stopped in front of the door of the barrier-free bathroom. Chen Fan was a little confused and didn't understand why Chen Shui didn't leave, but his stomach was really uncomfortable, so he had to go to the bathroom first. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan came out, and Chen Shui was still standing at the door of the barrier-free bathroom. She frowned and seemed to be thinking hard about something. Chen Fan was surprised. He had never seen Chen Shui's expression before. It was probably not just him. Even his uncles and aunts had never seen Chen Shui have such a big emotion. Shui, why are you still standing here? Are you confused? Chen Shui looked back at Chen Fan, and then looked at the door of the barrier-free bathroom again. In here, there seems to be something very familiar to me, but I can't remember it. Chen Fan laughed. Everyone is familiar with the things in here, what can't you remember? He teased Chen Shui. And seeing that Chen Shui still had a confused look, Chen Fan also became serious. If someone else made such a strange move, Chen Fan would quickly pull her away. But Chen Shui was different. It seemed that this was the first time she had such a curious expression. If he could do something for her, it might help her condition. Waiter. A big boy in a well-dressed suit ran over. Hello. Both of you. Is there anything I can help you with? Chen Fan hesitated for 2 seconds, but still asked shamelessly, what's in this bathroom? The waiter looked at Chen Fan and Chen Shui strangely. He thought to himself, how presumptuous this person is. What's in a locked bathroom? There must be someone there. How dare you ask that? Hello. Sir. There should be a guest in this bathroom. If you need anything, you can go to the men's bathroom over here. Chen Fan scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Oh, I know. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he pulled Chen Shui to a seat. The waiter looked at the two people who left with amusement, and then looked at the bathroom with the door closed. Hey, when did the guest in this bathroom go in? The waiter looked back at a table behind him that had not finished eating. No. The guest came when I just took over at around 1 p.m. If she went to the bathroom, then how long has she been in the bathroom now? It's been at least 2 hours. Right? Oh my God. The waiter immediately had a bad feeling. Thinking for a moment, he hurried to the door and knocked. Knock. 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 Hello, madam, are you still in there? Knock. 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 Hello, is anyone in there? Do you need help? When Chen Fan and the other man heard the knock, they stopped and turned around to look. The waiter knocked on the door several more times, and he started to feel uneasy as he didn't get a response. I go find the manager. Chen Fan looked at the waiter, who ran up the stairs quickly, and glanced at Chen Shui beside him with complicated eyes. There seemed to be something wrong inside. How did Xiao Shui know? Special ability? After a few minutes, the waiter ran down the stairs with a Mediterranean man. Judging from his clothes, this Mediterranean should be the person in charge of this luxurious Western restaurant. Knock. Knock. Is anyone there? Knock. Knock. Are you in there? Sir? Customer? Do you need help? The person in charge shouted for a long time, but the result was the same as before. There was no sound inside. You could see with the naked eye that sweat began to appear on the bald head of the person in charge. Call Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li, pull a piece of white cloth to block it, and open the door. Chen Fan touched his nose. He thought he had to kick the door open, but it turned out that they had a key. I have watched too many movies and TV dramas. At this moment, besides Chen Shui, there were several customers standing beside Chen Fan who came here with curiosity. After all, there was a lot of noise here, and everyone could see that something might have happened. The curtain was drawn, and the two waitresses nervously opened the bathroom door with the key, and walked in carefully. The next second, ah! Ah! Two piercing screams echoed in the restaurant. The customers outside the door took a step back in fear. Oh my God! I was so scared. What happened inside? The person in charge, Xiao Zhang. What happened inside? Hurry up and help the customer put on his clothes so that we can go in. Before the person in charge finished speaking, there was a rapid and panicked sound of footsteps from inside. The next moment, the two women knocked down the curtain and rushed out. As the curtain fell, the people outside the door finally saw the scene inside the barrier-free bathroom. At this time, no matter who it was, they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and some timid women even collapsed on the ground. Chen Fan protected Chen Shui behind him the moment he saw the woman. She was a woman with a disabled leg. Or she used to be a woman with a disabled leg. Now her body was covered with holes, and black sticky blood flowed on her body and on the ground. Several fist-sized white worms were visible in the hole. The most unacceptable thing was that the woman didn't seem to be dead yet. At this moment, she was smiling with a crazy and satisfied look on her face. She held a white worm that was twisting and struggling in her hand and put it into her mouth. Then she bit it off one by one and swallowed it into her stomach. The white and green juice splashed and sprayed. It's delicious, delicious, really delicious. Do you want to eat it? I have a lot. I can share it. I can share it. The woman struggled and walked towards the crowd step by step. Ugh! Ugh! Ghost! Ghost! Run away! Not to mention others, even Chen Fan, who had experienced life and death twice, couldn't accept this scene. He vomited out all the steak and pasta he had just eaten. But Chen Shui was an exception. Not only was she not afraid, but she showed a rare expression of great interest. Chapter 23 Abyss Worm. At this moment, everyone present except those who could not move fled like crazy. Faced with such a horrible thing, no matter how much you like to watch the fun, you dare not watch it here. The person in charge had a better mentality. He ran away, but he did not put down the phone in his hand, as if he was calling the police. Chen Fan was also frightened by this weird scene. Seeing the woman getting closer and closer, he quickly pulled Chen Shui back. For some reason, Chen Fan threw a primary identification technique while retreating. Zhang Lan, Level 2, Parasitized, Evaluation, a poor soul between death and life. Abyss Worm, White. Evaluation, the larvae of the Abyss Earth Dragon, the largest number of natives in the Abyss. You'd better not let them reproduce too much. Originally, Chen Fan wanted to run away and let the police handle it. But after reading this evaluation, Chen Fan hesitated. According to the introduction, this thing reproduces by being eaten and ignores physical attacks and can merge with each other. If the number is too large, it may even become an Abyss Earth Dragon. Although it is not strong, but its skills are quite abnormal. What if the police come and can't handle it properly? What if the flesh and skin of this thing bounce into my mouth? Even if everything goes well, the body of the worm is not handled properly. What if it is eaten by stray dogs? If it causes serious consequences, will I, who is obviously capable but turned a blind eye, really feel good about my conscience? But what if my identity as a player is exposed? Will it bring danger to myself? This is only the first day of my good life. A few minutes later, a thick fog rose illogically in the restaurant. In the thick fog, Chen Fan aimed at the poor woman who had gone crazy. Freeze! Freeze! In just a few minutes, the worms in the bathroom, including the woman who could no longer be saved, turned into lifeless, cold ice sculptures. Chen Fan took out the green battle axe from his backpack and smashed the ice sculptures into pieces with a few bangs. I hope the ice attribute attack will work. That was all Chen Fan could do. Kill Zhang Lan. A player in the same camp, penalty, level -1. Obtain the right to issue internal test qualification number 9820, can be given as a gift. Experience value is full, level +1, current level 19. Chen Fan level was deducted by 1 level, but it was filled up by the previous overflow of experience value. Getting an internal test qualification, but Chen Fan was a little dazed. So, is this how the internal test qualification was obtained? Chen Fan began to think about the origin of his internal qualification. Chen Shui stared at Chen Fan blankly. You can actually do magic? Chen Fan turned his head and looked at her. You can actually say actually. I explain it to you after we get out. Come on, we have to run. After saying that, Chen Fan dragged Chen Shui into the crowd fleeing in the thick fog. Fortunately, there were still customers dining upstairs, which extended the time for everyone to escape. If only Chen Fan and the other two stayed for so long before going out, then what Chen Fan had just done would have been very likely to be exposed. The escape was smooth, and there were no obstacles along the way. After retrieving Chen Shui's car, the two drove back to the store. After arriving at the cabin, Chen Fan did not hide anything from Chen Shui, and briefly told her about what happened after he obtained the game qualification. It was considered to be an explanation of the source of his ability. After listening to Chen Fan's story, Chen Shui was not suspicious or surprised. but was unusually interested. Did Li Xiaoqian send it to you? Chen Fan nodded. But I don't know the reason. I asked her. But she ignored me. Chen Shui, is that so? I'm very familiar with that kind of aura. I feel like I've come into contact with it a long time ago. Can I go into that game and take a look? Chen Fan frowned. He had no way to do it before. But after killing the infected player today, he really had the ability. But he didn't know whether he should give this qualification to Chen Shui. It wasn't that he was reluctant. It was mainly because he was afraid that Chen Shui would be in danger in that world. He himself had gone through great pains to survive until now. I can give you a test qualification, but it's very dangerous inside. I'm worried about you. Chen Shui turned her head and looked into Chen Fan's eyes. Said seriously, I want to go. Chen Fan. Well, that's good. Maybe there's a chance to cure your illness there. Chen Fan had never seen Chen Shui so determined about something, except sleeping together. There are too few things in this world that interest her. Perhaps if she wants to cure her emotional disorder, the only option is to play games. But although I promised you, you must listen to me after entering the game. And you must be by my side when you log into the game? Chen Shui nodded without hesitation, indicating that she agreed. Hey, Mom, I'm not going home tonight. Well, sleep at Chen Fan Place. What are the safety measures? In the suburbs of Qingzhou City, inside the Daikasi Western restaurant, several policemen wearing protective clothing and gas masks were carefully cleaning up the scattered crimson particles on the floor of the restaurant. Report to Captain Zhang, the scene was full of purple-black biological tissues, and no horrible monsters as described by the witnesses were found. It is suspected to be a Class 3 incident. It is recommended to seek help from superiors. Received. Received. Please clean up all biological tissues at the scene immediately, and no omissions. The main god space. Haiti Delta. The Revolutionary Army Base. Xiaoqian. Let your dragon horse run steadily. The carriage is not filled with cotton, but an 8-month pregnant woman. A wild man who was running, and was 2.5 meters tall, shouted anxiously. Li Xiaoqian was standing on the constantly rolling carriage, holding the silver-gray heavy machine gun steadily with both hands. Stop talking nonsense. If it's really shaking, it means you found the wrong person. You can't even save your own life. And you still have the mind to worry about others. The berserker was speechless, and he could only vent his anger on the endless pursuers behind him. The two pear-blossom double-edged axes were whirling fiercely, and bloody heads flew into the sky. Boom! A ball of deep purple energy hit the ground where the carriage had just passed, followed by 2, 3, and countless more. The enemy's methods were so brutal that they didn't even spare their own soldiers. In an instant, the earth trembled, sand and stones flew, and thick smoke rose, like a natural disaster. Calling Jingwei. The 11th line of defense was hit by a magic cannon. The main observer is on our side. Apply for the release of permission 8024. Jingwei received. The information is true. Permission 8024 has been opened. Authorizer, Li Xiaoqian. In the dense and endless smoke of artillery fire, Li Xiaoqian heroic figure in silver armor was revealed. GT-8024 Destroyer, start. Tens of thousands of self-destruct drones marked as made in China flew into the sky together, so many that it was like a dark cloud covering the sun. Chapter 24 Abyss. Welcome player number 9820 Chen Shui to log into the main god space successfully. Wish you good luck. Expressionless Chen Shui slowly opened her eyes and calmly looked around. This is a mountainous area, but the ground is bare, without any plants. The color of the rocks and soil is also particularly gloomy. The cold air is filled with an atmosphere of fear. But these are useless to Chen Shui. She raised her left hand, and her eyes were fixed on a small black pistol in her hand. This should be the companion treasure that Chen Fan mentioned. Looking at the black bracelet on her hand as promised, Chen Shui pressed it. Chen Shui, Level 1. Evaluation. I'm sure this is not a human. Chen Shui read the attribute panel expressionlessly. Prerequisites have been met. Newbie Task 1. Worm Hunter, difficulty medium. Task requirements. Kill 100 abyss worms. Completion rewards. Nether compass rotation times x1. Small pistol level +1. Player entry and exit rights. Game functions open. Failure penalty. Erase a random emotion. Evaluation. Please don't underestimate the abyss worms. The next moment after Chen Shui finished reading the task introduction, a terrifying scene appeared. The originally quiet ground began to break and crack, and deep red magma began to permeate every crack on the ground. Countless white worms emerged from the soil, slowly and firmly crawling towards Chen Shui. This scene was terrifying and disgusting, and it was not something that ordinary people could accept. But Chen Shui was obviously not included here. Not only did she not feel scared, but she felt that this was reasonable. As if this place should be like this. A palm-sized abyss worm suddenly shrank its body and violently shot towards Chen Shui's pretty face. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely raise his pistol and smash the terrifying worm. Then he would be likely to have the blood and flesh of the abyss worm splashed into his mouth. But Chen Shui was special. She directly reached out and grasped the ugly and creepy white worm. She watched it struggle in her hand indifferently, hissing. Then she pressed it into the magma flowing on the ground. She noticed that all the worms were wriggling to avoid the magma. Chen Shui was not lacking in the ability to think calmly. The white worm struggled to melt in the magma. Kill Abyss Worm X1, experience +1. Decompose? Inside the barber shop, Chen Fan sat on a recliner, slowly lost in thought. Next to him, on the small bed that originally belonged to him, a beautiful woman with snow-white skin was sleeping peacefully. I killed a parasitic woman in reality, and then I heard the system prompt sound. Is this reasonable? This is really unreasonable. Or, is reality actually part of the game? It's a bit too scary to think like this. Doesn't that mean that all those who don't have the internal test qualification are NPCs? But it seems that being NPCs is nothing. They all live the same way. There's no difference. I don't know how the police handled the situation at the Western restaurant. The skills of the abyss worms are too abnormal. I don't know if they can be completely killed by freezing and then smashing them. That poor woman should have just entered the game and accidentally ate the part of the worm. She should have been parasitized at that time, but she must have been unaware of it. Afterwards, she must have completed her novice mission and returned to reality. Then, there was the scene in the restaurant. Chen Fan thought about it carefully. He felt that the probability of such a thing happening was not low. But why had he never seen any news about such a thing? Are governments of various countries deliberately blocking and controlling things about this game? Or is it that the players are, and the leaders of various countries are unaware of it? Forget it. I don't want to think too much. Chen Fan opened the attribute panel, glanced at Chen Shui, who was sleeping soundly, and then clicked to enter the game. It was dusk in the South China Sea at this time, and the howling sea breeze was bitter and salty. Chen Fan woke up from the cabin, walked to the cockpit, looked at the sea chart, and determined his location. Current speed 200 kilometers per hour. Remaining time to the destination Along Islands, 12 days. Chen Fan came to the empty deck, feeling the vastness of the sea and his own insignificance. Are all the players in the ocean area so lonely? Sign in. Once again. I got some fresh water, a box of white bread. Chen Fan's body in this world was indeed a little hungry, so he ate some white bread with the sea breeze. Then he took out the blue advanced fishing rod from his backpack and started night fishing. Congratulations on getting 2 double-headed carp white. Experience +4. Decompose? Congratulations on getting 1 rare fish. Sturgeon green. Experience +20. Decompose? It seems that the fish tonight are not full. Chen Fan caught several fish after sitting for a while. I harvested a lot of fish bones, fish meat, and other materials. Fishing is actually a rather boring process. Chen Fan felt a little bored after fishing for a while. Open the attribute panel and check the world channel. Lu Duo Duo. Is anyone going to the Along Islands to look for treasure? I can take them along. Zhang Ergu, friendly reminder. The above-mentioned occupation is a pirate. Zhou Xingxing, are you too lazy to find people to rob now? You still have to let people come to you? Chen Fan, I have 2 questions. What treasures are there in the Along Islands? How do I get the pirate profession? Lu Duo Duo, coordinates, come to me, I tell you. Chen Fan, okay. Okay. Zhang Ergu at Chen Fan, there's a fool here, everyone come and bully him. Chen Fan exited the world channel. He would definitely not go to that coordinate, although his ship was very powerful, but who knew where that coordinate was? It must be another Purple Sea area. He actually had a treasure map with the destination in the Along Islands. But it seemed that he was not the only one. Judging from Lu Duo Duo's tone, this seemed to be a semi-open secret. In this case, would all the ocean players go to the Along Islands? He was thinking. With a bang, a mermaid boy broke through the sea and jumped onto the deck. While the person was in the air, the huge fish tail magically turned into 2 legs. The boy was holding a bunch of things similar to seashells. The mermaid boy looked handsome, but his eyes were dull, and even a little sluggish. The boy did not talk to Chen Fan, but broke open a seashell and started eating. After eating 3 or 5, he seemed to be full, and saw Chen Fan staring at him. The mermaid boy thought for a while, then picked up 2 seashells and walked to Chen Fan. He handed them to him. Chen Fan was a little surprised. This mermaid boy did not seem to regard himself as an enemy. Chapter 25. Powerful Seashell, Blue. Power +1 after use, daily limit, 1. Evaluation. One of the treasures on the seabed, priceless. What a good thing. Chen Fan took the 2 huge seashells. He patted the boy's wet shoulders. Well, you are still sensible, you know how to respect the captain, you are 10,000 times stronger than your female demon. What's your name? The mermaid boy only looked at Chen Fan expressionlessly. After a while, Chen Fan was speechless. You look like a friend of mine. His name is Horace, one of my few tribesmen. He can't answer your question because he is dying. Haley's voice came from behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan was embarrassed. She heard her saying that she was a female demon. Do you all go through a period of not being able to speak before you die? Haley glared at him. Asshole. Which race has such a strange custom? We are just sick. Sick? Chen Fan looked at the mermaids, who jumped onto the deck one after another with great agility. They don't look sick at all? Haley swayed and walked in front of Chen Fan. It's not a physical illness, but a curse from the soul. Her dark green hair fell to her ears, and drops of water rolled down her graceful body. Chen Fan swallowed. How about I find you some clothes to wear? Haley smiled coquettishly, like 100 flowers blooming. Am I beautiful in your eyes? Chen Fan was stunned. This little girl was tempting him. Can my charm kill people regardless of race? Very beautiful as a rose. Haley put her delicate hands on Chen Fan's waist. Then, give me a soul, and I will belong to you. Chen Fan leaned over and moved closer to the coquettish face in front of him. Okay. Bang. Haley grabbed Chen Fan's arm and threw him to the deck with a back throw. King! You can eat him now. The first layer of the abyss. Chen Shui looked up at the huge roulette wheel in front of her. The pointer stopped in the white area. It seems that Chen Fan method is useless. Please spin the roulette wheel within 30 seconds. Chen Shui reached out and pulled the huge roulette wheel. The pointer stopped in the purple area. Princess Toad, purple servant. Evaluation. The forbidden combination of light and darkness. The price is that you need to accept his usual ugly appearance. Servant characteristics. The servant cannot really die if the master survives. Chen Shui closed the attribute panel. The Princess Toad? It's you. Chen Shui asked, looking at a palm-sized toad standing at her feet with her arms around her shoulders. Yes, my beautiful princess. But I have a more appropriate name. You can also call me His Royal Highness Prince Guillermo Diaz Gastambide. Chen Shui shook her head. I can't remember. So I just call you Little G. The toad widened his already big eyes. Why don't you just call me Toad? When Chen Fan returned to the real world, Chen Shui hadn't quit the game yet. He checked the time. It was not yet 11 o'clock. Touching his somewhat dissatisfied stomach, Chen Fan walked out of the bedroom and began to prepare some simple meals. That stinky woman from the Siren tribe, she turned hostile at any time, luckily. The big black octopus couldn't attack me otherwise. I would have been hurt by her. She even used the beauty trick. Hee hee. Let's wait and see. Fried a few pieces of fish from the backpack, mixed with a little horseradish, and used it to dip in the sea clams. After preparing a thoughtful and loving dinner, Chen Fan opened the door of the back room, intending to see if Chen Shui was awake. As soon as the door was opened, Chen Fan was stunned by the toad sitting on the bed with his legs crossed. Why is there such a big toad on my bed? And it's sitting with its legs crossed. The anthropomorphic toad also showed an extremely surprised expression. My princess, why is there such an ugly and inferior commoner in your family? Could it be that, has your heart been taken away? Woo 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 woo. Chen Shui sniffed her snow-white little nose. Did you make a midnight snack? I'm hungry. She had no intention of paying attention to the two guys. Chen Fan turned his head to look at Chen Shui, who was walking straight to the kitchen, then turned back to look at the heartbroken toad. First of all, this is my home, and secondly, I don't think your princess would like a toad. Even if the toad can occasionally turn into a pretty boy, it won't work. He had just used the identification spell. The toad wiped his tears and roared. Impossible, it is fate that chose us. Light and darkness will eventually combine. You ignorant and foolish commoner. Chin Fan spread his hands innocently. Okay, you crying toad, I, an ignorant and foolish commoner, am going to have dinner with your princess, but I won't bring you. Please call me by my name, Your Highness Prince Guillermo Diaz Gastambide. Ignorant civilians. To be honest, Chin Fan somehow was able to accept eating with a talking toad. It can be seen that this main God space game is really a training game. Chin Fan was watching short videos while eating grilled fish. Well damn, Snow, look at this, this person seems to be a player in the game. Chin Fan saw a super popular video with over 1 million likes. In the video, a black guy was proudly spitting fireballs at his side with his mouth, and screaming while spitting, and he did not swallow any flammable liquids such as alcohol and gasoline during the whole process. Click on the comments. The sun is not as bright as me. Who photoshopped this video? Don't mention it, it's quite professional. Naibai Shuezi, this is not photoshopped. This is superpower. Guangguili, am I the only one who noticed that the black guy's screams are very rhythmic? Don't get involved. Zhao Shaohui shares her life. The Calabash brothers have invaded the earth, everyone run. Must reply if relevant. Middle Eastern mercenary, looking at the background. This should be in Shilia. Right? With this ability. Why don't you go to the battlefield to harvest heads? Chapter 26 Pirates are coming. Qin Shui took the phone and looked at it for a few seconds. There are at least 9,000 players in the world, so it's not surprising that some of them appear on the internet. Qin Shui number is 9820, so she guessed the minimum number of players. Qin Fan nodded. What Qin Shui said was reasonable. But why have you never seen it before? Qin Shui thought about it. Maybe you are not interested in this kind of thing, so the big data didn't recommend it to you. Qin Fan thought, that's possible. The toad stared at the colorful mobile phone screen. Ping, Mr. Qin Fan, what's the name of this thing? Can you give me one? Considering that it was Qin Shui right-hand man, Qin Fan took out an old mobile phone from the drawer as a substitute. I give it to you. I hope you will be a grateful toad. After eating supper, Qin Fan unilaterally asked Qin Shui about her experience in the game in detail. You mean? You pulled this toad from the roulette wheel. And it has a hidden job? Qin Shui, yes. That white bug looks like a maggot. You can do it? But then again, it seems that your way of passing the level is the safest. Is the companion treasure a small pistol? It sounds much more convenient than a small wooden boat. If you encounter something that is difficult to define, it is best to identify it. There are many seemingly impossible things that can be swallowed by the companion treasure to upgrade. And the toad who was watching the short video looked up. Mr. Qin, has anyone ever told you that you are annoying? Qin Fan, no. Never. The next morning, Qin Fan, who had been lying on the recliner all night, got up with a sore back. Actually, he had an evil idea of getting close to her last night. But a toad suddenly appeared. The shutter door was half open, and Qin Fan went out and walked around his Mercedes-Benz G with satisfaction. Damn. Who has no conscience to let the dog pee on my wheels? Driving to the familiar Sanya post station, Qin Fan pressed the car window, revealing a handsome face. Old Jew, how is your business recently? The post station owner looked at Qin Fan in the luxury car with suspicion. Oh, it's Boss Qin. Are you buying a car? Qin Fan waved his hand. Oh, I didn't want to buy it, but I had no choice. I really needed a way to get around, so I just bought one. I'm sending an express mail to my hometown. Qin Fan handed the fish meat that he had prepared long ago, which could improve physical fitness in the game, to the owner of the post station. It's still the same address? Old Jew, you go ahead and do your work. I go back first. The Mercedes-Benz G slowly turned around and left, and then stopped 15 meters away from the post station. Qin Fan has arrived home. Boss Jew's mouth twitched. You're pretending. Qin Fan parents were farmers in a village in Qingzhou. Life was particularly difficult in the early years. The 4 members of the family depended on the 1/3 acre of land to survive. But later Qin Fan opened a barber shop, and his father was able to do some work at the construction site. And life gradually became better. Now the old couple has some savings, and the money they sent back from home is enough for them to spend. Qin Fan only sent back the fish meat that is good for the body. As for bringing the old couple to the city to fulfill their filial piety, Qin Fan never thought about it. 2 authentic rural people, who traveled east and west twice a day, asked them to squat in a high-rise building in the city, where they were unfamiliar with the place. That was not a blessing. That was a living hell. Back to the door of the shop. Chen Fan saw a middle-aged man standing at the door waiting. Brother Lu, you got up really early, want a haircut? The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. Yes, I got up for a walk. I saw that you opened the door halfway, so I waited for a while. It's just right to cut it now, so I don't have to bother with it in the afternoon. Chen Fan picked up the clipper skillfully and gave Brother Lu a regular haircut that was neither too short nor too long. During this time, Chen Shui also got up and was very tactful and busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Chen Fan didn't think she was making breakfast for him. He knew in his heart that Chen Shui was just hungry, so he made some for her. The middle-aged man saw Chen Shui figure in the mirror, and even at his age, he was distracted for a moment. Who is this? Xiao Chen. Your girlfriend? Your shop finally has a boss lady. Chen Fan smiled and said nothing. But a certain toad was obviously unhappy. Humble commoner. Her Highness the Princess is still pure. If you don't control your mouth, I will tear it apart. This angry shouting really frightened Chen Fan, and his hands froze. Oh no! Wouldn't Brother Lu have a heart attack? However, the middle-aged man did not show any abnormality. Instead, he was a little puzzled by Chen Fan's stagnant movements. Why don't you cut it? Xiao Chen. Chen Fan was relieved that he had a false alarm. It turned out that the players could not hear the toad talking. It's okay. It's okay. I just had a cramp in my finger. After breakfast, Aqiang and Chen Li went to work, and Chen Fan and Chen Shui returned to the cabin to log into the game again. It was a bit cold on the sea today. Looking at the number of dark clouds in the sky, Chen Fan, who couldn't predict the weather, knew that it was going to rain soon. What were they doing? Chen Fan saw from afar that the group of sea monsters were gathering together to do something. A group of green-haired people gathered together, like a pile of seaweed floating out of the sea. Chen Fan walked closer. The boy who gave him the powerful seashell last night was lying on the deck with a pale face. His breathing was intermittent, and it was obvious that something was wrong. Chen Fan looked at Haley, who had no expression on her face. What happened to him? Has he had an attack? Haley nodded. Yes, he has less than an hour left to live. Chen Fan frowned. Your tribesmen are dying. As the tribe leader, how can you say it so calmly? Haley looked at Chen Fan indifferently. I have done everything I can. I have experienced the same thing hundreds of times. Can sadness change the outcome? If you die, then die. If you live, you are just a puppet living on instinct. Chen Fan felt mixed emotions. This little boy gave him 2 valuable seashells yesterday. How come he is going to die today? Just after coming to this world? Is there no way to remove the curse of your tribe? Haley looked at Chen Fan and slowly uttered a word. Yes. Chen Fan, what is the way? Even if it is difficult, you have to do it. Haley shook her head. I tried it last night, but it didn't work. Chen Fan's face froze. Your method, wouldn't it be, let your king eat me? Haley remained silent. She acquiesced. Prerequisites have been met. Release a limited-time mission. Destroy the Dumbledore Pirates. Difficulty, medium. Mission description. The evil Dumbledore Pirates have discovered your ship, and have already regarded you and all your treasures as theirs. Thousands of innocent people have died in this pirate group. Please be sure to kill them. Mission requirements. Destroy the Dumbledore Pirates within 10 hours. Completion rewards. Experience points x 90 million, gold coins x 500, title, Pirate Annihilator, item, life barrier. Failure penalty, level -2. Evaluation. There may be pirates who never kill, but there are none in the Dumbledore Pirates. Chapter 27. The Battle to Destroy Dumbledore's Pirates. Listening to the task prompts in his ears, Chen Fan had a complicated expression. Is he being targeted by a pirate ship? Is this my misfortune, or that of the Dumbledore Pirates? Miss Haley, I want to ask, besides my soul, can other people's souls be used? Haley nodded. Humans, mermaids, elves, goblins, dwarves are all okay, but ordinary people have very little soul energy, and the soul energy of the awakened is stronger. As long as the king can absorb the soul energy, he can feed it back to us, and the souls of the tribesmen can be temporarily replenished, so that they will not perish due to the exhaustion of souls. Chen Fan didn't understand what she meant by awakener, but he analyzed that it should be someone who had successfully changed his job, and was capable of fighting at level 10 or above. There is a pirate ship sailing towards us 300 nautical miles to the right. I hope there are enough souls there for you. But no matter what the result is, I will not give up my life. I am not the kind of person who can sacrifice myself for others. A glimmer of hope finally appeared on Haley's face, which looked ashen. Are there pirates over there? Are you sure? Chen Fan nodded. I'm sure, huh? Where are you going? Haley looked at Chen Fan hand holding her arm. I'm going to catch someone. Why are you holding me? Chen Fan was speechless. What's the point of you going there alone? You can't beat those who are stronger than you, and you scare away those who are weaker than you. You've been in the sea for too long, and the water in your brain can't be poured out? Haley thought about it, and found that what this human said made sense, but how did he analyze whether there was water in his head? But what if the pirates get too close and are scared away by the king? Chen Fan smiled mysteriously. Let me show you what modern wisdom is. Under Haley's incomprehensible gaze, Chen Fan ran into the cockpit and changed his position from facing the pirates sideways to facing away from them. Why are you heading this way? You drive the pirates further away from us. Chen Fan asked with a confident look, if you were a pirate, what would happen if you encountered a ship that was indifferent to you? Haley thought about it. Rush up and rob immediately. Chen Fan was stunned. Aren't you afraid that there is someone stronger than you on that ship? Haley, I'm not afraid, I'm confident in my strength. Chen Fan gave up explaining. Go to the stern, symbolically fire a few magic cannons, and make it look like we are in a panic. Haley vaguely understood something, and left with her seductive waist swaying. Chen Fan complained while adjusting the speed to the lowest. This woman really proves what it means to have big breasts but no brains. A few minutes later, the pirate ship that nimbly dodged several magic cannons appeared in Chen Fan's field of vision. This is a metal warship about 80 meters long, with strong power, and is rushing towards the Poseidon in an impatient manner. The distance is getting closer and closer. Chen Fan can even see the sick and crazy smiles on the faces of a group of black-faced pirates. It feels like the distance is about right. Chen Fan shouted loudly to the deck, Poseidon! Your food is here! It's time to eat! The Executioner Noon is the fourth leader of Dumbledore's pirates. Compared to the previous ones, he is more bloodthirsty and cruel. This is also the spirit that the members of Dumbledore's pirates admire most. Compared to gold coins and treasures, they prefer killing and the taste of blood. Leader, let me be the vanguard this time. I can't wait to see the miserable expression of someone struggling before death. The first mate of the pirate ship was trembling with anticipation. None frowned as he stared at the large wooden transport ship that was getting closer and closer. You can be the vanguard. But I must kill the person. Because I am the leader? Leader, do you understand? The first mate showed an unwilling look. Yes. Okay, but I must torture him before I kill him. The two vicious pirate leaders were discussing the ownership of the head. The next moment, dozens of towering tentacles suddenly broke through the sea and wrapped around the Dumbledore like a bundle of dumplings. The whole ship was dragged into the sea with great ease. Chen Fan was stunned. My Poseidon is more powerful than I thought. Capture Dumbledore, tungsten steel battleship, purple, swallowing it may reduce the material grade. Do you want to swallow it? Chen Fan directly clicked yes. The usual hull upgrade and transformation scene did not appear. Chen Fan only felt the hull vibrate a few times, and then it was over. Poseidon, God. Evaluation. The most miserable descendant of the disaster-level sea monster in history. Disaster sea monsters will never be slaves. Ha ha. So the defense power has increased by 300? After looking at the hull, which still had some changes, I thought that the internal structure should still have some changes, but it was not revealed in the attributes. But there was no time to check at this moment. Many pirates, who were not drowned, had already jumped out of the sea. Some were desperately swimming far away, and some were rushing to the deck with red eyes. But behind them, there would be one or even several black octopuses more than one person tall chasing them madly. Kill Pirate Billy. Level 9, White. Get experience points x 256, gold coins x 30. Kill Pirate Auntie. Level 9, White. Get experience points x 256, gold coins x 39. Kill Pirate Captain Antel. Level 9, Green. Get experience points x 512, gold coins x 99. Task completion progress 2.3%. Remaining number of people, 539. Chen Fan is now on the deck, sharp-eyed, controlling the overall situation. Very good, Poseidon number 2. Yes. Yes, that's you. Cooperate with number 8. There's one swimming too far over there, Poseidon number 10. Go quickly, where are you looking? He was directing his, Poseidon was fighting his. There was no connection between them. Chen Fan's eyes were fixed on a pirate, who was fighting extremely fiercely. 3 or 4 Poseidon clones were beaten back by him. Identification Technique. Chapter 28 The Victim's Nun. The leader of the Dumbledore Pirates. Level 23 Purple. Evaluation. A madman who only knows how to kill. Chin Fan looked at the pirate captain. After the pirate captain defeated several Poseidon clones, he also saw Chin Fan standing on the bow. The two looked at each other. The bloodthirsty eyes that killed countless people made Chin Fan feel cold all over. And the pirate captain seemed to have found some treasure. He jumped directly from the sea to the air, and smashed the purple-red sword in his hand towards Chin Fan with a shocking momentum. Chin Fan panicked. This guy jumped too high. Didn't he? How to dodge? Ding! The next moment, a dark green figure burst out. The black long stick clashed fiercely with the big knife, making a sharp sound of metal clashing. Well done. Haley, you have done a great job in protecting the Emperor. I will give you a raise tomorrow. Haley ignored Chin Fan, but twisted her waist, and took the pirate leader back to the sea. After all, the ocean is the home of the sea monster. This was almost a one-sided battle. On the sea, the Poseidon's decomposition bodies were endless, and their individual abilities were only stronger than those of ordinary pirates. Chin Fan didn't need to do anything else, just stood on the deck and watched the number of pirates decrease one by one. What is that? Chin Fan noticed several people struggling in the water at this time. Are there any pirates who can't swim? No, Chin Fan observed carefully for a while and found that these people's attire and dress were very different from those pirates. Could they be ordinary people captured by pirates? Chin Fan threw an identification spell over. Balt, human race. Evaluation, another ordinary person. Isn't it really a pirate? Chin Fan thought for 2 seconds. And while the Octopus King hadn't noticed these ordinary people, he drove the lifeboat over. On the deck, Chin Fan sat on the only chair, looking down at the people who had just been rescued. 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, were lying on the deck retching, probably because they drank too much seawater. Thank you, this young hero. It's really thanks to you that we didn't drown. One of the 4 people, a slightly older man, recovered and began to thank Chin Fan. Chin Fan waved his hand. My name is Chin Fan. I am the captain of this ship. We are all human beings. It's okay to help each other in times of trouble. Can you tell me about your origins? The middle-aged man nodded quickly. My name is Lin Ji, and this is my granddaughter Lin Xiaoying, who used to be a resident of Yanfan Town. As he spoke, Lin Ji pulled a freckled, small young girl beside him. The girl raised her head tremblingly. Thank you, Captain Chin Fan, for saving my life. It seems that the girl has been frightened, and her eyes are out of focus. What about you two? Chin Fan looked at the 2 Western men with obvious features, compared with the grandfather and grandson, who were dressed simply. Chin Fan was more interested in the 2 Westerners, who were dressed gorgeously. My name is Balt, and this is my brother Meng Tun. We are both businessmen in Yanfan Town. Chin Fan nodded, but he was a little surprised. The development of this world seems to be different from reality. White people and yellow people live together, and there is no distinction between countries based on race. Chin Fan was watching the one-sided massacre on the sea while asking about the experiences of the 4 people. The grandfather and granddaughter were originally residents of Yanfan Town, a coastal town in the Black Gold Empire. The grandfather was a shipbuilder, and the granddaughter was a decoration maker for the adults. Because they offended the powerful, the family of 7 or 8 had to flee to the Ulung Islands. However, the merchant ship they were on was ambushed by pirates. The ship was broken, and the family was separated. In the end, the grandfather and granddaughter were captured by the Dumbledore while floating on the sea. They thought they would be tortured to death by the pirates, who knew that they were trapped in the cabin and suddenly felt the ship shake. And then the whole ship disappeared. Then, they were rescued by Chin Fan. Compared with their experiences, Balt and Montan's experiences were much worse. They were captured by Dumbledore's pirate group half a month ago. And their clansmen, wives and children were also captured. But except for useful women and young men who could work, the rest of their relatives were tortured and killed by the pirates. Strictly speaking, the 2 of them had been forced to join Dumbledore's pirate group, although this was their first time to go out to sea. 2 poor people who suffered a tragic fate. Chin Fan didn't know if they were among the pirates who needed to be annihilated. If so, it would really make him embarrassed. The battle on the sea was over. But the embarrassing thing was that the mission was not completed. Chin Fan looked at the progress of the mission speechlessly. The mission was completed 80.9%. And the number of people remaining, 121. Poseidon. What did you do? You let more than 100 people escape? You really betrayed my trust in you. Haley stood behind Chen Fan with blood on her face. She listened for a while and said, Wang said that no one escaped. And asked you, why did you take away most of the soul energy? Chen Fan was puzzled. I took it away. Oh! Could it be this? Chen Fan did receive a special system prompt just now. Kill the pirate nun. Level 23 purple. Get experience points x 42 million. Gold coins x 3000. Nun's identity certificate x1. Get soul crystal blue x1. This item cannot be traded. In addition to this blue soul crystal, 3 white soul crystals were also obtained from the 3 first mates killed by Poseidon. So, Poseidon only absorbed the soul energy of ordinary pirates? Most of it turned into soul crystals, and was sent to me by the system? It feels a bit like deliberately enhancing my control over it. Haley spoke again. Wang said, let you give it your soul energy. Chen Fan shook his head decisively. This thing is very precious. I need to study it for a while before giving it to it. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Poseidon shook violently, and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 29 Mission completed. The sudden vibration scared Lin Xiaoying on the deck, and she screamed. Ah! The pirates are coming! The pirates are coming again! Lin Ji quickly stroked his granddaughter's hair to comfort her. It's okay. It's okay. The pirates are all dead, all dead. It's safe now. Chen Fan stomped his feet hard. You get angry if I don't give it to you. Right? I'm telling you, it's useless for you to get angry. If you don't help me kill all the pirates today, I won't give you a single soul crystal. Haley. It's useless to hold the stick. I'm a dead man. At worst, I die in the sea. And you can continue to hide in some dark trench waiting to be exterminated. Haley took back the black stick. Wang said, it doesn't know where the remaining pirates are. Chen Fan's evil plan succeeded. And he smiled triumphantly. I know. In fact, Balt and Montan had already said it just now. They were in the pirates' base camp for half a month when they were captured. From this, it can be inferred that the remaining pirates should be there. After finding Balt and Montan, Chen Fan explained his intention to go to the pirate base. The two were naturally overjoyed. They thought that being rescued was the best outcome. But they didn't expect that the captain named Lin Fan had the courage to raid the pirate base. The Lin family's grandfather and grandson were naturally very scared about this matter. But it was obvious that they didn't have the slightest decision-making power. Under Balt's command, the Poseidon turned around and began to head towards an unknown sea. After sailing for about 3 hours, Chen Fan finally saw land in this world from afar. This is a small island in the shape of a cliff. The island is bare without any trace of plants. According to Bayart's guidance, the headquarters of Dumbledore's pirate group is on the side of this island, in several natural caves connected to each other. When they arrived at the designated location, Chen Fan pointed to the hole on the cliff and said, Poseidon, send your clone in, kill all the pirates, but don't touch anyone except the pirates. Otherwise, our cooperation will also end. Moo! The Poseidon made a deafening cry of dissatisfaction, and then stirred the seawater, causing a large amount of seawater to flow back into the cave. After doing this, countless small black octopuses split and rushed into the cave. Chen Fan then remembered that this guy actually has a deep-sea curse, and will die if he is out of the seawater for more than 1 minute. Sitting on the deck with his legs crossed, Chen Fan was bored and checked the number of remaining pirates one by one. It was impossible for him to enter the cave to participate in the battle. With his rubbish rookie attributes, it would be fine if he bullied ordinary people, but if he really met a strong one, it would be difficult for him to even find a chance to escape. Limited time mission. Completed the annihilation of the Dumbledore pirates. Rewards. Experience value x 90 million. Gold coins x 500. Title. Pirate Annihilator. Item. Second chance. Title. Pirate Annihilator. Blue. When facing the pirates at the main gate, friendly power plus 20%. Evaluation. Are you ready to be a pirate hunter? Chen Fan. I'm ready, but I seem to be missing 3 knives. Life barrier. 1 time orange. Usage. Passive. Item effect. Immune to 1 fatal injury. Evaluation. You should understand that this is the same as the teleportation scroll, a rule-based precious item. The system message that I waited for a long time finally came, watching the splitter returning one by one. Chen Fan said to Bayard and the others, Dumbledore's pirates have been wiped out. Go in and take a look. If your family members are still alive, Rescue them. But I have to make one thing clear in advance. All the treasures here belong to me. Do you have any objections? After seeing Chen Fan's powerful strength, no one dared to object. Chen Fan set his sights on Haley, who was caring about her people. Haley, do I save the lives of your people? Haley hesitated for a long time. Forget it. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. Give this to your king. And then accompany me to the cave to have a look. I am afraid of danger. Haley took the 2 white soul crystals. Heh. A cowardly human being. Chen Fan did not make any excuses. I admit that I am afraid of death. I also admit that I am lustful. After everything was ready, Chen Fan and his group of 5 people boarded the lifeboat, heading straight for the base camp that had been massacred. There were originally 4 people, but the old man named Lin Ji insisted on following, saying that he could at least help Chen Fan move some things. As a token of his gratitude for saving his life, Chen Fan thought about it and agreed. After all, Chen Ji is so old. He must know more about this world. If he is brought along, he might notice details that he has overlooked. Riding a small boat through the narrow trench, the group came to the bottom of the cave. Chen Fan looked up at the cave entrance, which was at least 7 or 8 meters away from the water surface, and frowned slightly. The cliff was washed so smooth by the water. How can we get up without the help of ladders or other things? Haley can jump up. Let her carry us up one by one. Do you think you will be beaten for such an abrupt request? Chen Fan was thinking about how to get up. Haley waved her jade arm. A wave of sea came from far away, cleverly pushing the lifeboat to the cave entrance above. Chen Fan was stunned. You can also control the waves? Haley shook her head. I can only use part of the king's power. By the way, I have something to say. I am also qualified to distribute the treasure searched here. Chen Fan's face was pulled long. Look at you first. You don't need to wear clothes second. You already have weapons. You can't be so greedy as a person. Haley refused. I'm not a human. I'm a mermaid. We mermaids all like to collect treasures. If you don't agree, I won't accompany you. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and agreed. This stinky woman, she said this after sending the boat to the cave. Clearly she was ready to throw herself on it if I didn't agree. She's so treacherous. Okay. The cave was not dark. There were several glowing stones embedded in the wall at intervals. The broken limbs of pirates could be seen almost everywhere on both sides of the cave. The scene was enough to scare 2 good young men in the new society to death. Perhaps these dead pirates did not expect that. They, who were good at slaughtering others, would also end up being slaughtered. Chen Fan silently said to himself, this is just a game, this is not real. While exploring deeper with a few people, except Chen Fan, the other 4 people did not feel any discomfort at all, which made Chen Fan feel as if he was the abnormal person. But as the captain of a god-level ship, Chen Fan was embarrassed to ask others, why don't you feel uncomfortable? Led by Bailt and the others, they walked very fast. Some unknown forks did not need to be explored, and they walked directly to the depths of the cave. Chapter 30 The Treasure of Dumbledore's Pirates. We came to a cave with a broken stone door. Bert stopped. Captain Chun, this should be their treasure house. I saw them moving boxes of jewels into this cave. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to pull Haley inside. Seeing the 2 Bert brothers standing still, Chen Fan asked curiously, why don't you 2 go in and take a look? Bert shook his head. We 2 are going to go to where they hold the prisoners, to see if there are any relatives who are still alive. Chen Fan thought about it, and it made sense. Other people's affairs were more important. Then you go. I am soft-hearted, and I can't bear to see that scene. Chen Fan and the other 2 stepped over the gravel and entered the treasure house of Dumbledore's pirate group. There was no splendor, but blood everywhere. It seemed that many pirates hid in the heavily guarded treasure house at the critical moment, and then the door was broken, and all the pirates were trapped and killed by Poseidon. There were only a dozen or so large wooden boxes deep in the treasure house, and 7 of them were empty. The only valuable items were 2.5 boxes of gold, silver and jewelry. Haley curled her lips. A pirate group of this size only has this little treasure? This is far from what I know. Chen Fan waved his hand and put the gold, silver and treasure into his backpack. How did you know that? Haley, my mother, the last leader of the Enchanted Siren clan. Chen Fan shook his head. Then your mother must not have really understood pirates. As far as I know, pirates rarely save a lot of money. They live for enjoyment and happiness, apart from the necessary wealth to improve their strength. Most of the rest should be spent on food, drink and women. Haley thought it made sense. You are right. But why did you take all the treasures? How did you do it? Where did you put it? Chun-Fan waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I will give you some when I return to the ship later. Oh, I remembered something. How old was your mother when she passed away? Wasn't the Querus the ship that your mother planned to lure to that dangerous sea? Haley, Querus? Are you talking about that huge sunken ship? Chun-Fan nodded. Haley also nodded. It was my mother, and another tribe member, who went to other seas to lure it here, and gave it to the newly born king to eat. But then an accident happened, and many people ran away. Since then, no intelligent life has come to the Naram Sea. Chun-Fan was puzzled. Why don't you follow your mother's example and attract merchant ships from other seas? Haley shook her head, with a somewhat sad expression. Since that fierce battle, the strength of our bewitching sea monsters has declined too much, and we have lost the strength to travel alone in the ocean. Chun-Fan had an expression that said, I understand. So you should now regard me as a savior. Haley sneered. Savior? You? A human whose strength is not even as good as Dun Dun. Dun Dun is the seal's name. Chun-Fan pursed his lips and stopped talking about this topic. Let's go back. We are lucky to have these gains. The three of them just walked out of the door of the treasure house. They met the Bale brothers, who came back with 7 or 8 people. Chun-Fan looked around. There were no women inside. He raised his hand and patted Bale's shoulder. Your wives still can't survive until now. Oh, don't be sad, we have avenged them. Bale shook his head upon hearing this. Our wives are still alive, but we killed them. Chun-Fan felt that he had misheard. Huh? You mean you found your wives, but killed them with your own hands? Bald looked normal, as if he had done something ordinary. Well, yes, they have been abused by pirates. There is no need for them to live. Chun-Fan showed an ugly smile. Is there no other way? Take them out. If they can't accept it, just separate them. Why kill them? Bale seemed to be very confused about Chun-Fan's words. As long as they are still alive, our face and dignity will be hurt. Which person of status will accept such humiliation? The mermaid Hailey showed a very contemptuous look. You humans are really the most despicable, greedy, and cruel race. Chun-Fan looked back at Hailey, and his expression became sinister. You are right. But I still have to say that not everyone is like this. Chun-Fan said, as he took out a green pistol from his backpack. He aimed it at Bale and Monton without hesitation. With 2 bangs, the 2 men had their brains burst before they could react, and fell into a pool of blood. The survivors were terrified and looked at Chun-Fan with fear. Chun-Fan took back the pistol and looked directly into Hailey's eyes. At least I am not that kind of person. Then, Chun-Fan looked at the survivors, who had just been rescued. My name is Chun-Fan, and I am a captain. I will go to the Elung Islands. If anyone wants to go, I will take him there. If you don't want to go, you can stay here. It's your freedom. But I want to say one thing. Have you seen what happened to these 2 people? My ship does not welcome such inhumane people. No one raised any objections at this time. Hailey asked Chun-Fan curiously. Why do you want to bring these people? Among them are relatives of these 2 people. Chun-Fan asked back. If you encounter some sea monsters in distress, are you willing to do something for them within your ability? Hailey thought for a long time. Yes, there are ties between the same kind. Chun-Fan waved his hand. All of you follow me. At this time, the old man Lin Ji suddenly stopped Chun-Fan from walking out. Captain Chun-Fan, please wait a moment. Chun-Fan was puzzled. What are you waiting for? What are you doing? At this time, Lin Ji was searching for something on Bale and Monton. Captain Chun, you don't know, in Yanfan town, these daytime merchants are the most greedy and treacherous. I don't think they will give all their wealth to you. As he spoke, he searched 2 items from the 2. A short staff inlaid with a huge gem, and a cow horn with an ancient and vicissitudes of life. You can tell at a glance that these 2 things are not ordinary things. Sure, old Lin. Your mind and vision don't look like that of a shipbuilder. Lin Ji waved his hand modestly. In fact, the old man was a bounty hunter for a while when he was young, but he wasn't in charge of combat. Chun-Fan then put aside his doubts and focused his attention on the 2 treasures in his hands. Water Spirit Staff, purple. Evaluation, artifact of a low-level water magician. Chapter 31 School Bullying Broken Horn, purple. Evaluation, a damaged horn that constantly emits the killing curse, once a sacred object passed down by the barbarians. Chun-Fan frowned. So, The reason why Dumbledore's pirates are so obsessed with killing, could it be this thing that caused it? These two businessmen. They have evil intentions. They dared to take all the valuables for themselves. I saved them. Take away all the valuables, at Lin Ji's reminder, then took all the food in the kitchen with them, and then returned to the Poseidon. The survivors were placed in the outermost cabin, and the task of managing them was temporarily handed over to Lin Ji. After dealing with some chores, Chen Fan found Hai Li, who was accompanying his people. How is little Horace? Chen Fan was still a little worried about the mermaid boy who gave him the powerful seashell. No need to die. And it seems that they have a chance to regain their sanity. Hai Li seemed to be in a good mood, smiling like a flower. So how much do you plan to harvest this time? I advise you not to be too greedy. Haley shook her green hair. Then, half. Chen Fan was silent. Why do you think you can get the same as the captain? Have you forgotten who freed you from the curse? Haley, pirates? Dumbledore pirates? Chen Fan couldn't believe that this woman could say such cold words. What about me? What's my role? Haley spread her hands. You are responsible for watching and getting the benefits. Chen Fan. In the end, Chen Fan paid half a box of treasure to stop Haley's greedy mouth. I'm going back to my room to rest. Remember to always pay attention to my personal safety. Also, give this horn to your king, and let him keep it for me for a while. Chen Fan gave the exciting horn that exuded a murderous aura to Poseidon for safekeeping. With the previous experience of Dumbledore's pirates, Chen Fan didn't dare to put it on the ship. Huh? Oh! There is one last thing. Where did the pirate captain's equipment go? Haley said calmly. It was broken. It fell into the sea. And I can't find it. In the evening, Chen Fan woke up from the bedroom. He had slept on the recliner for 2 days, and he felt that his body was about to fall apart. Chen Shui was not in bed. It seemed that she had quit the game earlier than Chen Shui. Chen Fan returned to the front hall. The store was actually quite busy at this time. Aqian was cutting hair, and Chenli had 2 perms in his hands. There was a couple sitting on the sofa. Chen Fan knew the boy, who was his cousin's classmate, and a regular customer, named Zhu Xiuguang, who had been getting his hair cut from freshman to junior year. He had never seen the girl before, but she must be his new girlfriend. Chen Shui was sitting at the bar, searching something on her phone. Chen Fan took a closer look. Disassembly and installation of guns. Basic points of aiming a pistol. Chen Fan was shocked. Shui, can this thing be searched? Do you think Baidu is really omnipotent? Chen Shui turned the phone to Chen Fan. You can search it. Chen Fan took the phone, and it really was there. And he described it in great detail. Has this thing existed before? Won't it be banned if it's posted? The big boy on the sofa also noticed Chen Fan coming out. Brother Fan, why are you just coming out? I haven't been here for half a month. Your store is much busier. Come on, have a cigarette. Chen Fan took it, and let him light it for him. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Well, you see? Society is progressing. And we can't hold society back. Is that your girlfriend? You're good. After chatting for a while, and smoking this cigarette, Chen Fan simply washed his hair, and cut it into a youthful hairstyle with shaved sides, and half-moon bangs on top. What is Yan Lei doing at school? Why didn't he come with you? When mentioning Yan Lei, Zhu Xiuguang's expression changed slightly. And then he said, he is taking extra classes at school. And he is doing well. You don't have to worry about him. Chen Fan frowned in confusion. I just asked him why he didn't come. How come he said he was doing well? Did he encounter any problems? Zhu Xiuguang shook his head quickly. Nothing. What could have happened? Chen Fan stopped what he was doing and looked seriously at the college student in the mirror. I don't have any other skills, but I still have some money. Tell me, what happened to my cousin? Zhu Xiuguang hesitated for a long time, finally sighed. Take out your phone, open a WeChat group, click on one of the videos. Hey, brother. Watch it yourself. Chen Fan clicked on the video. In the video, several young men in their 20s were beating up Chen Fan's cousin Yan Lei. It was not a big deal to just use fists and kicks. But what was too much was that these young men threw guns on Yan Lei after the beating. This was unacceptable. After watching the video, Chen Fan was furious, and veins popped up on his face. Yan Lei was the child of his aunt. He and his aunt were not much different in age. Chen Fan was 29, and his aunt was 41. When he was a child, his aunt often took him out to play. When he opened the store, His aunt even lent him more than 10,000 yuan. What kind of people are they? How can you bully someone like this? Zhu Xiaoguang lowered his head. As Yang Lei's best friend, he felt guilty about his incompetence. It's been more than half a month since the incident. Yang Lei went to a bar and met a hot girl. The two of them became friends. Who knew that the girl's brother was a gangster? So, Yang Fan didn't let me tell you. After all, that guy is not someone we can afford to offend. Chen Fan slammed the razor on the table. This damn brat, he didn't even tell me about this. I go find them. You take me there. Zhu Xiaoguang was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth. Okay. Brother Fan, I just not study at this university in Qizhou anymore. This is too embarrassing. After he finished speaking, his girlfriend ran over in a panic. Boss Chen, it's not that I don't want to help Yang Lei, but let him go now that it's happened. After all, he has great connections, and we can't beat him. Chen Fan could actually understand what the girl said. But this was a different time. Maybe if he had encountered this before, he would have chosen to call the police. But now? I understand what you mean. But don't worry. I won't cheat your boyfriend. I promise that things will be handled well. And you won't be retaliated against. The girl obviously didn't believe it. Just as she was about to say something, she was yelled back by Zhu Xiaoguang. Okay. Stop talking. I will accept any consequences. I can't sleep every day recently. Why do you bully me like that? Ting Ting. Don't be afraid. If it doesn't work out, I will take you to another city to study in college. My parents can afford it. Chapter 32 Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 33 In-laws, somewhere else. The girl saw that she couldn't change her boyfriend's mind. She was angry and helpless, and finally she had to stamp her feet. Then you have to take me with you. If it doesn't work, I can call 110. Chen Fan was so angry that he wanted to run to the university immediately, and nodded quickly. Okay. In the store, a Chong turned his head and asked, Brother Fan, do you want me to go with you? Chen Li also raised the scissors in his hand. Chen Fan waved his hand. You two should keep an eye on the store for me. You guys are fine for cutting hair, but let's forget about fighting. He rejected them. But Chen Fan did not reject Chen Shui, who came over. This woman has been strong since she was a child. And there is no one she can't put down. Although she doesn't need help. At least, she doesn't need to protect her. 2 men and 2 women got on Chen Fan Mercedes-Benz G and drove straight to Qingzhou University of Technology with a roar. Qingzhou University of Technology. Male dormitory building. First floor. Chen Fan brought Chen Shui and Zhao Xiaoguang directly to Yang Lei's dormitory. And the dormitory manager followed them and couldn't stop them. Yang Lei was staring out the window at this time. His expression was depressed. He turned his head subconsciously when he heard someone coming in. Brother Fan? What's wrong with you? He saw Zhu Xiaoguang following behind Chen Fan. And then sighed. Hey, Xiaoguang. Didn't I tell you not to tell Brother Fan? Chen Fan looked at his cousin, who he had held in his arms when he was a child, with distressed eyes. To this day, there are still bruises on his face and neck. You can imagine how much he has suffered. Xiao Leiyu, why didn't you tell me? Damn it, where are they? Take me to find them. It was fine when Yang Lei didn't see Chen Fan, but when he saw Chen Fan and saw his concerned look, tears welled up in an instant. Brother Fan, it's over, don't go, I accept it. Chen Fan was shaking with anger. Xiao Lei, there is a big age gap between us. Although I am your brother, I am actually almost like your uncle. In all these years, when have you ever seen me do something I am not sure of? Don't be afraid, take me to find them, this matter? Absolutely not. Zhu Xiaoguang also said, Alii. I'm still here. Let's fight them. Yang Lei struggled for a long time, and finally slammed the window so hard. And let's go! Damn it. I don't want to live anyway. This time I have to bite off the fingers of those beasts even if I risk my life. Okay. Let's go. To the 3rd floor. Yang Lei said with gritted teeth. Who knew that as soon as they walked out of the dormitory door, they ran into the instructor of Yang Lei's class. A short young man. It should be the dormitory manager who notified them when Chen Fan and his friends broke in. Hey, Yang Lei. Where are you guys going? What are you doing in the middle of the night instead of staying in the dormitory? Are you trying to cause trouble for me again? Who are you? What are you doing looking for my students? Don't you know that the school doesn't allow outsiders to enter? Chen Fan looked at the instructor with cold eyes. Is he your student now? He wasn't when he was beaten in the dormitory. Where were you when he was bullied? The instructor's eyes were obviously avoiding. What bullying? I don't know, you guys leave here quickly, or I call the police. Chen Fan was even more angry. You told me you didn't know about the video that was circulated throughout the school? When my brother was bullied. You were indifferent, and did nothing, and as a result, we parents came to help deal with it. You actually wanted to call the police to stop me? It's ridiculous. Are all you teachers confusing right and wrong like this? The students watching around also started to make a fuss at this moment, and they all hid behind and cursed at this utilitarian instructor. The instructor was so angry that he jumped up and down and screamed in a hoarse voice. Shut up. Is this outrageous? Do you all want to fail the course? This parent. Please leave. Our school will deal with the beating of Yang Lei. And you parents should also understand one thing. If your brother doesn't provoke others, others won't beat him. Why don't they beat others? Chen Fan no longer controlled himself. He slapped the short instructor half a meter away with a big slap, and then fell heavily to the ground. The scene suddenly became quiet. No one expected Yan Lei's cousin to be so fierce and reckless. Only Yan Lei's eyes changed from surprise to joy and determination. Comfortable. A man. That's how it should be. The instructor with a duck voice was stunned for a long time before he recovered and touched his loose back teeth. You? I didn't provoke you. Why did you hit me? My teeth? Chen Fan nodded and kicked him again. Yes. You didn't provoke me. Why would I hit you? Why the hell don't I hit others? Do you know that the reason why school bullying is so rampant and can't be stopped is because of you so-called teachers who eat for free and do nothing? You don't deserve to be a teacher. Bang. 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 3 kicks. The instructor stopped talking directly. He couldn't refute this. And he would definitely get beaten if he spoke again. Seeing that there was no one to stop him, Chen Fan pulled Yan Lei. Let's go, take me to find him. This time, it wasn't just the 5 of them who went upstairs, but a whole floor of male college students. In dormitory 321, a few seniors were playing poker, and the dormitory was filled with smoke. They were having a great time. And with a bang, the dormitory door was kicked open. F***K. Who dares to kick our door? Don't you want to die? Hey, isn't this Yan Lei who wants to climb up the social ladder? What? Are you bringing 2 beauties to apologize to me? You're right, I really don't accept any other woman, but this iceberg type really suits my taste. Yes, Yan Lei, we received your apology, the woman stays, you go away. Ha ha ha. Listening to the dirty talk in the dormitory, Yan Lei roared like an angry lion. You shut up, you curse my sister-in-law, I will stab you to death today, he said, as he rushed forward, and Zhu Xiaoguang also wanted to pounce on him. Chen Fan quickly raised his hand to stop the 2 people. These hooligans already had weapons such as batons and knives in their hands. Chen Fan didn't want them to suffer. Chen Fan looked at the white-haired young man, who was obviously the eldest brother. Did you lead people to beat my brother? The white-haired man patted the knife in his hand. I beat him. And he was beaten. What's the matter? Buddy. You don't accept it? Chen Fan laughed in anger, looking at these so-called pillars of the motherland. You commit crimes in school. And you carry knives, guns, sticks and clubs. And no one can stop you. Bai Mao looked at Chen Fan exaggeratedly, as if he had heard a big joke, and then glanced at his younger brothers. Then, there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. Brother. You really made me laugh. You care about us? Don't even mention the teacher. Even the principal of this lousy school would call me Brother Yi when he saw me. I've taken a fancy to your bitch today. She stay. Get out of here. I spare you. It's also a good deed for me. Chen Fan sneered and rushed forward, snatching the baton from one of them at a speed that ordinary people could not react to. Then came the powerful blows. Are you interested in my woman? Xiaozong called you brother? Bang bang bang. You are really lawless? Bang. Killing people is not enough. You are bullying people like this. Bang. Chen Fan was like a phantom, and the iron baton in his hand whizzed. A few minutes later, the school hooligans who were just so arrogant fell to the ground wailing. Chen Fan completely released the anger in his heart. Ah! Brother. Stop hitting me, brother. Stop hitting me, brother. I know I was wrong, woo-woo. Stop hitting me. A yellow-haired man saw Chen Fan approaching him and started crying in fear. This man is not a human being. He seems to be able to teleport. There are so many people on his side, but he doesn't even have a chance to attack. Not only them, even Yan Lei and Zhu Xiaoguang. including the students watching. They all looked like they had seen a ghost. Fuck. What is this? Lingbo Weibo plus the dog beating stick technique? I really regret not recording it. I did. Finally. Someone is here to punish Chin Boppy and the others. Damn. They deserve it. They robbed me of my money. Yeah. This cousin Yang Lei is really ruthless. All his arms and legs are broken. Looking at the group of school rats lying on the ground. Some wailing. Some unconscious. Chen Fan still felt a little relieved. Come on, Alii, Xiaoguang, do you have any? 10 minutes later, Chen Fan kicked the stray dog like Baimao. Are you wronged? Are you humiliated? Do you want to die? You feel worse than an animal right now. Right. Now can you understand the pain of the people you bully? When you do this, have you ever thought about how painful their future will be? Baimao spat out filth, full of hatred, gritting his teeth. Don't be too arrogant. My second uncle is the boss of Dongfang Shengshi. You will definitely be worse off than me, just wait. Chen Fan was stunned. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten it. It was he who asked you to deal with my brother. Right. Then don't wait any longer. Let's go now. As he said that, Chen Fan picked up the limp Baimao, and in the admiring eyes of the students, he strode out of Qizhou University of Technology. Throwing the wailing Baimao into the trunk, Yang Lei and others got on the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and set off again. In the car, Zhu Xiaoguang, his girlfriend and Yang Lei talked happily about what they had just done. At this moment, they finally untied the knot in their hearts, as if they were saplings that finally survived the rainstorm and saw the sun. This world is white. If it is dyed black, then bleach it. No matter which method is used. The largest entertainment venue in Qingzhou. The high-end club of Oriental Prosperity. The 8th floor, inside the casino, the chairman's office. Xian Bufan persuaded his sister earnestly. Xiaoya, why are you so determined? What's so good about that boy? Besides, you are already 27 or 28 years old. How can you like that college student who hasn't even grown all his hair? Xian Xiaoya has a hot body, colorful braids, and a pretty face. If you can find an 18-year-old girl, I find a college student? Xian Bufan, you'd better watch over me. Don't let me escape from this hellhole. Otherwise, I sue you. I sue you. Xian Bufan is almost 50 years old. This sister is the daughter of his parents in their old age. She is closer to him than his own children. But she has a stubborn temper. Xian Xiaoya, are you crazy? You are such a traitor. What are you thinking? You want to sue your brother for a little greenhorn? I am your biological brother. Xian Xiaoya hugged her shoulders, crossed her legs, and didn't want to look at this so-called biological brother. I don't have a brother as disgusting as you. I understand you want to stop me. But why did you let that white rat bully him like that? He is just a college student. He just has a girlfriend. What did he do wrong? He has to be tortured like that? You are all scumbags. You Qian family members are all scumbags. Qian Bufan was helpless. He was one of the most prominent figures in Qingzhou, but there were also people who made him helpless. Hey you girl, why are you cursing your ancestors? Xiaobai is really a bit extreme. I didn't expect it. It's done. What do you say? Let your brother apologize to a young man at such an old age? Xian Xiaoya, who cares about your apology? If Xiaolei can't get over it, I promise to make you regret it for the rest of your life. Qian Bufan, Xian Xiaoya. Bang! The exquisite carved wooden door was kicked open. A handsome man, with a well-proportioned figure and handsome features came in, with a white-haired man who smelled of urine. 2 women and 2 men followed behind him. One of whom made Xian Xiaoya, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, jump up. Lei, why are you here? Are you okay? Yang Lei looked at Xian Xiaoya with a complicated expression for a while, but did not speak. He thought he had found true love. But it turned out that his true love was the sister of a gangster. I thought the relationship would end. But I didn't expect that my beloved cousin would bully me. If it weren't for my cousin, I'm afraid I would never be able to hold my head up in my life. Seeing that pretty face that made his heart beat again, Yang Lei didn't know how to face it. Chen Fan threw the white hair in front of the tea table and sat opposite the middle-aged man. Are you Qian Bufan? Qian Bufan frowned and looked at Chen Fan, and then looked at the door, not understanding how Chen Fan got in. Ah, I am Qian Bufan. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? He said, as he lowered his head to look at the white-haired man lying on the ground. He looked familiar. He took another look. Oh my god, isn't this my nephew? Oh my god, why did you beat my nephew like this? All his arms and legs were broken. No, I said you were a ruthless guy. Chen Fan shook his head. Tell me, you had someone beat up my cousin. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for this matter? Qian Bufan glanced at Yan Lei angrily. You're still asking me for an explanation? You've beaten my nephew so badly, and you still dare to ask me for an explanation? You really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Qian Xiaoya's eyes widened. Qian Bufan, look at the way they beat your nephew you. Qian Xiaoya, Qian Bufan was speechless. Okay. You want an explanation. Right? Tell me, how many explanations do you want? Qian Bufan said, regaining his composure as a big brother, and sat opposite Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I don't want money. I don't need money. Qian Bufan was stunned, then seemed to think of something, slapped the tea table. What? This toad really wants to eat swan meat. I tell you young people, you'd better think about the consequences before doing anything. Chen Fan sneered. I was going to say this to you, you touch my cousin, have you thought about the consequences? Qian Bufan stared at Chen Fan with his eyes wide open. After a moment, he sighed. Forget it, Xiaobai did go too far, you guys also ruined him. The matter should be settled, but I can't do anything to my silly sister. There is 1 million in this card, take it, get out. Qian Xiaoya quickly winked at Yan Lei. Lei, take it quickly, let your brother take the money, I will contact you in a few days, take it and go. Qian Bufan rolled his eyes at this blatant elbow. Chen Fan sneered, then in front of the Qian brothers and sisters, snapping the card into 2 halves, and threw it in front of Qian Bufan. I ask again? You let someone insult my cousin. How do we solve this? Qian Bufan looked at the 2 halves of the bank card in disbelief. Looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. And looked at the 2 halves of the bank card in disbelief again. Only then did he believe that Chen Fan really didn't want the money. And he estimated that the result would be the same even if he took out 5 million. I've been in the underworld for decades. And today I'm really stabbed in the ass with a knife. I'm really open-minded. Tell me. What do you want to say? Chen Fan, break 1 hand, 10 slaps. Apologize. This matter is over. Qian Bufan's eyes widened, and it took him a while to react. He laughed in anger. Boy! You are really shameless, a biao. As soon as Qian Bufan finished speaking, 4 burly men holding black iron bars suddenly rushed out of the inner room. They rushed towards Chen Fan and the others without saying a word. The sharpness of his skills, the decisiveness of his actions, it was obvious that he was a martial artist. But, before they could get close to Chen Fan, they were thrown to the ground by Qin Shui in a few seconds. They fell hard, and they couldn't stand up for a while. Qian Bufan had already hidden behind the sofa. That was the fighting champion of 4 cities. Usually, he was a master of 1 on 10. That woman, a monster. Chen Fan sneered at Qian Bufan. Lei. Let him apologize. Break his hand, slap his face. Yang Lei gritted his teeth and looked at this middle-aged man, who looked down on him and almost forced him to death. He felt very complicated. Yang Lei hesitated for a long time, then took out the iron rod and walked towards Qian Bufan. When Qian Bufan saw that this guy really dared to come over, he took out a black pistol from somewhere. He pointed the pistol at Yang Lei. Come over again. Come 1 step closer and try. I kill you. Stand still. What else can you do with a gun? Chen Fan frowned. This guy actually has a pistol, which is difficult to deal with. Lei. Come back. Qian Xiaoya originally planned to stop Yang Lei, but suddenly saw her brother took out a gun and pointed it at her man. Without time to think, Qian Xiaoya rushed directly to Qian Bufan and began to grab the gun in a panic. Hey! Hey! You silly girl. Don't grab it. So many people are bullying your brother. Why are you turning your elbow outward? The 2 of them fought for a long time and suddenly stopped. It was nothing else. The gun was gone. Qian Bufan, where is the gun? Where is the gun we fought for a long time? Qin Shui walked slowly towards Chen Fan and others with the pistol. I borrowed the gun. Qian Bufan? It seems that the word borrow is not appropriate. Right? Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Qin Shui has the teleportation skill, otherwise there is a possibility that she might have capsized in the gutter today. Looking at Qian Bufan, who was still confused, Chen Fan was filled with anger. He reached out to untie his belt. How dare you pull out a gun? Are you really a gangster? I'm going to today. The brother and sister were so scared that their faces turned pale. Quickly, they reached out to press Chen Fan's hands as he was untying his belt. Brother, brother, don't scare me, oh my god. Brother, no, relatives. Calm down, brother-in-law. Come here, brother-in-law. Come here. You are my brother-in-law. Big brother Qian Bufan was so scared that he almost died. Qian Xiaoya was afraid that Chen Fan would also pull out a gun, hurriedly went to call Yang Lei to plead for mercy. Yang Lei. Please persuade your brother. Quickly speak. My brother will definitely not stop us in the future. Chapter 34 Meeting an Old Friend. Even if Chen Fan was furious, he couldn't really take off his pants. Qian Xiaoya was a good girl at first impression. She was deeply in love with Yang Lei. She was considered his future sister-in-law. For her sake, it was impossible for her to really drink alcohol for her brother. During the conversation, I learned that, but to put it bluntly, he was just a big boss of an entertainment venue. He did some cruel things in his early years, but he definitely never killed anyone. In terms of reputation, he was also a moral person. Now he is invested in building 2 schools. The excessive things he did to Yang Lei were actually done by that white-haired guy on his own initiative. That kid has been arrogant since he was a child. Now he has become disabled. The price he paid is enough. Although Qian Bufan also has a great responsibility, he can't stop the person involved. Yang Lei. From pursuing the matter. Love is unreasonable. It can not only generate hatred, but also resolve hatred. Under Qian Xiaoya's personal wishes, Qian Bufan paid 2 million yuan. And the matter was resolved. Walking out of the gate of Dongfang Shengshi, Qian Xiaoya was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. No wonder Yang Lei's cousin could appear in his brother's office without any obstacles. It turned out that he fought all the way up. After this, no security guard dared to stop him. This was too fierce. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at Yang Lei and Qian Xiaoya, who were sticking together. My car can't fit anymore. You should have a car. Right? Chen Fan said the last sentence while looking at Qian Xiaoya. Qian Xiaoya turned on a red supercar in the distance. Yes. I have. I knew it. They are standing here in such a big building. How can they have no money? Where are you two going to go tonight? Qian Xiaoya blushed slightly. To the house we rented before. Huh? Chen Fan glanced at Yang Lei obscurely. This guy turned the rice into a cooked meal. No wonder his brother wanted to deal with him. Well, then, you two can go home. But Miss Jian, if you two have any conflicts and disagreements in the future, I hope you can solve them in a legal way. Or you can come to me directly. But don't use the way your brother did. Qian Xiaoya nodded like pecking rice. As long as he treats me well and doesn't mess around, I will definitely not let him suffer any injustice. Yang Lei glared. What you said, I should be the one who won't let you suffer any injustice. Originally, he planned to send Zhu Xiaoguang and the others back to school, but Zhu Xiaoguang stopped him with a wink and insisted that the school dormitory door was closed and they couldn't go back and had to spend the night outside. Chen Fan had no choice but to cooperate and sent the 2 of them to a mid-range hotel. Watching the 2 people get out of the car, they walked towards the hotel with a pause every 3 steps. Chen Fan smacked his lips. This kid, there will be hot dogs tonight. Chen Shui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at Chen Fan speechlessly. She just had a low perception ability. She was not stupid. She understood what he said. Vulgar. He drove back to his own store. It was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. The store was still brightly lit. Looking at the several police cars parked at the door, Chen Fan sighed secretly. What was coming finally came. He had expected this situation, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. As soon as he stepped into the store, he saw Chinli winking at him. His cell phone had been taken away by the police officer next to him. Chen Fan shook his head. He couldn't run away. He still had family and friends. Besides, he only injured someone, not killed him. As long as there was money, there was a high probability that they could be reconciled. You are the manager of this store. Chen Fan. Right? A square-faced policeman asked. Chen Fan cooperated and stretched out his hands. Yes. The square-faced policeman shook his head. We have understood the situation. You don't need to be handcuffed for the time being. I am arresting you for the crime of retaliation under the Chinese criminal law. Do you have any objection? Chen Fan shook his head, retracted his hands, turned around and patted Chen Shui's shoulders. I will go with them. During the few days I am away, the store will be handed over to you. Chen Shui nodded obediently, and then sat directly at the bar. Calm and unbelievable. Let's go! The square-faced policeman waved his hand, and 7 or 8 policemen surrounded Chen Fan and walked out. Just as he was about to get on the police car, Chen Fan heard a familiar voice. Mr. Police Officer, please wait a moment. The policemen who were about to get on the car and Chen Fan turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. The visitor was a woman in her early 30s, with a good appearance, wearing black-framed glasses, a quiet temperament, and a well-dressed black suit. Behind her were 7 or 8 sturdy bodyguards, and an old man with a leisurely temperament. This scene, at first glance, you can tell that her position is not trivial. The square-faced policeman frowned at first, then was surprised. Director Fong? Mr. Fong? Why are you here? The old man nodded. Xiao Guan, you are now the deputy director. Right? Do you still remember this old man of mine? The square-faced policeman bowed and smiled. Mr. Fong, what you said is true. We rough guys can have what we have today. Isn't it all your help? We all remember it. The old man smiled and nodded. Well, just think about the people. Don't worry about my old bones. Don't take this young man away for now. Stay, I have other things to do with him. The square-faced man frowned, and was very entangled in his heart. Mr. Fong, the arrest warrant has been approved, and the station is full of the victims' families. The capable woman stepped forward in high heels, and the bodyguards behind her followed closely. Hello, Officer Guan, your director has already known about the matter here, and the victims have been dealt with. You can call your superiors now to ask. The square-faced man finally breathed a sigh of relief. No longer embarrassed, immediately took out his cell phone, walked to the side, and made a call. Chen Fan stared at the elegant mature woman in front of him with wide eyes in surprise. She was much rounder, but Chen Fan could still recognize her. Fong Mingwei? Are you here to save the beauty? Didn't you say you were selling houses? Fong Mingwei raised the corner of her mouth slightly. I'm not a hero, and you're not a beauty. Besides, some people have already done this. I do sell houses. Look, all the houses on this street are mine. Chen Fan opened his mouth wide. A street? His house is less than 50 square meters, and the monthly rent is more than 10,000 yuan. Really? What's going on? I can't think straight. Fong Mingwei pushed her black-framed glasses. Don't worry. Let's talk slowly after everyone leaves. Fong Mingwei had just finished speaking when the square-faced policeman came back, nodded to Chen Fan and the others, and saluted the old man. Then he waved his hand. Collect. Several police cars disappeared at the corner of the street. The elegant old man smiled, and nodded at Chen Fan and the others. Mingwei. If there's nothing else, I go back to Jiangsu province. Fong Mingwei. I know. Uncle. Be safe. Call me back when you get home. Chapter 35 Chairman of Yuehui Group. At the door of the barber shop, seeing that things were turning for the better, Chen Li was finally no longer nervous, and he relaxed. You scared me to death, Brother Fan. I heard from the police that you beat more than a dozen people. I thought you were going to jail. When you were taken away just now, I was about to call my uncle and aunt. Chen Fan glared. If you dare to call me, I will skin you alive. Do you hear me? Go back quickly. It's okay. It's so late. Rest early. You still have to go to work tomorrow. Chen Li, Brother Xingfan. I'm leaving now. Sister-in-law. I'm leaving first. After sending the frightened Chen Li away, Chen Fan called Fong Mingwei, who was standing at the door. Come on. Sister Fong. It's cold outside. Let's go inside and chat. The room is a little small, and there are too many of you. I'm afraid there won't be enough space. Fong Mingwei waved her hand. They don't need to go inside. Just let them stay in the car. The two walked into the barber shop one after the other. Chen Shui stuck her head out from behind the bar, with an indifferent expression. Why are you back? Chen Fan pursed his lips helplessly. Isn't it good to be back? Chen Shui, is the woman behind you the rich woman on your list? Chen Fan turned back to look at Fong Mingwei. You don't have to pay attention to her. She is mentally ill. Fong Mingwei smiled lightly, taking it as a joke. This little beauty, is it your girlfriend? Chen Fan thought for 2 seconds, then nodded. Yes. Fong Mingwei's eyes flashed with an unnatural look of loss. You are so lucky. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Chen Fan waved his hand. Sister Fong, how did you know where I was? And you showed up the first time I encountered trouble. Chen Fan was very curious. Fong Mingwei sat elegantly on the sofa, with her legs crossed. Chen Fan, 29 years old, Dropped out of high school. His younger brother is 16 years old, and he is studying at Changhe County No. 1 Middle School, with excellent grades. Your parents are farmers, and occasionally do some heavy work on the construction site. You started dating in junior high school, and you have never been abroad. Do you want me to continue? Chen Fan's eyes widened for a long time before he reacted. You investigated me? Fong Minghua raised her hand. That's not the case. I just took a look at your information. It can't be called an investigation at all. Otherwise, the detective will be angry. Besides, I took a look because I wanted to help you. Boss Chen, you won't mind? Right? Chen Fan waved his hand quickly. No. You just helped me so much. How can I mind? Just ask. What do you do? Sister Fong? Fong Minghua, well, an entrepreneur. With several companies. The one in Qizhou is called Yuehui Group. Chen Fan was surprised. Ah, the Yuehui Group that developed the area in the north of the city? I remember the boss's surname was Lu Yandan. And he was a well-known figure in Qingzhou. Fong Minghua nodded. I don't like to show off. Lu Yandan was my former assistant. And now he is my brother-in-law. In charge of engineering development and contracting in Qingzhou. Chen Fan suddenly realized. No wonder you can settle such a big thing so easily. It turns out that you have such a powerful background. This time, it's all thanks to you. Fong Minghua rolled her eyes charmingly. It's not just your background that can settle your case. I paid more than 2 million yuan in compensation to each family to get them to withdraw the lawsuit. Also, I've helped you more than once. Chen Fan looked embarrassed. It turns out that Sister Fong's way of handling things is the same as his own. Both use money power. It's just that Sister Fong is more capable of making money. Which other time? Fong Minghua reminded him. In the Western restaurant, the woman with holes all over her body. Chen Fan's eyes widened. You know I did this? Fong Minghua changed her sitting position. The surveillance in the restaurant is infrared. Although I can't see your face clearly, I can see it as long as I follow your figure to the door. Chen Fan was a little flustered. Wouldn't my secret be exposed? Fong Minghua frowned, and cast her eyes on Chen Shui behind the bar. Chen Fan quickly said, It's okay. She's also a player. But she's in a different region than us. Fong Minghua then continued. She was going to report it to Pangu. But I stopped her and asked her to delete the video. Pangu? Is it an organization or something? Specialized in managing players? Fong Minghua nodded. I haven't been idle these days. I've been taking care of myself and collecting information about that world through various connections. Now I've gained something. Except for the most confidential things. I probably know everything. Just as you thought. Pangu is the official organization of players in China. It is also an independent department under the control of the highest level of the government. It is mainly responsible for the management and control of players in China, as well as the search for the main line of the game, the collection of in-game information, etc. But Pangu is still very mysterious to ordinary players. Those whose strength and talent are not up to standard are usually only entitled to the right to be recorded. Just like you and me. I have brought all the collected information. You should really take a closer look, Fong Minghua said, and handed over a folder. It looked like it had been kept in the backpack. Chen Fan looked at the dense handwriting on the white paper, and couldn't read it after 2 pages. Put it here. I read it slowly when I'm free. Fong Minghua nodded. Actually, you don't have to read it. After all, I'm here. If you want to know anything, I tell you. Chen Fan heard the unusual meaning in this sentence. Sister Fong, do you mean you plan to stay with me forever? Fong Minghua looked at Chen Fan strangely. Do I look so proactive and impatient? I am a businessman. I came to you to thank you for your loyalty and for saving my life. Secondly, I saw the business opportunity in the game of Lord God's Space and wanted to discuss cooperation with you. Chen Fan then put away his sly look. Cooperation? I agree. I don't have much money to invest. Fong Minghua laughed. Do you think I'm looking for you to cooperate because I'm interested in the more than 1 million in your card? I pay the money and do the work. You just need to use our company's name to do things in the game. Chen Fan thought for a while. When Sister Fong quit the game, she only had a small sailboat, and her level was only level 2. It stands to reason that there shouldn't be anything she's interested in. Sister Fong, do you really believe that I can do it? Fong Minghua smiled confidently. I don't believe in you. But myself. As long as I want, even if a pig enters the game, it will become the most famous pig in the game. Although that world is magical, you have to believe that sometimes the power of money can exceed your imagination. I take 60% of the profit, and you 40%. If there's any loss, it's all mine. Okay, or not. Chen Fan nodded vigorously. Only a fool would say no to such a good thing. Then in the future, I will be a member of our company in the game. By the way, I don't know the name of our organization yet. Fong Minghua looked back. Chapter 36, Sinking Boat. Fong Minghua looked back. Sinking boat? It is taken from the last two characters of Burn the Boats and Break the Cauldrons, to show our determination to die if we fail. Somehow, Chen Fan recalled the sinking ship Quillis in the game a few days ago, and Fong Minghua, who looked like a ghost at that time. Nice. Everything is good except the unlucky name. Chen Fan praised reluctantly, with the awareness of a working man. Fong Minghua glanced around the barbershop. There is one more thing. Our cooperation is not just in the game, and the staff cannot always be the two of us. I have already set up the headquarters in reality. Although it is late at night, I still want to take you, you go, and have a look. When Chen Fan heard that they also wanted to cooperate in reality, he hesitated. He still had feelings for this barbershop. Moreover, every time he came out of the game after a narrow escape, cut the customer's hair, and chatted with the customer, he could relax his tense nerves and feel the satisfaction of being alive. Chen Fan felt that it was not a good idea to let him give up this barber shop. After all, he was not short of money now. Fong Minghua saw that Chen Fan seemed to be very conflicted. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave your shop? You can take everything with you. Chen Fan scratched his head. If I give up this shop, I think I may not be able to cooperate with you. Sister Fong, this shop has been with me for many years. It was the source of my life and the support for the future. Maybe you will think that I am not promising. But people are like this, aren't they? Some people like to rule the world. Some people like to wear fine clothes and ride horses. I like the feeling of returning to the shop after an exciting adventure. For me, this is something that cannot be replaced by anything. Fong Minghua's face was complicated. Why didn't I find you so sentimental in the game? I think you are quite brave and stubborn. Do you see the building with flashing lights on the corner? The third store from the left covered with red cloth. Do you know what the words under the red cloth are? Chen Fan looked outside the door, with flashing neon lights. How could he see the plaque behind the red cloth clearly in the middle of the night? It's impossible to see it at all. Fong Minghua stood up, and walked on the ground with her high heels clacking. Yan Fan Mingfa. According to your shop name, not a single word has been changed. Chen Fan's eyes widened. Sister Fong, I really admire you. You even thought of my obsession? Fong Minghua smiled confidently. Otherwise, how do you think I got to this position? By acting like a spoiled child or making a fuss. There is only one shop left on the first floor, one with two. The upstairs and downstairs are about 300 square meters. I leave it for you to use as a barber shop. There are 13 floors from the third floor to the top floor. The 17th floor, the total area is about 7,000 square meters. I plan to use it all as the headquarters of our Shinjo Union. What do you think, most shareholder Chen? Chen Fan felt a more advanced sense of being a rich man. I don't think there's any problem. I support it very much. I support it very much. Fong Minghua was amused by Chen Fan's exaggerated behavior. Hee, let's go. The rest and accommodation area on the third floor has been completed a long time ago. I can't say anything else. But it's definitely more comfortable than your little place. Chen Fan finally didn't have to sleep on the recliner. He turned around to pack his change of clothes and toiletries, and pulled Chen Shui out the door. Let's go! Shui, let's move to a bigger house too. Parked the G-Class in his own parking lot, took the elevator directly to the third floor. Opened the elevator door. What came into view was a long flowing indoor fountain. Next to the fountain was a water bar filled with drinks. The water bar was facing the meeting area surrounded by several luxurious sofas. The surrounding decorations were not luxurious, but very tasteful, and were obviously made by a master. Chen Shui was unmoved, but Chen Fan had never seen such a luxurious office, so he could only pretend to be calm. Not bad, really not bad. Where is my bedroom? Sister Fong, I go take a look. The first door on the left, it says President's Room. Chen Fan ran over excitedly. It's not that he doesn't have ambition. He's just used to living in a simple way. He can't control himself when he suddenly becomes extravagant. Damn! This floor and this decoration are more expensive than all his assets combined. Right? Chen Fan found the bedroom door with President Chen Fan written on it. He pushed the door open and walked in. It was still the high-end but not tacky Chinese-style decoration. Solid wood door, fabric chaise long sofa, TV as big as a whole wall. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a dedicated fitness area. The area is estimated to be more than 200 square meters. There is no peculiar smell in the house. It is very fresh. Opening the closet. It is full of expensive clothes. Pick up one at random. All are the most suitable prices for Chen Fan. Chen Fan took a few steps back in confusion and sat on the sofa. Oh my god. What did I do? Did I save a living Buddha? After taking a deep breath for a long time, Chen Fan walked back to the meeting hall with a normal expression. Fong Mingwe, how is it? Are you satisfied with your room? Chen Fan nodded. Satisfied, it fits my temperament very well, but there is a question. Why am I the president? Aren't you the president? Fong Mingwe shook her head. For me, only the 60% profit share is important. Moreover, the president of the game union is usually very powerful, and is to be the face of the party. I am not suitable. Chen Fan thought about it, and it was right. What about her? Which room is Qin Shui? By the way, I also need to take her to buy some toiletries and underwear. She hasn't changed clothes for 2 days. Fong Mingwe's eyes were obviously happy when she heard Chen Fan asking for a room for this girl. And then she said quickly, the toiletries are all ready. As for clothes, I think our figures are not much different. I have a lot of new ones that have not been opened. If she doesn't mind, I can bring her a few sets. This is actually very presumptuous for a normal woman. But Chen Shui is obviously in the abnormal category. Well, I don't mind. Fong Mingwe nodded. Then you can live in the room opposite Chen Fan. I send someone to deliver your clothes to you later. Chen Shui, okay. Fong Mingwe stretched her waist lazily, revealing her mature and plump curves. In this case, let's all go to bed early. I'm really exhausted today, Fong Mingwe said, wearing slippers and carrying high heels. She walked into the room next to Chen Fan's room. Chen Fan watched Sister Fong go back to the room and secretly swallowed his saliva. I didn't expect that such an ugly skeleton monster would be so charming after recovery. Shui, go back to the room. Control the game time. Remember not to stay too long. Can you change your underwear by yourself? Can I help you? Chen Shui, go away. Chapter 37 News Store Renovation. Main God Space. South China Sea, Black Gold Empire to Mountain Dwarf Kingdom route. A huge ship with a length of more than 100 meters is sailing slowly on the sea like a giant beast. The sea surface under the ship is pitch black. The reflected ship seems to be drifting on the abyss. The huge black shadow under the sea is the son of the former catastrophic sea monster Narhom, the soul of the deep sea octopus king, now part of the Poseidon. At this moment, it seemed to be practicing, and the yellowish spots on its body flickered, following a certain rhythm. This is recorded in the blood. The feeling of being nurtured by the soul? It is really fascinating. There is a huge burden on my body, but I have regained the opportunity to obtain the soul. Is this the meaning of the word fate left by my father? The siren servants finally stopped dying one after another. They are very important to me. In that dark trench, they accompanied me through decades of loneliness. I seem to be able to feel their joy and happiness from the depths of my soul. Am I satisfied? Perhaps. I understand, freedom comes after being alive. Chen Fan logged into the game late at night, first checked in for today, and then ran to the deck in the night. He checked his current attributes. Chen Fan, level 19, current experience value overflows a lot. Promotion task is not completed, cannot be upgraded. Evaluation, a low-level mage with low combat effectiveness. After reading the attributes, Chen Fan once again coincidentally met the mermaid boy Horace. At the same time and in the same place. Horace was still eating. He was still eating the same sea clams. The only difference was that Horace's eyes seemed to have become more lively. No longer confused and empty. Chen Fan walked forward. Hello, little Horace. The mermaid boy looked up at Chen Fan, then seemed to remember something. Squatted down suddenly, and then pushed all the sea clams under his feet. About a dozen sea clams. In front of Chen Fan. Eat hungry. Chen Fan was amused and glad that he didn't let the boy die. Eat by yourself, I'm not hungry yet. Give me what you can't eat. Haley's voice sounded from behind. Horace likes you very much. Did you give it some obedient potion? Chen Fan turned around helplessly. But I think it's caused by my personality charm. Haley shook the water droplets on her hair. Charm? Indeed, when you are afraid of death. You do have a kind of charm that respects life regardless of everything. The man and the mermaid had a long argument on the deck. In the end, Chen Fen had to quit the game and go to sleep because he was too sleepy. The next day, early morning, in the Yan Fanming Fa barber's shop, Qiang and Chinli, who had just started work, were chatting while folding towels. Shaoli, how did Brother Fan do after he came back last night? Was he taken away by the police? Chinli sneered. Besides, those little policemen can take Brother Fan away. The car hasn't even started. And he's back. Qiang couldn't believe it. Didn't they beat more than a dozen people to cripple? How could Brother Fan not take this away? No way. You don't even need to draft your lies? Chinli, even if you don't believe me, what I said is true. Before Brother Fan got into the police car, a beautiful woman with a dozen bodyguards behind her appeared. Just a few words. The matter was resolved. That scene. It was quite impressive. Qiang was confused. When did Brother Fan make such an awesome friend? Damn. Being handsome is popular. As he was talking, Chen Fan pushed the door open and entered the room. What? I heard someone envying my peerless beauty again? Qiang raised his head in pain. You are not precise. To be precise, it is jealousy and hatred. Chen Fan rubbed his temples. Qiang, wash my hair and trim it. I didn't sleep well last night, and I have a headache. Although it was the most luxurious, comfortable and soft big bed, Chen Fan still didn't sleep well. It has been like this since he was a child. It takes a few days to adapt to a new place. Qiang got up and followed Chen Fan to the shampoo bed. Didn't sleep well? Did you sleep? You must have been out having fun last night. Chen Fan pointed to the door. Do you see that newly renovated store over there? That's the new store I prepared a long time ago. I stayed there last night. By the way, you two should contact a good barber, assistant, etc. for me recently. The new store has a large area, and I plan to recruit more people. The salary will be the same as yours, and your commission will increase by 10 when the time is up. When Qiang heard this, he washed his hair more vigorously, and even used massage techniques that he had not used for many years. Brother Fan, you are so generous. No wonder you can get rich. You deserve it. This is just a small matter. We will definitely take care of it for you. Just after making his hair a little fresher, a call came in. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Who is this? A familiar, mature, and sexy voice came from the other end of the phone. I am Fang Mingwei. President Chen. It's time to come back to work. Chen Fan replied with a yes, and then hung up the phone. He was used to being his own boss. And when someone suddenly asked him to go to work, he was a little uncomfortable. Back in the meeting room, Fang Mingwei was already sitting on the sofa in a sports casual outfit. Chen Fan went to the water bar, took 2 bottles of Red Bull and came back. Sister Fang, you got up early. Tell me, is there any work that I can cooperate with? Fang Mingwei took the Red Bull. We talk about the work later. Tell me how to design the barber shop downstairs and what equipment you need. I get this done for you first, so that you won't say I forced you to work for me later. Chen Fan was really thinking about this. Well, I haven't run such a large barber shop. Why don't you find a designer who knows this to help me? I can decide the equipment and other things myself. Just reserve a place for me. The style should not be too luxurious and high-end. Just be simple and friendly. Fang Mingwei nodded. Since you don't have any special requirements, it's fine. The next step is work. I learned from the information how to upgrade wooden boats of players in the ocean area. There are 3 categories. One is the upgrade route for submarines. A high-level player from Country M has gone the furthest on this route. It has been upgraded to the level of undersea patrolman. The current level is the highest level orange. The volume reaches 3,000 cubic meters. The attack method is 4 mechanical steel claws and underwater missiles with a slow firing rate. Chapter 38 Ship Upgrade Route. The second type is floating on the sea, which is the normal ship upgrade route. Generally, it starts with a wooden sailing ship, then a brig, a small, a medium, a large, a giant sailing ship. At this time, you can choose a cargo ship or a warship, but both routes will eventually lead to a cruiser, which is a terrifying existence similar to a large aircraft carrier. However, no one has reached that level yet. A high-level player in the Empire of Will has formed a transport fleet composed of players and natives. Their main ship, the Mermaid, is a large meteorite warship. Orange level. with an area of more than 10,000 square meters, equipped with hundreds of magic cannons and a wizard tower. The third route is a bit unreasonable. It is a combination of machinery and biology, also known as biological upgrade. Currently, the most famous biological ship is a ninja from Rija country, whose ship merged with a three-headed sea snake by chance. It looks like it's entangled by 3 pythons. It's currently at pink level, and I haven't found a way to upgrade it. The attack method and sailing speed all depend on the fused creatures. I personally don't think this route is a good choice. Fong Minghua said a lot of words in one breath, and her throat was dry. She raised her head and took a sip of Red Bull. The route I prepared for you is the second one, and the destination is an aircraft carrier that has no shortcomings in land, sea and air. What do you think? Chen Fan looked at Fong Minghua strangely. He said, I have no opinion anymore. Fong Minghua nodded. That's good. I have prepared the materials to upgrade your ship to a giant sailing ship. I will enter the game and upgrade your ship to the giant sailing ship Black Pearl form in a while. As for higher levels, the materials required are too rare, and they are not available yet. Chen Fan was a little confused. Can I still choose the form myself? Black Pearl? It's the car that Captain Jack rides in Pirates of the Caribbean. Right? Fong Minghua nodded. It has been confirmed. When the ship devours materials, the captain will watch from a god perspective. At that time, the upgraded form of the ship will change according to the captain's requirements. It's the Black Pearl you mentioned. I checked a lot of information. That kind of ship is the fastest among large sailing ships. Chen Fan sighed with regret. So the form can be selected? His ship has been upgraded twice, and he has already reached the god level. But he never thought it would be like this. Fong Minghua, if you don't mind, just log in with me. I haven't logged in for several days. I ate a lot these 2 days, and still feel hungry. I guess it's the body in the game that's hungry. Chen Fan nodded. That's right. The body in the game will also be hungry. But it doesn't have as much demand as our real body. I basically only eat a little white bread every day. Fong Minghua said, as a matter of course. That's why I found you to enter the game together. The previous incident was too painful. It left a big shadow in my heart. I am a little reluctant to log in. The two of them leaned on the sofa and clicked to enter the game at the same time. Qingzhou, suburbs, outside the main entrance of the Class A testing agency. 2 young men lifted a black plastic bag from the car and threw it into the trash can on the side of the road. Ahui, is it really okay to throw this thing outside? According to the requirements, shouldn't it be thrown in the station and incinerated? Ahui waved his hand. Oh, it's okay. Brother Zhao, get in the car. I was in a hurry to drink. Didn't I forget it in the factory? This thing is just a pile of protein. It's okay. Nowadays, the police are suspicious of everything. They sent us a pile of protein that was broken into pieces. They really thought we were idle. A strong wind blew. And some purple-black, dried crumbs flew out of the cut of the black plastic bag. They flew into the noses of the 2 people with the wind, causing them to sneeze at the same time. Get in the car. Get in the car, don't be late. I heard that the school beauty from our former school will also go to the party tonight. The car drove away slowly. In the distance, an untied husky rushed over stupidly. It bumped into the trash can with its limbs out of balance, and the trash can fell over, and purple-black debris scattered all over the ground, and some of it leaked into the sewer. The husky stood up with its head shaking, licked a few of the debris on the ground, some of them were not to its taste, and ran away like a mad wild horse. At this time, the owner came late. Cursing, he clumsily chased after his dog, ignoring the trash can on the ground. Underground abyss, outer periphery. Qin Shui walked on the ground full of magma and abyss worms with a normal expression. After completing the Novice Task 1, the abyss worms on the ground no longer actively attacked her, unless she attacked first. At this moment, Qin Shui was followed by a little boy with a face full of pus. This was her Novice Task 3, to pick up the little boy, and then arrive at the designated location. She walked towards the landmark on the map with determination. No matter how the little boy complained, he just didn't respond or turn around. When they reached an area without abyss worms, the ugly little boy suddenly screamed. Qin Shui looked back. She saw a group of translucent black-haired female ghost-like creatures appeared around the boy. They floated in the air and bit the boy desperately. The boy screamed miserably. Sister! Save me, sister! Save me, help me! Qin Shui was unmoved. The little boy continued to scream, and that painful voice was enough to make any empathetic human lose control. But Qin Shui had no intention of rescuing him at all. Even though she had a potion that allowed guns to attack the soul, she just watched the boy with abscesses screaming, seeking help, and finally cursing, until he fell to the ground with his health value reduced to 0. Qin Shui waited for a while, and did not hear the reminder of mission failure. Then she continued to head to the mission location. Poseidon. Fong Mingwei stood on the deck of Poseidon in confusion. It's only been a few days? You? How did you do it? Chen Fan was very satisfied with her reaction. First, it swallowed the sunken ship, and then swallowed a big guy. It experienced some danger, but the harvest is as you can see, he said lightly. Fong Mingwei turned around and looked around the Poseidon. With this size and appearance, this is already the top-level giant sailing ship in wooden form. Right? But why is it so ugly? It only has 4 masts. It is called a cargo ship, but has no large cargo hold. It is called a warship, but has only 8 magic crystal cannons. The interior is full of cabins for living? Are you planning to make it a hotel on the sea? Or is it specially used for transporting people? If you encounter pirates, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving them a ship? Chapter 39 Frigate Giant Building Ship. Chen Fan was a little embarrassed when he heard Fong Mingwei complaints. Well, it's not that bad actually. I didn't know that the shape of this ship could be set before. I thought it was fixed. Come on, get your boat out, I show you the full view of Poseidon. Driving Fong Mingwei 2-masted boat, rowed to a distance of about 100 meters from Poseidon. Fong Mingwei pushed her glasses. Well, the overall appearance of this ship is pretty good. Maybe we could open up the cabins inside the ship and transform it into a transport ship. Is there something under this ship? Why is the seawater so dark? Fong Mingwei looked a little nervous while speaking, and she couldn't help but grab Chen Fan's sleeve. Chen Fan smiled calmly. It's just a giant octopus that is as big as a mountain. Don't be afraid. It's okay, Chen Fan said, calling up the attribute panel of Poseidon and sending it to Fong Mingwei chat box. Fong Mingwei took off her glasses. Is it fake? God level? My President Chen, I thought that between the two of us, I was the one who was repaying the favor, but now it seems that you are really qualified to cooperate with me. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. So you were talking to me with the mentality of poverty alleviation before? Fong Mingwei, this is not important. The important thing is that my plan needs to be changed. At present, it seems that there is no need to improve the attack power of your ship, and you can directly develop it in the form of a giant sea aircraft carrier. But it seems to require a large amount of magic metal. The quantity is too large, and it can't be purchased in a short time. Forget it, make a prototype first. Fong Mingwei capable side was revealed, with a special charm. Chen Fan was very proud of his success. Although it was a cooperation, he didn't want to be the one who relied too much on others. Sister Fong, don't waste the materials you prepared. Use them on your own ship, and let me see how the ship upgrade is controlled. Fong Mingwei came back to her senses and nodded. Your ship must hide its strength as the main ship. My ship will be a main battle frigate, Fong Mingwei said. And a mountain of materials appeared on the sea surface, and then disappeared. Fong Mingwei and Chen Fan both got a god perspective. A pile of steel and wood began to be spliced and combined according to Fong Mingwei gestures. Sometimes they could be disassembled and reassembled if they were wrong. This made Chen Fan regret it. If I had known this, my ship would never have been so ugly. Half an hour later, a large ship with a wooden attic that was more than 10 meters above the sea surface appeared in front of Chen Fan. If I'm not mistaken, this shouldn't be the Black Pearl, right? Fong Mingwei nodded. This is a tower ship, one of the most powerful warships in ancient China. Each floor can be equipped with multiple magic cannons. According to the plan, a wizard tower can be built on the top. But we lack craftsmen and magic cannons, even mages. Currently, we only have 12 magic cannons on both sides. Stronger combat capabilities need to be installed later. Chen Fan jumped onto the ship and exclaimed in amazement. This ship is so damn beautiful, so domineering. Although it is much smaller than his own Poseidon. But it is so handsome. This ship has only a little deck, 2 sails in front and back, and the rest is almost covered by wooden buildings. It looks at least 6 stories high, and each floor is densely covered with windows. This will be the best sniping point in the future. If I didn't have that big guy under the ship, I would have wanted to exchange with you. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Fong Mingwei smiled elegantly. President Chen, no matter how beautiful my ship is, isn't it your frigate? Both it and I are standing behind you. Chen Fan listened to these words that seemed to be suggestive and shook his head. Don't laugh, Sister Fong. Let's not have any superiors and subordinates between us. We are all friends. Equal. After setting the speed and coordinates, Chen Fan and his companions returned to the Poseidon. Oh, by the way, Sister Fong, do you have any information on how to upgrade from level 19 to level 20? My attribute panel says that I need to do an upgrade task, but I don't know how to trigger it. Fong Minghua was surprised. You are already level 19? Chen Fan, yes. It has been several days. Fong Minghua felt that this guy seemed to be too good. So good that she felt that if she cooperated with him, she would be the one who got the advantage. The experience points in the game double at each level. From level 1 to level 2, it is 100. From level 2 to level 3, it is 200. By analogy, the experience points from level 19 to level 20 should be 20 to 1, and then multiplied by 100, which is more than 52 million experience points. How did you do it? Chen Fan was more surprised than Fong Minghua. Ah! How did you do that? How did you calculate it all at once? More than 50 million. Does it take so much experience points just to go from level 19 to level 20? It seems that when he caught the deep-sea octopus king, he gained a lot of experience points. He didn't pay attention to it at that time. Before that, he also killed a lot of deep-sea anacondas and countless steel tuna. He thought that all the experience points were gained at that time. Fong Minghua, it's just a very simple formula. The promotion tasks of the corresponding professions need to be issued by high-level awakeners of the same profession. You changed your profession to a human mage, and your skills are all water-related. The promotion tasks should require a water-related mage with a level higher than level 20 to issue them to you. Chen Fan nodded. Is that so? Then where can I find a high-level water mage in this vast ocean? By the way, can players do it? Fong Minghua shook her head. Players can't do it for now, because we haven't found a way to post tasks yet. In addition to asking a mentor to post tasks, there is another way. There is an item called the promotion scroll, which can skip the promotion task and continue to upgrade directly. But this item is rare, and cannot be traded, only in the task rewards. Chen Fan nodded. It seems that there is no way to upgrade for the time being. Fong Minghua nodded, but it doesn't matter. We will reach the Ulung Islands in 4 days. There must be water mages in the city there. I will find you a higher level one then. Will it be okay if you are above level 20? Fong Minghua, what about level 30? What about level 40? Do you change the awakened mentor for each promotion task? Chen Fan, there are promotion tasks for every 10 levels? It's really troublesome. By the way, Sister Fong, when you completed the novice mission, what did the main compass spin out? Speaking of this, Fong Minghua raised her hand and took out a seed the size of a ping-pong ball. This thing called Bodhi tree seed, I searched through the information and couldn't find any information about it. Chapter 40 Watching the naval battle up close. Bodhi tree seed? Chen Fan took the unusually large seed in his hand and used the identification technique. Bodhi tree seed, purple. Evaluation. From the legend of an ancient country, its future will be beyond your imagination. Not yet Nirvana. Chen Fan looked at Fong Minghua. It says not yet Nirvana on this thing. Why don't you click Nirvana? But why are they the two words Nirvana? Aren't these two words used exclusively for the legendary phoenix? Fong Minghua spread her hands. Nirvana requires that soul crystal and a lot of energy. I can get the energy, but I don't know where to get the soul crystal, and I can't find it at all. Chen Fan was stunned. He has the soul crystal. Isn't this thing dropped by everyone when they kill someone? Or, because of the title of Poseidon's deep sea soul, only he can get this thing. But this thing is clearly marked as not tradable. Chen Fan was silent for a while, then pulled Fong Minghua to the cabin. Come with me. I try to give this thing Nirvana. Fong Minghua didn't understand, but she followed him anyway. The two came to the warehouse where the magic stones were stored. Chen Fan opened all the black gold boxes one by one, then picked up the only soul crystal, blue, in his hand, and put it against the Bodhi tree seed in Fong Minghua's hand. Now try to see if you can choose Nirvana. Fong Minghua tilted her head, not understanding why Chen Fan did this. Take a crystal. Reveal a lot of magic stones, and you can make this Bodhi tree species that has stumped countless high-level players reborn? But out of trust and respect for his partners, Fong Minghua still clicked on the attribute panel of the Bodhi tree species, and clicked yes on whether to reborn. The next moment, a huge suction force appeared with the Bodhi tree species as the center. The magic stones in the black gold treasure box dimmed and cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Fan and Fong Minghua looked at each other, revealing incredible eyes at the same time. Then the two of them were in tacit agreement, and neither of them moved. The terrifying suction lasted for about 4 or 5 minutes before it stopped, and the originally solidified space slowly returned to its original state. The two of them looked at the culprit, the Bodhi tree seed. At this moment, there was no Bodhi tree seed. A light green tree, emitting a faint golden light, and several small trees with intertwined roots were standing there quietly. If it was just an ordinary small tree, Chen Fan and the others would not be so surprised. But this little tree is too much like a human. The intertwined branches look like a young boy's face. The two thick branches intersect, as if they are putting their hands together. My two benefactors, I am honored to be here. Compared to Fong Minghua panic, Chen Fan has already gotten used to it. Talking seal toad, one more talking tree man won't matter. You tree, are you still a monk? The little tree slowly moved its roots towards the deck. Donor. You are joking. How can a tree become a monk? I just stayed in the temple for a long time, and understood some Buddhist teachings. Fong Minghua's eyes moved, thinking, this tree can think and remember when it was a seed? The little tree took the stairs to the top step by step. Becoming a seed is just a part of my journey. I learned to think and remember when I was a big tree. Fong Minghua nodded. Then he looked up suddenly. Can you tell what I am thinking? The little tree finally touched the sunlight. It stopped, stretched out its branches, and its back was full of philosophy. Sometimes it can. Sometimes it can't. It's just some small magical powers. Two donors. The world you live in is really interesting. Chen Fan couldn't do it. This guy can really read other people's hearts at will. Even the earth can read it. I'm not called this guy. I used to have a name. They all called me Master Tree. It's over. This tree is too scary. Staying with it. I feel like I'm no different from being naked. Just when I was at a loss. Fong Minghua sent the attributes of the tree master in a private chat. Ancient Bodhi tree, Nirvana orange. Evaluation, a lost treasure of Buddhism. Inheriting most of the magical powers and secrets of Buddhism. Fate connects you. Everything has its own destiny. This attribute panel is too brief, but it also proves the extraordinary nature of this ancient Bodhi tree. Two donors. Compared to studying me, I think what is happening outside will be more interesting to you. Chen Fan gave up thinking, indeed. The ship shook a few times just now, and now it is shaking more and more violently. The two of them quickly came to the deck. Following the tree mage's gaze, the sea was not calm at the moment. Two groups of forces were fighting in the rough waves. One side was a metallic pirate ship with a pink skull hanging on it. Looking at its shape, it should have surpassed the level of a giant sailing ship, reaching the level of a steel battleship that does not need sails but has higher kinetic energy. Although the other side was full of wooden sailboats. They had the advantage in numbers. They had 2 giant sailboats, and 4 or 5 small steel-headed fast ships that had not been destroyed. The magic cannons of both sides flew together, colorfully, as if an energy rain was falling in the sky. Judging from the situation, it seemed that the fleet with more ships was at a disadvantage. Their magic cannons were not accurate, and it was difficult to cause substantial damage to the steel battleship that was not large in size, but had strong defense and speed. Chen Fan stopped the Poseidon from moving forward and dropped anchor. He was ready to wait for the other side to finish fighting before going over. At the same time, he threw out the identification spell. Chapter 41 Capture. After reading the attributes of the main ships of both sides, Chen Fan touched his chin. The attribute panel of their ship did not have attack power, defense power and skills, which was quite different from the attribute panel of Poseidon. Perhaps this was the difference between biological ships and normal routes. Fong Minghua looked at this rare scene for a while, and said, the greedy pirates met the stubborn donkey who valued money over life. Why don't we stay away from them? It would be bad if we were injured by mistake. Chen Fan looked at Fong Minghua curiously. How did you know? You can read minds too? Fong Minghua rolled her eyes at Chen Fan. Watch the World Channel. Chen Fan suddenly realized, and then quickly turned on the World Channel. Lu Duo, Gemini brothers who are fighting to the end, hand over your goods, and I will let you go. Huda, Lu Duo. You intercept us every time we transport goods. You intercept us every time we transport goods. You are too bullying. Don't even think about robbing our goods again. Today, we will fight to the death with you. Lu Duo. I've said it before, I know the punishment for your mission is quite heavy, so I only want half of the goods. You see, a merciful pirate like me, isn't it particularly cute and kind? Bullshit. 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 You are just a greedy funnel that can never be filled. Each time. Every time, the mission is completed, but we haven't made any money for 3 or 4 months. If you take away half of it again this time, the fleet will be disbanded. You bitch. Don't run away if you dare. Chin Fan, it feels like they have been fighting each other for a long time. Fong Mingwei, you call this fighting each other? Why do I feel that Lu Duo is unilaterally cutting leaks? The captain of this pink pirate group is also a high-level player. He could upgrade the ship to the battleship level in less than a year. Luck and strength are both indispensable. Chin Fan looked at the Hu brothers' fleet with pity. In addition to luck and strength, the selfless dedication of the Hu brothers also contributed. The two were eating melons in a leisurely manner. A high-decibel voice came from the sea. 2 boats eating melons over there. Help me take down these 2 stubborn donkeys, and we will split the harvest in half. Chin Fan and Fong Mingwei looked at each other. Why did the pirates look for help first? Little did they know that Lu Duo was also worried. Originally, they were sure to win against the twin fleet, but who knew that 2 giant sailboats came from nowhere? If it were just that, she would have the confidence to win. But the big and ugly one couldn't even identify its attributes. It was all question marks. She only saw the name of Poseidon. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. You know, her identification skills are already advanced. Don't listen to her nonsense. You can go and ask about the reputation of Lu Duo of the Pink Pirates. She is a villain without credibility. If you help her, her next target will be your ship. The shouts of the Hu brothers came from the sea. Chin Fan looked at Fong Mingwei. How can they shout so loudly? Fong Mingwei took out a large conch. This kind of practical daily props often appear in daily stores, don't you know? Chin Fan shook his head. He really didn't pay attention to this matter. Shouting conch, white. Features, greatly increase your voice. Evaluation, there is nothing good to say about this thing. Chin Fan took the shouting conch. You guys fight. I just watched the fun. I go over after you finish fighting. Fong Mingwei rolled her eyes. It would be better if you didn't say that. If you say that, I think both of them will be scared. Chin Fan scratched his head. It seems like there's a little bit of a hidden agenda. Sure enough. After Chin Fan said that, the frequency of artillery fire from both sides dropped significantly, and the distance between the 2 sides began to gradually increase. The intention was obvious. They didn't want Chin Fan to reap the benefits. You said you had no other ideas. Who would believe it? Everyone knows that you have to spend money to upgrade your ship. These days, who is not greedy? Seeing that he could not get the melon, Chin Fan said to Fong Mingwei, why don't we go around? I think if we don't go, the 2 sides will not dare to fight. Fong Mingwei nodded. I think so too. Now we really need to get to the Elund Islands as soon as possible. The treasure there seems to be about to appear. I didn't have any ideas at first, but after seeing the surprise you gave me, I think there is still a chance. Chin Fan nodded. He also had a lot of ideas about treasures, which seemed to be everyone's nature. Just as he was about to start the Poseidon, an accident happened. The 3 large ships in the distance suddenly shook, and then they were tied up by the octopus tentacles extending from the sea, and were dragged into the sea in an instant. The sea water surged, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Captured the giant sailing ship Gemini White, Gemini Black, primary battleship Pink Bear, whether to swallow it. Chin Fan was shocked. Huh? Oh, no. If I swallow it, I will be a murderer. Won't I? Besides, I will only get a little armor value if I swallow it, so it's not worth it. You can't swallow it, and you can't kill it. Poseidon. Get it out quickly, or it will drown. I thought it was far enough away, but I underestimated the attack range of Poseidon. Moo! A dissatisfied roar came from the sea. The next moment, Haley with long green hair rushed to the deck, holding a black long stick, looking fierce. Wang said, you don't keep your promise and agreement. Chin Fan was stunned. I had told Poseidon that it could kill pirates before. These ones can't do that. These ones are my friends. Tell it, after a while, I promised to let him eat souls to his heart's content. Chin Fan had no choice but to start making big promises. With Chin Fan promise, the 3 large ships were sent to the sea by the huge black tentacles. After a while, the 3 embarrassed captains were brought to the deck of Poseidon by Haley. In order to get Haley to take action, Chin Fan had no choice but to paint a big pie for her. As soon as she was forced to be brought in front of Chin Fan, A cute little girl with twin ponytails and a waist as thin as a willow jumped up. Asshole. Didn't you say you were here to watch the fun? Why did you suddenly attack me? Are you still a human being? Do you have any credibility? Chen Fan scratched his head. I am a human being. But I don't have any credibility. Lu Duo was furious and started to talk nonsense. He cursed for 5 or 6 minutes without saying anything more. Chen Fan nodded and said one word to Haley. Fight. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan stood in front of the bruised Lu Duo in a friendly manner. Who is mean? Lu Duo. I am mean. Chen Fan. Who is shameless? Lu Duo. I am shameless. On the other side, the Hu brothers, who were frightened by Haley's fierce means and dared not move, could not help swallowing their saliva. It's over. Just out of the tiger's den and into the dragon's lair. Lu Duo. Level 26. Profession, Heroic Pirate. Evaluation, the lucky one who was selected as a hidden profession. The Child of Destiny. Chapter 42 Threat Huda. Level 19. Profession, Warrior. Evaluation, Excellent Sea Warrior. Can the identification technique only show the name? Level and profession? Chen Fan was puzzled. He remembered that he could see all the attributes of the parasitic woman in the restaurant. Is it because of the level? That's right, it seems that. Others can't see my embarrassing attributes. Fong Mingwei touched his chin. You? The heroic pirate? Is it a hidden profession? Lu Duo nodded pitifully. No wonder you can get the ship to the battleship level. Are you a lone player? Or a member of a union? Lu Duo, can I not tell you? Chen Fan, sure, but you have to be prepared for the pink bear to be swallowed up. Lu Duo, my boss is Shengshi Group. Fong Mingwei thought for a moment. The one that makes large machinery in Liuzhou? Lu Duo, Fong Mingwei looked suspicious. But as far as I know, Liuzhou Shengshi mainly develops the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom area. How did you, a marine player, get online? Lu Duo eyes slightly dodged. What's wrong with that? That's not a conflict. Anyway, I didn't lie. The tree master with a young face moved his roots. I can feed my family if I eat well. If there's a pot, I dump it on Shengshi Financial Group. Do you have a lie detector? It has to be said that the tree master is capable. It even simulated Lu Duo tone. Lu Duo eyes widened, with a look of disbelief. It, oh my god. Can this monster read minds? Chen Fan had never thought that this tree master actually had this ability. Little girl, your acting skills are really good. Haley! Chen Fan called Haley. Haley was loyal to her work and believed in pancakes. She walked towards Lu Duo again, with a black stick in her hand. Lu Duo said as she backed away. Don't fight. Don't fight. I am a lone ranger with no power. I was able to upgrade the ship to a battleship because of my good luck and the selfless dedication of these two idiots. Master Shu, I've said everything I need to say. Please don't hit me. That stick hurts too much. Master Shu said what Lu Duo was thinking. Chen Fan took a look at the black stick and cast an identification spell. Black stick of unknown origin, blue. Features, pain is tripled. Evaluation, it seems to be an accessory of something. No wonder it hurts so much when it hits people. Chen Fan looked at the Hu brothers. What about you two? The two brothers looked at each other. Huda said. We both work for Anning Heavy Industry. The ship was upgraded by the company. Our job is to be responsible for the maritime trade between the Black Gold Empire and the Ulung Islands. Master Shu said nothing. That means he was not lying. Chen Fan looked at the two Gemini sailboats that were soaked. What is the cargo this time? Huda was a little embarrassed and answered in a low voice. Food and fresh meat. Chen Fan was disappointed. I thought it was something precious. But it turned out to be such an ordinary thing. Is it worth fighting for? Fong Mingwei interrupted Chen Fan's ignorant words. This is not ordinary at all. Unless there is a special container. Many materials cannot be put in a backpack in large quantities. The population of the Ulung Islands is large. And there is no land for planting and grazing. Food and fresh meat are the most mainstream and profitable business. The cargo of these two cargo ships, I estimate, is at least 400,000 gold coins. A business of more than 40 million renminbi. Master Shu imitated Huda's tone. This beauty calculated very accurately. The Gemini can carry 1,000 tons each. According to the calculation of 1 gold coin for 10 kilograms of grain. It is a business worth 400,000 gold coins. Hudo was so scared that his face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. The ability of this tree man is too terrible. How can it invade people's minds? Master Shu clasped his hands together. There are so many strange things in this world. Donor. There is no need to be so surprised. Chen Fan looked at Master Shu strangely. I'm not surprised. Sister Fang, what should we do with the three of them? Haley, take away the treasure, and give the soul to the king. Chen Fan was speechless. I didn't ask you. Fang Mingwei thought for a while, and spoke. Three of you, logically, we are all from the same place. I should let you go according to the principle of mutual assistance among the same kind, but our secret was discovered by you. It refers to the disaster-level octopus king under the ship. So now you have two choices. The first is to join our union and share honor and disgrace, happiness and hardship. The second is to quit the game and give us your body in this world, so that you don't reveal our secrets. Or in other words, to prevent you from taking revenge in the future. Master Shu imitated Lu Duo tone. Bullshit. It's worse than robbing some of the goods. This woman, she wants to take both people and money. Ah, don't think so. Fang Mingwei smiled kindly. What do you think? Miss Lu? Lu Duo, I agree. I choose the first one. Chen Fan's expression was amused. This little Lolita really perfectly illustrates what it means to be two-faced. Fang Mingwei cast her eyes on the Hu brothers. What about you two? Hu Er frowned, but we already have a boss. If we join you, we brothers can't afford the penalty. Fang Mingwei replied domineeringly. How many 100 million is the penalty for breach of contract? I pay it. Huda opened his mouth and said. Altogether, it should be less than 90 million. Fang Mingwei smiled confidently. It's much less than I expected. Huda was obviously shocked by Fang Mingwei's tycoon temperament. It's just a game. It's okay to work for anyone. Since you think highly of us brothers, we will work for you in the future. Fang Mingwei clapped her hands. Very good. Then you can fill in the membership information first. Remember to make sure it's true? Otherwise, you can't run away with this body. Helpless. You've got on board. You can't run away. The three people filled in their addresses, phone numbers, where their parents are, and other private personal information like resigned to their fate. Fang Mingwei took back the information. I go back and investigate the authenticity of this information. If there's no problem, I call you. Chen Fan whispered to Fang Mingwei. Sister Fang, isn't it inappropriate to invite them in when you don't know them? Fang Mingwei's expression remained unchanged. Their bodies in this world cannot escape. The ship is in our hands. The family address and parents' information can be verified at any time, although there is still something wrong. But according to probability, our chance of success is already as high as 90%. If we don't dare to recruit people, I'm afraid there will only be two of us in the future of Shinzhou. Chen Fan thought so too. The Poseidon's hard power is here, and there are 3 high-level players who entered the game a long time ago. It is indeed of great significance to the current Shinzhou. After all, he is different now. In the past, he could do whatever he wanted, as long as he could make some money. But now, he has cooperated with Fang Mingwei, who has invested a lot of money, so he can't let her lose money. If you want to do big business on the sea, reputation, status, strength, are all indispensable, and it's not something that can be achieved with just his ship. Chapter 43 Team Formation. The players on the deck chatted with each other in a slightly unfamiliar manner, each sharing some of their experiences in the game, discussing the magic of the game and the meaning of its existence. While chatting, Fang Mingwei suddenly froze. My second novice mission is here. When they heard the mission, the expressions of several players became solemn at the same time. In the game, the word mission is an absolutely sensitive word, and the number of players who died while doing missions is the highest. Because apart from the mission, few people would force themselves to do something extremely dangerous. Chen Fan asked, what level of mission? Fang Mingwei seemed a little worried. The difficulty is intermediate. The mission is to protect a group of dolphins from being eaten by sharks. The more you protect, the fewer they are eaten, and the higher the mission completion rate. Well, no more than 10 can die, otherwise the mission will fail, and an emotion will be erased in a short period of time. Chen Fan frowned. This is another task that deprives you of your emotions as punishment. Based on his experience, this kind of task is usually quite dangerous. Huer suddenly spoke up. I have done this task before, but the system released it only when I upgraded my ship to a large sailing ship. Actually, this task is not difficult. Just be careful not to shoot the magic cannon too close, otherwise the dolphins will be scared and flee, and then they won't be easy to protect. Chen Fan and Fong Mingwei both relaxed a little. Since you have done this task before, you are not afraid. What level are the sharks? Chen Fan looked at Hu'er. Hu'er thought for a while. The highest seems to be level 19. Anyway, I have never seen a shark over level 20. Chen Fan felt relieved. That's fine, Sister Fong, I let Hailey go with you. She can fight a level 26 purple pirate leader alone. When Hailey heard that Chen Fan wanted to use her like a donkey, she was immediately unhappy. I won't go. If you ask me to go, I will go. Do you really think I'm your servant? Chen Fan was embarrassed. Just as he was about to make a promise to her, Hailey continued. It's just a group of sharks. Just let Dun Dun go. Chen Fan was puzzled. Dun Dun? Oh! By the way, it was Hailey talking seal. Fong Mingwei didn't want to trouble this beautiful mermaid. So she nodded and said, Okay. I think there won't be any problem this way. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment. Is it far? How about I go with you? After all, data cannot be completely trusted. Fong Mingwei shook her head. That is the summary of many players' experience. Since we already know that it is best not to ask other players for help in personal tasks, let's not do unnecessary experiments. Chen Fan looked at Hailey again. Who knew that the woman would jump into the sea with a backwards jump? Master Shu walked up slowly. For the safety of Donor Mingwei, I will also do my part. As it said, countless branches spread toward the building ship, and in a blink of an eye, a vine bridge was built. Fong Mingwei's eyes lit up with joy. Yes, this tree master was her reward. With such a mysterious and complicated background, it is impossible that he has no fighting power at all. Right? Chen Fan looked envious. This ability to build a bridge is really practical. No need to run to the bottom of the boat, get on the boat, and climb up again. Lu Duoduo rolled his eyes cutely. Secretly complained, how presumptuous this guy is. He actually shamelessly said that he wanted someone to use his ability to build a bridge for him. Master Shu turned back. Because Donor Chen knows, there is no difference between saying it in your heart and saying it out loud. Lu Duoduo was stunned, and then her expression twisted. She didn't want to live anymore. Watching Fong Mingwei's ship go away, the four players with their own thoughts began to fish at the same time. After all, the ship couldn't start at this time, and they had to wait for Fong Mingwei to come back, and Chen Fan and Lu Duoduo couldn't let them go for the time being. Although the Shenzhou fleet now has 5 large ships and more than a dozen small ships, it is already quite large, but it is still not functioning normally. If you want everyone to work together in the same direction, you still need a lot of procedures. For example, pull the 3 people's real bodies to Qingzhou City, or give them higher treatment and status. This needs to be done step by step. It seems cumbersome, but Chen Fan believes that this kind of thing is a piece of cake for Fong Mingwei. Brother Hu'er, where do the sailors on your ship come from? Are there any players? Chen Fan looked at all the anchored ships and asked Hu'er. Hu'er shook his head. Without players, players will receive their own tasks from time to time, and they cannot serve on a ship for a long time. Chen Fan thought that it made sense. While sailing, a player suddenly received a task to go somewhere to do something. The entire fleet could not delay the journey to wait for him. 1 or 2 players are fine, but if there are too many players, it is estimated that it will not be possible to sail. Then your fleet is full of natives of this world? Where did you get it? Huda, in the coastal cities of the Black Gold Empire, or the Elung Islands, as long as you have gold coins, you can have as many sailors and crew members as you want. But President Chen, don't you have crew members on your ship? And they are the extremely rare Siren tribe. Don't you recruit them with gold coins? Chen Fan shook his head. I don't have an employment relationship with them, but we are bound together in a special way. Oh! I was thinking, so you don't even have a crew member? No wonder the boat is ugly and dirty. So you are the only commander without troops. Lu Duoduo's voice was slightly sarcastic. Hu'er had a deep hatred for Lu Duoduo, and before Chen Fan could speak, he immediately retorted. You have a lot of crew members, and the boat is not ugly or dirty, but so what, you were still subdued by them in one move. Lu Duoduo glared. You? As if she didn't know what to say next, the little girl sat back angrily with the fishing rod. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows at Hu'er. There's a bite, it's a big one, help pull it up. The 4 of them pulled for 5 minutes. A huge sea fish with a white background and black stripes was pulled up. Huda exclaimed, a blue sea fish, this big one, I've never caught one before. Spotted fish, blue. Evaluation. A sea fish with magical value, very rare. Decompose it or not. Chen Fan directly chose yes. Kitfish Bone X1 can be used to upgrade the ship. Kitfish Meat X50, slightly improve intelligence after eating. Spotted Fish Skull, Blue, X1, rare alchemical material, Lu Duo. What did you decompose? Are there any blue materials? See it, and share it with me. Chapter 44 Large Fleet Landing. Chen Fan, you wishful thinking, you want to fish it yourself. Lu Duo pouted. Stingy guy. Chen Fan walked to Huda and handed him the skull of the spotted fish. This thing doesn't have any properties, is it valuable? Huda's eyes widened after reading the properties. Did you really decompose the blue material? President Chen may have never been to land. In this world, gold and silver are precious, but they are far less valuable than these graded materials. Hu added, because it is the raw material for various magic items and equipment. Chen Fan suddenly realized. It seems that there are really a lot of treasures in the sea. He collected the materials and continued to go fishing. I don't know why, they were all blue-grade fishing rods. Chen Fan caught 3 or 4 fish in a short time, and they were all green or above. The other 3 were not so good, and they didn't catch many white ones. This made Lu Duo very anxious. He kept shouting to change places. Chen Fan adhered to the traditional virtue of giving priority to ladies, and gave up the throne of catching fish. However, this matter seemed to have nothing to do with the seat. Chen Fan still caught fish one by one after changing the seat, while Lu Duo still had little harvest. Lu lowly gritted her teeth in anger. Indignant. South China Sea. Along Island. An unknown island. The wind was howling, and the waves were rolling. A huge steel battleship came from far away and fearlessly rushed to the beach. Then countless large and small ships followed closely, and landed one after another. 2 muffled sounds, 2 big figures jumped off the steel battleship. Boss, there really is an island here. It seems that the treasure map is really real, otherwise, our loss this time would be too great. The middle-aged man in the lead had a serious face. Although we have found the island, there is no clue to the entrance marked on the treasure map, so we can't be careless. Let the first group of 4 explorers be in groups, be more cautious, remember, we must protect our own people, if there is any problem. Let the local awakeners and mercenaries go first. Also, don't clash with scattered forces and lone players unless necessary, it's not time yet. The man bowed and responded. Don't worry. Boss, you will succeed, you are the one who can find the treasure of the legendary Moonlight Pirates. At night, headquarters of the Xinzhou Union. Chen Fan and Fang Mingwei climbed up with their hands on their waists in pain. Why does my waist hurt so much? Chen Fan, I have been sitting here all day, how can it not hurt? Fang Mingwei frowned. Why don't you come out for a while, and adjust our positions? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Fang Mingwei blushed slightly, she made a slip of the tongue. Chen Fan, I forgot too. He fished for almost a whole day, and it was almost evening before Fang Mingwei finished the task and came back. Considering their real bodies, they briefly discussed the next itinerary, and then hurriedly quit the game. The 4 of them quit lying in the cabin, only Chen Fan quit on the deck leaning on a recliner. There was no other way. We must be on guard against others. What if one of Lu Duo and the other 3 suddenly got confused and rushed to his unconscious body and stabbed him? In the cabin, the support of the Poseidon would be very troublesome, but on the deck, there would be no such shortcoming, and it was within reach. Fang Mingwei felt as if her waist was broken. Twisting it was useless, it still hurt, so she just laid down on the sofa without any image. Hey, shouting. Come up. Fang Mingwei made a phone call, and then a capable short-haired uniformed woman came up from the elevator. Seeing the person coming, Fang Mingwei handed over the prepared documents. Go to Zhongnancheng to check these people, and see if the information they filled out is true. Also contact the Shunshur Financial Group in Liuzhou, and arrange a time for them to come to Qingzhou to meet tomorrow. Just say you want to discuss business cooperation. Shouting listened carefully, said yes, and then left with the documents. Chen Fan looked at the secretary's back as she left. Your secretary? She looks very capable. Fang Mingwei looked up at Chen Fan. Why, are you interested in that type of woman? Chen Fan waved his hand quickly. What are you talking about? Do I look so lonely? Fang Mingwei, loneliness is also a contrast. If you have had 7 or 8 girlfriends in a row before, and suddenly you don't have a girlfriend for a long time, I think you must be very lonely. Chen Fan suspected that Fang Mingwei had also learned Master Shu telepathy. Nonsense! Who doesn't have a girlfriend? My girlfriend lives here. Fang Mingwei sat up. Really? But I heard that people with emotional deficiency don't feel love. Chen Fan was silent. How could this woman find out everything? Fong Mingwei, call these 3 numbers later. Don't say too much. Explain the treatment I can give. And then ask them to come to Qingzhou as soon as possible. Chen Fan took the information. Why me? Fong Mingwei, because you are the president. Chen Fan, but my share is only 40%. Fong Mingwei, from now on, your share will be 60%. And I want the 40. Chen Fan was shocked. Really? I was just kidding. I beat you if I want to. But you make the most money. Fong Mingwei smiled indifferently, and threw another stack of documents over. This is our work contract. You get 60, and I get 40. It's all ready. Sign it. Chen Fan hesitated for a long time. Sister Fong, you don't really want to support me, do you? After making 3 phone calls, according to Fong Mingwei instructions, Chen Fan came to Chen Shui's door. Shui, are you awake? It's been a whole day. Chen Shui's cold voice came from the room. I'm awake, I'm taking a shower. Chen Fan failed to open the door, and returned to the sofa. Just when he was about to ask Fong Mingwei what she wanted to eat, a phone call came in. The caller ID showed Yang Lei. Hello, brother Fan, why aren't you in the store? Chen Fan, I've been busy lately, you're here? Let Chinli cut your hair. Yang Lei, I've finished cutting my hair. Xiao Guang, Xiao Yu, and I brought some delicious food. We want to have a drink with you. Chen Fan's stomach was empty. When he heard about the delicious food, he sat up immediately. What did you bring? Let me hear it. Sweet roasted kidneys, braised prawns, stinky tofu, all-you-can-eat night market dishes. Ice-cold draft beer. Chen Fan's mouth was watering when he heard about it. Enough? Enough? Stop talking. I be there soon. Chen Fan pulled Chen Shui towards the elevator, passing by the sofa where Fong Mingwei was leaning. Chairman Chen, why didn't you call me when you had something delicious? Do you want to leave it here for me when I'm hungry? Chen Fan stopped and turned around awkwardly. This is a small dirty stall for ordinary people to eat. I'm afraid you can't get used to it. Fong Mingwei lay on the back of the sofa and looked at him. Her figure was plump. Who said that? I just like to eat food from the night market. If it's convenient, let them bring it here to eat. Chen Fan looked at the expensive sofa floor and the entire meeting room that looked like a work of art. Are you sure? I'm sure. Chapter 45 Signs. 20 minutes later, the elevator door on the 3rd floor of the Xinzhou headquarters opened. 6 men and women entered one after another, and then they all widened their eyes at the same time. Aqiang, oh my god, I told you that Brother Fan had made a fortune. But you didn't believe it. Qianyuer, Xiao Lei, didn't you say that your brother is just a barber shop owner? Xu Xiaoguang, do you see this place? I will definitely buy you such a beautiful house in the future. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Chen Fan's vanity was greatly satisfied. Come on. Come on, don't stand at the door, come and eat. Bring the food up quickly, I'm starving. At this time, Chen Fan was sitting in the middle of the sofa, with Chen Shui and Fong Mingwei, 2 beauties of different types, sitting on both sides. Because the store was not busy, Chen Fan also called Chen Li and Chang over. Although the food was the most common in the night market, it was indeed very appealing to the taste buds, and the 3 of them were indeed hungry. They had a great time eating, and everyone drank a lot of wine. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night when the show ended. They agreed to meet again next time, and Chen Fan sent the young people to the taxi. Back to the water bar, Chen Shui was quietly cleaning the coffee table. Chen Fan was drunk, and came to Chen Shui with a thick face. Shui, you are really nice today, you didn't leave early, come, brother will reward you with a kiss. Bang! Chen Fan was thrown 3 meters away by Chen Shui. You clean up, I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep. I thought alcohol could enhance the feeling of emotion, but it failed. Chen Fan, then do you want to consider the cooked food therapy again? Qingzhou City, Fuguirenjia Community. Zhang Degu gulped down a few gulps of water. Since the party that day, I feel like eating something. What did you eat that day? Why is it so delicious? I must go to that restaurant again tomorrow. Why does my stomach always hurt? I've been drinking a lot these days? The obese man covered his stomach and rushed into the bathroom again. Then came the disgusting sound of vomiting. Hey, wife, bring me some medicine for gastrointestinal cold after get off work, vomiting and diarrhea, yeah. You are the best. The next day, after Chen Fan got up, he received a call from the designer of the new store. After seeing Chen Fan's store, the other party made 3 detailed plans. Chen Fan studied it carefully for a long time, and finally chose the style with the most chair and mirror combinations. He still decided not to open a high-end barber shop. After all, this skill is to support the family. You say that spending 800 or 1,000 on a haircut is not worth it. Maybe someone would do that. But Chen Fan didn't want to. Designing a hairstyle for a customer is a matter that satisfies both parties. And he didn't want this satisfaction to be broken by money. After choosing a style, Chen Fan went to the old shop again. It was unusually busy today. Nana, an old customer, also came and was waiting in line. She was very happy to see Chen Fan coming, and said that she wanted to perm her hair today, and perm it to shoulder-length inward curls, because her new boyfriend likes it very much. Nana, how about your previous boyfriend, who was addicted to games? Are his intestines ruined? Nana frowned. He is ill, Chen Fan asked. What is wrong with him? Nana eyes dimmed. I heard from his mother that it was caused by mental problems. He has become a vegetable. The doctor said that he has no chance. With a snap, Chen Fan's scissors worth more than 1,000 yuan fell to the ground. Okay. It's done. This hairstyle is not easy to take care of. After washing your hair, you must use a curling comb to curl it inwards and blow dry it. Otherwise, it will look messy with the hair turned outwards and inwards. Of course, our Nana looks beautiful in any hairstyle. Watching the beautiful girl swaying and leaving the door, Chen Fan was in no mood to complain about her speed of changing boyfriends. Vegetative. So, did the boy die in that world? In a world where mysterious power prevails, and there are no strict laws. Perhaps in a human gathering place, it is easier to die than to live. Inexplicably, Chen Fan was somewhat glad that he landed in the ocean area. At noon, Chen Fan ate a bowl of flat noodles, and then lay on the bed and entered the game. On the deck of the Poseidon, the 4 people sat in a row again fishing. There was no other way. There were not so many monsters for ocean players to kill. If they wanted to level up, they could only fish. Chen Fan walked to Fang Mingwei. I bought you noodles, and put them on the coffee table. You can go back and eat them first. Fang Mingwei nodded obediently. Go back to eat. Lu Duo pouted. Love between a man and a woman, it's so sweet. The whole ship is filled with a stench of love. I'm sick. Chen Fan, then please try to vomit in the sea, not on my deck. Didn't you say yesterday that you would come to Qingzhou City today? Why are you still fishing in the game? Lu Duo, I'm still a student. How can I just leave like that? Chen Fan glared. So were you lying to me yesterday? Lu Duo stuck out her tongue. I was planning to skip school, but my ID card shows that I'm underage, so I'm not allowed to take the interprovincial high-speed rail. But the matter has been resolved. Sister Fang has already completed the transfer procedures for me. I'd probably be in Qingzhou City in 2 days. Chen Fan was suspicious. You're still a high school student? He had never seen such a cunning and insidious high school girl. Lu Duo hugged the airport tightly. Could it be that you like it more? Chen Fan, get out of my way. While the two were bickering, Hu Er's fishing rod was bitten. Several people hurriedly pulled up the sea rod. It was a green double-headed carp, and fortunately, it decomposed into green materials. Hu Er was overjoyed, and kept saying that it was Chen Fan help, throwing the hook into the sea. Chen Fan turned to Huda. When can you two come? Huda answered immediately. Boss Fang offers such good treatment. We two can't wait to fly over now. But there are still many termination contracts to be signed at the original company. And it will probably be soon. In the next 2 days. Although we two brothers are a little older, we are still far inferior to Chairman Chun in terms of strength and means. We will need you to take care of us in the future. Chen Fan gave Lu Duo a look. Don't be so polite. There are no rules in Qinzhou. We are all friends. We can make money together and drink wine together. Lu Duo, we share difficulties and bitterness together. But you never mention it. Lu Duo has a grudge against Chen Fan. Chen Fan, highly, let me use your Xian stick. As soon as these words came out, Lu Loli jumped up like a mouse seeing a cat, and only dared to sit back when she found that there was no green figure of Hailey on the deck. Hu Er looked at Chen Fan with a resentful look. As if he remembered something, he looked at Chen Fan and asked, President Chen, besides the group of sea monsters, are there any indigenous people on your ship? The indigenous people he mentioned referred to the humans living in the main god space. Chen Fan nodded. Some ordinary people rescued from the pirates. and planned to release them after arriving at the Ulung Islands. Who are? How many? Chen Fan thought for a while. 10. It seems to be 10. Chapter 46 Crisis breaks out. Who was puzzled. Since there are 10 people, why don't you let them clean your ship and do maintenance? Chen Fan scratched his head. The main thing is that I haven't thought about this kind of thing, and I don't know how to do it. Hu shook his head. President Chen. Don't think that this is a ship in the game, and you don't need to do maintenance. In fact, this is the same as a ship in reality. It will also be weathered, corroded, aged. It may not be a big problem in the short term, but it is obvious that this game is not a short-term situation. How about this? We will all share the joys and sorrows in the future. You call out the people under your boat, and I will teach them how to maintain the boat. Chen Fan thought so. It was the same as letting them sit idle anyway. Why not let them do some work to pay for the boat fare? Chen Fan went to the cabin, called out a group of aborigines including Lin Ji. When he heard that he had to do some work, Lin Ji was very happy, and immediately said that he was a boatman who could do maintenance, and that his granddaughter could also decorate the boat if Chen Fan needed them. The grandfather and grandson were willing to work for Chen Fan on this ship. It would be best if they could get paid, but it was okay if they didn't. What else could Chen Fan say when he encountered this good thing? He could only blame himself for not having foresight before, and not understanding the truth that an old man in the family is like a treasure. But he couldn't be a scoundrel either. So he gave the grandfather and grandson Lin Ji a total of 600 gold coins per month, which was equivalent to a monthly salary of 12,000 yuan in this world, or 6,000 yuan per person. The rest said they could work for Chen Fan, but none of them wanted to stay on the ship to work. Chen Fan didn't want to leave the rest of the people behind. After all, they were relatives of the people he had killed inside. 10 aboriginals began to clean the boat. Compared to them, the only thing Chen Fan and his men needed to do was fishing. Outskirts of the abyss. Chen Shui walked slowly in a deserted town with a large pistol in hand. The roads in the town were overgrown with weeds, and each plant looked strange, as if they had been crippled by their stepmother when they were young. Every house was dilapidated and decayed, but the doors were strangely closed. The bleak wind blew, and the sound of the wind like sobbing was heard all around. This place can be used directly as a horror film and television base. Beautiful lady, aren't you scared? Listening to the strange voice in her ear, Chen Shui turned around calmly. She saw a tall and thin man in a suit with blood-red eyes looking at her fanatically. Chen Shui, not afraid. The scary man laughed wildly. Oh! Ho ho ho, since you are not afraid, then stay and be my lover. I have not been loved for too long. As soon as the voice fell, countless rotten rats suddenly emerged from all around, and rushed towards Chen Shui like a wave. Beside Chen Shui's feet, a human-like toad shouted angrily. You ugly corpse! How dare you offend my princess? I will make your soul return to the deep sea. Golden light shone, it transformed, turned into a golden-haired prince in golden armor, holding a golden sword, with unparalleled power. 2 days later. Qingzhou Airport. A cool, tender and hot Lolita girl walked out of the airport exit, took off her sunglasses, and pulled her suitcase to look for the person who would pick her up among the people who were waiting for her. Chen Fan saw Lu Duoduo, who had very obvious features, at a glance, and took out his mobile phone to make a call. I'm in front of the pillar, with a warning sign on your right front. The little Lolita rushed over and pushed the suitcase into Chen Fan's arms. Don't you know how to take the initiative to move the luggage? Not a gentleman at all. I wonder if he has ever had a girlfriend at this age. Chen Fan smiled evilly. Look at what I'm wearing. I can't find anyone who looks like me. He pointed at his international brands. Although they were all bought by Fang Mingwei, it was Chen Fan's skill to dress so decently and well. The two of them walked to the front of Chen Fan's class while arguing, and Lu Duoduo clapped his hands. I like this, let me drive it. Please. 2 black faces that looked similar popped out from the back seat of the car. Not good, the Hu brothers said in unison. They both came from the rural area of Liuzhou, a province close to the desert. They were actually about the same age as Chen Fan, but their dull skin made them look a little older. The little girl pressed down her sunglasses. You two arrived earlier than me? Is it because you understand the principle of the early bird catches the worm? Before they arrived at the Xinzhou headquarters, Lu Duoduo had already started bickering with all the male colleagues. It was obvious that the days ahead would not be peaceful. Huh? Has the public security in Qingzhou City always been so good? Why are there police officers standing guard at every intersection? Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Duoduo looked out the window curiously. Chen Fan also noticed this, and was also curious about what happened. Whoever, they seem to be intercepting vehicles leaving the city. It should have nothing to do with us. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a chaotic ringing of mobile phones in the car. The reason for the chaos was that the 4 people's mobile phones rang at the same time. Chen Fan had a bad feeling for some reason. He was driving, so he could only ask the 3 people who were looking at their phones. What happened? Why did the phones ring at the same time? Lu Duoduo looked at Chen Fan with a puzzled look, and then read the content of the message. Please note that all citizens of Qingzhou City, due to the epidemic, do not drink tap water and well water from now on. Please drink sealed water such as mineral water for the time being. If you have unbearable abdominal pain at this time, and are accompanied by a desire for unknown food, please contact the community as soon as possible, and the community will send you to the Fongsong Hospital in Chang'an District for isolation and treatment. All roads out of the city are closed. Trains and planes are temporarily suspended. In the face of the epidemic, all citizens are requested to cooperate. What's going on? Is there an epidemic in Qingzhou City? You lecherous uncle. You let us come here at this time. Are you trying to harm us? Chen Fan was innocent. I also knew about it with you. Okay. Huda stood up and spoke the truth. It happened suddenly. But fortunately, we just arrived, and have never drunk the tap water here. It would be fine if we just drank mineral water before the problem is solved. Chen Fan stopped the Mercedes-Benz with one foot on the brakes, and Lu Duoduo almost flew out of the windshield. What are you doing now? Chen Fan pointed at the supermarket next to the road. Go buy some mineral water. Chen Fan reacted quickly and acted in time, before the supermarket could raise the price. Chen Fan and his friends bought 50 bottles of mineral water each. Because everyone's backpack had 50 compartments, they could only buy 50 bottles at most. But it was enough. Why can't this mineral water be stacked? Lu Duoduo complained in the car. The Hu brothers used to do maritime transportation, so they are more familiar with this. It should be because the containers are not uniform. Anyway, most of the materials that can be stacked are decomposed materials, such as wood and stone. However, the Black Gold Empire has some special magic metal boxes. Some players have tried that kind of box. Anything can be stacked. There is a limit of 100 boxes per grid, but it is very rare and very expensive. Chen Fan thought of the 100 black gold boxes in his cabin and secretly rejoiced. Is that thing so valuable? Fortunately, he was lazy. Otherwise, if he threw away the black gold box, he would regret it. Chapter 47 Assistance Mission from Jingwei. Driving the car back to the Xinzhou building, in the elevator, Chen Fan unexpectedly met Chen Shui, who had just picked up her parents. Oh, isn't this Xia Fan? What a coincidence. Our Shui just picked us up and I ran into you. Which room is yours? Why didn't you tell me when you bought the house? Auntie wants to give you a red envelope. Chen Fan scratched his head. It seems that Chen Shui received the epidemic notice and was afraid that something might happen to the old couple. So she picked them up. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen father and mother, they were sent to Chen Shui's room, where there was plenty of food and water. After settling the old couple, they returned to the meeting room and saw that everyone was a little depressed by the prevention and control information issued by the municipal government. They asked each other if they had stomach pain and what they wanted to eat. They were discussing the suddenness of the epidemic and the strangeness of the disease. Chen Fan's expression suddenly froze. The abdominal pain was unbearable, and he had a desire for unknown food. Could this be related to the abyss worm last time? In the wealthy residential area, Zhang Dage saw the message on his phone. He turned pale instantly. Am I infected with some infectious disease? It's over. I have to call the community. But what if the quarantine cabin is not safe? What if I am not infected, and I get infected there? I can't go. I have to find a connection to buy some special medicine to try. I am so healthy, I will definitely recover after taking some medicine. Knock. 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 The knock on the door sounded at an inopportune time. Who is it? A muffled and rough voice came from outside the door. Community, please open the door. We need to observe your condition. Zhang Degu was sweating profusely. I'm fine, I'm healthy, you go. Mr. Zhang, please cooperate with our work. If you don't open the door, we will break it down. A military base in Chaoyang City. SSS level creator Li Shaoqian. Please go to Qingzhou City immediately to solve this large-scale non-human incident. Codename, Worm Invasion. Li Shaoqian pretty face was lost in thought. Qingzhou City? That scumbag. The sinking boat headquarters. Chen Fan and Fang Minghua looked at each other, and the expressions in their eyes were a little at a loss. Lu Duoduo, who is this Jingwei? Isn't this too insecure? Several people received employment information from Jingwei at the same time. Chen Fan, in fact, our existence is also a kind of insecurity. Fang Minghua, I still underestimated Pengu's strength. Perhaps we have been completely exposed from the beginning, but we don't know it ourselves. Mobile text message, Jingwei. In order to survive this 3-type event, Citizen Chen Fan is requested to go to the square cabin in Anqiu Ecological Protection Area, Beichen Road, Chang'an District to assist in defense. Note, you can use the abilities in the game. This task rewards 200,000 in cash. You can accept it voluntarily. The information of several people is exactly the same. Huir, it says that it can be accepted voluntarily at the end of this information. Which means that we also have the right to refuse. Lu Duoduo stuck out his tongue. Our school always donates voluntarily, but we still have to donate. Fang Minghua frowned. Her big eyes were deep. We should have the right to refuse, but first of all, we already know that our existence is not mysterious. At least it is not a secret to the upper level. In this case, if we have the ability but do nothing, will it make the upper level have a bad impression of us, or even, is there a slight possibility that we will be named as inactive citizens because of this matter? Fang Minghua is the controller of many companies. She has had many exchanges with the upper management. She knows how much control and influence the upper management has over the lower management. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. I agree with Sister Fang's idea. Compared with ordinary people, even the best special forces, we all have stronger self-protection capabilities. We should be able to make some contributions within the scope of ensuring our own safety. He made pertinent suggestions, helping if possible, but running away if there is danger. After discussing the specific matters, the first general meeting of the Xinzhou Union was successfully concluded. The planning guidelines were designated by President Chen Fan. The main entrance road of Anqiu Ecological Reserve in Chang'an District. Ambulances, police cars, private cars and other vehicles formed a long line, slowly but orderly moving inside. Without any exception, any vehicle passing through the entrance of the reserve will be strictly checked. They seem to have the ability to distinguish whether a person is infected or not. Almost every few cars passing by, many people will be driven back. Chen Fan G-Class was parked behind a military truck. There were 3 or 4 more cars before his turn. An accident happened. The door of the military truck in front was suddenly knocked open by something. If the distance from the truck was not far enough, Chen Fan car might have been hit. The sudden change scared Chen Fan and his companions. What's going on? The next second, an abyss worm about the size of a car suddenly ejected from the car. Its white and greasy body hit Chen Fan car heavily. The car creaked, and it was about to collapse. Chen Fan and the Hu brothers jumped out of the car and fled at the same time. At this moment, Chen Fan was extremely glad to have placed Fang Minghua and Lu Duoduo in Chen Shui car. Identification: Abyss Worm Fusion Green. Evaluation: the larvae of the Abyss Earth Dragon, the largest native in the Abyss. You better not let them reproduce too much. This large Abyss Worm was lying on Chen Fan car and roaring. More people around were scared and began to abandon their cars and run away. The scene was in chaos. Amid the commotion of the crowd, a fat-bellied man suddenly turned around and rushed towards the giant Abyss Worm. Ah! I found it! I found it! Something delicious! Something delicious! He ran desperately, and the people walking with him couldn't stop him. In full view of the crowd, the giant Abyss Worm lowered its head and bit the fat-bellied man in half and swallowed him directly. The crowd suddenly screamed and cried. Some people abandoned their wives and children to escape. Some people harmed others to escape. The ugliness of human nature was clearly revealed at this moment. Chen Fan frowned and took out his staff helplessly. If the source of this chaos is not resolved, the situation will be completely out of control. However, the next second, a uniformed team rushed out of the entrance of the ecological park with extremely fast movements, holding a strange-shaped pistol that looked like a hair dryer. This group of soldiers were well trained, agile, and determined. The moment they approached the Abyss Worm, the weapons in their hands suddenly spewed out more than 2 meters long flames, which roasted the giant Abyss Worm and made it scream. More soldiers rushed out from the entrance and began to maintain order at the scene in an orderly manner. Chen Fan silently retracted his staff. It seems that the power of the country should not be underestimated. But the weapon is a bit unreasonable. Right? It is neither oil burning nor electric generating. Could it be that it uses magic stones as energy? This unit not only has weapons such as flamethrowers, but also electric grenades that can deal with the Abyss Worm's desperate struggles before death. It can be said that it is armed to the teeth. In the eyes of Chen Fan and several other players, the health of the Abyss Worms is rapidly decreasing. Chapter 48 Assistance Mission in Progress. Whenever the Abyss Worm intends to break out of the fire array, one or more lightning mines will accurately hit its huge body. The giant worm loses the ability to break out of the encirclement while trembling all over. 10 minutes later, with the onlookers of the citizens, justice triumphed over evil, and the huge Abyss Worm turned into ashes floating in the wind. Lu Duoduo looked curious. It seems that the weapons of these soldiers are very advanced. Are they new ones? How come I haven't heard of it before? Fong Mingwei pushed her glasses. It has not been announced, so I haven't heard of it. I just checked it. The evaluation clearly states that it uses magic stones as kinetic energy. Chen Fan was thoughtful. We rely on games to protect ourselves. But the country is using games to protect the entire country. Peter Parker is not lying to me. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Lu Duoduo, hee. American Comics Fat Otaku. Enduring the scorching air. Chen Fan and his companions walked to the entrance of the ecological protection area. There was no other way. The car was crushed and could not be driven. After showing their ID cards and explaining their identities as cooperating defense personnel, the guards let them pass. Entering the Anshio Ecological Reserve, Chen Fan and his companions were led to a place similar to the front line in the movie. A team of soldiers with the same equipment as those who had just eliminated the giant Abyss Worm had been waiting for a long time. The leader was a thin-faced and strong man in his 30s. Hello, everyone. I am Bai Baogang, the captain of the Python Company of the Special Operations Regiment. I am responsible for leading everyone to the designated location for defense. This man is not tall, but has a very loud voice. Fong Mingwei stepped forward. My name is Fong Mingwei. I am the head of the Shinjo Labor Union. These people are all my subordinates. The situation is urgent, Captain Bai. Please assign the tasks directly. We will definitely cooperate with you fully. Captain Bai Baogang nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your cooperation. President Fong, the personnel allocation has been completed. Please just follow us. I asked about the specific allocation. The 6 of them were divided into 3 groups. Chen Fan and Lu Duoduo were in one team, responsible for coordinating with the first team led by Bai Baogang. Qin Shui and Fong Mingwei were in one team, responsible for coordinating with the second team of the Crazy Python Company. The Hu brothers were in one team, responsible for coordinating with the third team. Among the 3 teams, it was obvious that Chen Fan team was the strongest, because Lu Duoduo was a level 24 player, and a hidden profession. Fong Mingwei and Qin Shui team was the weakest. Qin Shui, who was stronger among them, was only level 10, and Fong Mingwei didn't even have a skill that she could use. Chen Fan raised objections. But Captain Bai said that this was all assigned by the higher-ups, and that Qin Shui and Fong Mingwei were not the only 2 special people in the 2nd Squadron's defense area. Seeing that Chen Fan was worried, Fong Mingwei said, Don't worry, there is a reason for the arrangement. I will notify you as soon as we have something to do. Chen Fan frowned with some dissatisfaction, and whispered in Fong Mingwei's ear. Remember that your life is the most important thing. It's not shameful to protect yourself at a critical moment. Toad stood on Qin Shui's bag. Don't worry, commoner. Protecting the princess' safety is my life's creed. Lu Duoduo habitually argued. But you are not a person. Your life should be a frog's life. Following Bai Baogang, we came to the southeast defense line in the isolation warehouse. A combat team of about 30 people had been stationed here for a long time. The soldiers were strong and energetic, well equipped. And there were 3 Gatling machine guns with cold light at the front of the defense line. There were 2 other people wearing plain clothes, like Chen Fan and the others. They didn't look very old, but their calmness and composure were enough to prove that they were not ordinary people. Chen Fan saw that the 2 had no intention of coming up to say hello, so he didn't bother them. After explaining things to his subordinates, Bai Baogang walked back to Chen Fan and the others. Are you good at long range or close combat? I want to understand briefly, and then make more suitable tactical arrangements. In fact, he shouldn't ask. The commander's order clearly stated that it was not allowed to ask about the abilities and privacy of the helpers. But Bai Baogang was not a man who followed the rules. As a company commander, He had the responsibility to lead everyone to win the battle at the lowest cost. Chen Fan took out his purple staff. Mage. Lu Duo pouted. I should also be a mage. By the way, Uncle Company Commander, what kind of enemy are we defending this time? The white worms? Did the Gatling gun go in the wrong direction? Isn't that the isolation cabin over there? Chen Fan was stunned. If Lu Loli hadn't told him, he really wouldn't have noticed. Yes, why is the gun pointed at the isolation cabin hospital that treats patients and saves lives? Bai Baogong's eyes were firm. This is the order I received. Don't let any living creature leave the isolation cabin. Don't ask why. Execute the order. This is the duty of a soldier. Chen Fan's face turned pale. No wonder along the way, only those who were seriously ill or even about to lose consciousness were sent to the isolation cabin, and those with mild symptoms were taken to the outer area of the ecological protection area. In other words, the seriously ill can no longer be treated? They can only be humanely destroyed? Thinking of this, even the thick-skinned Lu Duo could not help but be silent. The phone rang. It was Chen Fan's parents who called. They were far away in their hometown, but they also heard that the epidemic had broken out in Qingzhou City, and they called Chen Fan to ask about his safety. Chen Fan naturally reported good news, but not bad news, and brushed the two elders off. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan looked at Lu Duo, who was fiddling with a strange machine. What is this? Game console? You're still in the mood to play games at this time? Lu Duo turned back and glared at him impatiently. What game console? This is my professional prop for summoning heroes. A big war may break out soon, and I want to summon a hero to lead the battle. Chen Fan was puzzled. You've been playing games for so long, and you haven't summoned a hero to lead the battle? Lu Duo complained with an expression that no one understood me. It's easy for you to say. Do you know how many gold coins it costs to draw a hero? Do you know what the chance of drawing an A-level heroic spirit is? Chen Fan shook his head. Your profession, how would I know? Lu Duo was frustrated. 1,000 gold coins per time, 90% of F-level heroic spirits, 45% of D-level heroic spirits, and so on. A-level heroic spirits are a little more than 3%, and there are also heroic spirits of non-combat professions. Chen Fan looked at Lu Loli pitifully. What is the level of your strongest heroic spirit at present? Lu Duo looked dissatisfied. A C-class sailor. 2 D-class gunners. Both of them are 1-star. E and F are ordinary warriors with no ability. And the higher star ratings are not very useful. Chen Fan was puzzled. What about the star rating? Lu Duo, have you never played chess? 3 identical heroes can be upgraded. You don't understand this? Chen Fan, do you have to understand this? Everyone understands except me? Do you want me to help you draw once? Chapter 49, You are the King of Luck. Chen Fan looked at the prop that looked very similar to the slot machine and felt itchy. Lu Duo refused. Forget it, you have to control your own destiny. While bragging, she suddenly remembered Chen Fan's enviable luck when fishing. She twisted her waist to make way. Then, try it once. Chen Fan looked at the slot machine in front of him with 5 horizontal grids, which was constantly switching, rubbed his hands when he made a mistake, and slapped it. The 5 elements icon switched at high speed without any recognition. Then, they stopped suddenly without any expectation. The two put their heads close to the slot machine. The first one was a D-class sailor, lineup. Then it was magical. The second, third and fourth ones were all the same person, the A-class legendary marine musician. The mermaid Daisy? The fifth one was a D-class sea steward. Lu Duo was confused. She rubbed her eyes. Then she frowned and showed a very confused expression. After looking at Chen Fan, he once again looked at his slot machine seriously. After a long while, Lu Duo said in confusion, Ah, this? Did you use some kind of magic? Is it fake? 90,000 gold coins are needed for exchange. You must have played tricks. I don't believe it can be true. The next second, a 3-meter-tall beautiful woman with a snake tail and green hair appeared out of thin air in front of Chen Fan and the others. There was an engraved on her left arm, and 2 green 5-pointed stars on her right arm. Daisy is here. My lovely and petite captain. A beautiful siren with a snake tail appeared, like a giant, holding a guqin, and startled everyone present. Fortunately, these soldiers were well trained and had seen the world. After a few seconds of panic, they returned to normal. However, their eyes towards Chen Fan and the others changed, becoming more respectful. Chen Fan patted the stunned Lu Duo's shoulders. Hey. It seems that your heroic spirit cannot be invisible in front of ordinary people. Are you going to let her stand here in such an awkward situation? Lu Duo finally regained his composure. You are so lucky. Aren't you? One A-level card is fine, but why did 3 of the same A-level cards appear at once? You won't die young. Will you? Chen Fan was speechless. Is that how you thank me? Lu Duo, I should thank you. I let you lick my feet tonight. Chen Fan, get lost. Lu Duo cast his eyes on the beautiful mermaid Daichisi, who was waiting for his response. You came at the right time, my big mermaid lady. Daichisi, I'm here. On call at any time. But please don't forget. Captain. I need your care for 3 days after I finish my work. Chen Fan was very curious. Your hidden profession is so interesting. What does this 3-day care mean? Lu Duo considered the words. To put it simply, I need to use my unique mana to maintain my heroic spirit. Usually 1 hour. 2 hours. Etc. But Daichisi needs me to maintain her for 3 days. Chen Fan understood. You will have no mana for the next 3 days. And you will not be able to use skills? Lu Duo shook his head. That's not the case. You will probably lose half of your mana. And you need to stay focused at all times. Chen Fan felt that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Show me her attributes. Dakisi, A-level heroic spirit 2 stars. Evaluation. A deceased legendary figure, her appearance, represents the aesthetics of an era. Chen Fan was jealous. Why is it that the attributes of a hero are 4 times of mine? What kind of a lousy mage am I? How about, I give you another chance? Chen Fan tried to ask. Lu Duo once again silently gave up his position. 2 minutes later. Lu Duo stared at the SS-level hero in the middle of the slot machine, and lost his ability to express himself for a moment. SS-level dominant pirate, North Sea evil star Xingfu Hai. Chen Fan was very satisfied with his luck. Quick, summon him too, and let me see him. Lu Duo closed his eyes. I can't summon him anymore. A single card, 500,000 gold coins. The question is why there is a SS heroic spirit. Why? Lu Duo began to fall into deep self-doubt. Chen Fan stood in the modern defense line, and wherever he looked, he saw busy soldiers in protective clothing. One after another. Ambulances full of critically ill patients drove into the isolation cabin, and then returned empty. Take out your phone. Major websites are already broadcasting the severe epidemic in Qingzhou City. Due to some restrictions, the real-time number of infections and deaths has also been made into specific data. Current number of infections, 8569. Number of deaths due to the epidemic, 1324. It would be better if you didn't watch it. After watching it, Chen Fan's mood became heavier. It's just the lowest level worm in the abyss, but it can cause such a great disaster. If the exploration range increases with the improvement of the player level, will it bring doomsday to this world? But it seems that there is no need to worry. Chen Fan looked at the new weapons in the hands of the soldiers. Perhaps the upper echelons have already had a countermeasure. Captain Bai. It has been so long. And no one dares to break out. Is your superior making a fuss? One of the 2 players asked. Bai Baogang looked at the man. His eyes steady. In fact, I hope you are right. The man curled his lips when he heard it. And said nothing more. He lowered his head, and continued to browse his phone. As the evening approached, the situation remained the same. People were still entering the isolation cabin. But most of them were patients forcibly brought back from other provinces. The scope of this epidemic was not too wide. And the transmission mechanism and speed were not very strong. As long as you don't drink unfiltered and unboiled water within 2 days, you will be fine. Of course, this is the official statement. At night, around 10 o'clock, except for patients transferred from the mild area, there were no vehicles coming in from outside the protected area. In the early morning, a little after 12 o'clock, in the brightly lit ecological protection area, several unusual gas leaks began to appear. The sound was too loud and harsh, which made Chen Fan and Lu Duo, who were already drowsy, wake up a lot. Huh? What's that sound? Lu Duo asked while yawning. Chen Fan leaned against the ammunition box. I don't know. It should be a leak in one of the large gas tanks. The crazy pythons didn't seem to know what was going on, and were whispering to each other at the moment. The next second, a noisy roar of cars sounded, and dozens of military vehicles carrying people rushed out like wild horses. Just as all the vehicles ran out of the isolation cabin, orange flames shot up into the sky, and the entire isolation cabin became a sea of fire in an instant. In just a moment, Chin Fan felt the intense heat sweeping over like a wave. Chapter 50 Fierce Battle. Everyone, including those iron-blooded Special Forces soldiers, was stunned. They thought the result might be cruel, but they didn't expect that the result would be so cruel. After all, those were more than 10,000 lives. Obtained Soul Crystal, White, X986. Chin Fan was awakened by the system prompt. Then he smiled bitterly. So many lives, in exchange for less than 1,000 cold stones? There was not much time for everyone to be surprised and sigh. The noisy roars and cries in the firelight were getting closer and closer, as if something terrible was about to rush out. Bai Baogang shouted loudly. Mad Python Company, prepare to meet the enemy. When the first huge white worm appeared, dense gunfire poured into the firelight. However, Chin Fan and the other 4 players did not take action. According to the battle plan, they needed to wait until the enemy reached a certain distance before taking action. In the firelight, the number of white worms is increasing, although they are constantly being smashed by machine guns. Countless small abyss worms are also being born. To put it bluntly, this thing is almost immune to physical attacks, although it always has a minimum limit. It is obvious that it is not easy to reach that point. The fire from the muzzle of the machine gun has never been extinguished, but the carpet-like advancement of the abyss worms has never stopped. One side is for survival, and the other side is still for survival. Looking at the swarm of abyss worms moving forward, Lu Duo trembled all over. It was not fear, but she really could not accept this kind of legless sticky worms. Ah! This thing can't be killed. And it won't stop. How can we fight it? Chin Fan signaled her not to panic. What he experienced today gave him an inexplicable confidence in these soldiers. He always felt that they would have a way. Sure enough, when all the giant abyss worms were beaten into small abyss worms, the crazy Python Company changed its combat strategy. They all took out the flamethrowers guided by the magic stone in unison. The sound of pulling the trigger in unison rang out, and dozens of flames spurted out with the momentum of burning everything. There was a wall of flames in front, and an incinerator behind. At this moment, the abyss worms had no way to survive. First, break up the giant ones, and then use the flamethrowers to attack, and burn the worms to ashes. The creator of this tactic understood the abyss worms. Although the tactic was correct, there was not enough time. Before the second batch of abyss worms were completely burned to death, the third batch of giant abyss worms rushed out. Although they were charred all over, they still had tenacious vitality and combat effectiveness. In the battle line, some soldiers had to give up their flamethrowers and pick up their machine guns to fire. But in this way, there were not enough soldiers on both sides. Bai Baogang had no choice but to ask for help. Please help delay the enemy's advance. Chin Fan had been waiting for a long time, and he was also anxious. Fog filled the air. The scorching air became a little less hot, and there was no trace of fog at all. Freezing magic. The giant abyss worm had a cute ice mirror on its body. Is this place so hostile to water mages? Ice Spike. This skill can barely work, and can poke a hole as thick as an arm in the body of the abyss worm. Although it caused substantial damage, it had almost no effect. The 2 strange players looked back at Chin Fan tacitly, then drew out their long swords, and rushed into the sea of worms with irresistible force. Although there was more confusion in their eyes, what Chin Fan felt was mostly ridicule. A crappy B class. This is too embarrassing, Chin Fan muttered. Due to the disadvantages of the attribute, the water mage's role could not be brought into play. Chin Fan could only take out the green magic pistol and join the shooting team of ordinary soldiers. On the other hand, in the Worm Sea, the 2 players were obviously warriors, each holding a long sword. And when they swung, the wind was dense, and the worms were broken and destroyed one after another. It was so majestic and domineering. Chin Fan envied it. Lu Duo sarcastically said, I didn't expect that President Chen, who was so powerful on the sea, would become the most useless one here. It's really a matter of time. Chin Fan didn't want to pay attention to her. Without the Poseidon, he was indeed just an ordinary water mage, who had added all the wrong points. Seeing that Chin Fan didn't talk back, Lu Duo didn't want to make trouble. So she waved her hand, and called out the mermaid Daisy. Sister Daisy, please get rid of these abominable worms. The giant snake-tailed mermaid smiled charmingly. Yes, my lovely captain. Her 10 fingers played beautiful notes, which turned into dense and deadly wind blades, shooting into the army of worms without mercy. They were both ranged. Daisy's appearance directly defeated Chen Fan. The endless wind blades were endless, and no giant worm could stand. This operation directly made all the soldiers pick up their flamethrowers again. The losing situation stabilized again after the player's action. As time went on, groups of worms turned into ashes, and drifted away with the wind. There were only a limited number of infected people in the isolation cabin, and the flesh and blood that could be devoured and reproduced by the worms was also limited. If every line of defense is as smooth as the one Chen Fan is on, it will not be long before the epidemic is successfully resolved. But if nothing unexpected happens, accidents will always happen. As the fight went on, everyone found that the worms were no longer rushing out of the fire. Even those that rushed out were no longer charging at everyone, but were crawling towards the east side of the isolation cabin and ejecting. Lu Duo looked at Chen Fan. Are they all killed? Why did they disappear so suddenly? Chen Fan shook his head. It shouldn't be that simple. This thing seems to have a high level of collective intelligence. It should be a change of tactics. Lu Duo, huh? You are kidding. A group of big white maggots also have a battle plan? When everyone was puzzled, a new order came from Captain by Bagong's headset. Everyone, follow the worms, and eliminate all the worms within sight along the way. Yes. At this moment, the sky-high flames in the isolation cabin also stopped in time. The soldiers took out the flamethrowers again, and this time, they sprayed out cold ice mist. Every time they advanced a certain distance, they needed to cool down the ground in front of them. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand such a high temperature. Where are these disgusting guys going? They didn't even turn back after being burned to ashes? Lu Duo frowned cutely. As if he didn't understand this behavior. Chen Fan thought of the attribute panel of the abyss worm. Evaluation: the larvae of the abyss earth dragon. You'd better not let them reproduce too much. So, these worms want to become mature abyss earth dragons? The name sounds scary. Chen Fan quickly found by Baogang and told him his speculation. But even if his speculation was true, the entire first squadron could only speed up and kill as many abyss worms as possible. Chapter 51 Abyssal Earth Dragon. On the north side, the second squad of the Crazy Python Company. This squad also received the same order, and the worms on their defense line are now collectively moving towards the east. It is also a configuration of 4 players. Needless to say, Qin Shui and Fang Mingwei have limited combat power, and can hardly help much. But the abilities of the other 2 male players are very outstanding. One is a level 26 Fire Mage, and the other is a level 24 Thunder Mage. Moreover, they have learned a wide range of skills. And cleaning up the abyss worms is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Beauty, where is your home? What's your last name? Just add Weiwei. The Fire Mage Yan was clinging to Qin Shui with a playful smile, obviously attracted by Qin Shui's special temperament. I am 31 this year, have social security, can make quilts, can feed myself sunny. Cheerful and enthusiastic beauty. Please give me a chance. Qin Shui followed the combat team forward without paying attention to anyone else. Diasi, you have no chance, you are too ugly. The toad on the bag said disdainfully, hugging his shoulders. It has watched many short videos, and the words it uses are no longer just for ordinary people. Sure, Yin was not discouraged. I don't think you, a toad with big bags all over your body, are qualified to judge my appearance. Although my face is a little long, I am still very handsome if you look closely. It's just that the public's aesthetic taste has not yet reached this level. Compared to Shuji, he is more like a persistent toad. Behind him, Fang Mingwei and Master Lei were chatting casually. Is the rear of the Revolutionary Army so stable? Master Lei shook his head. I don't know. I usually like to be active on the front line. Are all the monsters in the abyss so fertile? I really want to teleport to the abyss, and then use Thunderstorm in the sea of monsters. Fang Mingwei quietly distanced herself from Master Lei. Thunderstorm is a skill of Master Lei that can destroy both sides. Doesn't this guy have a tendency to self-destruct? Stop moving forward. Wait for orders. The captain of the second team shouted loudly. The 4 players stopped and looked forward. The situation seemed to have changed a little. There were some worms leading the way just now. But when they walked here, they could not see any trace of the disgusting worms. Fang Mingwei frowned, and had a bad feeling for some reason. Xiaoxue. Are those the 2 brothers of the Hu family over there? Qin Shui turned her head and looked. He said calmly, it's the 2 of them. And one of them seems to be injured. Fang Mingwei counted silently. Is there a few fewer people in their squad? If each squad has 30 people, The captain of the second squad nodded and spoke sadly. For soldiers, sacrifice is inevitable. As he was speaking, a new order came from the headset. After hearing the order, the captain's expression changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, "Everyone evacuate the current position. Quickly!" Everyone could hear the anxiety in his tone, and they did not dare to neglect it. They all turned around and ran in the direction they came from. Boom! The next moment, there was a loud bang. A huge monster rushed out of the mud, aiming directly at a defense team that had just arrived. Everyone in the second team almost subconsciously turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. The one that rushed out of the ground was a snake-like monster that was dozens of meters long, with purple-black skin and covered with metallic barbs. Part of its body was sticking out of the ground, but part of it was buried in the soil. The mouthparts that occupied the entire head looked like a rotten chrysanthemum. Two players holding long swords suddenly rushed out of the attack team. Silver light illuminated the night sky, with a domineering momentum. Facing the sudden attack of the underground monster, the two high-level warriors used the strongest skills of the second-level warrior at the same time. Break the valley. Two huge swords more than 10 meters long slashed at the underground monster with the momentum of cutting off everything. Two clanging sounds of metal clashing rang out. The monster shook for a bit, but was completely unharmed. Then it raised its huge mouthparts and moved its body, fiercely sweeping past two high-level melee professional players. Even though the distance was not close, Fang Mingwei seemed to see two bursts of blood. Two high-level players dead. An old player, who had escaped so many life-and-death crises in the game, was actually vulnerable to this monster? Abyss Earth Dragon, purple. Evaluation. The special bloodline gave this worm the ability to advance, a dragon creature. Don't get close unless necessary. Chen Fan stared at the Abyss Earth Dragon that had just killed two high-level warriors. He didn't understand. This thing was clearly made up of abyss worms. Why did its defense and speed become so fast? That kind of speed. How could humans react to it? But the Abyss Earth Dragon that had just successfully upgraded obviously didn't intend to give the enemies in front of it a chance to react. The huge mouth, like a chrysanthemum, attacked the position with the most people again. That terrifying speed left countless afterimages in the air. Boom! The Abyss Earth Dragon slammed into the first squad of the Crazy Python Company. 5 or 6 soldiers were knocked out without a trace, as if they had never been there. The Abyss Earth Dragon took advantage of the situation and drilled a hole directly at the collision site. The whole body flexibly drilled into it. Only the dark cave like the abyss was left. Bai Baogong's eyes were bloodshot. Disperse. Disperse. Don't stay where you are. Chen Fan was filled with fear. In panic, he pulled Lu Duoduo, who dared not move, and ran in the opposite direction at random. At this moment, he wanted to stay away from the hole. He ran to a small tree with a burden, and was about to go around the small tree, when he suddenly heard a cry. Stop! Chen Fan subconsciously stopped. The next second, the small tree in front of him rushed up with a lot of soil, and the thorny skin of the Abyss Earth Dragon brushed against Chen Fan's nose. Chen Fan was so scared that he quickly touched his crotch. Fortunately, it was not wet. Dang 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 dang. The soul-stirring music sounded, and Chen Fan turned his head and looked back. At this time, the mermaid Daikasi was desperately playing the Guqin to stop the Abyss Earth Dragon from approaching. I think the hint just now was also from her. Thank you for saving my life. Chen Fan shouted and dragged Lu Duoduo to continue running. Daiqisi fired 2 ineffective wind blades, and then was smashed by the Abyss Earth Dragon. This was all she could do. On a high tower not far away, a beautiful woman with black hair and yellow hair tips quietly watched the Abyss Earth Dragon wreaking havoc. When she saw the running man being chased by the Abyss Earth Dragon, the woman frowned. Shit! It can't be such a coincidence? The Green Goblin stood beside her legs, holding a telescope. That mailman looks like the one in your sandbag photo. Could it be your former spouse? Chapter 52 Sunset Electromagnetic Cannon. Li Shaoqian kicked the Green Goblin away. Don't use your vulgar words to describe humans. Call Jingwei. The target is approaching. Apply for early release of permission 8001. Application failed. Target number 2 did not reach the designated location. Permission release failed. Li Xiaoya frowned and looked at the familiar figure who would be chased by the Abyss Earth Dragon in the next minute. Permission 8001, forced release. She said halfway, and saw a cold figure suddenly appear beside the man, and then a golden figure appeared, and barely resisted the fatal blow of the Abyss Earth Dragon. Qin Shui? This damn scumbag. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. I deserve to die. I actually wanted to save him. Chen Fan swallowed the heart that was about to reach his throat, and held Chen Shui's hand with tears in his eyes. Shui, if you don't come, your parents will really be without a son-in-law. Why is this thing chasing me? In front, the frog prince was waving a golden sword, and bravely fighting the monster. How can I let you hurt my princess? Go to hell, evil dragon. Chen Shui glanced at the toad's nearly empty health bar. Maybe it doesn't like you? My quirky has 10 seconds left before the cooldown. Think of a way. Chen Fan wanted to go to the sea and pull the Poseidon in, but he couldn't do it. I do it, I have this. Lu Duo, who finally regained consciousness, took out an ancient scroll and crushed it at the moment when the prince was shattered into starlight. A translucent light curtain immediately appeared at the location of the three people. No matter how the Abyss Earth Dragon bit, it could not do anything about the light curtain. 10 seconds later, the light curtain disappeared, but Chen Fan, Qin Xuelio and Duo also disappeared at the same time. The cooldown time of Gu Ling Jingwei was over. Behind the battle line farthest from the Abyss Earth Dragon, Fang Minghua felt relieved when she saw the three people who suddenly appeared in front of her. Great. Chen Fan, how are you? Are you alright? Chen Fan shook his head with lingering fear. Thanks to Chen Shui and Lu Duo, I escaped death. Fang Minghua, who had looked Chen Fan over, finally felt relieved. How could this mission with a bounty of 200,000 be so difficult? They are treating our lives as a joke. I will ask them to give an explanation when I go back. Lu Duo, who was in a state of panic, was still in shock. Her pink little hands tightly grasped the corner of Chen Fan's clothes, and her expression was pitiful. Chen Fan patted her, and seeing that she had not recovered yet, he deliberately teased her. Don't look like you're ready to be picked up by someone. I don't like airports. Lu Duo immediately forgot her fear, and her eyebrows were raised. You are ugly, but you think you are beautiful. I don't like old men with kidney deficiency. Chen Fan's eyes widened. I am sweating because of fear, not because of weakness. In the distance, the Abyss Earth Dragon, which had lost its target, finally came out of its confusion. Its scarlet eyes looked around, and rushed towards the largest Special Forces unit again. However, this time it could no longer move unimpeded. Many armed drones the size of a person suddenly appeared in the night, and simultaneously fired at the Abyss Earth Dragon. The orange-red flames were dense like raindrops, hitting the steel-like body of the Abyss Earth Dragon, and ejecting deadly fireworks flashing in the night. For a while, the Abyss Earth Dragon could no longer get close. In a base in Chaoyang City, the screen was playing a live broadcast of the Abyss Earth Dragon's rampage. A man sitting in a wheelchair asked sternly, Sun Xiaosheng, tell me, why is there no plan to deal with this situation in your plan? Do you know how many of our compatriots died because of you? In the circle of internal test players, how much reputation we will lose? A thin man lowered his head and argued, didn't I include the creator Li Shaoqian in the plan? The wheelchair man was even more angry. You dare to quibble. The task Li Shaoqian received was to deal with unexpected control tasks. Can she be counted as one of the executors? If she is an executive, let me ask you, who will be responsible for any accidents that happen to her? The thin man stopped arguing and lowered his head even more. I was wrong, teacher, I embarrassed you. An old man behind the wheelchair spoke slowly. Anan, the probability of an abyss worm that can become a dragon is less than 1 in a billion, and it is unimaginable that there are 2. It is understandable that Xiaosheng did not consider it. Don't blame him anymore. The wheelchair man looked cold. Sun Xiaosheng, the head of Pangdu Decryption Department, is dismissed from his current position and kicked out of Pangdu. In the night, facing the endless drones, the Abyss Earth Dragon was completely provoked. Its huge body suddenly spun, as fast as a tornado passing through, and countless steel needles, as thick as arms, flew in all directions. The drone group was not maneuverable enough to deal with this attack, and they turned into sparks and were shot down. In the high-speed retreating team, Chen Fan, who had been paying attention to the situation of the Abyss Earth Dragon, became nervous again. Hurry up. Sister Fang, I carry you on my back. That thing seems to be coming. Chen Fan was so scared that he didn't dare to mention the name of the Abyss Earth Dragon, for fear of being noticed by it. Facts have proved that people believe in metaphysics when they are nervous. Fang Minghua looked back and saw that the Abyss Earth Dragon had approached a lot in the blink of an eye, and pushed Chen Fan hard. You run fast, you run first. I'm not slower than others, don't worry about me. Chen Fan was angry and anxious. Oh! You talk too much nonsense. Qin Shui, take her away quickly. Qin Shui shook her head. My mana is gone, I can't use it. Everyone was terrified by the Abyss Earth Dragon behind them, and suddenly another identical Abyss Earth Dragon appeared in front of the team. It directly killed most of the players and special forces at the front of the team. The people who survived by chance stopped in fear, and for a moment, they didn't know where to run to survive. Lu Duo's eyes were filled with tears. It's over, I can't run away, I'm not an adult yet, I'm still AC. Mom, help me. The crowd began to make desperate noises, and the scene became restless. Two powerful and terrifying abyss dragons seemed to have a tacit understanding, and swooped down at the crowd at the same time. Their huge mouths, like chrysanthemums, flowed with smelly saliva, which made people feel like they were falling into the abyss. At the critical moment, a cold and clear voice sounded in the night. 8001 authority is unlocked. Sunset electromagnetic cannon. Start. An energy wave that was enough to shake the space was generated above the crowd. The energy was so huge that even ordinary people could feel it. Everyone looked up and saw a dashing woman in rosy red armor standing in midair, holding a gun-shaped weapon several times larger than her in both hands. With a calm and firm look, the space in front of the weapon was distorted for a moment, and then a huge orange-red light beam instantly penetrated the night. The huge sound of electric current stimulated everyone's eardrums. It was a power that could make gods tremble. The goddess rotated the electromagnetic cannon in her hand, and the whole dark world seemed to be divided into two halves, the upper and lower halves. And the scene was stunning. Then it disappeared like a flash in the pan, and the sky returned to darkness. Chapter 53, Sending Blessings to Each Other. Dong! Dong! The sound of two heavy objects falling to the ground was heard, and the broken bodies of the two Abyss Earth Dragons fell heavily to the ground. Fang Mingwei felt relieved at this moment, and her legs became weak. The crisis was resolved, and although the Abyss Earth Dragon was so powerful that it made people despair, it had lost the ability to differentiate and combine. Obtain Soul Crystal, Purple, *2, Weak Dragon Soul *2. The system prompt sounded in his ears, but Qin Fan didn't care. His eyes were fixed on the woman in the flame armor in the air. The woman he once loved deeply, but left without saying goodbye. Xiao Xiaoqian? Everyone looked at Qin Fan. Fang Mingwei thought, do they know each other? Following his gaze, everyone looked at the savior standing in the air again. However, the goddess in the air seemed not to hear Qin Fan shout, turned around and was about to leave, as cold as Qin Shui. Qin Fan was anxious. Li Xiaoqian, are you going to disappear again? I have been on the verge of life and death several times because of you. You have to tell me something. Right? Is running away the only way to solve your problem? For some reason, the words of longing turned into accusations. Li Xiaoqian turned suddenly, and then landed in front of Qin Fan with a bang. Say something? Do I need to say anything to you? Why should I say something to you? Say you are doing well? From Lolita to Queen. You have everything? Scumbag. If you really want me to say it, then I will give you a blessing. I wish you will be plagued by minor illnesses in the future, love that cannot be obtained, a wife who does not love you, an unfilial son, a penniless person, and never forget me. The mecha goddess turned coldly and rushed straight into the sky. Qin Fan felt the gazes of countless people around him. Vile woman! Then I wish you have no good man, and give birth to a rebellious son. No one guards the bedside, tears are flowing, and you have no one to rely on when you grow old. Me. Pung! With a bang, a shell landed in front of everyone, creating a 3-meter diameter pit, interrupting Qin Fan's words. The next moment, everyone quietly moved away from Qin Fan. It was not for anything else, but to avoid accidental injuries. In the early morning, the 6 people returned to the Shinjo headquarters safely. Although they had been tossing and turning all night, no one was sleepy. They sat in the meeting room in front of the water bar, drinking to calm their nerves. Fang Mingwei took a big sip of fruit wine without any image. I have received a reply. Pangdu replied, saying that they will double the compensation for the losses caused by the information error. The mission level has also been adjusted to the third-class mission of level A, and the reward has also increased tenfold, from 200,000 to 2 million. As for the compensation for the dead players, since none of us died, they didn't announce it. Lu Duo's eyes lit up. Double compensation for the losses caused by the information error? Does my guardian scroll count? Can you compensate me with 2? Fang Mingwei's eyes lit up. The value of the scroll cannot be measured by money. Although the defense time is only 10 seconds, It can save lives. I asked. The other party replied that it is okay. Ah! Lu Duo jumped happily, and her two slender long legs kicked around without image. Chen Fan, who was looking at the phone, breathed a sigh of relief. The new announcement has been released. The epidemic has completely ended. All patients with mild symptoms have taken special medicines. The virus has been eradicated, the micro-abyss worms have been killed. All water sources have been purified. Not just this time. This virus will never appear in our world again. The abyss worms cannot survive on Earth. Who had an injured arm, sighed. This cruel world. It's so hard to live well. A worm that was accidentally brought into the real world actually killed more than 10,000 people. How sad. Huda took a sip of brandy. Alas, I found that my brother and I are not the kind of people who can adapt to fighting. I hope that the two bosses will let us do more shipping business in the future. He said this while looking at Chen Fan and Fong Mingwei. Fong Mingwei nodded. Don't worry, we won't force anyone to do something they don't want to do, but life always has surprises. I hope everyone can hate disputes, but don't hate the idea of becoming stronger. As expected of a big boss, a few words elevated the conversation to a higher level. Everyone drank and confided in each other many things, their past, things they regretted doing, dreams, and the future they wanted. Although they had known each other for a short time, they had become close friends because of their special identities, and the fact that they had experienced life and death together. In the afternoon, at about 2 o'clock, Chen Fan got up drowsily. He had drunk a lot in the morning, and although he had not drunk any cheap wine, it still made Chen Fan feel uncomfortable for a long time. He staggered open the curtains, and there were yellow paper coins all over the road outside. For them, the crisis was over. But for many people in this city, the terrible and painful life had just begun. Chen Fan felt mixed emotions. Perhaps he could have been bolder at the time, sprinkled gasoline and alcohol on the ice chips, and set the restaurant on fire. Would there not have been tens of thousands of deaths yesterday? Maybe, but maybe not. This danger was brought about by the game of the Lord God's space, and he was unwilling to take on this responsibility. If there really was a division of responsibilities, there were many people who needed to be more responsible than him. Xiaoqian was Pangu's man. Was she like that when she left? Being able to kill 2 level 40 purple dragon-type abyss creatures with one strike, what exactly is her profession? Is it because of this huge responsibility that she has to leave her own? What is her position in Pangu? Is she mainly responsible for fighting? Will it be dangerous? Oh, forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I can't figure it out even if I think about it. The future is still long. One day, everything will be clear. Chen Fan put on decent clothes and went to his new barber shop downstairs. The renovation work that was originally in full swing came to a halt. The person in charge said that most of the workers went home to pay their respects today. He said a few words of apology and promised to speed up the construction period. Chen Fan handed the other party a cigarette. Don't worry, you can go back to take care of your family affairs. I will extend the construction period for you by 1 month. The person in charge was grateful, touched the black cloth on his arm, and drove away in a hurry. Back to the original shop, it was afternoon, and the door was not open yet. They both took leave for the same reason: to attend the funerals of their relatives and friends. After walking around the deserted streets, Chen Fan returned to the Shinjo headquarters dejectedly. He opened the Weiwei group named Shinjo. Chairman Chen Fan, I go into the game first, and you guys can come into the game after you wake up. Just as he was about to lie down, the phone rang. Chapter 54 Destination Arrival, Along Islands. Hey Fanner, your cousin is going to stay with you for 2 days with Lingling, and they have already boarded the train. Shugener said he wants to buy a second-hand car. Please help him look for one. You are not a child anymore, our lives are cheap, so don't always think about finding a girl from the city. Lingling has always had you in her heart, although she is much younger than you. But she is a good girl, family-oriented, and hardworking. You should be nicer to her this time. Do you hear me? Chen Fan felt better after listening to his mother's nagging. Mom, please stop worrying about my girlfriend. Okay. I'm very busy all day. I don't have time to take care of her. Okay. I send them back after I buy the car. Hang up. Shujin is Chen Fan's cousin. His full name is Qin Shujin. There is a saying in the countryside that people with local names have a strong destiny. Shujin has a carefree personality and speaks without thinking. He is a player who is not convinced by heaven, earth, or belts. But he had listened to Chen Fan since he was young, although Chen Fan was 2 years younger than him. Thinking of this cousin who had studied in the 6th grade for 8 years, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. When he was young, he climbed mountains, went to the river, played with mud bubbles, and pulled cans on his head. Later, Chen Fan came to the city to do hairdressing, and Xu Jin started to grow crops in the countryside. They only saw each other a few times a year, but their feelings were still very deep. Lingling was the daughter of Chen Fan's neighbor in his hometown. She was 7 years younger than him. When he was young, he always ran after him, and kept saying that he would marry him when he grew up. I didn't expect that she would still remember her original intention after growing up. But Chen Fan didn't have any idea about her. When he saw her, he felt as if he saw the fat black girl with a long nose. Her personality was not good either. She was hesitant. This was not the personality Chen Fan liked. These two childhood playmates, if they saw me being so awesome now, would their jaws drop. Along the islands, Xianwei Island, on the sea in front of the port pier, a fleet of 5 large ships had been anchored there for most of the day. The workers and merchants on the dock were getting impatient. How many sailors and passengers would these 5 large ships carry? Once they disembark, no matter what you sell, wouldn't they buy out all your goods? But not only did they not disembark, they also refused to sail to your port. It was really frustrating. Chen Fan woke up from the cabin, and then quickly ran to the deck. Looking at the land not far away, Chen Fan's eyes were much firmer. This time, he must upgrade his level. My current personal strength is too low. With this strength, there is no way to protect the people around him. The old man Lin Ji walked up to Chen Fan and bowed slightly. Captain, the front should be the Xianwei Island outside the Ulung Islands. Without your order, I didn't dare to dock. I stopped here for the time being. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. You did a good job. Old Lin, get ready. We will land tonight at the latest. Lin Ji turned around and left respectfully. Chen Fan walked to the side of the boat and shouted loudly. Haley, come out for a moment. The enchanted sea monsters spend most of their time in the sea during the day, and only come to the deck for a while at night. This is the rule that Chen Fan has summed up these days. 2 minutes later, a graceful figure jumped onto the deck, long green hair and purple scales. Her appearance was enchanting. What do you want from me? Chen Fan was dissatisfied. Highly crew, please pay attention to your tone. Please use honorifics when talking to your captain. Hailey rolled her eyes, turned around and prepared to go to sea. Chen Fan said quickly. Stop. 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 Why are you all so cold? I want to ask you, can you, the mermaid clan, survive on land for a long time? Hailey did not answer this question, but asked instead, what are you going to do? Chen Fan told the truth. I may have to stay on the island for a while, and I want you to protect my safety. Hailey walked up to Chen Fan, with a smile on her face. Chen Fan took 2 steps back. I won't fall for the same trick a second time. Hailey saw that her evil plan was exposed, and rolled her eyes at Chen Fan. It's not impossible to protect you, but it depends on how sincere you are. Chen Fan felt pain. Just tell me, how sincere do you want? Hailey raised a slender jade finger. Chen Fan had a headache. Where did this guy learn the negotiation skills? This finger is really big. 10,000 gold coins? Hailey shook her head. Chen Fan, 100,000? Hailey shook her head again. Chen Fan, 1 million. 10,000? Hailey nodded vigorously. Chen Fan shook his head vigorously. Goodbye. You go back and rest. It's too expensive. Chen Fan said he couldn't afford this bodyguard. Hailey panicked. 100,000 will be fine. I just heard it wrong. Chen Fan counted on his fingers. 100,000 gold coins equal 10 million RMB? Still no. I don't need you anymore. Hailey was furious. Stingy. Big-bellied toad. With your little ability, you can't survive more than 3 days on land. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. And he finally got the point. You're right. I can't live too long with my ability. But it doesn't matter. I'll be buried with you when I die. At least I won't die alone. Chen Fan's life is bound to the Poseidon. If he dies, it will die too. So even if Chen Fan doesn't make a move, this little girl still has to protect him. Hailey silently took out the black stick. Chen Fan put away his smile. Well, out of humanitarianism, I will still give you 10,000 gold coins as a bounty. Hailey then put away the black stick. But I still want to ask, you want so many gold coins, is it really because you want to collect them? Chen Fan asked curiously. Hailey thought about it, then shook her head. I actually want to go to the shore to buy soul crystals so that the people's sanity can be completely restored. Is that so? Chen Fan nodded. Then he remembered the soul crystal's non-tradable attribute. How do you know you can buy soul crystals on the shore? Haley, Mother said that in the city on land, anything can be bought, as long as there are enough gold coins. Chen Fan thought carefully. It is not impossible. After all, this world is so magical. What if there are soul crystals that can be traded? Have you ever calculated how many soul crystals are needed to restore the sanity of all your people? Haley thought about it seriously. At least the same amount of soul energy as the king absorbed last time. Chen Fan estimated that it should be less than 50 white soul crystals. Oh! Then, I will pay for that part of the soul energy. You give me the half box of treasure you took last time, and you can't take the 10,000 gold coins this time, and finally sleep with me. What do you think? Haley looked up. Do you really still have the soul stone? Didn't you give them all to me last time? I agree. Chen Fan was just teasing this woman, but he didn't expect her to agree so readily. I was just kidding. I was just teasing you with the last condition. Here you go, 50. It's a deal. You have to follow my orders during this period, and don't take my words as bullshit anymore. Haley took the precious soul crystal, hugging Chen Fan tightly, and then jumped back into the sea impatiently. Chapter 55 Treasure Hunting Plan. How does the siren's intimate embrace feel? President Chen Charm is really not limited by race. Fong Mingwei walked to Chen Fan holding a bottle of fruit wine. Chen Fan turned around, feeling like he was caught cheating. No, maybe it's just a simple courtesy for the Siren clan. Sister Fong, when did you come up? Fong Mingwei deliberately didn't look at Chen Fan. I came up when I saw the message you sent, that island should be Xianwei Island. Right? Judging from its appearance. It looks like the outermost island on the Ulung Islands map. Chen Fan nodded. It is Xianwei Island. How is the fight for the treasure going? Which side will be the final winner? Chen Fan felt a little sorry for the treasure map in his hand. Fong Mingwei shook her head. The real treasure has not been found yet, as far as I know. For large marine forces have joined the fight. The current focus is on the island of dispute. Chen Fan was puzzled. The island of conflict? Why is this name particularly suitable for the current situation? Fong Mingwei smiled. Because this is the name given based on this dispute. Originally, the island was an unknown island. There are even rumors that there was no island there. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. It seems that the territorial disputes in this world are not serious. There are actually unknown islands. Then, Sister Fong, what do you think? Should we land on the Ulung Islands first to improve our strength? Or should we go to the island of conflict as soon as possible to participate in the treasure competition? Fong Mingwei had already made a plan in her mind. When Chen Fan asked, she spoke it out. I think it's better to choose to fight for the treasure first. First, your Poseidon has absolute control of the sea, so there is a chance. Second, even if you can upgrade to a level 29 water mage tomorrow, the difference from your current strength is not that big. After all, the opponents are all veteran players with an average strength of more than 30 levels. Chen Fan looked at the hull under his feet with regret. If this guy hadn't been chasing me, I wouldn't have put all my attributes on agility. And I wouldn't have chosen a control-type profession like the water mage. Fong Mingwei comforted him. Isn't this a blessing in disguise? You can't change your profession. But I've found a way to reset your attribute points. But we haven't agreed on the price yet. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Isn't the price expensive? Fong Mingwei, it's not bad. It's just very rare. And that guy just asked for an exorbitant price. While the two were talking, the Hu brothers and Lu Duo also logged into the game one after another. Seeing that everyone was present, Fong Mingwei began to explain her plan to everyone. The fight for the treasure is still very dangerous. Although most of the players fighting are from Earth, there is a rare possibility of killing, but we cannot leave our lives to the mercy of the enemy. On the current island of conflict, the ones with the best chance of obtaining the final treasure are the blonde beauty fleet created by the Sand Foundation of M Country. The captain is Mika Penniman, known as the #1 warship operator in the current ocean area. Fong Mingwei looked at Chen Fan. I have mentioned this person to you before. He is the captain of the only large warship mermaid. The second one is the Hydra fleet formed by the Yamaki Cooperative of Rija State. The captain is Yamaki Ichiro, a professional ninja, and the owner of the three-headed snake warship. The third one is the meteorite fleet of the local force Black Gold Empire. Although there are no particularly powerful individuals, it is the strongest in terms of number and comprehensive strength. Commander Jaeger is one of the most famous generals in the Black Gold Empire. The fourth is the alliance formed by small forces of players on land and sea. They are not strong, and they are not united internally. But they have the largest number of people, and a mixed bag of people. However, they also have the possibility of seizing the treasure. The other is some lone rangers with some strength. In my opinion, they are just small fish who come here to try their luck. Lu Duo covered her mouth. What exactly is this treasure? So many top forces are fighting for it. Aren't you afraid that you will get more without losing? Fong Minghua patiently explained. The origin of the treasure is basically clear. It is the treasure passed down by the legendary god-level pirate, Jack Gray. The disaster of the ocean. It is very likely that his former warship, the Sky. It is a flying boat of god-level grade. It is a treasure that can break through the atmosphere with magic power and mana. It is coveted by any force. Chen Fan was surprised. Flying boat? Spaceship? Fong Minghua pushed her glasses. Strictly speaking, it is a spaceship that can break through the atmosphere without rocket boost. Chen Fan was shocked and puzzled. Ah? If it is so important, why no national forces come to fight for it? Fong Minghua looked at Chen Fan meaningfully. How do you know there is no one? I don't know the specific situation, but if such a treasure really comes out, then the real Oriole will definitely take action. But before that, what might be in the treasure is just a vague legend. Huda frowned and pondered for a while. Then slowly spoke. Then what do you think the 5 of us have the chance to win the final treasure? Fong Minghua, 50%. Everyone was shocked. Is it that high? Fong Minghua smiled confidently. There are only 2 options. Success and failure. Isn't it just half and half? So that's how it's calculated. Chen Fan looked at Fong Minghua with admiration. This woman is really confident in doing things. And she is also very capable. Should we go directly to the island of conflict now? Or land here first to make adjustments? Chen Fan stopped asking about the plan, and instead started to execute it. Fong Minghua looked at Chen Fan. Huda and Huer will land on Xianhua Island. And you and Lu Duo will go directly to the island of conflict. Lu Duo asked in confusion. Why do we have to separate? Fong Minghua, in order to improve efficiency. My ship and I are too weak to face a large-scale war. And we are slow. So it is very likely that we will not be able to help you, and will hinder you from seizing the treasure. Although the Hu brothers are stronger, their combat effectiveness at that level is still not good enough. And they still need to complete the task of transporting goods. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Such a distribution is indeed the most reasonable. I agree. Lu Duo said that she agreed with both hands and feet. As a pirate, she was more interested in treasure than others. But I still have to go to school. What should I do when I don't have time? Fong Minghua was stunned. She forgot that this girl was still in the 3rd year of high school. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. Your ship has broken through to the battleship level. It's not too late to be online 24 hours a day. Right? Tell me how you studied before. If you don't get 200 points in 9 subjects, I suggest you take a leave of absence. Lu Duo was dissatisfied. Then I studied every other day. Why? I'm a genius. Right? What if I can get 600 points? Do you want to bet? Fong Minghua interrupted the quarrel between the 2 in time. Then do it the same way as before. When you have to, extend the time in the game. The Union will pay for the missed studies. Chapter 56 Arrival at the Island of Disputes. Abyss, Dark Forest City. Prerequisites have been met. Posted side mission 1. Find the cause of the destruction of Dark Forest City. Difficulty, extremely dangerous. Mission requirements. Successfully enter the interior of Dark Forest City. Search for clues. Find the reason why all residents are missing. Completion reward. Gold X 2000. Experience X 40,000. Number of rotations of the Hades wheel X1. Failure penalty. Erase all consciousness. Evaluation. Please stay away from this unusual place. Why are you so curious? The cool girl in jeans calmly walked on the streets of the ancient city full of ruins. Among the many alleys, Qin Shui chose the one that looked the most eerie and terrifying. Public notice. Nyoju Alley. Don't look back after entering the alley. Don't look back. Don't look back. Qin Shui looked at the sign for a while. After a long silence, turned around, backed into the alley, and stared calmly at the entrance of the alley. A few seconds later, a giant with broken horns appeared from the corner of the street, holding a blood-stained iron chain, and festering all over. It raised its ugly head, and its scarlet eyes full of hatred stared at the cold woman. Roar. Then it roared and turned into a pool of pus and blood. Qin Shui stopped. It melted. Are you afraid of being seen? Behind the Revolutionary Army. Haiti Delta Headquarters. Strategic Command Center. In a castle-like building. Li Xiaoqian looked at the beautiful woman in front of her expressionlessly, who was a disaster to the country, and the baby crying in her arms. I've said before, I'm only responsible for your personal safety, not for changing diapers for your child. If you dare to show that pitiful, heartbroken expression again, I tear you into 10 equal parts. Feed you to the pigs. The ugly goblin on the side waved his mace. My mace can't be divided so evenly. My master? The beautiful woman had tears in her eyes, and her beautiful eyes were shining, and I felt sorry for her, and she felt very wronged. The door opened, and a 2-meter-tall strong man with 2 axes on his waist walked into the room. He looked at Li Xiaoqian with dissatisfaction, then took the baby who was smaller than his palm and changed the diaper skillfully. Xiaoqian, just change it when I ask you to. I am a princess. I used to have someone to serve me even when I ate and took a bath. Although there will be no one to serve me in the future, I still have to learn little by little. You can't always bring your personal emotions into the organization, and you will always have to change diapers in the future. Didn't you and your ex-boyfriend plan for life after having a baby? People always have to have a goal in life, and can't just focus on the present. The strong man was doing something that didn't fit his physique, while scolding the woman behind him. 10 minutes later, Li Xiaoqian gritted her teeth and asked, have you finished changing? The strong man, I finished changing. Li Xiaoqian, give the child back to her. Mechanical confinement. Give me the mace. Ugly thing. Along the island's outer beach of the island of dispute, on a steel battleship several thousand meters long, Captain Micah Penniman was discussing the treasure hunt plan with his first mate. Micah Penniman looked at the island with deep eyes. More and more forces are gathering here. If things continue like this, even if we get the treasure later, it will be a problem to take it out. First Mate Bob said respectfully, with the mermaid, we will definitely be able to take the treasure away smoothly. Micah Penniman, don't flatter me. Find a way. First Mate Bob put away his flattering smile. We can use our advantage as visitors from another dimension to transfer the treasure to another world. Micah Penniman's brows did not relax. If the treasure can be put into the backpack, then this method is indeed suitable. But if the legendary empty ship really exists, First Mate Bob continued, then there is no trick. You can only rob and force your way in. But even if it's just based on strength, I think with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become the final winner. Micah Penniman shook his head. I am not the only one who is lucky in this world. If I can transfer to Cayman, others may transfer to a stronger existence than Cayman. Don't be arrogant. Learn more humility from the Orientals. There are 2 more ships coming over there. Micah Penniman turned his head and saw a giant sailing ship and a primary warship heading side by side towards the island of conflict. The purpose is self-evident. First Mate, it should be a small force with little strength, coming here to join in the fun. Should we wait for the meteorite fleet to take action or drive them away directly? Micah Penniman, let Team B fire a round of artillery fire to drive them away. Bang, 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 bang. A dense purple energy group rushed into the sky, and then enveloped the 2 ships. Under the uneasy gaze of the 2, several black tentacles rushed out of the sea, and a few sweeps intercepted all the magic cannons. Looking at the black tentacles that were retracting into the sea without any damage, the first mate glanced at the captain, who was no longer calm. It was intercepted. It doesn't look like it was just to make up the numbers. Micah Penniman pursed his lips helplessly. Since we have the right to compete for the treasure, we should not offend anyone. Let Team D give up enough coastline. After Chen Fan and Fong Minghua and others separated, they sailed to the island of dispute according to the updated sea chart. The distance was very close, and in just 3 or 4 hours, the brown island surrounded by countless large and small ships could be seen. The island was not very big, and it was divided into 2 areas, the beach and the rocky land. At this moment, almost hundreds of ships were anchored on the beach. Lu Duo opened her mouth. So many ships. Chen Fan smiled coolly. Are you scared? Lu lowly shook her head. I wonder how long it will take me to grab all these ships. There are shells coming. I have to go back to my ship. Your ship is not afraid, but my ship is not resistant to attack. The little lowly jumped back to her pink bear in panic. Without Chen Fan command, the shells in the sky were intercepted. A few minutes later, there was a place on the coastline where there was no place to dock. Chen Fan understood. It seems that this is a test. Those who are qualified can participate, and those who can't withstand a round of artillery fire must leave immediately. After thinking for a while, Chen Fan opened the World Channel. Micah Penniman, new friend, your strength has been recognized, and the position is given to you. Please don't cause a war before the treasure appears. Lu Duo, who is your friend? This treasure belongs to us from now on. Those who know what's good for you. Get out of here. Otherwise, our Chinzhou president will take action. Beat you to death? Chen Fan, children are ignorant. Please forgive me. Let's compete fairly. Let's compete fairly. Chen Fan directly made a voice call to Lu Duo. Are you seriously ill? You just arrived, and you are making enemies for me. Right? Lu Duo showed no remorse. Oh, you have that big octopus. Why are you afraid of them? Chen Fan was speechless. I'm afraid they will fight too easily, and not have fun. Just kidding. No matter how strong the Poseidon is, it still has life points. It's just a level 9 god-level monster. A round of volleys from hundreds of ships will probably make a lot of skin. Chapter 57 Auction in Dark Web. Chen Fan moored the boat at the shallow beach that had just been vacated. Lu Duo looked at the groups of people on the beach, and looked at Chen Fan. What should we do now? Jump off the boat to look for treasure? Chen Fan scratched his head. He was not as good as Fang Mingwei in making plans. He randomly found a few people, and through a few identification skills. Chen Fan primary identification skills could only see the name and level. Most of the people on the shore were stuck at level 19 like Chen Fan. But there are also some people in their 20s. And some of them are even in their 40s. Which is not the same level as Chen Fan. I feel that with our strength, we have no advantage after getting off the boat. Chen Fan said to Lu Duo in a dilemma. Do you have any good plans? Don't always ask me. I'm the president. I'm only responsible for guiding the general direction. Lu Duo voice paused for a few seconds. What is the general direction? Chen Fan, seize the treasure. Lu Duo chuckled. Haha, do you need to point this out? Forget it, you are a brainless president. Let's go offline and ask Sister Fang. Chen Fan thought for a while. Your plan is very good. The two of them quit the game and came to the meeting room. Each of them opened a can of Coke. It's almost 5 o'clock. Why haven't Sister Fang and the others come out yet? Aren't they all hungry? Lu Duo stretched her waist, revealing her delicate belly button. Chen Fan sat on the sofa, picked up his phone, and started watching short videos. Are you hungry? There's ice cream at the water bar. Have one to fill your stomach. Lu Duo was stunned. Eating ice cream on an empty stomach? President Chen. You are really a war man. Chen Fan, you just found out, go learn it. Hey, look at this news, the temperature suddenly dropped to minus 10 degrees, and citizens died of hypothermia. Lu Duo took the phone. Too tragic, my intuition tells me that. The problem is mostly with the game. Chen Fan frowned slightly, he thought so too. It's not okay to always be like this. What if something happens back home someday? My family is all there. But now, he has no other solution. He can only put his hopes on Pangu. I hope the national power can handle this kind of thing. I'm thinking about how to better avoid accidents. Fang Mingwei walked out of the elevator. It seems that she had already quit the game. You two are out? Have you reached the island of conflict? Lu Duo, barefoot, jumped up on the sofa. We're here. As soon as we got there, someone fired hundreds of shells at us. But they were all blocked by the giant octopus. Then, they were frightened and made way for us. Fang Mingwei nodded to Lu Duo. She looked at Chen Fan. You've revealed your cards as soon as you got there? Chen Fan was helpless. What else can we do? We can't let the Poseidon just take the beating without fighting back. Right? Fang Mingwei thought so too. Unless the other party didn't try anything, it would be impossible not to expose it. That's good. At least it's enough of a deterrent. Are you hungry? The chef in the restaurant is at work. Let's go try it. Chen Fan nodded. I'm hungry. I go call Xiaoxue. After knocking on the door for a while, there was no response. I guess some mission was triggered again. Are the missions in the abyss so dense? Or did Chen Shui go to that weird place? But there was nothing he could do. Chen Fan turned around and went to eat with Fang Mingwei. In the restaurant, which was still luxuriously decorated, Fang Mingwei took out a folder and pushed it in front of Chen Fan. There is an auction tonight in Xianwei Island City. Here are the items. See if you need anything. Chen Fan eyes lit up. Are there any high-grade equipment? It's really a timely help. After flipping through it, Chen Fan handed the folder to Lu Duo, who was eager to try. They are all blue equipment. And almost all jewelry. There are only 2 purple pieces. I don't think they can be used by a water mage like me. Fang Mingwei ate a fish ball delicately. Magic materials are very rare there, relatively speaking. There are more magic gems, so magic jewelry is more common. Isn't there a staff in it? I think you can use it. Qin Fan shook his head. The properties are not as good as the one I use, but the attached skills are pretty good. If it's not too expensive, you can take a picture of it and use it as a spare staff. Fang Mingwen nodded, indicating that she understood. Lu Duoduo swallowed the delicious food in her mouth hard. Then came to Fang Mingwei with several materials. Sister Fang, these pieces of jewelry are very useful to me. Can you take pictures of them for me? Fang Mingwei glanced at the materials. It was a set of blue jewelry with exquisite shapes. Of course. But it will be considered as a credit from the Union. You can return it to the Union when you have gains in the future. Lu Duoduo's eyes widened. Then why doesn't he have to pay it back? Qin Fan was proud. Because I'm handsome. Fang Mingwei rolled her eyes at Qin Fan. He's the president, so the money will be deducted from his profit share. Lu Duoduo pouted. Then I don't want it. I don't have much difference. Qin Fan seized the opportunity. Okay. You have jewelry, and you still ask the Union for it. Lu Duoduo. You are a parasite who is fleecing socialism. Lu Duoduo panicked. Her face flushed pink. You? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. If you say that again, I will sue you for defamation. Sister Mingwei, he defamed me. Late at night, Qin Fan was awakened by the suffocation, and was groping to get up. He vaguely saw a white shadow at the end of the bed. Ah! Qin Fan screamed at a high decibel. There was a woman in white standing at the end of the bed. She had long hair. He turned on the light with trembling hands. Oh my God, Xiaoxue. When did you come in? What good will it do you to scare me to death? Qin Shui, I just came, I'm hungry. In the middle of the night. If another woman ran into Qin Fan's room and said she was hungry, Qin Fan would definitely think something wrong. But Qin Shui, she might be really hungry. Don't you have a hot pot, a kind of instant hot pot, in your refrigerator? Qin Shui shook her head. No. Well, her room was originally unoccupied, so no one equipped it. After running the water, Qin Fan personally made hot pot for Qin Shui. It's past 3 o'clock. No wonder you're hungry. Did you encounter a very troublesome task? Qin Shui nodded. Side quest, very tedious. Qin Fan added water to the lunch box. Side quest? How come I haven't encountered it before? Is the reward generous? Qin Shui, not sure, I haven't completed it yet. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Qin Fan, what happened? I just heard you scream. Fang Mingwei's voice sounded outside the door. Qin Fan blushed a little. A grown man screaming or something. But who can control that kind of scene? Chapter 58 Dark Matter Wand. Qin Fan opened the door. You must have heard wrong. No one screamed at all. We are just about to eat hot pot. Want to eat together? Wearing lace pajamas, Fang Mingwei, who was sleepy, saw Qin Shui at the dining table. Are you two together? Is it convenient for me to come in? Is it inconvenient? She said, while walking into the room naturally. Qin Fan secretly rolled his eyes, and then quietly closed the door. What's inconvenient? You came at the right time, Shui said. She did a side quest, and didn't finish it in a day. In the information you checked, is there anything about the side quest? Fang Mingwei was stunned. Are you sure it's a side quest? Are you sure you're not seeing things? Qin Shui nodded calmly. Qin Fan noticed Fang Mingwei's surprised expression. Why, are side quests very special? Fang Mingwei nodded. Very special, very dangerous, but also very precious, she said, as she took out a newest Martian laptop from her backpack. She opened the screen and searched the word side quest on a website that Qin Fan had never seen before. Then, there appeared a lot of hot search topics such as buying side quests with a large sum of money, sharing side quest information, reading for thousands of dollars, etc. Fang Mingwei clicked on one of the posts. Why are side quests so precious? Then she turned the screen to Qin Fan and Qin Shui. See for yourself. Qin Fan frowned. Is this a forum organized by players? Fang Mingwei shook her head. This was originally the dark web of EM country, used by illegal terrorists to communicate and trade, and later gradually evolved into the Lord Dodd Space Forum. You can use this computer and account. As long as the information in the game is not too confidential, you can find it. Qin Fan, who was looking at the information, looked up. What about you? Fang Mingwei, I bought another account. There are no good people here. Don't use this computer for other things. Otherwise, it will be bad if the information is leaked and coveted. Chen Shui raised her head. I want one too. Fong Mingwei was stunned and felt a little jealous. You are so presumptuous. Girl, do you know how expensive a dark web account is? Besides, you don't consider yourself an outsider. I keep an eye out. If there's one for sale, I'd buy you one. Chen Shui nodded and returned her gaze to the computer screen. Fong Mingwei's mind was in a state of excitement. She didn't even say a word of thanks? Is her condition getting worse again? After a while. After having supper, the computer was taken away by Chen Shui, who wanted to check information. Only Chen Fan and Fong Mingwei were left in the room. Chen Fan was cleaning the table. So it is possible to find clues to the main quest from the side quest. Fong Mingwei nodded on the sofa. Many high-level players and experts think so. And it is probably true. It's just that the area is too special. Otherwise, if you report it directly to Pangu, Pangu will send people to protect and assist in completing the task, and will not ask you for any reward. Chen Fan, are there few players in the Abyss area? Fong Mingwei, very few. There is not even a decent force. Chen Fan was disappointed. So, if we get such a precious thing, doesn't it have no value at all? Fong Mingwei shook her head. That's not the case. If we make a file of the mission strategy and mission process, it is still worth buying. You don't seem to be that worried about the safety of your ice beauty girlfriend? Chen Fan walked back to the sofa with a look of emotion. In fact, I was a little bit worried at the beginning, but later I found that it seems that no one is more suitable for this game than her. Fong Mingwei thought about it, and agreed indeed. The ability to always remain absolutely calm is indeed terrifying. I'm going to go back and have a beauty sleep. This is the staff I took for you last night. You're getting older, and you won't have many wrinkles if you don't get enough rest. You can't compare with young girls. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, and his brain was working at high speed. Beautiful Lady Mingwei, your skin is so white and tender that it's almost glowing. Which little girl wouldn't be jealous of you? If you get old, won't I bury half of my body in the ground? Fong Mingwei got a satisfactory answer and smiled knowingly. Slippery. Go away. Looking at the closed door, Chen Fan smiled confidently. When it comes to survival questions and answers, he is a professional. Pick up the staff on the table that looks like a tree root. Dark matter staff, purple. Evaluation, an early work of the evil black magician. The attributes are also okay, but it has less intelligence bonus than the water spirit staff, which is obviously purple equipment, but it has one more offensive skill than the water spirit staff. It is quite helpful for me, who really lacks attacking skills. It is dawn. Lu Duoduo has to report to school today. Don't sleep anymore, go to the game to check it out. Don't let yourself be unaware of the treasure when it comes out. After waking up from the cabin, Chen Fan came to the deck. The only two people left on the ship, the grandfather and grandson of the Lin family, are wiping the deck. The others were taken to Xianwei Island by Fong Mingwei on a ship. Old Lin, don't be so tired, recruit more people in the future, you command them to do it. Seeing how hardworking Comrade Lin is, Chen Fan couldn't help but think of his old father. This year, when he went home for the new year, he couldn't let him go to the construction site again. He should just stay at home and plant some gardens. Lin Ji wiped the sweat off his face. We are idle anyway, so we can do as much as we can. We can't take your salary for nothing. Chen Fan nodded. Then you two can take a break when you are tired. He opened the property panel and signed in skillfully. Get Jasmine Kitchen Instant Roast Chicken X5. Rum X1. Purified Water X10. Signed in for 21 days. Rewarded Guild Token X1. Guild Token cannot be traded. You can form your own guild, and it consumes gold coins X100000. When used, Chen Fan took out the guild token and looked at it. It was just a black wooden sign. Nothing special. Is this how you get guild tokens? Put the food in the refrigerator in the kitchen, so that the grandfather and grandson on the ship won't starve. Then open the world channel to see if you can hear some progress of the treasure hunt mission. Yamaki Ichiro, is the captain of the Poseidon here? I wait for you on the beach in front of the Poseidon. Chen Fan was surprised. Someone is looking for me. Scrolled up. This Yamaki Ichiro not only sent one message, but one every 10 minutes. Yamaki Ichiro? The captain of the Hydra fleet? Chen Fan walked to the edge of the deck and looked around. Sure enough, several small men in ninja costumes were standing upright on the beach. It seemed that they had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 59 Cooperation. Unable to figure it out, Chen Fan didn't think about it anymore, jumped off the boat directly, and walked to a few Rija players. Within the attack range of Poseidon, he was not afraid of encountering any danger. Mr. Chen Fan, we have been waiting here for a long time. The noisy Japanese was translated into Chinese by the attribute panel. Chen Fan looked kind. Captain Yamaki, what do you want to talk to me about? Yamaki Ichiro was a thin middle-aged man. His eyes were full of thoughts. I want to cooperate with Chen Fan-kun. I came here with sincerity. Chen Fan, cooperation? Mr. Yamaki, are you kidding? You are one of the 4 most likely to win the treasure. What can you cooperate with me? A lone ranger? Chen Fan secretly threw out an identification spell during the conversation. Yamaki Ichiro, clone level 39. Evaluation, human elite, the best among them. How cautious, it turns out to be a clone. Yamaki Ichiro smiled humbly. Mr. Chen Fan really thinks highly of me. In my opinion, Mr. Chen Fan's ship is enough to become the 5th force that has the hope of winning the treasure. If you and I cooperate, the chance of success will be greatly increased. It was originally 1/5. And after cooperation, it will be 2/5. The chance of success is almost half. Chen Fan smiled meaningfully. Since you said I am qualified to win the treasure, why should I choose to cooperate with you? Since they are both 2/5. Wouldn't it be better for me to cooperate with the strongest blonde beauty fleet? Yamaki Ichiro was not angry when he heard Chen Fan say this. There are too many people on the beach. How about we go to Chen Fan's ship to talk? Chen Fan would naturally not refuse. On the deck, the 2 captains sat opposite each other. Yamaki Ichiro spoke first. Does Chen Fan know what is in the treasure? Chen Fan tried to make himself look more calm. I know a little, but I don't know if it is the same as what Captain Yamaki knows. Yamaki Ichiro asked again. Then do you think the most precious treasure is the legendary sky boat? Chen Fan asked back. Isn't it? Yamaki Ichiro smiled confidently, showing his uneven teeth. Mr. Chen Fan, you and I both know that, even if we are lucky enough to get that kind of treasure, it will be taken away with various excuses. Don't you think so? Chen Fan nodded. He agreed with this statement. So in my opinion, the inheritance of that god-level pirate, that is, a super strong hidden profession, is the most important treasure. Chen Fan frowned. Just a hidden profession? Could it be more valuable than a large amount of magic equipment and magic stones? Yamaki Ichiro, after all, equipment and magic stones can be bought with money. You can only find such a super powerful hidden profession by chance. If you sell it to the richest man in our place, will he be tempted? Chen Fan did not comment. Up to now, you have been increasing my desire for the treasure, but you didn't say, why should I cooperate with you? Yamaki Ichiro pointed at his feet. Because it. Chen Fan was puzzled. My ship? Yamaki Ichiro, yes. Although I can't see the attribute panel of your ship, I can guess that it also has the curse of the deep sea. There is a freshwater river on the south side of the island that goes directly to the center of the island, and the entrance is under my control. Chen Fan understood. So, I can only exert my greatest strength by cooperating with you. Is that what you mean? But you told me this news. Aren't you afraid that I will compete with you for the control of the estuary? Yamaki Ichiro stood up. His small body was majestic. To this day, I have long been accustomed to life and death. In terms of strength, the 3-headed snake is indeed far inferior to your Poseidon. But our Hydra fleet is not afraid of any enemy. So, he still has the confidence to deal with the Poseidon. Chen Fan complained in his heart. How should the spoils be distributed? Chen Fan showed his willingness to cooperate. Yamaki Ichiro smiled. One for the hidden profession, one for the other treasures. Chen Fan will choose first at that time. Chen Fan, what if there is really an empty boat? Yamaki Ichiro had a plan. Then the empty boat will be won, and all other treasures will be won. You choose first. Chen Fan smiled and extended his right hand. Yamaki Ichiro did the same. Cooperation is reached. Chen Fan naturally did not believe that Yamaki Ichiro was so kind. Letting him choose first, that would definitely be the most ridiculous joke of all. But he still had to choose cooperation, because cooperation would only benefit him and not harm him. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to enter the island. With this cooperation, he could directly take the Poseidon there, and the safety factor would be greatly improved. As for what this guy was planning, Chen Fan could only take it one step at a time. The entrance to the Tamsui River was to the left of the center of the 3-headed snake fleet, and to the left was the station of the disciplined meteorite fleet. The Poseidon quietly followed the guide boat. The leaders of the two forces stood on the deck and looked out. Mr. Yamaki, how many people did you send to the island to search for treasure? The two were nominal partners, so Chinfan's question was not too much. Yamaki Ichiro calculated in his mind. 5 teams, 100 people in each team. Chinfan silently counted the number of Hydra fleets. The main ship was the 3-headed Hydra. 2 large steel battleships, 5 medium-sized ships, 10 small ships, and nearly a dozen giant sailing ships. Such a huge fleet. But you only sent 500 people to search? Yamaki Ichiro nodded. Speaking of which, I really envy Chinfan Jun. You can log off and log on at will on your ship. But players like me can't do that. People who log off need protection. Right? The ships need protection. Right? With so many ships and so many people, someone needs to cook, someone needs to take care of them. Right? Being able to send out more than 500 people to search in rotation is already a lot. Moreover, those with weak strength will only cause more trouble if they are sent out. Chinfan nodded. He had always thought that everyone could go online and offline freely, but it turned out that he was the one who was left to die in the cold. Poseidon could protect him when he slept, but other players, who were offline, would really leave their lives to their companions who were watching over them. It's been so long, and you still haven't found any clues? Yamaki Ichiro, I found a door, but I didn't find the key. Chinfan, can't you break it open? Yamaki Ichiro shook his head. The door to the other dimension, I dare not break it. Is that so? Chinfan lowered his head and thought. The key, according to the plot in the novel, every time at this time, the key will appear in the protagonist's hand. Right? He searched the backpack carefully. Well, it seems that he is not the protagonist. Chapter 60. The Adventure of Tree Roots. The Poseidon was anchored on one side of the island river, close to the door that might lead to the treasure. Looking from the deck, the door was strictly guarded by the 4 forces. Although the key has not been found yet, one thing is clear, that is, whoever finds the key, he must come here to open the door. It is uncertain whether the person who opens the door can enter, and even if he enters, it is even more difficult to say whether he can take the treasure away. Where is the key? This is an unanswerable question. It is even uncertain whether it is on this island. But the plan has been carried out to this point. A huge amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources have been invested. It is impossible to stop without any results. So in the past few days, the 4 forces have sent a large number of people to search the disputed island. Chinfan is alone, and his only subordinate has to go to school every day. Of course, there is also a little reason for cherishing life, only a little bit. Chinfan did not go off the boat alone to do something lucky. Instead, he spent most of his time on decorating his new store. Although he was almost not short of money now, he was still very happy to upgrade his small store in the cage to one of the largest stores on this street. If the game or the connection with that world was stopped one day, he would have a place to stay. A week later, in the evening, Qingzhou railway station. A man in sportswear walked out of the exit with a girl with a ponytail. The man was strong and sturdy, and the girl was not too old, in her early 20s, and her 2 tight long legs were very eye-catching. They both seemed to have seldom come to big cities, and looked around with a faint panic, as if they were looking for someone to pick them up. The 2 people had clear characteristics. They were Qin Shujin and Lingling. The window of the latest BMW X8 slowly dropped. It's right in front of you. Why are you still looking for it? Chinfan's face was full of smiles. He was very happy to see people from his hometown. Shujin's eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief. Is this your car? Fanzi, you are really good. Oh my god, this car is so beautiful. Chinfan shook his head. This is not mine. It's my boss's car. My car was sent for overhaul. Shujin had an expression that said it should be like this. I said, how much land do you have to plant in a year to support such a car, a BMW? Chinfan nodded, and then urged. Yes. Get in the car quickly. There are so many people. Don't block others. Shujin put several large backpacks in the trunk, then sat in the back seat of the car, and gave the front seat to the girl who was traveling with him. He always kept in mind several important tasks of his trip. The ponytail girl sat in the passenger seat. She whispered, hello, brother Fan. Chinfan nodded, and seeing her seemed to see the chubby little girl with a runny nose standing at the entrance of the village again. Well, did you eat on the way? Lingling, I ate. Chinfan turned his head and glanced at his cousin. Didn't I tell you not to eat at night? I prepared all the delicious food for you. Qin Shujin felt wronged. I just ate 2 cucumbers I brought from home for you, and didn't eat anything. Chen Fan looked at Ling Ling with amusement. Girl, why are you still being so coy and not telling the truth to me? Ling Ling lowered her head in embarrassment. She was just 28 years old, with good skin, but not as white as Chen Shui and Fang Mingwei, and her face was also delicate, looking like a girl next door. Back at the Xinzhou headquarters, the two were shocked. After exiting the elevator, Chen Fan led the two who kept looking back to the dining table. There were many people eating at the restaurant today, including Vice President Fang Mingwei, the Hu brothers, the pink-clothed Lolita Lu Duo, and Chen Shui from the extreme cold domain. Everyone knew that Chen Fan relatives from his hometown were coming, and they had waited until now. Chen Fan briefly introduced them to everyone, and then took the two people to sit on the chairs. Eat. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Lu Duo rolled her eyes without giving any face. Hey, don't do embarrassing things anymore. Chen Fan glared. Do you believe I can bring Haley to you? Or Master Shu will do? Lu Duo, I was wrong. Fang Mingwei had a kind expression like an older sister. How long did you take the bus? Are you tired? Didn't you say you booked the tickets a week ago? Qin Shujin was stunned by the 3 questions in a row. For a moment, he didn't know which question to answer first. Ling Ling put down her bowl and chopsticks timidly. The previous train was delayed. It took a week to repair it. But it still couldn't be repaired. We took a transfer. Chen Fan recalled the green train in his hometown. That train is older than me. It's time for it to be repaired. It might be faster if we replace it with a new one. By the way, Shujin, what kind of used car do you want to buy? Do you have a budget? Everyone finished their dinner while chatting and laughing. Ling Ling was arranged to live in Chen Shui's small bedroom, and Shujin was placed in a new room. It wasn't that Chen Fan didn't want to arrange him in his own room, but Shujin had been snoring since he was a child. The kind that could shake dust off the ceiling, which really disturbed people's sleep. Everything was arranged properly, and Chen Fan was ready to log into the game to see if the 4 depressed forces had made any progress today. Knock. 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 Knock on the door. Chen Fan had no choice but to close the attribute panel and open the door. Shujin? Why are you here? Chen Fan had just settled him down. Shujin scratched his head. Why am I here? Is it because of someone else? How about I go out and you wait a little longer? Chen Fan quickly grabbed Shujin's thick arm. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not waiting for anyone, I know what your second aunt told you. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Chen Shujin hesitated. Okay, but I have another thing besides that. As he spoke, he began to roll up his left sleeve. Chen Fan watched him move, and had a bad feeling in his heart. No way. Fancy, can you see this bracelet? This thing is really magical. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. How come you are also involved in this? How long has it been? Lu Shujin was surprised to receive such a reply. Damn! I said I didn't have hysteria? That veterinarian Lu and Wang Desai, they all said I was mentally ill, there was nothing on my arm, and they wanted to send me to a mental hospital. I told you that, Fancy. You would definitely know about this thing. Such a magical thing is obviously only available in the city. How can people in the village know about it? Chen Fan brought a bottle of iced Coke to Shujin. Don't get excited. Tell me slowly. Shujin drank a can of Coke, then sat next to Chen Fan and started to talk about his recent experience. About a month ago, he accidentally clicked a link in a game group, and then he did the same as Chen Fan. The body fell directly to the ground, and his consciousness came to the body of that world. The dizziness ended, and he opened his eyes, and saw a wasteland full of yellow earth. Chapter 61 Great Man Chen Fan. He ran blindly for a long time, and found that there were no people in any of the 4 directions. What was even more terrifying was that he found the bones of animals that had been gnawed clean by carnivores. After a period of panic, he finally triggered the Novice mission. Speaking of which, his Novice mission was quite interesting. The system gave him more than a dozen plants to choose from, and the condition for completion was that he had to grow the plants alive. The tree roots were still holding back their anger at that time. I thought to myself, this is not my own land, why should I work for you for free? Later, he thought that there were wild animals in this place. So he decided to plant the crops as soon as possible before going home. As a farmer with 10 years of experience, he knew what to plant on this yellow land. He chose potatoes, which were hard to grow. Then something he didn't understand happened. He had just planted all the seeds, and when he turned around, all the potatoes had grown. Then a roulette wheel appeared, and he spun it, and got a purple one called Giant Blood Potion. He was greedy, and indeed too thirsty, and drank the bottle of water without even checking the properties. Chen Fan was stunned. How reckless must this man be to dare to drink anything? Then you became a giant? Chen Shujin shook his head. No. I just felt very strong. But there seems to be a change recently. I grew 5 centimeters in a month and gained 20 pounds in just 1 month. Chen Fan then realized that Chen Shujin was indeed much bigger than before. Show me your attribute panel. Chen Shujin, how do I give it to you? Click it yes, lower left corner yes, send. Chen Fan opened the attribute panel sent to him. Chen Shujin, Giant Level 1. Evaluation, acquired Giant, weak bloodline power. Chen Fan stared at Shujin for a while. This guy's initial strength is 27. Physique is 30? It's equivalent to 5 times my original strength. You know, a warrior with reasonable points can only have more than 30 strength at level 10. Chen Fan has been studying the game information these days. He just found out that there are rules for adding points. It is unscientific to add points randomly like he did. It will definitely lead to failure. Warriors usually add points in strength, constitution, agility, 3:1:1. You can add all points to one item, like Chen Fan did, but it is difficult to find a professional promotion mentor if you add points randomly. Chen Fan's promotion mentor is hard to find now. Fong Mingyue's hair has turned white because of worry. Chen Shujin was a little scared by Chen Fan's look. Fancy, if you keep looking at me like that, I run away. Chen Fan was speechless. Welcome to join the Shinjo Union. Chen Shujin shook his head like a rattle. That won't work. I stay here with you. What will I do with my land? It won't work if no one cultivates the land. Fong Mingyue smiled sweetly. How much does it cost to hire someone to cultivate the land? Chen Shujin, 4,500 for 1 mu of land. 6 mu of land is 27,000. Chen Fan held out a fist. You be given 100,000 a year. Do you think it works? After a brief surprise. Chen Shujin, hello. President. Hello. Boss. Fong Mingyue covered her mouth and chuckled. How long have you not logged into the game? Chen Shujin sat back on the sofa. I log in every day, sign in, and then quickly exit the game. I saw in that World Channel that if you don't move around, it's not easy to trigger dangerous tasks. Fong Mingyue didn't expect that this big and strong man was quite scheming. Always exiting the game is not good either. Although it's not easy to trigger tasks, the body in that world may be in danger. Chen Shujin, what will happen to me if my body is injured? Can it hurt me? Chen Fan nodded. What else do you think? That you died? This you became a vegetable. Shujin was terrified, and ran back to the house, saying that he wanted to find a safe place in that world, so as not to be eaten by wild animals. Fong Mingyue saw that she and Chen Fan were the only ones left in the house again. Why do you always call me at night? Don't you have any inappropriate thoughts about me? Chen Fan looked at Fong Mingyue, who was wearing sexy pajamas. Do you have a husband? Fong Mingyue shook her head. No. What about a boyfriend? No either. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and smiled wickedly. How can such a beautiful woman be in my room? I have some ideas, shouldn't it be right? Fong Mingyue pretty face flushed. Damn hooligan. He turned and ran away. Chen Fan pursed his lips and looked down. General, I haven't been on the battlefield for more than a year. I'm sorry for you. The island of disputes, inside the island river. It was night, and the sirens were opening shells on the deck, taking out the pearls inside, and putting them all in the fish skin bag in front of Hailey. Horace walked to Hailey holding a big pearl bigger than his hand. His green scales had long been dried by the wind, leaving white salt stains. Chief Hailey, what's the use of so many white pearls? I've had enough of the food here. I want to go back to the sea to eat seashells. Hailey put her hands on her hips. Horace, don't ask so many questions. There are only despicable humans here. You can't leave the king's side, or you will be caught in the fishing net and sold as a slave. Horace was horrified. I know. Chen Fan came to Hailey. Horace can speak now? When did it happen? Is he fully recovered? Hailey hummed. He has recovered almost everything. The rest needs to be learned later. Chen Fan sneered. Learn from whom? Learn from you who always talks about other races being despicable? Hailey was not convinced. Am I wrong? Humans are a despicable and dirty race. Provoking wars, strong desires, dishonesty, these are the words I have heard used to describe humans. Chen Fan shook his head. Every race has its black and white sides. Don't you know that rumors cannot be trusted? Haley looked into Chen Fan's eyes. Do you dare to say that you are not lustful, not greedy for money, and don't want to be the overlord of the world? Chen Fan asked back. Then you dare to say you don't want these? Haley walked to the bow. I just want my people to return to normal, and continue forever. Chen Fan followed Haley. When they are normal, you will want your race to be stronger and stronger. You will want to gain a larger territory, and a larger territory will require more resources, and desire will never stop. We humans do not deny desire. Real great men are all strong men who can control desire. Haley's eyes were a little empty. Really? Are you such a great human being? Chen Fan nodded seriously. Of course. Haley threw Chen Fan to the deck. Then you wouldn't put your hands on my waist. Chen Fan looked at the stars in the sky. There are so many stars tonight. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, you deserve it. You bastard. You deserve it. You bastard. You deserve it. A sharp cry sounded above the ship. Chen Fan was surprised. Someone could actually sneak onto his ship. Poseidon also has times when he's lazy? Chapter 62 Parrot Master 8. Chen Fan stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. Under the moonlight, a yellow and green parrot was standing on the mast, making a lot of noise. Lecher. You deserve it. Despicable human. You deserve it. Chen Fan was confused. Is this a real parrot that can talk, or a parrot that can talk, but can only say learned words? The little green hair on the mast. Chen Fan shouted. The parrot stopped swearing. Your father is a little green-haired man. Your grandfather is a little green-haired man. Your whole family is a little green-haired man. I am your 8th master. 8th master. Chen Fan couldn't stand being abused by a parrot. He grabbed a shell on the deck and threw it at the mast. The green parrot jumped away. You bastard, you deserve it. You bastard. You deserve it. Chen Fan threw several more, but they were all nimbly jumped away by the parrot. Chen Fan was very upset. He was the president of the Shinjo Labor Union, and he was bullied by a parrot? Hailey, catch it for me. Hailey was so happy that she would never help Chen Fan catch the parrot. Huh? Go play by yourself. Chen Fan couldn't fly, and had no way to catch the parrot. He had no choice but to endure the humiliation, and went off the boat to find Yamaki Ichiro to find out the situation. The situation was still the same. The 4 major forces were searching in a carpet-style manner. Because of the conflict between the territories, there were also several small-scale fights. Chen Fan signed in, then quit the game, and went to sleep. The next day, Chen Fan looked at the decoration of the new store, which was already being finished. He called the old lady, and told her that Xu Jin was going to work here. After talking about the salary, the old lady was very grateful. And Chen Fan thought she was crying. He arranged Ling Ling, who had nothing to do, in the old store, and asked her to help collect money and wash hair. Chen Fan knew the purpose of her coming, and he didn't know what to do for a while. So he asked her to work in the store for a few days, and then sent her away. Around 10 o'clock, Chen Fan came to the deck of the Poseidon. He was about to fish for some river fish, and asked the kitchen to cook it in the evening to improve the food. The noisy voice appeared again. Chen Fan was so angry that he jumped up and down. Green-haired parrot. My lust has nothing to do with you. You are not done yet. Come down if you have the guts. Parrot, come up if you have the guts. Chen Fan, if you have the guts to scold me. Come down if you have the guts. Parrot, come up if you have the guts. You bastard. You deserve it. Chen Fan was so angry that he climbed up the mast. But just when he was about to climb to the parrot flew away and pooped on his face. Chen Fan was furious. He quit the game immediately, ran to the $2 store, and spent 20 yuan to buy a big slingshot. The green-haired parrot happily watched Chen Fan disappear on the deck, and happily watched him run up from the deck. You bastard. How does the 8th master's green strips taste? Gaga gaga gaga. Ah! Accompanied by a scream of awe. Chen Fan closed his eyes and embraced the sky. Ah! The world is finally quiet. 2 minutes later, the soaked parrot flew back to the deck. The sharp voice sounded again. Ah! You bastard. You dared to shoot me with a weapon. Ah! Chen Fan embraced the sky again. Ah! Bastard. Ah! The soaked parrot disappeared again. Chen Fan felt that the pent-up energy in his heart had dissipated greatly, and the world became better. Bang! A pebble hit Chen Fan's feet. Chen Fan looked up. The angry parrot was also throwing things at him. I'm going to smash you to death. Smash you to death. Colorful stones were thrown at Chen Fan. Chen Fan dodged with a sly smile. He was very agile. This level of projectiles could not hit him. But where did this green-haired parrot get so many stones? Chen Fan was curious. There was a clang. It seemed that something different fell on the deck. Chen Fan took a closer look. It was a crystal-like multicolored key. He looked up at the green-feathered parrot, and saw that it had stopped throwing, and was now frozen in the air in astonishment. It's over. I threw it in the wrong place. That pervert, don't touch my key. It's useless. Stop, stop. You stop right there. Chen Fan picked up the key proudly. Identification. The key to the Moonlight Pirate's treasure. Evaluation. No matter how much it is blocked, it will eventually come out. Chen Fan was stunned. This? Oh my god. Isn't this a bit too bizarre? Chen Fan grabbed the parrot that rushed to him and threw it into the sea. Let's go! Quickly putting the key into his backpack, Chen Fan ran back to the cabin and exited the game. In Fong Mingwei room, Fong Dafu looked at the key in Chen Fan's hand in disbelief. How did this come? The 4 major forces haven't found it for almost a month, and you've only been there for a few days? Chen Fan didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say 2 words lightly. Destiny. After a brief understanding, Fong Mingwei frowned. The door is tightly surrounded. Let alone opening it, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get close. Chen Fan nodded. So I came back to discuss with you. Is there any way to open the door without alerting all the players and local forces? Fong Mingwei shook her head directly. Unless there is an orange or higher concealment function equipment, or props, otherwise. Any skills are limited. Don't underestimate the 4 forces. They are first-rate forces that are only slightly weaker than the national level. Chen Fan pondered. But to no avail. What should I do? I only have the treasure key. But I can't use it. Fong Mingwei walked to Chen Fan and put her delicate fingers on his shoulder. It's not that. You are too impatient. You want to be the only one on the island. There is a simple way. Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised. Apart from anything else. He was looking forward to the legendary hidden profession to save the attribute points he was forced to add. He grabbed Fong Mingwei's soft little hand. What method? Tell me quickly. Fong Mingwei's face turned red, but she did not resist. Wait. Chen Fan was stunned at first, but then his expression suddenly became clear. Yes, the 4 major forces on the other side will always leave. The key is with me, and they can't find it. Eating and drinking every day, and the gold coins spent on hiring local awakeners, are not small amounts. Sooner or later they will not be able to hold on. Can they hold on for 10 days? Can they hold on for a month? Can they hold on for half a year without any gains? But I am different. My strength is almost invincible on the sea. There are no players with much strength on land. It doesn't make much difference whether I improve or not. Let them dig deep to find it. I will just sign in every day. Go fishing. Follow them when they leave. And come back when they are done. Chen Fan was delighted, let go of his little hand, and ran back to his room. Leaving behind the white, rich and beautiful woman who secretly cursed the big pig's hoof. Chapter 63 Suspicion. Chen Fan came to the deck, cast out his fishing rod, and had nothing to do, so he went fishing for some freshwater fish. He looked so relaxed, as if all the treasures were his. He habitually opened the World Channel. I don't know if it was because of the treasure quest, but players all over the world were discussing the treasure hunt in the Elung Islands. The most discussed topic was whether the treasure was real or fake. Some people said that the treasure was fake, and it would be a waste of resources and time to go there. If they had that time, it would be better to complete 2 more high-level quests and deepen their understanding of this world. Some people also said that the treasure must be real. But it just requires a master of decryption to find the key. Chen Fan was reading the strange comments of the players with great interest. Suddenly, he received a private message. Micah Penniman, the 3-headed snake fleet has been pretending to search. But there is actually another conspiracy. Mr. Chen, be careful. Chen Fan was a little confused. What does this mean? Is the captain of the first fleet of Country M reminding him of something? Is this necessary? Although Yamaki Ichiro does not look like a good person, it does not prove that the helmsman of the Penniman family is kind-hearted. Chen Fan replied, What do you think? Mr. Penniman? Micah Penniman, the Triceratops has not appeared for a long time, and is not enthusiastic about finding the key. I have a bad feeling. Chen Fan, then why are you telling me? Micah Penniman, just a simple reminder. Chen Fan closed the dialogue box. Is old silver coin Yamaki Ichiro not searching for the key? Is it true? When I asked him yesterday, he said with a sad face that the search had cost a lot of manpower and resources, and he could no longer support it. But the three-headed snake really never appeared. Chin Fan was curious about this. Wasn't it in the huge fleet on the seashore? Chin Fan thought that the three-headed snake was under a certain ship. After hearing what Captain Mika said, it seems that it is not the case. But Chin Fan can ask Hailey about the things in the sea. Take out a sound-transmitting conch, bought in the daily store. The other one was given to Hailey for safekeeping a few days ago. Chief Hailey, please come to the deck once, thank you. I am very polite this time. I hope you don't refuse. 5 minutes later, the energetic and charming green-haired beauty rushed out of the water. The gem-like fish tail turned into long legs in midair, and landed on the deck in a heroic manner. Captain, what do you want from me? That damn parrot. Chin Fan invited the other party to sit on the chair. Has your mother ever told you the story of a sea monster called the three-headed snake? Hailey held her chin and thought for a while. I haven't heard of the three-headed snake, but I have heard of the legend of the nine-headed snake to batch. Chin Fan immediately pretended to listen carefully. Hailey saw that Chin Fan was interested, and gave this perverted captain some face. It is said that hundreds of years ago, there was a disaster-level sea monster in each of the 4 seas, which divided the 4 seas at that time and assisted the sea god Quirus in dominating all marine races. They were collectively called the 4 Seas Demons by humans. The one who ruled the South Sea at that time was the king's father, the soul of the deep sea, Narhom. And the one who ruled the East Sea was the blood of the ocean, which was also called a disaster-level sea monster, Toba. Chin Fan listened attentively. It turns out that the father of Poseidon was a worker for God. Wait, is there really a god in this world? Is this ocean blood Toba still alive? Hailey shook her head directly. It's true as the rumors say. Among the 4 sea gods, Toba fell the earliest. He was killed by humans almost as soon as the sea god lost contact, and he left almost no pure descendants. Chin Fan nodded. When you were walking in the sea recently, have you seen the three-headed snake? Do you think it must be the descendant of that big guy, the nine-headed snake Toba? Hailey looked at Chin Fan in confusion. Three-headed snake? Where is the three-headed snake? Chin Fan was also puzzled. It's in these fleets. There is a three-headed snake, just like your king, which is merged with a warship. Hailey shook her head affirmatively. No, a soul of that strength, as long as it is in the water, the Siren clan, can feel it hundreds of miles away. Chin Fan felt a little heavy. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the three-headed snake didn't participate in this treasure hunt at all? This can explain why Yamaki Ichiro is a clone. But the entire fleet came, but the main ship didn't come? This is indeed a bit strange. I can't figure it out. Pervert. Thief. Thief. Go to hell. Go to hell. The noisy voice sounded from the mast again. Chin Fan looked at Hailey speechlessly. You didn't raise this thing? Why did it appear as soon as you appeared? Hailey looked at Chin Fan like a fool. How could you have thought that a sea creature like me could keep a flying bird in captivity? Chin Fan didn't care. How would I know? You guys are having a magical animal gathering here. What if it can swim? In the evening, the restaurant of the Shinjo building, Fong Mingwei and Chin Fan, the 2 presidents, were eating together. Sister Mingwei, do you know Yamaki Ichiro? It seems that he is the president of a large enterprise in Riju. Fong Mingwei nodded. I didn't know him originally, but after he asked you to cooperate, I checked him out. Chin Fan, did you find anything special? Fong Mingwei shook her head. Nothing special. If there was anything special, wouldn't I have told you earlier? Yamaki Group is the largest company in Rizhao that does the business of heirs of gods, which is similar to the funeral business in our country. Yamaki Ichiro is the patriarch of the current Yamaki family. He is decisive in business and unsympathetic. There is nothing else. Chin Fan nodded and told Fong Mingwei in detail about the private message that Micah Penniman sent him. After listening to this, Fong Mingwei pondered for a long time. The development of the situation is a bit unusual. I advise you to leave the island of dispute as soon as possible. Although the Poseidon is almost invincible in the sea, it is not without any shortcomings. And the key is still in our hands. After they leave, we will still have time to go. Her suggestion is more prudent. After all, running away is the best strategy. Chin Fan thought about it, and finally nodded. That's good, so you don't get into trouble. I find an excuse to leave the island of conflict tonight. Fong Mingwei put down her chopsticks. Then you can go to Sienwei Island first. We have already recruited a lot of crew members. Renovate your cabin and try to trigger the promotion task. Chen Fan also finished eating. It's Friday today. Right? Lu Duo boat is also in the island river. Let her drive the boat and follow us later. Chapter 64 The Key appears? Mountain Dwarf Kingdom, Avelin Plain. On the weed-covered wasteland, Qin Shu Jin was holding an ancient short axe, looking nervous and alert. This strong man had a stiff expression and a panicked look, but he stood firmly in front of the potato field he planted. There was no way, although he was afraid of death, he knew some of the rules of the game and knew that the mission was coming, and he couldn't avoid it. Just now, he just returned to his potato field and triggered the first novice mission. Prerequisites have been met. Newbie Task 1. Protect your fields. Difficulty, Intermediate. Task description. A despicable goblin tribe has set its sights on your potato fields. Please do your best to protect your fields. Task requirements. Make sure that the potato fields are less than 50% damaged. Completion rewards. Experience X200, Gold X9, Personal Land Collection Container X1. Failure penalty. Immediately erase one emotion. Evaluation. Just over 100 goblins. Please don't be afraid. If the tree roots hadn't looked at the evaluation, they wouldn't have been so scared. Seeing the number, he was actually scared. He was a bit stronger, and he had the battle axe given by Chen Fan. But he couldn't stand more than 100 goblins, and each of them slapped him. Right? A few minutes later, a group of scattered, staggering, and barely knee-high green goblins appeared from all directions. Chen Shu Jin. Well, if it's this kind of thing, I think the difficulty of this task is just average. Little green monsters. Look at the axe. The Island of Disputes. Chen Fan answered Lu Duo voice call request. The clear voice of Lolita sounded in his ears. Chairman Chen, what are you doing again? You are the one who insisted on cooperating, and you are the one who quit halfway. I have to go to class during the day, and I have to follow you around at night. Do you believe I will report you to the Labor Bureau for illegally employing child labor? Chen Fan did not dare to tell the girl the truth. You talk too much. If you keep talking, I will deduct your salary. Start the boat, the target line is Tsukishima, Chen Fan said, and began to edit a private message to Yamaki Ichiro. But just as he was about to edit the excuse he had thought of into text, the other party sent him a private message first. Mr. Chen Fan, are you here? I found the key. But the news was leaked by the spy. Please help stop the enemies on the south side of the door and the river. After the matter is completed, distribute it according to the agreed plan. Chen Fan was stunned. This? What's going on? The key was found. What is this in his hand? Could it be that what I said was fake? The news was leaked by the spy so quickly? Chen Fan opened the World Channel. As expected, the World Channel was completely blown up. There were a total of 10,000 players, and it felt like 10,000 people were discussing whether Yamaki Ichiro could successfully open the door and take away the treasure of the Moonlight Pirates. In this situation, should I continue to move forward? Or should I stay and wait for the situation to develop? Chen Fan was thinking. Yamaki Ichiro sent another private message. Mr. Chen Fan, don't sail towards the sea, otherwise they will mistake you for the ship that escaped with the treasure. Chen Fan eyes widened. This old silver coin who lives a good life, he threatens me. Lu Duo asked in a long tone. Who threatened you? Are you going out or not, my president? Chen Fan quickly told Lu Duo not to move. He was afraid that as soon as he left, Yamaki Ichiro would say on the World Channel that he had taken the treasure away. By then, Poseidon would have to endure the baptism of the magic cannon. Instead of not knowing what to do, it's better to take advantage of the situation. Chen Fan replied, Captain Shanmu, let me stop the enemies on this side of the island river. I won't let even a fly in. After closing the dialogue box, Chen Fan took out the conch shell. Highly, tell your king not to stop humans who don't attack it. Let them pass if they want to. Highly accepted the 10 white soul crystals in Chen Fan's hand and nodded, and jumped back into the sea with satisfaction. In the night, an extremely obvious orange-red light column shot up into the sky, and the location was exactly where the door was. This is undoubtedly a declaration. The door opened. Under Chen Fan's gaze, members of the 4 major forces began to rush towards the orange-red light column like crazy, for fear that they would not be able to enter the door if they were late. Feeling the heart beating non-stop at this moment. Duo. Get off the boat, Haley. The 3 of us will blend in with the crowd and go over to sea. Lu Duo, I'm already on the shore, to your northeast side. Hurry up, I wait for you for a while. Chen Fan was speechless. If he had said it a little later, this greedy lowly would have already reached the door. He quickly took Hailey, who had rushed out of the water to find Luduoduo. The three of them mixed in the alliance of small players, and ran towards the light column. Chen Fan didn't care whether the door was really opened or not. If the door was really opened, the three of them would try to get a share. If it wasn't opened, then the three of them would run back. Anyway, there were so many people, no one would notice them. Chen Fan's ship was not far from the gate. In just a few minutes, Chen Fan and his companions had already reached the gate where the huge beam of light burst out. But they could not go any further at this time, because the way ahead was blocked by the Hydra fleet and several small forces. The ground was in a mess. It seemed that a small-scale battle for the gate had taken place before they arrived. The winner was obviously the Hydra fleet. Although the forces standing with the Hydra fleet were small, they each had a size of 500 to 600 people, including players and local awakeners. They were supposed to be part of a small alliance. But looking at the situation, they should have betrayed, or they have been undercover for a long time. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Kuroda Ichikyu. I treated you as a brother, and shared the treasure map with you. But you stood there and wouldn't let me pass. You traitor! A scum of the player." On the Hydra fleet side, a man from Rizhao, with a shoehorn face, showed a sarcastic expression. "Anthony, I really have to thank you for your treasure map. Otherwise, how could our Hydra fleet find this place so quickly? I am the captain of the third ship of the Hydra fleet. How can I betray you?" Beside Anthony Browns, a boy in branded sportswear was jumping up and down in anger. He bent his bow and drew his arrow, but all of them were blocked by others. "Okay, we can talk about your personal grudges later. Where is Yamaki Ichiro? Let him come out to talk. Otherwise, all of you will die." A tall Westerner stood out from the crowd, standing tall and majestic. Chen Fan took the two girls and hid in the crowd, and secretly cast an identification spell. "So he is the #1 man on the sea battleship, Micah Penniman." Luduoduo eyes sparkled. "So handsome." Chen Fan kicked the little Lolita. "Don't worship foreign things. What's so handsome about him? Look at his pale face. You can tell he has kidney deficiency at the end stage. Useless." Hailey was surprised. "Can you tell the quality of your human internal organs from the skin color?" The little Lolita rolled her eyes when she asked this question. Chapter 65 Crisis Warning. Behind the Hydra fleet's position, in front of the orange-red light column, a stone platform rose up. On it stood Yamaki Ichiro, strictly speaking his clone. "Mr. Mika, since we dare to stand here, we have the confidence to not be afraid of you. If we want to seize the treasure, it is not possible to succeed by just saying a few threatening words." The commander-in-chief of the meteorite fleet, an old general with a little silver hair, shouted loudly. "The little dwarf of Rizhao country. Your defense line seems vulnerable to me. If you can make way for the door, we can share it. You can save yourself today." Yamaki Ichiro's expression remained unchanged, with a disgusting smile on his face. "Commander Jaeger, I know your trump card. It's the two Earth magicians. Right? You can let them try." The old general frowned and stopped talking. It seemed that he was right, and he didn't want to take action at the moment. Chen Fan looked at Luduoduo. "What is a Grand Mage? What level is a Grand Mage?" Luduoduo answered in a low voice. "Level 40 to 50 is called a Mage by the native Awakeners. Grand Mage should be at least level 47 or above." Chen Fan nodded. "It seems that he has to study the information carefully when he has time." Yamaki Ichiro looked down. "Ha ha ha. Since you don't make a move, then when this door is opened in 10 minutes, don't regret that I didn't give you a chance." After a short silence, several small forces could no longer bear it. 10 minutes was too short. "Brothers, kill in this direction. Tear open a hole for me. The treasure. It belongs to us." The Star Union rushed to the weak defense of the Hydra fleet. For a moment, magic arrows flew everywhere. Blood was splattered, and a fierce battle began. In a different world with strange powers, there was no tentative war at the beginning of the war, but a brutal battle of blades. In just a few minutes, all the small alliances joined the battle, and a big hole was torn in the Hydra camp. Yamaki Ichiro was not in a hurry, and a huge bull horn appeared in his hand. Woo! A heavy and oppressive horn sounded. All the members of the Hydra camp were like chicken blood, and their damage increased sharply, and they reversed the decline in an instant. Chen Fan was extremely surprised. What kind of prop is this? Is the improvement a bit too high? It feels like everyone has become a Superman. Just find someone to cast an identification spell on. Taro Fujimoto. Level 19, Fatal Boost Horn Blessing, all attributes plus 100%. Evaluation, a professional archer. Chen Fan was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. A horn that improves all attributes by 100%? What kind of perverted prop is this? Compared to this thing, my possible bracelet that can only be used once a month is simply garbage. The first mate next to Micah Penniman was shocked. Is this the trump card of the Hydra fleet? Fatal Boost Horn? The grade is at least orange. Captain, what should I do? Micah Penniman gritted his teeth. Since it has come to this, there is no point in thinking too much. If you don't want to give up, you have to fight. He exchanged a glance with the old General Jaeger, and they both waved their hands at the same time. Begin the war. The warriors, who had been eager to fight for a long time, were finally able to release their nature. The night sky was illuminated by colorful magic explosions, metal clashing, roars, screams were heard incessantly. Chen Fan had never experienced this before. He dragged the two women to a place with few people. If they met the Hydra fleet on the road, they would use freezing spells, ice spikes, etc. to show their position. Lu Duo frowned cutely. It feels a little wrong. Chen Fan nodded, while carefully dodging various magic bombs and bows and arrows. I also feel that something seems to be wrong. Outside the battlefield, Anthony Brown temporarily put aside his resentment and silently threw 3 dice in his palm. It shouldn't be like this. It was all about the upcoming adventures. How did it become a situation of death that is hard to escape? His profession is the future observer. A hidden profession that can predict with high accuracy. What has affected my observation? Why does the feeling that the future is covered with blood become stronger and stronger? In a corner of the fierce and noisy battlefield, on the back of a huge rock 2 people high, Haley was holding the black stick and her spirit was tense. She had lived in the sea since she was a child, under the protection of the soul of the deep sea. Where had she ever seen such a fierce war? In her impression, the human race is a mean, cowardly and plundering race, but she didn't know that this race would be so cruel to its own people. Chen Fan, it's too dangerous here. What is the purpose of our coming here? If not, let's return to the king as soon as possible. Chen Fan patted the mermaid's white shoulders. Look at Yamaki Ichiro on the stone platform. Why is he smiling? Haley didn't understand. What does this have to do with your purpose? Chen Fan shook his head. No, I'm just curious. During the conversation, a half-human leg shattered by magic fell to the feet of Chen Fan and others. Lu Duo frowned, ignoring the bloody human leg under his feet. Yeah, why is he laughing? He is the holder of the key, facing so many people besieging and fighting for it. He should be nervous. Is it because of confidence? Just because of that fatal boost horn? But now, they are the ones who are losing step by step. Chen Fan listened to the little girl's whisper and nodded secretly. Wait! Is it possible that Yamaki Ichiro key is completely fabricated? And that the light column is actually the function of other props? And his purpose is probably not the treasure of the Moonlight Pirates. The more Chen Fan thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. Since Yamaki Ichiro's purpose is not the treasure, he can't open the door. So Chen Fan and his friends have no meaning in this dangerous and chaotic battlefield. Chen Fan, no matter what the purpose of Yamaki Ichiro war is, let's leave here first and return to the Poseidon. Lu Duo was reluctant to leave. Where is the treasure? That is the treasure of the former pirate god in this world. The treasure cannot be opened for the time being. Believe me, I am afraid it will be dangerous if I don't retreat. Haley suddenly interrupted. Look at the ground. This blood is so strange, it seems to have life. It is flowing on its own. On one side of the battlefield, Anthony Browns was under the heavy protection of his teammates, holding a deck of tarot cards in his hand, and sweating profusely. A few minutes later, Anthony Brown suddenly opened his eyes, and his cheek suddenly shrank, as if he was starving for several days, and was about to die. See monster? Demon. A 9-headed snake that can destroy everyone here is about to appear. Run! Run! Annie, send the message to the World Channel. Let everyone run quickly. The revival of the demon requires a lot of blood from awakeners. If there is not enough blood, it will not succeed. World Channel. Annette, players on the island of conflict. Please flee to the island quickly. The treasure is not opened. The demon is about to revive. Our blood is the sacrifice for the revival. Chapter 66 The Devil Resurrects. Everyone, check the World Channel. Stop fighting. Everyone, check the World Channel. A faint shout was heard on the battlefield. Some soldiers were so angry that they ignored it. But some people were curious and opened the world channel to take a look. The battlefield became more chaotic. Chen Fan and the other two who had already started to flee were relieved when they saw the news on the world channel. It turned out that there was a big conspiracy, and the target was not the treasure. It's these players and local awakeners. Lu Duo was still in shock. Old Chen, you saved my life again. The three of them had just left the battlefield at this time. They only needed to run for more than 10 minutes to get back to the Poseidon on the island river. Chen Fan teased. Why? You want to pledge yourself again? I've already said, no need. Yamaki Ichiro stood on the stone platform. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was crazy. Looking at the changes in the battlefield below, he suddenly laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, were we discovered? But I'm sorry, everyone, it's too late. I, who merged with God, have awakened. Ha ha ha. What treasure of the Moonlight Pirates? What top-level flying boat? It's just an illusory cover. What I need is your blood. Ha ha. This door, this island, I searched it thoroughly a few months ago, and there is no key at all. But it's still useful. Ha ha, resurrect, blood of the ocean. Lord Tobai. The next second, the land in front of Chen Fan and the other two began to tremble. Collapse? A large amount of blood began to gather unreasonably. One after another. Huge and ferocious snake heads as big as hills emerged from the ground, and the scarlet snake pupils were filled with brutality and destruction. Chen Fan was stunned for a few seconds. Damn! Why is the place of resurrection here? Run back. The three had to run back to the battlefield. At the same time, the blonde beauty fleet captain Micah Penniman, who was leading a large force to charge out, also stopped. This demon god body is too big. There is no way back. Let the third officer go offline. Find Yamaki Ichiro body. Kill him. Everyone else, escape to the coastline in different directions. Facing the resurrecting behemoth, even as the number one man on the battleship, he could not think of fighting. Toba, blood of the ocean god, unconscious body, evaluation. The body of one of the 4 sea demon gods. The only thing it can do is to destroy everything in front of it. The first officer looked at his captain Micah Penniman. Captain! In the world channel, the captain of the octopus sailboat said, let all water mages summon thunderstorms and thick fog. He has a way to deal with the demon. Do you want to do what he says? When the first mate said this at this time, his idea was very clear. Micah Penniman hesitated for a second, and immediately gave the order. Let all water mages do it, and then escape. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Even if it's fake, it doesn't matter how long it takes to release the skill. In the strong wind, the noisy crowd fled in all directions. Old General Jaeger frowned, as he looked at the terrifying monster that was breaking free from the mud in the distance. Isn't it the legendary demon god of the East Sea? Hasn't he been dead for hundreds of years? How could he appear in this place? Is it another disaster brought by these hidden clan? Alan, Ada, use the earth confinement. Don't let it come out so easily. The first to attack the Hydra demon god was the local force. The meteorite fleet. The twin earth magicians chanted a spell, and the magic power of the mage level surged. Countless sand and soil petrified and hardened around the demon, but it had almost no effect. The 9 snake heads and their huge bodies were not blocked at all. As the snake bodies twisted, they could easily crush boulders. Seeing that the strongest earth mage in the fleet was useless, the old general struggled for a few seconds. Everyone retreat in the opposite direction. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a shout. Commander Jaeger? A young man from the hidden tribe in strange clothes rushed in front of him. He stopped the guards, who were about to stop him. Who are you? Why don't you run for your life? What do you want to call me for? Chen Fan was panting. Finally, he found the old general before he retreated. Commander Jaeger, which direction are you going to retreat to? The old general looked at the giant hydra that covered the sky in the distance. The beach is blocked, so we can only escape to the other side of the island. Chen Fan shook his head. The boats are all on the beach, and there are mountains on the other side. Even if we can escape into the sea, won't we still be caught up by this bloodthirsty big guy? Marshal Jaeger nodded. He knew this, but at this moment, there was no other way. Then what do you think we should do? Or, do you have a way to get out of the current crisis? Chen Fan nodded. I am the captain of the Octopus King's ship. I wonder if your 2 earth magicians have a way to divert the river water here. If my ship can get here, I think, It can at least buy us a lot of time to escape. Commander Jaeger thought of the huge black and yellow-spotted octopus king. In terms of size, maybe only the guy can really compete with this demon god? Everyone retreat to the mountains. The mage group stays. Commander Jaeger ordered loudly. The experienced old general made a decision in a very short time. On the stone platform in front of the door, several senior executives of the Yamaki group surrounded Yamaki Ichiro. What were you talking about just now? Is this key really fake? You revived this terrifying thing. But do you have a way to control it? Yes. Why didn't you inform us when you made this plan? Although you are the chairman, it is not against the rules to do this. Right? Yamaki Ichiro laughed wildly. Rules? Ha ha ha. How dare you talk about rules with the devil? The next moment, Yamaki Ichiro turned into a stream of blood and rushed straight to the huge body of Hydra Tobai. Several high-level executives of the consortium were stunned. Is Yamaki Ichiro crazy? How dare he do this? I demand a board meeting. Impeach him. Oh, what's the point of impeaching him at this time? Find a way to save your life. Over the island of disputes, with the efforts of a group of water mages, groups of dark clouds began to gather, making the already gloomy sky even darker. But this is exactly what Shin Fan wanted. Although the Poseidon could not leave the water for more than a minute, he had asked Haley. If it is a very heavy rainstorm, it can still survive on land for a while. The nine-headed snake Toba finally got its entire body out of the soil. Although its body is huge, it is extremely dry, like a dried corpse that just woke up from the pyramid. It looked at the two-legged beasts that kept fleeing on the scarlet ground, suddenly raised a snake head, roared to the sky, and a huge wave of magic power spread. Chapter 67 Mission Level Abyss Gaze. Everyone on the island of conflict felt their bodies soften at the same time, and a feeling of weakness came over them like a wave, as if their vitality was draining away. Thirsty blood curse. Lose 1% of blood every minute. Chen Fan looked at the abnormal status on the attribute panel, and felt very heavy. After coming to this world for so long, he had never obtained a potion that could replenish his life value. The only one he had seen that could restore his life value was Fong Mingwe Bodhi Tree Species, now the Tree Master. 1% per minute, without replenishment, wouldn't it be possible to live for less than 2 hours? And this is only the first skill of the Hydra Tobai. According to the heads, it has at least 8 skills that have not been used. Prerequisites have been met: release survival mission, slaughter of the 4 seas demon god, difficulty, gaze into the abyss. Mission introduction: the 4 seas demon Tobai wants your blood. Mission requirements: survive until Tobai dries up again. Completion rewards: ticket to Alice Castle X1, life fruit X1, random grade equipment X1, grade is selected according to mission contribution. Failure penalty: consciousness erasure. Evaluation: please fight. At this moment, all players have accepted this mission. Chen Fan face turned pale. He silently took out the teleportation scroll. Mission in progress, cannot teleport. Damn! What's the use of this thing? This thing is useless. Although he couldn't abandon Hailey and Lu Duo and run away. But it's too unreasonable that this broken scroll doesn't work at the critical moment. Lu Duo looked at the negative status on the attribute panel, waved his hand to summon his strongest hero. Sister Daisy? I need your help. A beautiful siren with a snake tail like a little giant appeared out of thin air. Follow your thoughts, my lovely captain. What is that? The damn 4 seas demon Tobai. Lu Duo was stunned. Do you know that big guy? Please use your requiem. The 3 of us are losing blood. Daisy sighed slightly, and then played the guqin. The beautiful sound of the guqin sounded, and the curse on Chen Fan and the other 2 was lifted. Chen Fan was overjoyed, and almost forgot that this female siren had the purification skill. Good job. Duo. I give you a chicken drumstick tonight. Somewhere in the mountains far away from the Hydra Toba. Anthony Bronson lost weight again. Annie, send a message on the channel. Tell everyone not to run away anymore. If you run away, everyone will not live to see the dawn. Focus on attacking the 3 heads in the middle of the demon Toba. It has not revived. It is just its soulless dry body. Annie nodded. I know. Don't use your ability anymore. Death has already waved to you. Anthony Bronson smiled bitterly. If I can survive this time, I will never use this ability again in my life. In the World Channel, almost all online players are paying attention to the events on the island of conflict. Even in such a dangerous situation, there are players here who broke the news in real time on the World Channel. Jean Ergu, wouldn't that be useless? I have never heard of the danger level of this mission. Above the extreme danger is the gaze of the abyss? Lu Baiwa, there are at least more than 2,000 players there. Right? If they all die, won't another 2,000 newbies come in? Kuroda Ichikyu, I'm right here. Don't curse me. Yamaki Ichiro is in Osaka. Whoever kills him, I give him 10 million. Sheldon, you traitor. Running dog. You brought this upon yourself. You deserve to die. Annette, players on the island of conflict. Please don't run to the mountains. Unite, and attack the 3 heads in the middle of the demon god Tabach. We have a chance. Please believe me. There is a hidden profession in my team that can predict the future. Lu Baiwa, please ask other regional players to stop speaking immediately to ensure the existence of this message, and not to affect the self-rescue of compatriots on the island of conflict. Kuroda Ikichui, what Ms. and said is true, I can testify. Although I was an undercover before, I also want to survive now. Please believe me. The sky was covered with dark clouds, making the already dark night even darker. Chinfan closed the world channel. Very good. A career that predicts the future? So perverted. But now I like it very much. The 3 of them are hiding behind Commander Jaeger's magic group, like supervisors urging them to dig canals. Haley, has the distress signal been sent to your king? You must make it clear, I can't live if I die. Haley rolled her eyes, very charming. The king has sensed it, but I don't know what the king will do specifically. Lu Duo pointed to the distance. Look, Captain Micah Penniman is organizing everyone to fight the enemy together. He looks so handsome when he encourages people. Chen Fan curled his lips. What's so handsome about that? He's just brainwashing others. I tell you, this kind of man is the most dangerous. You should stay away from him. Lu Duo rolled his eyes at Chen Fan. I think you are the most dangerous. In the distance, the body of the demon god Tobahi became more and more flexible. 9 big mouths opened at the same time, and fireballs with blue flames were shot at the area with more people like machine guns. Boom! 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 The formation that was organized with great difficulty collapsed again. The roars, screams, and shouts resounded throughout the island again. Micah Penniman roared. Don't panic. Don't panic. Knights and warriors push forward. All mages focus their attacks on the snake head in the middle. You can't survive if you run away. Let it see the determination of our sea warriors. People who are panicking need a backbone. The warriors of various professions began to perform their duties little by little. The gorgeous magic bullets also began to be thrown at the head in the middle of Tabach. -213, -241, -1, -1, -1. -1, -1, -1, -1. Except for a few attacks that are effective, most of the other attacks are forced to deduct a little blood. Captain Mika frowned. It would be reasonable if all of them deducted a little blood, but why did it work? World Channel. Anthony Bronson, the head in the middle of the demon Tabach, only wind attribute attacks work. Captain Mika suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Go to the mountains and bring this player to me. Don't let him get into trouble. At this moment, in Mika Penniman's mind, this player with the ability to predict is their hope of escape. It started to rain heavily, and the rain was icy cold. Chin Fan and the other 2 had followed the mage group to the bottom of one of Toba's heads. It wasn't that they wanted to go here, but it was the only passage to the island river. Less than 10 meters away from the demon's body, I can even smell the decay of the body covered with broken scales. It would be a lie to say that I'm not afraid at this moment, but things have come to this point. What can anyone do? Chin Fan looked at the survivors who were trying to form a formation not far away, trying to launch a counterattack. I hope they can hold on for a while longer. At least let me dig out this artificial river. Chapter 68 The Power of Ants. Beside Micah Penniman, the first mate suddenly thought. Captain, this demon is so huge, our magic cannon should be able to reach it. Right? I just don't know whether it will change its target to the fleet, then we will have no way out. Captain Micah thought for a while. Finally, he made a decision. Contact all the captains who are still alive, and let their remaining crew members fire at the demon at a safe distance. Even if it doesn't do much, it can still relieve our pressure. Get Soul Crystal, White, *6. Get Soul Crystal, White, *4. Get Soul Crystal, White, *1. Since the battle began, Chin Fan has been notified of getting Soul Crystal. It would be great if this thing was valuable and could be traded. Chin Fan quickly shook his head to get rid of this horrible idea. It's over. Capitalist ideas have invaded my heart. Boom! Boom! 2 blue fireballs hit the soil near the mage group. Chen Fan thought to himself that it was not good. Has he been noticed by this guy? He estimated the distance to the island river. Chen Fan shouted, Commander Jaeger, just push the river channel to here. Hurry up, and take the mages back to the safe area. The old general glanced at Chen Fan calmly. Numerous fireballs fell around him without him blinking. Little guy from the hidden clan, don't underestimate the warriors of our Black Gold Empire. Alan Ada. Open this road for it. The twin wizards smiled confidently, raising their staffs high. After a long spell, the two shouted together, the earth is crying. The earth shook violently, and the next moment, the rushing river water rushed into the river channel opened by magic like a raging wave. Chen Fan was delighted. His greatest reliance was finally able to join the battlefield. Commander Jaeger, thank you for your help. Let's get out of here. They were right under a snake head, which was too dangerous. It was unknown whether the magic fluctuations attracted the attention of the demon god, or whether it simply wanted to eat something close. The snake head, as big as a hill, swooped down. Chen Fan and the others only felt a strong wind blowing over them. Run! Seeing the defense magic of the 2 earth magicians in their 40s being smashed, everyone could only dodge desperately. But as if to prove that human power could not fight against gods, 2/3 of the mage group were smashed into the ground by the snake head. And their lives and deaths were unpredictable. There is no time to lament the cheapness of life. The fog is thick. The fog is thick. Chen Fan used the most basic skill of the water mage while running away. He only felt that this skill was somewhat effective at the moment. What everyone did not expect was that the demon god Toba actually did not attack the people who were running away in the thick fog. Even, the blue flames ejected by the 9 heads would not be sprayed into the white fog. In the distance, Micah Penniman, who watched Chen Fan use the thick fog to escape, was stunned for a moment, and then gave an order. Let all water mages use thick fog. Don't make it too thick. Let us see outside. He wanted to rely on the difference in target size, so that they could see the Hydra Tabach clearly, but Tabach couldn't see them. And then launch a counterattack. Sure enough, after the island was covered with white fog, the huge, powerful and irresistible demon Tabach was stunned. It seemed that he didn't know what to do for a moment. Perhaps this is the drawback of the unconscious body, the visual instinct told it, there are no enemies here. Mika Penniman was overjoyed. Everyone! Attack with all your strength. Use wind attribute to attack the one in the middle, use fire attribute to attack the one on the left, use water attribute to attack the head on the right. Don't hold back. Everyone was excited. When a person has hope, his potential is infinite. Dense spells and attribute arrows were blasted towards the stunned demon head in the air. Chen Fan and his companions ran to the vicinity of the main force, and finally felt a sense of security in the group. Chen Fan had not expected that the method he had come up with during the crisis would be so effective. But he did not know if it would always work. For the sake of their own safety, the 3 of them also joined the team attacking the Hydra. Chen Fan attack power was obvious to all, and it could only be said to be better than nothing. But the wind blade of the mermaid Dai Chi Si was no joke. Others' wind blades were measured in individual pieces, while hers were measured in waves, one after another. Reduce 232. Reduce 121. Reduce 344. Reduce 111. Dense white numbers floated up and disappeared. The health bar that seemed longer than life finally began to drop visibly. Micah Penniman was overjoyed. Very good, good luck everyone. We may be the first to complete the Abyss Gaze level mission. He really didn't expect that. A simple elementary water skill would turn the situation around. The first mate closed the attribute panel. Captain, our health points don't seem to be enough to kill this demon. Micah Penniman frowned. He did have some restorative alchemy potions, but with so many people, it was just a drop in the bucket. He had no choice but to open the world channel. Are there any players with priest professions? Many companions' health is already unhealthy. Chen Fan, I deal with the Bloodthirst curse, you just need to do your best to output. In the meeting room of the Shinjo Workers Association, Fong Mingwei paced back and forth with her chin in her hand. How did you encounter the most dangerous mission? Didn't you say you were going to sail away from the island of conflict? She was worried and anxious, but she couldn't wake Chen Fan up at this moment, nor could she disturb him in the game, for fear that he would be in danger. In a panic, Fong Mingwei thought of a strong man who might be able to help Chen Fan. She quickly ran to Chen Fan's bedroom and took out her phone next to his pillow. Enter the password, open Weiwei search, Li Xiaoqian. The first result was ex-girlfriend number 7 Xiao Qian. Fang Mingwei rolled her eyes speechlessly. Why does this country boy give his ex-girlfriend a number? Yan Fan Mingfa, high salary recruitment of hairdressers. Hello. Miss Li. I am Chen Fan friend Fang Mingwei. Chen Fan is in the Abyss Stair mission on the island of conflict. Do you have any way to help him? Number 7's ex-girlfriend Xiao Qian. Let that scumbag die. You too? Fang Mingwei silently deleted the chat history, put down the phone, and walked back to the meeting room. The island of conflict. Chen Fan sat on the muddy ground panting. And there were many people doing the same thing as him. It's not that they are lazy, it's just that the mana is recovering too slowly. It's not enough to support them to release another skill. Micah Penniman, who has props and equipment that can restore mana. I hope you don't keep them. If you take them out, I am willing to give you the same value in US dollars. He has said this several times. But everyone here has taken out what they should take out. At this time, who dares to keep it? The health of the demon god Toba is less than half, but it stops there. Archers don't need mana for their bows, but arrows with attributes do. Micah Penniman frowned. He didn't expect to run out of mana, after all. He wasn't a mage. Let all water mages save mana, don't let the fog dissipate. His order was conveyed by someone on the World Channel. Thanks to the high quality of the players, there are many onlookers on the World Channel now, but there are almost no troublemakers. Micah Penniman walked in front of Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, how long will it take for your ship to support here? Chen Fan stood up. I think it will arrive at the most critical moment. What Chen Fan said was the same as not saying anything, but what can he do? He can't just tell the truth, say that he can't handle his own ship. Right? Micah Penniman nodded to Lu Duoduo. Your servant is very strong thanks to you. Then he turned and left. Takisi's mana seemed endless. The dense wind blades never stopped from the beginning. Lu Duoduo's eyes lit up. Ah, it's even more handsome when you're closer. Chen Fan. See, the brainwashing has begun. Chapter 69 The 10th Head. Because there is no nickname function, everyone now knows that Chen Fan is the owner of the god-level octopus ship. What surprised everyone was that the owner of such a powerful ship was so weak, actually a junior water mage, who had not even completed the promotion task. They would not have thought that Chen Fan had only been in the game for a month, and would only think that this was a useless player who had an amazing adventure. Holding a monocular telescope, the first mate of the mermaid, who had been responsible for observing the movements of the demon god Tobai, suddenly shouted, Look, the neck of the demon god. Is there something extra there? The Haitian Delta, behind the revolutionary army. Li Xiaoqian pushed the door open and said expressionlessly to the man in the wheelchair, regarding the abyss-gazing mission over the Elung Islands, does the organization have a rescue plan? Zheng Yuanzhou looked at Li Xiaoqian strangely. There are very few players in the sea area of our country. The main person in charge of the rescue this time is Temple, the national player organization of M-Country Temple. Pangu is only responsible for some humanitarian assistance. Li Xiaoqian frowned, opened her mouth, but closed it again, and said nothing. Zheng Yuanzhou suppressed his laughter. But if you ask for help from the organization in your personal name, you can also apply for it. After all, this is your privilege as a member of the creator. Li Xiaoqian turned and left. What a joke. Zheng Yuanzhou touched his nose innocently. He remembered that he didn't laugh out loud. Another office. Li Xiaoqian, Mr. Fang. Increase his fortune to the highest level today. If you laugh again, I hit you. In the heavy rain, Chen Fan and others looked up at the ugly, tender snake head that appeared on the demon. Lu Duoduo, what the hell is that? Micah Penniman looked back at Anthony Brown's lying on the chair. In your prophecy, is there any appearance of that thing? The skinny Anthony Brown's frowned and shook his head. In the prophecy, only the 3 heads in the middle are hints of weakness, everything else is uncertain and can be changed at any time in the future. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Do you think that small snake head is similar in shape to Yamaki Ichiro face? Everyone hurried to observe more carefully after hearing this. Lu Duoduo put down the telescope and wiped the lens wet by the rain. You didn't feel it until you said it, but now that you said it, it really looks a bit like it, thin and wretched, with small and flat eyes. Micah Penniman nodded. Based on what Yamaki Ichiro said before, that should be the snake head representing his personal consciousness. It's just that it's hard to imagine why he wants to merge into the body of the demon god Tobahi in this form. Everyone, move again. I'm afraid that this snake head, with Yamaki Ichiro consciousness, will bring bad changes to the current situation. The temporary team of thousands of people began to disperse to both sides. Chen Fan grabbed Hailey. Where is your king now? I have a bad feeling. Hailey shook her head. I don't know either. I'm not in the water. And my perception ability is not that strong. World Channel. Sun Dalong. Is there anyone with a high luck value? I have a slot machine that can shake out mana potions. Zhao Xiaohui. I have earrings that increase luck attributes. Kuroda Ishigai. My luck value has increased several times. Where are you? Lu Duo. It's a competition of luck. Our president has never lost. Sun Dalong. I'm with Captain Micah Penniman. My paddle wheel props need a lot of gold coins to start. Chen Fan glanced at Lu Duo. How many slot machines are there in this game? In the white fog and heavy rain, Chen Fan and the other two rushed to where Micah Penniman was. At this time, a short man from Rizhao was standing in front of a slot machine that was more than 1 meter tall, slapping the buttons of the slot machine. The style was similar to Lu Duo professional props. A strong man in leather armor showed a happy expression. Okay. This is much more likely than me to get a mana potion. I actually got some violent potions and perspective potions. He held 4 or 5 bottles of blue potions in his hand, and stuffed them all to Mika Pennyman beside him. Mika Pennyman turned around and handed them to the first mate. Give the potions to the mage players according to their output. Lu Duo stood in front of the slot machine with his arms around his shoulders. You can only shake out 1 or 2 target potions this time, which is not good. Kuroda was busy pressing buttons with one leg, and had no time to pay attention to her, and said casually, the probability of this mana value is only 10%. It's rare to get 1 out of every 5. Lu Duo curled his lips. Besides, if our president came to shake the machine, it would definitely be 5 bottles of target potion every time. Alchemy potion slot machine, pink. Functional props. Randomly produce alchemy potion, each time consumes gold coins x 1000. Current target potion, mana recovery potion, probability is 10%. Evaluation. Slot machine with unlimited potential, it is eager to improve. Sun Dalong eyes were full of disbelief. Little girl. Don't delay everyone's task. This person's luck value is already very high. If I shake the machine, I may not be able to shake out 1 bottle in 10 times. Lu Duo jumped up and down. Who delayed everyone? I think your low efficiency is the reason why you delayed everyone. Chen Fan was speechless. He didn't know exactly what his luck value was, but the bonus given by the equipment was 16 points, which was really high. Let me try it once. My luck value is really not low. She didn't let it go for no reason. Kuroda frowned and gave up his position. There were so many people. If he wanted to make a fool of himself, let him make a fool of himself. Chen Fan ignored everyone's different opinions. He slapped the slot machine button. The icon switched. Ding. 5 bottles of mana potion. Lu Duo put his hands on his hips. See. This is called the Emperor of Luck. Who is delaying everyone's time to do the task? Sun Dalong's mouth was open and couldn't close. This is my slot machine? What's the probability of this? Kuroda wiped the rain off his forehead with one leg. What kind of luck is this? His Majesty the Emperor. Is he cheating? It must be a coincidence. Chen Fan also felt that his luck was not that good. Snap, try again. Ding. 5 blue mana potions again. Kuroda left with one leg. It seems that he is indeed the one who delayed everyone. Chen Fan silently opened the attribute panel. Sure enough, there was a state that had never been seen before. Lucky Star. Blessing from the Fate Changer, the luck value of the day doubles, remaining time, 21 hours. Blessing from the Fate Changer? Is it a player who doesn't want to reveal his profession who is secretly helping him? Based on the current situation, it is possible. Chen Fan stretched out a hand to Mika Penniman. You pay the money, I take care of the mana potion. Mika Penniman looked up at the huge body of the demon god Toba. He directly traded 10 million gold coins to Chen Fan. Deal. You only need to give me 8,000 mana potions. The rest is yours. He gave Chen Fan a tolerance rate of 2,000 potions. If the task can be completed, the gold coins I paid should also be counted as a contribution. Mika Penniman secretly calculated in his heart. Chapter 70 Flying Octopus. Originally, it was an alchemy potion slot machine that gambled on probability, but Chen Fan turned it into a factory that mass-produced mana potions. Batch after batch of potions were sent to Mika Penniman, and then to the 3 magicians of wind, fire, and water. Chen Fan kept hitting the slot machine almost every time. There were 5 bottles of blue mana potions, and occasionally there were different ones, or more advanced rare potions, with all kinds of effects. Without Lu Duoduo reminder, Chen Fan put it directly into his backpack. The real owner of the slot machine, Sun Dalong, was so angry that his heart was bleeding. After a long period of pain, Yamaki Ichiro finally regained consciousness. Did I succeed? Did I merge with my Miko successfully? With the gift of my Lord Adam, and the body of the demon god Tobahi as an opportunity. I know. We will succeed. Finally, I can open my eyes. Is this the sight of God? Heavy rain and howling winds were everywhere, but they could not do anything to its huge body. He looked down. The ground was filled with white mist, and he could not see anything except the gorgeous magic that was constantly fired at it. Ah! Who is it? Who is hurting the divine bodies of me and Maisie? The angry roar resounded over the island. Chen Fan, who was obsessed with the slot machine, was attracted by the roar and quickly looked up at the huge demon god Tobahi. The demon god, who was originally as dull as a piece of wood, was twisting his body like crazy and rushing towards the mage position. Mika Penniman yelled, "Run! All warriors! Protect the mage group to escape. If the mage group is completely wiped out, they won't have any plans for a counterattack." The more mobile warriors and archers picked up the mages one by one, trying desperately to escape the range of the demon's attack. Yes, it doesn't use any magic at all, just simply moving its body is enough to kill groups of enemies. Chen Fan saw with his own eyes that the warriors in the distance were crushed by the demon's body. The man was just talking to him. "Haley, take us to the water and escape!" Chen Fan shouted in panic. The snake mouth of the demon god horror fire opened, and evil power surged. The blood waves came from all directions, and countless people were caught in it, and turned into dry corpses with no moisture in their wailing. Mika Penniman's face was pale, and he threw a strange-looking little beast without hesitation. Son of the Sky, the blessing of Cayman. The next moment, a layer of golden halo was attached to everyone. Chen Fan only felt that his body had lost weight, and could fly at any time. The blood wave came, there was no time to think. The 3 of them flew into the air without any hindrance in the blink of an eye. Blessing of the Sky, a weightless state lasting for 3 minutes, during which you are immune to damage. Mika Penniman, this flying and invincible effect can only last for 3 minutes. Everyone, find a way to land on the body of the demon god. This was the only solution he could think of at this moment. The island was covered by blood waves, and only the body of the Hydra was not affected. Before everyone could execute the plan, a wind with extremely high pressure blew down from above, as if a mountain was falling from the sky. Boom! There was a loud bang. A large amount of sea water, carrying a black octopus as big as a mountain, fell from the sky, and smashed into the body of the demon god Tobahi with a force that shook the earth. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of bones breaking was endless. Lu Duoduo was so frightened that his heart and liver were broken. Oh my god, it's a good thing that it flew up, otherwise, wouldn't everyone be shaken to death on the ground? Mika Penniman looked at Chen Fan with a complicated look. Mr. Chen chose the right time. All those who want to live, take advantage of now. Cooperate with Poseidon to kill this damn demon. Revenge for the dead compatriots. A stream of light rushed towards the demon that was knocked to the ground fearlessly. Even though most of them could only deal a little force damage, Poseidon's body is far smaller than that of the 9-headed snake Toba. Perhaps before being merged with Poseidon, it could still compete with it, but now it is only 1/3 of its size. But even if it is not superior in size, Poseidon still swung its 16 tentacles like a long whip and lashed at the demon Toba. Chen Fan flew in the air, looking at his sailboat at the back of Poseidon's head. I don't know if the people inside will be shocked to death in this kind of battle. There is also a pair of aboriginal grandfather and grandson in there. Mika Penniman, don't just stand there. Attack! Its health bar is less than a quarter. In the rainstorm, the Hydra dragged its seemingly broken body, and under the command of the 10th head, it fiercely fought with the black and yellow-spotted octopus. The 9 heads were like 9 war hammers, smashing the Poseidon and making it roar. In a few rounds, the demon Tabach took on the attacks of countless humans and crushed the Poseidon under his body. No matter how hard the octopus struggled, it couldn't get up. Chen Fan was anxious. Poseidon must not get into trouble. Oh, right. Soul crystals. He now has 4,000 or 5,000 white soul crystals in his hand. Chen Fan no longer hesitated, While dodging the fireballs of the demon god Tobahi, he flew towards Poseidon in the heavy rain. Avoiding the bite of the Hydra's head, Chunfan rushed to the front of the gluttonous mouth of Poseidon. Poseidon, open your mouth, I have soul crystals here. The black octopus eyes moved, and it temporarily stopped struggling. Seeing that the other party cooperated, Chunfan opened his mouth and threw all the white soul crystals into it. The next second, the surging soul energy burst out. The rain in the sky flowed back. An indescribable devouring force came from Poseidon's body. The violent output of the demon god Toba suddenly stagnated, and the attacks of the 9 heads all stopped. On the huge body, it seemed that there was a shadow being pulled outward. Chunfan was shocked by the scene in Poseidon's mouth. And then he saw the scene in front of him. Is this Poseidon's first skill? Soul Drain? It seems not. Soul Drain can't be used on living creatures. Poseidon must have broken through level 10. But there is no time to look at the attributes now. The 3 minutes are almost up, although there is no blood on the ground. But no one can go down at this moment. The island of conflict has suffered a blow that it should not have suffered. It is decomposing, collapsing, and is about to be swallowed by the sea. Run! Hearing the voice from his soul, Chunfan's heart sank to the bottom. Poseidon was telling him to run. On the World Channel, Micah Penniman, all ships along the coast of the Island of Strife immediately move away from the Island of Strife and come to pick us up after the storm passes. Fellow countrymen, the demon god Toba has less than 1/5 of his health left. Kill it! Kill it! Even if it was just words, people watching could feel the man's anger and excitement. Chunfan flew to the bloody battlefield in the air at the fastest speed. Chapter 71, Instant Kill. Found Lu Duo and Hailey, who were fighting desperately. The invincibility time is about to end, follow me. Lu Duo eyes were red. No! I want to fight for a while longer. I want more contribution points, to get orange equipment. Chunfan was a little anxious. Your heroic spirit output is enough. This is a demon. If it has a dying counterattack skill, we will all die here. Our mission is to survive, not to kill it. As soon as Chunfan finished speaking, someone around him exclaimed, what's going on? How come the health of this demon god is recovering so quickly? Isn't it already at the bottom? Chunfan's heart tightened. As expected, Poseidon was not aimless. As a demon god of the 4 seas, Tobahi also had Poseidon's basic skills. Death resistance, passive. When the health value drops to 10%, each attribute doubles, and the health is restored to 50%. And the cooling time is 24 hours. The health is likely to be restored to half. And all attributes are doubled. What's the point of fighting then? Chunfan didn't dare to think too much, hurriedly grabbed the 2 girls, and rushed towards Poseidon, who was pulling the soul of the demon. World Channel. Chunfan posted the introduction of the skill of death resistance, and then he didn't care what others chose, he had to run. In midair, Anthony Bronson, who was held in Anne's arms, muttered to himself. It shouldn't be like this. This is not what I saw. You will die if you run away. You will die if you run away. Why did it recover its life? Why did it have an extra head? My prediction was wrong? Is my prediction wrong? Chunfan and the other 2 flew to the huge eyes of Poseidon. At this moment, Poseidon was struggling to maintain the skill of pulling souls. The huge eyes were filled with pain and persistence. A few seconds later, Poseidon collapsed to the ground. Even if it was promoted, it still couldn't deal with such a powerful enemy. Chunfan shouted, open your mouth, let us in, and then flee east. Poseidon's eyes were full of fatigue, and he slightly opened his huge mouth of the abyss. Chunfan pulled the 2 girls and rushed in. Lu Duo shouted in panic. Hey! Is it really okay to enter here? Hey! After arriving at the not-so-dark mouth of Poseidon, Chunfan flew directly to a large open space on its upper jaw. There were dozens of mesmerized sea monsters gathered there, as well as Lin Ji and his grandson. Hailey looked at Chunfan curiously. Where we live? How did you know? Chunfan, I saw it when I was feeding the soul crystal just now. Lu Duo was surprised. It's so big here. Hailey looked at Chunfan with dissatisfaction. It was bigger before. Chunfan walked to the edge of the huge space, which was full of many pale yellow transparent windows that could see the outside world. At this moment, the Poseidon was desperately fleeing to the ocean on the east side according to Chunfan's guidance. The huge demon behind seemed to be angered by the Poseidon, ignoring the crazy attacks of countless enemies, and rushed towards the Poseidon desperately. The disintegrating island, the violent stormy weather, The demon that was so close that it could kill him and his companions. Chen Fan was so nervous that he seemed to be out of breath. It's okay. It's okay. There must be a way. There must be a way. After the violent tremor, Chen Fan shouted, Haley, take me out. The dark clouds in the sky lingered for a long time, and the heavy rain seemed to never stop. Some people shouted loudly in the air to retreat. Some people were blinded by hatred and planned to fight to the death with this terrifying enemy. Chen Fan should be located above Poseidon's lower lip, holding an ugly black staff. Dark matter staff, purple. Evaluation, an early work of the evil black magician. Close the attribute panel. Chen Fan looked firmly at the demon god Tobahi, who seemed to be right in front of him. I hope its health is below 10%. Destroyer bomb. A small black energy ball, which looked like a firefly to Tobahi, flew out slowly and hit its huge snake body without any ripples. Skill used successfully. Instant kill chance is 0.000%, 0001%. Do you want to use the possibility ring to adjust the success rate? Chen Fan was so excited that he could hardly control himself, and trembled all over. He used his fastest hand speed to adjust the instant kill chance to 100%. The air seemed to be silent for 3 seconds. The next moment, the 10 heads of the demon god Tobahi suddenly roared wildly. The roar was heartbreaking, as if he was enduring unbearable pain. Yamaki Ichiro felt his huge vitality disappearing, and his extreme unwillingness and anger made him crazy. Ah! It hurts. My lord! Come and save me! Damn descendant of Naldum! You destroyed me, and I will take you with me. On the gradually disintegrating island of conflict, the huge 9-headed snake body, like a mountain, paused for a moment, and then turned into a ball of black light and exploded. Wherever the black light passed, whether it was sea, water, air, or soil, it was all annihilated into nothingness. Kill Tobahi, blood of the ocean level 21 god. Get experience points X1040000000. Gold coins X3000. Blood of the ocean god glory X1. Title, God Slayer. On the gradually disappearing island, Chen Fan suddenly saw the door that was bounced into the air. Just before Poseidon was about to shut up, Chen Fan yelled, Take that door away. With a whoosh, a stone door was thrown into Poseidon's abyssal mouth, and a green feathered parrot rushed in at the same time. At the moment when the black light was about to touch Poseidon, the Poseidon finally rushed into the sea, and then turned into a black lion, using all its strength to stay away from the island that was being swallowed by the sea. Congratulations to player Chen Fan for completing the abyss-gazing level mission, the killing of the 4 seas demon gods, and obtained gold coins X10,000, experience points X40 million, life fruit X1, and Alice Castle ticket X1. The contribution value of this mission is 67%, and the reward item is Taoyuan Secret Realm. Life fruit, orange, the fruit of the ancient tree of life, a rare food of the elves. After taking it, all basic attributes plus 10, and provide a lot of vitality. Evaluation. Please do not reveal its existence to the elves, or you will be wanted. Ticket to Alice Castle, purple. Unique effect. Used to enter Alice Castle in another dimension. Evaluation. Want your own spirit servant? Come to my castle to play, hee. Taoyuan Secret Realm, necklace god. Evaluation. 1 flower. 1 world, 1 leaf. 1 Bodhi. Chapter 72, The Treasure of the Moonlight Pirates. Micah Penniman stood on the vast deck of the Mermaid, in high spirits. As expected. As the mission introduction said, the demon god did not need anyone to kill it, it would die on its own. Fortunately, he suppressed his greed, and ordered the return of the fleet to escape the moment when the demon god Toba recovered a lot of health. Congratulations to the player Micah Penniman for completing the mission, the killing of the 4 seas demon gods. Receive gold coins X5000, experience points X20 million, life fruit X1, ticket to Alice Castle X1. The personal contribution value of this mission is 19%, reward item, Shield of the Holy Spirit, pink. Micah Penniman was delighted. Crisis always brings opportunities. This sentence is really true. Chaoyang City, Pengdu headquarters. In a modern conference room, Zheng Yuanzhou drove the wheelchair to the center of the table. The information about this abyss-gazing level mission, the killing of the 4 seas demon gods, has been summarized. The number of player deaths did not exceed 1,000, and it was completed before the reinforcements arrived. The mission lasted 8 hours, which was several times shorter than the previous missions of the same danger level in the records. Most of the participants were players in the ocean area. According to the information, the turning point of this mission was a level 19 player. His Poseidon is a god-level warship that merges with a disaster-level sea monster. In terms of strength and potential, it is qualified to be included in Pangu. But for some special reasons, I need to ask the opinion of Li Xiaoqian, a member of the creator, on this matter. On the side of the long table, Li Xiaoqian stood up. I refuse. I think this person's character and moral values are not enough to take on this important task. The waters of the Elung Islands. The sea is calm. The weather is clear. And the breeze is gentle. On the deck of the Poseidon, Chen Fan, Fang Mingwe, and Lu Duoduo were curiously studying a stone door. It had been 2 days since the mission The Killing of the Four Seas Demon Gods was completed. After the Poseidon escaped to the safe sea, it placed Chen Fan and other humans, who could no longer survive in the water, on the deck along with the door. Then it fell into a coma. Whether it was the body or the soul, it was seriously injured. Fortunately, Haley knew that this sleep was not fatal. Chen Fan gained a lot in this mission. Whether it was the Peach Garden Wonderland, the title of God Slayer, or the Ocean Blood God emblem, they were all treasures that were difficult to measure with money. Ocean Blood God Glory, God. Function, low-grade God emblem. Evaluation, required for becoming a god. You don't think you'll have a chance to use it, do you? God Slayer, title extremely rare. Only bonus, the wearer has a coercive power that can move gods. Evaluation, I advise you not to wear it. Of course, this is a good way to commit suicide. Chen Fan. Lu Duoduo was in a worse situation. Although she contributed 5% and got a pink staff, her pink bear was missing. This made the little girl sad and upset, and she kept clamoring to get her warship back. But after hearing that Chen Fan decided to open the treasure of the Moonlight Pirates immediately, the little girl decided to look at the treasure first, and then look for the ship. Chen Fan, this broken door doesn't even have a keyhole. Giving a key, isn't it just taking off your pants to fart? It's a waste of time. Fang Mingwe held her chin. How about you try magic? Chen Fan tried to use the key to use the skill. It still didn't work, no change. Lu Duoduo walked around the stone door looking for the possible keyhole, as anxious as a sparrow fighting for rice seeds. Where is it? Keyhole, where is it? After struggling for a long time, the three of them all looked worried, and didn't know how to start for a while. On the deck, a green-feathered parrot strolled leisurely, with a look of contempt. A bunch of idiots, you don't even know how to use the key. Chen Fan looked at the haunted parrot on the ground. The parrot followed the stone door, and rushed into Poseidon's mouth, which was considered to have saved its life. Since he had obtained the key from it, Chen Fan let bygones be bygones and did not chase the bird off the boat. But then again, this little thing might really know how to open the stone door, because the key was on it in the first place. I say, little green hair, if you know how to open the door, you should tell me right away, which can be considered to repay my life-saving grace. The green-haired parrot immediately retorted. Do I need you to save me, master? I stand in your boat for a while because I respect you. I know how to open the door, but I can't tell you for nothing. The green-haired parrot shouted in a shrill voice. Chen Fan came over with a smile on his face. Tell me, you can't tell me what this sentence means for nothing. The green-haired parrot stepped back slowly. What do you mean, don't come over here? Master, I can fly. I tell you. Chen Fan grabbed the green-haired parrot and held it in front of him. Are you sure you don't want to tell? The green parrot shook its head stubbornly. Chen Fan looked at Fang Mingwe. Sister Fang, let Master Shu come over. Master Shu, with a handsome young face, walked slowly to Chen Fan. He said in a proud tone, Hey, the monster who can read people's hearts is here. Let's see what secrets you can hide. Chen Fan was speechless. Master Shu, I asked you to read it. Not mine. Fang Mingwe and Lu Duoduo laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. Master Shu spoke angrily. How dare the despicable upright ape plot against my lair? I will never tell him even if you kill me. The key and the stone door will be in contact for 10 seconds to start this thing. What's the matter with this tree man? Chen Fan smiled and released the hand that restrained the parrot. Fly, fly higher, fly farther, never see you again. The green-haired parrot fell straight on the deck, wailing loudly. My home is gone. My home is gone. My home is gone. Chen Fan placed the key in a corner of the stone door, and waited for 10 seconds. The next moment, the light flickered. Chen Fan appeared in a seemingly ordinary cabin. A bed, a chair, a desk, that was all the things in the room. Chen Fan looked around, but did not find Fang Mingwei and Lu Duoduo. It seems that only the key holder can enter this place? Chen Fan came to the bed. The bedding on the bed had long been rotten, and he simply searched, but found nothing. He turned around and walked to the desk. The things on the table were simple: a piece of parchment, a pen, a revolver, a rotting bird cage. Is this the home of the green-feathered parrot? I didn't expect it to be so nostalgic. Wait! If the parrot grew up here, the things in this room would have rotted like this? The parrot is still alive? It seems that I should change my bad habit of not liking to use identification skills. I picked up the parchment and shaked off the dust on it. Chen Fan began to read the neat handwriting with the help of the attribute panel. Hello, the conqueror of the ocean in the new era. This name sounds much better than pirate. Right? I have made many treasure maps. I think you already know it. Being able to enter here among many treasure hunters means you must be the strongest one. Of course, if you are lucky. It's okay. Is this place disappointing to you? There is no gold and silver treasure, no magic props, not to mention the legendary sky-flying boat. I'm sorry, the flying boat was destroyed, and the treasure was spent. The only thing I can leave you is the inconspicuous pistol on the table. In fact, I also had a knife before. Xiao Ba is a capable assistant, but his memory is not very good. I hope you can treat it well. I don't have much to say. Actually, I have said it all. By the way, there is one last sentence. Pick up that gun. Kill all the hypocritical gods. Jack Gray. Chapter 73 Hidden Occupation. Ocean Disaster. Why is the last sentence so crazy? Chen Fan cast an identification spell on the pistol on the table. Special space, identification spell cannot be used. Good guy, mysterious enough. Chen Fan slowly picked up the pistol. Prerequisites met. Hidden occupation ocean disaster job change successful. Ocean disaster current attribute bonus, strength x2, intelligence x2, mana x10. Your level has been upgraded to level 19, promotion task released. Prerequisites met, promotion task released the first step to conquer the ocean, difficulty, low. Task introduction. I said the words, you picked up the gun yourself, I will not be responsible for you. Task requirements, become a pirate captain. Completion reward, promotion authority. Failure penalty, if you can't do this, I advise you to jump into the sea and commit suicide. Evaluation, fearless young man, believe me, your future life will be very exciting. Obtain professional item, natural disaster certificate. Chen Fan looked at the hexagonal blue badge that appeared in his hand. Identification. Special space, identification cannot be used. Chen Fan was speechless. Picked up the only pen on the table that looked useful, Chen Fan turned around, opened the door, and walked out. On the deck, Lu Duoduo rushed forward when he saw Chen Fan finally come out. Good old Chen, you usually look honest. I didn't expect you to eat alone at the critical moment. Tell me, what treasures are there? Are they all hidden in the backpack? Lu Duoduo was wearing a suspender with hot pants today, and became even more passionate when angry. Chen Fan took a step back. I want to say that there is nothing valuable in it except a fountain pen. Do you believe me? Lu Duoduo had a smug expression as if to say, don't try to fool me. Chen Fan sighed. Okay, I knew I couldn't fool you. There is also a pistol with a hidden profession, but I have used it. Lu Duoduo still shook her head. Chen Fan handed her the key. If you don't believe me, go in and take a look yourself. 2 minutes later, Lu Duoduo walked out of the stone door with a disappointed look on her face. Let's go find my pink bear. Chen Fan made way. You can feel the direction, I leave the boat to you. Fang Mingwei stood beside Chen Fan, a little confused. Why can't I see your attributes at all? Chen Fan was also confused. Shouldn't I see them originally? But the name, title and occupation should be visible. Fang Mingwei didn't explain much, and directly sent the attribute column that appeared when Chen Fan was identified to Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at the dialogue box full of question marks. And his heart was full of question marks. This should be related to my hidden profession. Although I have just changed my profession from the suicide note of the previous ocean disaster, I still feel that this profession seems to be very complicated. Fang Mingwei didn't quite understand. What level of complexity is it? Chen Fan pointed to the sky. It is related to the gods of this world. And the relationship seems to be not harmonious. Fong Mingyue frowned when she heard it. God? Is there really a God in this world? Well, regardless of whether there is one or not, since others cannot see your profession, then you should not reveal it to others. When you really cannot hide it, just make up a random name. Chen Fan nodded. He also planned to do so. Where are the Hu brothers? Why didn't they come with you? Fong Mingyue turned her head and looked to the northwest of the sea. I found them a task of transporting seafood on Yuedao Online. The destination is the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom. We have already set off. The two brothers are too selfish, and their personalities are content with stability. They are not suitable to be true partners. So regarding the core secrets of Shinjo, I mean not to let them participate. What do you think? Chen Fan did not have much experience in management, but he trusted Fong Mingyue. Just do as you say. You let them transport seafood to the mountains. Are you planning to make Shinjo a large seafood trade association? Fong Mingyue shook her head and whispered. I originally had that plan, but then I broke the mindset that was limited by the real world, and I found a more profitable business. Chen Fan was curious. An industry that makes more money than seafood in this world. What are you going to do? Be a pirate? That's quite in line with my current situation. Fong Mingyue slowly uttered two words. Arms. Chen Fan hard tightened at the two words, and then his expression became clear. Yes, selling arms is illegal in reality, but it's not illegal in the game at all, and being a pirate is not illegal. Chen Fan gave a thumbs up. Sister Mingyue. Awesome asterisk. Fong Mingyue rolled her eyes. After you find Duo ship, set your sights on the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom. I have something to do in the afternoon, and I have to go to the Magic City. There's not much to do with the sinking boat, so I leave it to you. I've given your phone number to Yan Lu. She call you if she can't make the decision. Chen Fan nodded nervously. Okay. Then. How do we get to the Magic City? By plane? Do you want me to go with you? Fong Mingyue. No need. Sinking boat is currently the most important project in my mind. I have invested tens of millions in the goods of the Hu brothers. You must not neglect it. Fong Mingyue returned to her own ship. After a space fluctuation, the ship disappeared on the sea. It seems that it should have been teleported to the sea area of the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom with a teleportation scroll. Chen Fan grinned. Tens of millions? He had seen so much money during the Qingming Festival and the 15th of July. Chen Fan stood on the deck and began to check his gains today one by one. Natural Disaster Certificate. Natural Disaster Occupation Binding Item. Unique Function. Waiting to be unlocked. There is not much difference between identification and non-identification. Chapter 74 Reasonable Point Edition. Chen Fan then saw that. It seemed that because of the job change to ocean disaster, his equipment had been automatically removed and was now lying in his backpack. Chen Fan opened his backpack and put on all the equipment he could wear. The free attribute points were also reset, which made Chen Fan feel relieved. You know, every time he saw his attribute panel before, he would feel annoyed because of his random point addition. You can't add too much bias this time. In the data, many players can't receive promotion tasks in the later stage because of their biased way of adding points. But the bonus of this profession makes Chen Fan a little entangled. After the mage changes his job, the basic intelligence is X2, mainly adding intelligence, auxiliary physical, agility mana. After the warrior changes his job, the basic strength is X2, mainly adding strength, auxiliary physical, agility. But Chen Fan Ocean Disaster Profession, Intelligence, Strength are X2, it looks very strong, but each level has 5 points of free attributes, can't have 1 point each for physical, agility, strength, intelligence, mana. After studying for a while, Chen Fan thought that he should focus on strength and intelligence as a supplement. After all, among all his current skills, only one active skill is boosted by intelligence, and the rest are boosted by strength. He currently has a total of 95 free attributes, 15 points each for physical, agility, and mana, 30 points for strength, and 20 points for intelligence. In the future, every 10 levels, all will be allocated in this way. Chen Fan decided secretly. He opened the attribute panel again. Chen Fan, level 19, current experience value overflows a lot, evaluation. When fate chooses you, I don't know whether to say you are lucky or unlucky. This attribute, let's not talk about whether it is abnormal or not, it looks reasonable. Chen Fan stroked his ring and necklace obsessively. Although the attribute of orange and god level equipment is not much, it is directly added to the basic attribute, and the basic attribute can be doubled with the job change, which is very abnormal. It would be nice if I could get a set of orange equipment if I had the chance. Chun Fan thought shamelessly. If an ordinary mage without the bonus of orange equipment, he would be at level 19, and his intelligence would be at most 90 after doubling. This is still in the initial attribute, and his intelligence is the full value of 10. Now Chun Fan can be said to be far ahead of the geniuses of the same level. The promotion task of Ocean Disaster is to become a pirate captain. Chun Fan felt that Lu Duo was more clear about this matter, and hurried to the cockpit. Duo, didn't your ship get lost on the island of disputes? Why are you driving in the opposite direction? Chun Fan, who came to the cab, asked with a strange look on his face. Lu Duo turned around, with a flat mouth and a sad face. Chun Fan was startled. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? I didn't bully you. You can't be too mean. I tell you. Lu Duo rolled his eyes at Chun Fan. The system has issued me a task to retrieve the pink bear. The time limit is 2 hours. If I can't find it, I will be regarded as an enemy by all the natives of this world. Chun Fan finally understood the horror of losing his companion treasure. Then hurry up and start looking for it. What's the point of being so aggrieved? Lu Duo was even sadder. My ship is heading that way very fast. It feels like I won't be able to catch up in 2 hours. Chun Fan frowned. This time it's not a joke. Although this mission doesn't seem serious, the consequences are not much different from being wiped out directly. Being enemies with the whole world, this is too much. Are you sure your ship is heading that way? I have also left the Poseidon, and I have never sensed its location. Lu Duo nodded affirmatively. I am not sensing my ship, but the heroic spirit on the ship. Chun Fan suddenly realized. Then chase it quickly. Don't be afraid. I now have a way to increase the speed of this ship. Lu Duo frowned. Isn't the giant octopus unconscious? In addition to using the magic stone to drive it, what else can be done? Chun Fan didn't know how to explain his ability as an ocean overlord to her, and directly pulled her to the deck. Facing the sea, Chun Fan only felt an extremely friendly feeling wandering in his heart. He stretched out his left hand. Old buddy, help me. Lu Duo looked at Chun Fan in confusion, secretly complaining. He is still so immature at such an old age? A wave hit the stern of the Poseidon, and then the next one, and one after another. Countless waves surged, pushing the Poseidon forward at an unimaginable speed. Lu Duo opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of disbelief. You? You can control the sea water? Is your new hidden profession the god of the sea? Chun Fan, you guessed it right. Mountain Dwarf Kingdom, Western Plains. Qin Shujin ran desperately, with a flowered cloth package on his back. Tired. So tired. Help! Is there anyone? He was followed by countless green goblins. Each of them was holding branches, stones, drooling, screaming and chasing him desperately. That number, if not 50,000, at least 30,000. Ah! Run! I can't run anymore. You little green monsters. Stay away from me. My axe is not to be trifled with. You die if it touches you, and you get hurt if it rubs against you. The tall Qin Shujin was drowned by the sea of green goblins rushing over. Ah! Hide. Hide. Don't bite, or you be killed by the king if you bite it. Yes. Yes, this is a very important experiment. Chapter 75 Mermaid Servant. Abyss, Dark Forest City. The Hades compass was used successfully, and the item, red skirt with weeping blood, was obtained. Red skirt with weeping blood, Hades compass item. Unique function. Put on the red skirt, and gain the ability to fly at low altitude for a short time, and be immune to physical damage for 3 minutes. Price. The owner's possessiveness is magnified 5 times. Evaluation. Dare to open Pandora's box, and regret it for the rest of your life. Qin Shui slowly put on this scarlet red skirt, with a strange beauty. Possessiveness? What do I want to possess? I don't seem to want to possess anything. Prerequisites have been met. Posted side quest 2. Find the descendants of Dark Forest City. Difficulty. Advanced. Task description. Find the last descendant of Dark Forest City, and work with her to find the real culprit behind the scenes. Task requirements. Go to the 9th main city of the Abyss to find the demon hunter Mary Deja, and convince her to investigate the reason for the demonization of Dark Forest City with you. With the dedicated help of the waves, Poseidon finally caught up with Lu Duo Pink Bear at a speed of thousands of nautical miles per hour. The exciting thing is that there are less than 10 minutes left to complete the mission. Lu Duo excitedly looked at the pink bear. which was running away about 10 meters ahead. The primary warship was in a mess at this time, with potholes on the surface, but fortunately, there were no major damages or gaps. I need your help, Daisy. The little giant-like female mermaid appeared on the deck of the Poseidon. Here I come, my lovely captain. Lu Duo pointed at the pink bear in front. Take me back to my boat. Chin Fan eyes widened. Don't you figure out who's driving the boat before you go back? Wouldn't that be too careless? Lu Duo hugged Daisy's slender waist. Let's go back first. This little girl is so reckless. Daisy took Lu lowly off the deck, then jumped out of the sea, and the two landed lightly on the deck of the pink bear. Lu Duo waved her hand, and crew members of all shapes and sizes appeared around her. Stop the boat. My heroes. All the heroes answered in unison, yes. Captain. Chen Fan was very interested in Lu Duo's hidden profession. After a few minutes, with the cooperation of everyone, the somewhat embarrassed pink bear slowed down. But it was still sailing slowly into the distance, as if it was being pushed by some creature. With a splash, the mermaid Haley jumped out of the sea, standing on the deck, pointing at Lu Duo pink bear. There are many mermaids under that ship. Chen Fan was confused. Mermaids? Are they also intelligent life forms in the sea? Haley thought for 2 seconds, then replied, I guess so. As if feeling the heaviness of the steel battleship, an ugly mermaid with pale skin, bald head, and 2 rows of gills on her neck emerged from the sea. Clan Chief. Someone has robbed our ship. That big octopus is dead, don't be afraid. This is a mermaid with a bad mouth. The blue sea surface was surging. The next moment, dozens of tall but ugly mermaids jumped out of the sea one after another, and fell on the deck of the pink bear. Chen Fan was worried that Lu Duo could not handle it, so he quickly grabbed Haley's cold little hand. Quick, take me over. Haley did not refuse this time, and readily pulled Chen Fan to jump onto the pink bear. A burly mermaid asked loudly, Cunning human, how dare you come to my ship? I want to fill my stomach with you. Lu Duo put her hands on her hips, and shouted in a tender voice. This ship is obviously mine. I built it bit by bit. Didn't you see the pirate flag? I designed it bit by bit. Chen Fan was speechless. The point is not whose ship it is. Okay? The leader of the mermaid tribe was confused, and looked at the tribesman beside him. Is it her ship? The young mermaid next to him replied, Well, she said it was her ship. So it must be her ship. All the pale bald heads looked at each other, as if they were stumped by the question. Chen Fan's face was full of question marks, and he turned to look at Haley. Are you sure it's an intelligent race? Haley was silent. Chen Fan could only cast an identification spell himself, and chose the leader of the mermaid tribe as his target. Deep Sea Mermaid, Blue. Evaluation. Just the leader of a small mermaid tribe. Chen Fan felt relieved. Just a blue mermaid, it was no threat to him and others. But why can all attributes of blue-grade monsters be seen? Is it a problem of the level of identification? The mermaids discussed stupidly for a long time, and finally decided. Your ship is not good either. We want to take your ship away. It will be our pirate ship. The mermaids rushed towards Chen Fan and others with their big mouths full of serrations. Chen Fan took out the breath of the deep sea, aimed at an ordinary green mermaid rushing towards him. Bang! The muzzle of the revolver flashed with sparks. A white number 179 suddenly floated above the mermaid's head. The mermaid felt pain, looked at the wound with blue blood flowing, and continued to rush forward with a grin. Chen Fan was a little dissatisfied. He was clearly aiming at the head. Why did he hit the arm? Bang! 198. Bang! 408. The passive skill revolver mark was triggered, dealing double damage. Chen Fan kept shooting with the revolver in his hand. Bang! 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 On average, every 3 bullets could deal about 800 damage, and Chen Fan pulled the trigger at a speed of 2 shots per second. And because bullets are offset by gold coins, Chen Fan doesn't have to spend time reloading bullets. So, the average damage per minute is close to 30,000. The mermaid couldn't bear it after rushing a few steps. This weapon is high damage, and every shot is as painful as if it hits the soul. Instinctively, the mermaid turned and ran away. Bang, 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 bang. But turning and running away is an even more wrong decision. The already high damage of deep sea breath doubled again because of the triggering of despicable gun. Less than a minute later, the mermaid wailed and fell on the deck, deader than dead. Kill Deep Sea Mermaid, level 19, white, gain experience points x 18,000, gold coins x 30. Chin Fan proudly swung his gun, aiming the gun at the other mermaids. A few minutes later, under the great power of Chin Fan and Lu Duoduo, half of the mermaids fell in a pool of blood. The remaining mermaids had already knelt on the deck to surrender, including the leader of the mermaid tribe. Lu Duoduo looked at Chin Fan revolver seriously. Your new profession has high damage. Is your main weapon a pistol? Chin Fan nodded. See. Don't use the term weak president to describe me in the future. Understand? Lu Duoduo ordered the heroic spirit sailors to throw the bodies of the mermaids into the sea. Can you show me your attribute panel? Chin Fan shook his head directly. Trade secrets cannot be disclosed. Lu Duoduo curled his lips, with a contemptuous expression that said I didn't want to see it anymore. Chin Fan looked up at the ugly pirate flag on Lu Duoduo mast. I have a question. How did you establish your own pirate group? Is it some kind of prop? Lu Duoduo nodded. Yes, I destroyed a small pirate group, killed the pirate captain, and found a certificate of the establishment of the pirate group. Is that so? Chin Fan nodded in realization. Chapter 76 Blackstone Island Town. Chin Fan walked up to the surrendered leader of the merman tribe. This guy was kneeling and almost as tall as him. Do you have a name? This merman leader had narrow eyes, no eyebrows and nose. A big mouth full of serrated teeth occupied most of his face, matched with pale skin. It was really scary. Yeah, my name is Ya. I am willing to be your trophy. Don't eat me. Merman leader Ya is willing to be your servant. Do you accept it? Chin Fan listened to the system prompt and chosen yes. His ship is short of manpower. This captain is kind and generous. I accept your surrender. Tell me where your original nest is. Are there any treasures in it? Get the attendant. The mermaid leader Ya. Current loyalty value, 90%. When the loyalty value is less than 30%. You may be betrayed. Ya nodded fiercely. Yes, our nest is in the trench ahead. I have a lot of treasures. Chin Fan and Lu Duoduo looked at each other. Take us there. Half an hour later. On the deck of the Poseidon. Chin Fan and Lu Duoduo looked at the teeth of various shapes on the deck in confusion. Teeth of various marine creatures. They were in strange shapes and colors. Lu Duoduo turned her head slowly, and looked at a tooth that was twice as tall as her. Is this your treasure? Ya nodded reluctantly. Well, look at that red sword-shaped tooth. I got it by hunting a thunder killer whale. And there's a box of tiny fangs, which are all the fangs of the mermaids. Chin Fan interrupted it quickly. Stop. Keep your treasure for yourself. Put it somewhere I can't see. If it doesn't work, throw it back into the sea. Lin Xiaoying, who was watching on the side, suddenly spoke up. Ship, Captain, I think these teeth, if you clean them carefully, will be great decorations. Chin Fan turned his head to look at the freckled girl, and nodded. Then I leave it to you. You will be responsible for the decoration of the Poseidon. The part above the sea. Chin Fan added silently in his heart. Lin Xiaoying, okay. Chin Fan came to Ya, who was reluctant to leave. Are there pirates in this sea area? Yes, there are many pirates here. Chin Fan showed a happy face. Quickly opened the attribute panel, told Huda that he might meet them later. Ya? It's time for you to make a contribution. Take us to snipe the pirates. Try to find someone who is not too much stronger than you. During Poseidon's sleep, Chin Fan thought it would be better for him to be a bit of a dog. Duoduo, why don't you join the Hu brothers first? After all, the two of them are still a bit weak. Lu Duoduo shook his head fiercely. No! I want to go with you to annihilate the pirates. I must be a messenger of justice, and wipe out the evil forces in one fell swoop. Chin Fan chuckled. Are you sure it's not for the treasure in the pirates' lair? Lu Duoduo looked hopeful. Definitely not. The sea area east of the Ulung Islands, Blackstone Island. According to Ya's guidance, Chin Fan found the base camp of the Blackstone pirates. In theory, the base camp of a pirate group is extremely secretive, and there is almost no one who can reveal the base camp alive. But such secrets do not exist for the mermaids. After all, human reconnaissance methods cannot deal with the sea surface. Passing through an artificially dug inland river, Chin Fan and others saw the true face of the Blackstone pirates' lair. Lu Duoduo looked suspicious. Great white shark, are you sure this is a pirate lair? Not an island town. Chin Fan's expression was almost the same as Lu Duoduo. There is a port at the end of this inland river. There are scattered houses on both sides, cobblestone roads, women washing clothes on the shore. Chin Fan kicked Ya. I'm asking you. Ya scratched his head in confusion. She called Great White Shark, not Ya. Chen Fan looked at Lu Duoduo helplessly. Ya is the great white shark, and the great white shark is Ya. Ya suddenly realized. Human language is so complicated. This is the Blackstone Pirates' lair. I have seen it underwater. Their ships have all entered this island river. Chen Fan still didn't quite believe it. After thinking for a while, Chen Fan left the Poseidon in the middle of the island river, and took Haley, Ya, Lu Duoduo and others on the Pink Bear, to the port of Blackstone Island. As soon as the boat arrived at the port, several teenagers came to help Chen Fan and his friends pull the boat, tie the ropes, and lay the long wooden planks. Swagu, Level 1. Evaluation, an ordinary fishing boy. To be honest, Chen Fan now felt that this silly mermaid had completely lost his mind. He took out a few silver coins, 1 gold coin for 10 silver coins, 1 silver coin for 10 copper coins, and each of the teenagers took one. Handsome boy, let me ask you, where is this place? Is there a store selling magic stones? Our ship has run out of energy. Chen Fan found a reasonable excuse. The simple boy clenched the silver coin in his hand with joy. We are Blackstone Island, which specializes in supply trading for the fleet. How many magic stones do you want to buy? I can take you to a shop. The price is very reasonable. Another boy approached Chen Fan anxiously. I can also take you to buy. A high-level magic stone only costs 300 gold. I can also take you there. I guarantee that one will only cost 290 gold. The boys were chattering, and it looked like they were about to fight. Chen Fan was disappointed. It seemed that this was really just an island town doing supply business, not a pirate group's lair. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. I suddenly thought that I had enough magic stones. Let's go. Bye. Since it was not a pirate's lair, Chen Fan felt that there was no need to go up. Several people turned around and were about to leave, even though several boys on the shore were very anxious. Prerequisites have been met, and a temporary team mission has been issued. Save the craftsmen enslaved by pirates. Difficulty, Advanced. Task Introduction. Dozens of craftsmen who went to work in the Black Gold Empire were accidentally captured by the Blackstone Pirates. They lost their freedom, could no longer see their relatives, and suffered coercion and humiliation all day long. Task Requirements. Eliminate all members of the Blackstone Pirates. Current remaining, 723 people. Completion Reward. Experience points x 300000, gold coins x 2000, Black Gold Empire reputation points x 1000. Failure penalty. Short-term deprivation of emotion anger. Evaluation. Pirates are all extremely vicious, just kill them all. Chen Fan and Lu Duoduo looked at each other. This place is really the Blackstone Pirates' lair? The silly mermaid didn't lie. Then these teenagers are actually. Chapter 77. The Blackstone Pirates' Annihilation War. Chen Fan came back to his senses amid the urgent shouts of the teenagers. He pointed at one of the teenagers and said, "Okay, it's better to replenish energy in case of any emergency. Let's go to the store you mentioned." There was no special reason for choosing this teenager, just because he was tall and handsome. Chen Fan didn't like him. The chosen teenager was ecstatic. Then everyone, follow me quickly. I tell you, although the store I chose is a little bit more expensive, but the quality is definitely the best and most banned in Blackstone Island. Chen Fan did not comment, and followed Lu Duoduo, highly, and yet to the island. The first two had a playful look on their faces. Sue, there are no trees or weeds on your island. It's full of black rocks. Why did so many seagulls land on your island? When they reached the entrance of the town, Chen Fan suddenly asked as he looked at the seagulls on both sides of the path. Sue's expression froze, and he said after a while, "Well, maybe there are bugs in the cracks of the rocks? Who knows?" The young pirate, who finally thought of an excuse, cursed in his heart. What kind of lame illusion is this? Captain? Why turn everyone into seagulls? Chen Fan asked curiously. Then what do you think the little bugs in the cracks of the rocks eat? Swagu, He didn't say a word for a long time. He really couldn't think of how to explain it. Chen Fan was aggressive. A what? Tell me, what do the little bugs in the cracks of the rocks eat? They can't eat rocks. Right? The young Swagu was sweating profusely. Just when Chen Fan was about to continue asking, Swagu threw the silver coin in his hand to the ground. Damn! Don't ask any more. Go to the abyss and ask your ancestors. The next moment, the countless seagulls on both sides of the road instantly turned into hundreds of ferocious pirates with various weapons in their hands. On the other hand, Swagu, also turned into a strong man with a beard. Chen Fan was extremely surprised. Transformation? Or the kind that can change all your information? He quickly threw a primary identification spell over. Black Rock Pirates Bosun Asugu, Blue level 19. Evaluation: Black Rock Pirates Cadre, killing people without blinking, extremely vicious. So, can information really be disguised? On the left side of the road, a black-faced sturdy man came over with his arms around his shoulders, staring at Lu Duo with a squinting face. This lowly was wearing white silk with a black short skirt today. No wonder he couldn't control himself. That girl, isn't she interested in being the wife of the leader of our Black Rock Pirates? Lu Duo was full of curiosity. Then you have to tell me who the leader is? What does he look like? Is he rich? Does he have a fully paid house in a big city? Does I have a lot of things to do? Etc. Chen Fan threw an identification spell at the black-faced strongman. He was very curious about the mechanism of the identification spell. Black Rock Pirates Leader McKinney, Purple level 29. Evaluation: Black Rock Pirates Leader, dominates a sea area. Chen Fan seemed to have grasped some clues. It turns out that above Purple, the monsters with a higher level than oneself cannot be identified. I wonder if it can be seen after upgrading to the intermediate identification technique. McKinney was obviously stumped by Lu Duo's question. Isn't it me who has the final say here? Why does she dare to put forward so many conditions, and I haven't even heard of them? Thinking of this, McKinney showed an evil and ferocious smile. Girl, it's not up to you to agree or not. Brother will let you feel the taste of the undefeated steel gun tonight. Chen Fan looked unhappy. How could the men in this world be so vulgar? It was really embarrassing for men. Tooth, go and bite off his steel gun. The leader of the mermaids jumped up on the spot, opened his mouth, and rushed towards the pirate leader McKinney viciously. However, because of the huge difference in strength, he was slapped to the ground. Chen Fan was silent. It seemed that he had a big problem in arranging the troops. The bosun Asugu was still angry about the question he couldn't answer just now. There are only 4 of them. Let's go together, catch them, and make the leader happy. The pirates rushed forward with a grin. Chen Fan smiled confidently. Who said there are only 4? The necklace on the neck flashed, and the mermaids rushed out one after another. When he was on the Poseidon, he took the mermaids into the Peach Blossom secret realm, in order to deal with the current situation. Warriors of the Poseidon, eradicate these evil pirates. Chen Fan also gave an order. The battle was triggered. McKinney, the leader of the Blackstone Pirates, had a sinister look on his face. Just a bunch of sirens, boys, kill them. There's a snack tonight, everyone gets a share. Kill them. Hee hee, I like the cold female sirens the most. I want to eat mermaid meat tonight. Haley held the black stick, and jumped up to meet McKinney who was rushing fiercely. Without Chen Fan reminder, she knew who should deal with the strongest person. It seemed that the hatred value was maxed out. The bosun didn't care about anyone else and rushed straight towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled contemptuously. This guy was a human awakener. With only 10,000 HP. Under his deep-sea breath, he probably couldn't last even a minute. Chen Fan took out his revolver and fired 3 shots at Asugu, who also took out a pistol. 167. 189. 387. Asugu was also a vicious person who licked blood on the blade. He endured the severe pain and shot Chen Fan in the stomach. 45. Chen Fan grimaced in pain. How could this guy cheat? Why did he bring a gun? There was no cover here. Chen Fan could only withstand the bullets and shoot at Asugu, jumping up and squatting from time to time to avoid being hit in the vitals. 1 minute later, more than 200 drops fell, and Chen Fan, who had nearly 1/3 of his health. 1. Asugu fell to the ground unwillingly. Get Soul Crystal, green, *1. Kill Asugu. The bosun of the Blackstone Pirates, level 19, blue, get experience points x 1.31 million, gold coins x 220, standard steel knife, green. Chen Fan grinned and walked to Asugu's body, kicking him. Big shit. You have a green steel knife, but you don't use it. Why do you use a gun? If Asugu could hear this, he would be so angry that he would come back to life. We are so far away. You use a gun and I use a knife. What's the use? I want to use magic weapons. But you won't let me pass. Grab the pistol in Asugu's hand. Identify. Ordinary pistol. Evaluation. There is no need to identify non-magical items. Chapter 78. The massacre is in progress. After killing this bosun, who can use a gun, Chen Fan no longer fights anyone in singles. Humans are too despicable. They can use a gun. Although his attack is sufficient, his health bar is too thin. He might be beaten to death in the game by the crowd. The best way to fight is to hide behind teammates and shoot coldly, and it is best to attack the enemy with his back to him. If a strong one brushes over, Chen Fan with a knife will fight, and Chen Fan with a gun will use the skill. Captain is here to pass to Ya's side. Currently, only it can let him use this skill, others can't. Maybe they haven't been identified as his crew members yet. -223, -233, -555, -1034. Chen Fan gun skills are becoming more and more accurate in actual combat, and occasionally he can hit the weak point with 10 times the damage. The weak point is usually somewhere in the head and heart. Yeah, Captain. You hit the wrong person. Chen Fan smiled awkwardly. Sorry, you have a lot of blood, it's okay. Lu Duo summoned Dai Chisi. And the attack of the Endless Wind Blade was stronger than Chen Fan. Haley was the patriarch of the Bewitching Sea Monster clan, and the personal guard of one of the 4 seas demon gods. Facing the pirate leader, who was several levels higher than her, she had the upper hand. The black stick in her hand danced out after images, and victory was only a matter of time. Chen Fan fired cold shots while watching the battle between Haley and the black-faced McKinney. Of course, his main target of observation was the red long sword in McKinney's hand. He was afraid that the red long sword was also broken, and he didn't see it, and it fell into the sea. The battle lasted for half an hour, and all the pirates present were killed. After all, except for a few captains, cadres and leaders. Most of the other pirates were small fry who were not higher than level 10. But even so, there were still some casualties. 2 mermaids died in the battle, and there were still 8 teeth left. An old female mermaid from the Bewitching Sea Monsters died in the battle. There was nothing to say about the deaths of the mermaids. After all, they were captured by the enemy. After becoming servants, they had the responsibility and obligation to fight for Chen Fan. But the enchanted sirens are different. Strictly speaking, they are not under Chen Fan command. They agreed to fight this time because they were grateful to Chen Fan for saving their tribe. It seems that it is imperative to recruit more powerful crew members. If the sirens are always ordered around, it is not clear whether they will agree or not. The key is that there are only a few dozen people left in the entire tribe. If more people die, Chen Fan himself will be embarrassed. He came to Haley. I feel guilty for the death of your people. But should the equipment and items dropped by this pirate leader be returned to me? Haley shook her head. Equipment? What equipment? I don't know. Chen Fan looked at the large pile of things Haley was carrying on her back, and was a little speechless. Do you feel that? Your trick of hiding things is a little clumsy. Haley reluctantly took the things hidden behind her to the front. I have made the greatest contribution. I must have a share here. Chen Fan agreed, because of her dead tribesmen. She deserved a share, but the problem was, why wasn't she sad? McKinney dropped 3 pieces of equipment in total. One of the items, which looked like a business card, looked familiar to Chen Fan. Pirate McKinney's ID, he had also obtained this item from the Dumbledore pirates that he had annihilated before. It was the ID of Pirate Noon. There was no introduction either. Anyway, we don't know what it is used for at the moment. Fire Crystal Sword, purple. Evaluation, a top-grade long sword with attribute attack. Please take good care of it. Wanderer full body armor, purple. Evaluation, want to kill me? Then you need to put in twice the effort. Chen Fan can equip both equipments, and they are both what he needs now. Unfortunately, there is no pirate group creation certificate as Lu Duo said. Chen Fan is a little disappointed. Highly. You see? You don't like to use these 2 equipments. You calculate how many soul crystals I need to pay. Let's exchange them at equal value. Hailey smiled slightly. The tribesmen have all returned to normal. Why do I need so many soul crystals? I think this long sword is very beautiful. I want to change my weapon to use. Chen Fan hesitated for a long time, then agreed. Okay, I give you the fire crystal long sword, and the wanderer full body armor is mine. Is that okay with that? Because the members of the Bewitching Sea Sirens died in battle, Chen Fan couldn't bear to be a greedy captain. Haley smiled charmingly. No problem. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, if the soul energy is not exhausted, the dead Bewitching Sea Sirens can be resurrected in the king's body. Chen Fan eyes widened. Why didn't you say anything just now? I think there is something wrong with the distribution of the spoils just now. I decided to change it. Looking at Hailey, who took out the black stick, Chen Fan immediately changed his words. The distribution just now is very reasonable, so let's do it. Lu Duo jumped to the side of the two. I have made a great contribution. Old Chun, is this purple equipment also mine? Chen Fan looked at Lu lowly. That's not impossible, but you have to take out the equipment you just collected on the battlefield. Lu Duo whistled with her hands behind her back, as if she hadn't heard anything just now. You watched for a long time. And suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Captain. It's my credit. Chen Fan, get lost. Mission requirements, eliminate all members of the Blackstone Pirates. Current remaining, 254 people. Lu lowly looked at the number of remaining enemies in the mission in confusion. Old Chen. Why are there so many people left in the mission even though we have killed all the pirates? Where are they? Chen Fan had experience in this situation, and pointed to the town. They are all in their nest. Why? When you annihilated the pirate group before, you didn't go to their nest to annihilate them all? Lu Duo shook his head. The mission I received at that time was to kill the pirates on that ship. Old Chen. This is the base camp of the Blackstone Pirates. Will there be treasures they have collected? Chen Fan shook his head in disappointment. You better not expect too much. Based on my experience of getting the treasures of 2 pirate groups, these killers are so poor. The God-level pirate group, the Moonlight Pirates, has a total of 3 treasures including the stone door. Who can believe it? Chapter 79 A Bold Attempt. After simply dividing the spoils, Chen Fan and his men regrouped and headed towards the depths of the pirates' lair again. Rushing into the town, they faced a group of small pirates whose average level was less than 15. At this point, it was not an exaggeration to say that the mission was completed ahead of schedule. In order to improve efficiency, Chen Fan divided the team of less than 50 people into 5 teams, and surrounded the town from 5 directions. As long as they saw the resistance, regardless of gender, age or young, they would kill them without mercy. The reason why they didn't kill everyone they saw was because Chen Fan was afraid that these sea creatures would kill all the craftsmen who needed to be rescued in the mission. In their minds, humans are not divided into good and bad people. Only those who can be beaten and those who can't be beaten. And those who are delicious and those who are not delicious. Another half an hour passed. The 5 teams met up, and the bloodbath was over. In addition to those who were killed on Blackstone Island, the people squatting with their heads in their hands in the town square were all the surviving natives of the entire island. Looking at the old, weak women and children squatting on the ground in front of him. Their eyes were full of fear. Chen Fan was in a dilemma. He was not a saint, and he knew that the root of the problem must be eradicated. But there were old men in their 70s, children who had not yet known the world, pregnant women in their 8th month, babies crying for food. Chen Fan looked at Lu Duo. Well, you should stop it. Lu Duo took 3 steps back. Old Chen, you must have more than 10,000 tricks in your mind. You can't do it. So you let me do it? I won't do it either. You can let you do it. He's stupid, and he won't feel guilty. Chen Fan scratched his head helplessly. What's the difference between me asking him to do it, and me doing it myself? Lu lowly leaned over, and pulled up her socks. Anyway, I won't do it. These people are not real NPCs. They are all people with feelings. They may be good people who were captured by pirates. Chen Fan was helpless. This guy didn't listen to orders, and he couldn't do anything about her. He gritted his teeth and faced the captives. Among you, are the craftsmen captured by pirates, stand up. Hula la, a group of middle-aged men stood up with joy on their faces. They vaguely guessed that they might be about to escape from this abyss. Chen Fan pointed to one side. You all go stand over there. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at Lu Duo. Use the identification technique to see if there are any pirates among them. Is this okay? Lu Duo stuck out his tongue. I can do this. We are all men. If there are any pirates, I will kill them directly. Almost all the people left on the spot were the elderly, the weak, women and children. There were about 100 people. Chen Fan hesitated for a long time, then raised his pistol. Those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. Rather than letting himself be punished for the mission, it is better to let my friend die rather than me. Let's blame the game system and this world. Just when Chen Fan secretly made up his mind, one of the captives suddenly burst out with an extremely strong aura. At that moment, Chen Fan even felt the feeling of facing the demon god Tobahi again. What is going on? Chen Fan stared at the one-eyed swordsman who walked out slowly from the captives, his steps trembling, and he began to retreat unconsciously. Highly, yeah. Lu Duoduo and the other two also acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and drew their weapons one after another, or made desperate gestures. Identification technique. Imperial Holy Dragon Knight Heimdall, level 99. Evaluation, Guardian of the Human Race. A saint-level peak powerhouse. If I want to kill you, I just need to think about it. Are you kidding me? After reading this incredible attribute panel, Chen Fan was stunned. This Holy Dragon Knight has been created. How about you just use illusion to create a god of creation? We can also commit suicide on the spot. The one-eyed swordsman paused. You bounty hunters who don't know how to live or die, the pirates have been killed, but why are you still making things difficult for these old men? Women and children? Today, I, the Dragon Knight Heimdall, am here. No one can kill innocent people. Lu Duoduo also figured out what was going on at this moment. No wonder the pirate, who could use illusion, was not seen during the battle just now. It turned out that he was guarding the base camp. Your imitation is too poor. If the Holy Dragon Knight is really as weak as you, I guess he can't practice to that level. If you don't change back, I will do it directly. The one-eyed swordsman was furious. Since you really don't know how to live or die, don't blame me, he said halfway, and suddenly rushed to the side of the town. With a snap, the long, straight, wide leg hit the one-eyed swordsman's neck. The swordsman fell to the ground, and Haley retracted her legs and stood firm. The one-eyed swordsman looked painful, and the next moment, his figure changed, and he became a little boy about 10 years old with a sapphire on his forehead. Chen Fan applauded, showing an expression of as expected, and then threw an identification spell over. Captain of the second ship of the Blackstone Pirates. Name, Illusion Tribe level 10. Evaluation, one of the members of the Illusion Tribe that is about to become extinct, whose value is immeasurable. Illusion Tribe? Chen Fan frowned. What does immeasurable value mean? Speaking of which, there is one thing that is really special. Although this little boy's ability is not very lethal, he is the only one that Chen Fan has found so far that can change the identification results. Is this a scam of the system? But the mission is to kill him. This. Ming stood there dejectedly, with his head lowered. Can't you give us a way to live? We were not born pirates. Is it for the sake of survival? Chen Fan interrupted Ming. Boy, are you pretending to be pitiful? Do you think I don't know? Others may really be pitiful, but as the captain of the second ship of the Blackstone Pirates, you will be pitiful? Instead of playing some tricks, you might as well tell me your value. Then I might consider letting you be my attendant. The little boy's face changed drastically, and his face suddenly became ugly. Lu Duoduo's eyes widened. She had just dealt with the craftsman's affairs, and killed 2 pirates, who were mixed in. Are you crazy? If you don't kill them, will our mission fail? Haven't you read the information? Losing an emotion is terrible. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Lu Duoduo. He whispered, It's easy for you to say it. Why don't you do it when I ask you to do it? Besides, we are on the verge of life and death every day. Isn't it the system of this game that is the culprit? This little guy has an ability that the system can't recognize. Don't you think it's valuable? Lu Duoduo was shocked. What do you mean by this? You want to be the enemy of the system? Chen Fan, you can't say that now. Then, if the system issues a task to deal with your parents in the future, should we also execute it cold-bloodedly? We need to become stronger. But I think it's best not to follow the system's tasks every step of the way. It just so happens that the punishment for this task is not too heavy. It's just losing anger for a period of time. You say, should we try it? Chapter 80 Mission failed. Lu Duoduo clenched her pink fists, struggling in her heart. What about the old people? Women and children? If you don't kill them, wouldn't they survive if you leave them here? Chen Fan pointed at his necklace. My Taiyuan secret realm is just short of a large number of indigenous people. The farmland needs to be reclaimed, and the river needs to be cleaned up. Lu Duoduo gritted her teeth. Old Chen, I usually think you are a cowardly person who is afraid of death and consider safety. I didn't expect you to be so reckless. If this boy agrees to be your servant, I will accompany you to fail a mission. I seriously suspect that you, a bad uncle in your 30s, are seducing an underage beautiful girl like me. Chen Fan nodded with a firm look. I don't accept your evaluation of me, but I am satisfied with your decision. After the two whispered for a long time, Chen Fan suddenly raised the deep-sea breath, pointed the gun at Ming's chest, and looked cold. Have you thought it through? Little guy, your life and the lives of the people behind you will be decided by your next answer. Submit or die. The little boy did not dare to hesitate any longer, and knelt on the ground with a plop. I am the most deceitful race in the world, and I am willing to serve you. But you need to give me a deadline. Chen Fan thought about it, and then nodded. The boy was qualified to negotiate. 50 years. Ming raised his head, and the sapphire shone brightly under the sunlight. I surrender to you, my captain. Obtain the name of the attendant phantom spirit tribe. Term remaining, 50 years. Mission: save the craftsman and destroy the Blackstone pirates. Failure: deduct experience points X10000000. Emotion: anger. Short-term stripping. The next moment, Lu Duoduo and Chen Fan both knelt on the ground at the same time, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Lu Duoduo trembled. I feel like I have been playing online games all night for a week. Chen Fan staggered to his feet. I'm not like you. Lu Duoduo was puzzled. Then you are? Chen Fan, it's like 8 times a night. Lu Duoduo, you die. In the damp, dark and cramped cave, Chen Shujian, who was tied to the stone platform, struggled desperately. But he was tied with big iron chains as thick as his arms, and he couldn't break free with more strength. Let me go! Shameless little green beans, why did you tie me here? The iron chains rustled. Inside the dungeon, a goblin with a full white beard calmly prepared various potions. I tied you up for your own good, strong human. Do you know how many of my poor people starve to death every day? Compared to being eaten, you can at least live longer here with me. Chen Shujin was horrified. Are you still human? You even eat people? Do you have the most basic morals? Let me go, I promise. I can grow a lot of food for you. The old goblin's hands did not move. My surface goblin tribe is not lacking food at all. Chen Shujin was confused. Didn't you say that many tribe members starve to death every day? The old goblin raised a bottle of green potion and shook it in front of his eyes. Food can only make the tribe full. But if you want the tribe to continue, food alone is not enough. As a human, you should know that without strength, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, there is no way to pass on from generation to generation. Chen Shujin gave up the pointless struggle. What does that have to do with me? You guys can do whatever you want, why tie me up? The old goblin took out a thick and long syringe. We need many strong enough warriors to help our surface goblin tribe deal with the hunting of the Goblin Kingdom and mountain dwarves. And this potion is the key to make you strong enough. It will open the secrets in your blood and make you an extremely powerful warrior. Chen Shujin looked at the dirty syringe, and his heart jumped to his throat with fear. Did you sterilize your syringe? I said, don't use me for experiments, Mom, help. The old goblin fiercely stabbed the syringe into Chen Shujin's neck. It's okay, you are so strong, you will definitely have a higher success rate than the hundreds of test subjects who died before. Chen Shujin felt the cold stimulation from his neck, and a pain that was enough to destroy the pain nerve swept over him, making it difficult for him to say a word for a while. Ah! In the goblin's lair, heart-wrenching screams echoed, making the earth walls tremble and the soil fall. Giant blood is mutating. Giant blood is increasing in strength. Giant blood is returning to its ancestral state. 0.0001% chance of triggering. Player Chen Shujin successfully stimulates Titan blood. A giant over 5 meters tall, with muscles bursting all over his body, broke the iron chains, and climbed up from the stone platform with red eyes. The entire underground cave seemed to be shaking with his movements. Chen Shujin stood in the dungeon, his body bent, his eyes fixed on the old goblin, who was shaking with excitement. The intense pain made it difficult for him to suppress his overwhelming hatred. In addition to the dwarves and the Goblin Kingdom, you have one more enemy. Me. He slapped his hand the size of an iron pot. And with a snap, a green unknown liquid splashed everywhere, on a patch of overgrown grass. The sky was gray, and the sunlight was a little mottled. On the east side of the grass, there was a small river covered with branches and debris. The water was yellow and exuded a pungent odor. The whole space was surrounded by white fog, filled with an unknown sense of oppression. This is the appearance of the space inside Chen Fan God-level necklace Taoyuan's secret realm. To be honest, when Chen Fan first came in, he really felt that this football field-sized place was not worthy of being called Taoyuan's secret realm. But the ability of this item is quite abnormal. In addition to increasing basic attributes, the biggest function of this item is to be able to bring items from the earth to that world in the game at will. Similarly, it can also bring things from that world to the earth at will. The premise is that the person being carried cannot refuse to enter Taoyuan Wonderland. And the size cannot exceed the current size of Taoyuan Wonderland. Chen Fan pointed to the container near the edge of the white fog on the grassland, and said to the pirates' families, who were looking around, "That's where I prepared for you to live. There are food and fresh water. There are also tools and seeds. You can rest for a few days, and then you need to work for me. I want to see this grassland full of roses. And I want that stream to be clear, no matter what the reason. You are all pirates with blood on your hands, so you have no right to bargain with me. I will come again in 3 days. If there is no change here, you will bear the consequences yourself." The old and young women nodded in fear, their eyes terrified, fearing that Chen Fan would take action directly. Chen Fan nodded, turned around and walked to a floating light screen in the middle of the grass. Chapter 81 Titan. The King of the Land Secret Realm Mission 1. Plant 999 blue roses. Mission Reward. Increase the space diameter by 50 meters. Secret Realm Mission 2. Clean up the garbage in the river, let the blocked river flow again. Mission Reward. Increase the space diameter by 50 meters. Exit the Taoyuan Secret Realm, return to the deck of the Poseidon. Lu Duoduo is still watching the young man of the Phantom Clan curiously. The gem on your forehead must be very valuable. Right? Can it be taken off? Will the part in contact with the skin not become inflamed and ulcerated? Ming looked at the sea indifferently. Compared to the value of the gem, we are the most valuable when we are together. There is a blue gem the size of an egg on his forehead, filled with the deep feeling of the ocean. Facing the greedy eyes of the beautiful girl in front of him, Ming silently used illusion to hide his illusion-hard gem. Lu Duoduo, can I touch it? Eh? Where did it go? Name, no. Chen Fan grabbed Lu Duoduo, who was about to pounce on him to take the gem. Stop. 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 Can you really take his sapphire off? Lu Duoduo puffed his cheeks. Such a big pirate group, but there are only so few gold coins. I am so angry. She was still angry about not finding the treasure. Name spoke slowly. The looted treasures were used to buy weapons, food, and to modify ships. There has never been a whole box of treasure in the warehouse. What he said was very realistic. Pirates also spend a lot of money. Chen Fan looked at Lu Duoduo. Didn't I tell you not to have too high expectations for pirate treasure? Also, why didn't you reveal the pirate group certificate after killing the leader of the Blackstone Pirates? Lu Duoduo shook his head. Then I don't know. Why do you want that certificate? Do you really need it? Chen Fan nodded. My current primary goal is to create a pirate group and become a pirate leader. Lu Duoduo hesitated to speak. Then, let's keep looking. There are so many pirate groups anyway. Chen Fan had no choice. Yes, that was the only way. He called Ya, who was following him in the sea, to the deck, and once again selected a pirate group as the target. The endless wind and waves pushed the Poseidon to set sail again. At this time, in addition to the Pink Bear, there were 3 giant sailing ships that originally belonged to the Blackstone Pirates behind the Poseidon. The drivers were the original captives of the Blackstone Pirates, the craftsmen of the Black Gold Empire. Chen Fan was about to dive into the water to check on Poseidon, to see how his injuries had recovered, and how long it would take for him to wake up. Suddenly, a loud music sounded in Chen Fan's ears. Who is calling him? Chen Fan had no choice but to return to his cabin, lie on the bed, and quit the game. He got up from the bed tiredly. Chen Fan picked up his phone and saw that the caller ID was Chen Shujin. Is this guy too lazy to death? He has to make a phone call just a few doors away? Chen Fan answered the phone. Then Shujin's loud and deafening voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Fanzi! Come to my room. I can't get out. Chen Fan didn't understand, but considering the anxiety in Shujin's words, Chen Fan ran over immediately. As soon as he ran out of the room, he ran into Chen Shui, who was attracted by the voice. The girl was wearing Fong Minghua lace pajamas. Her temperament was cool and unique with a hint of temptation. Your cousin is so noisy. Chen Fan shook his head. He must have a problem. I'm calling him, and my voice is broken. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. After the Abyss Worms experience, Chen Fan didn't dare to underestimate anything related to the game. Come to Chen Shujin's door. Chen Fan knocked on the door. Shujin, I'm coming, open the door. Chen Shujin's loud voice came from the room. Wait a minute, I wrapped the bed sheet around me. Chen Fan didn't understand what Chen Shujin meant, but he didn't ask. A minute later, the door opened, and a head as big as half the door appeared in front of Chen Fan. A red spear suddenly appeared in Chen Shui's hand. Monsters have invaded reality. Chen Fan looked at the huge but familiar face, and quickly held Chen Shui down. No. No. This is my cousin. He just drank the blood potion of the giants. The tree roots were frightened by Chen Shui and crawled back several times, shaking the floor. He was more than 5 meters tall and couldn't stand up in a room more than 3 meters high, so he could only crawl on all fours. What? What are you doing? Sister-in-law. I am Xu Jian. I met him a few years ago. Chen Shui stuffed the spear into her backpack. Oh! Chen Fan saw that Xu Jian couldn't get out, so he had to go to his room. What happened to you? Did the giant blood awaken? Like the plot in the novel? Chen Shujian told his experience aggrievedly. There were too many goblins on the surface. I couldn't beat them alone. I was locked in a laboratory. An old goblin injected me with a tube of green medicine. It hurt so much that I was dying. Later, I seemed to have turned a disaster into a blessing. I awakened some Titan bloodline. I just killed all the goblins I could see and ran away. Chen Fan was stunned. This is more like a plot in a novel. He cast an identification spell. Chen Shujin, Titan, God level 9. Evaluation. A young Titan from the king of the land. Be careful not to build a small house when building it. Chen Fan carefully read the attribute panel full of question marks. Why is your attribute panel different from the players? Instead, it looks very similar to the monsters in the main god space? Chen Shujin didn't care. What's the big deal? Have you seen the attributes? Just tell me if you are strong or not. Chen Fan nodded. Strong, so strong that I can't see your attributes. Chen Shujin was puzzled. Can't see it? Then I send it to you. Chen Shujin, Titan level 9. Evaluation. A young Titan from the king of the land. When building a house, be careful not to build it too small. Chen Fan looked at the attribute panel and was speechless for a long time. Nearly 150 strength. And that's the basic attribute. It's higher than the main attribute of a level 19 hidden profession. 10,000 HP. I don't even have 1,000. Isn't Titan blood too abnormal? Why did you beat that white-bearded goblin to death? Xu Jin was stunned for 2 seconds. Because it used me as an experiment. Chen Fan, what if I wanted to use me as a test subject now? Chen Shujin had no choice. The old goblin had turned into a pool of green meat paste. Chapter 82. Getting on the right track. Fanzi, I'm hungry? Xu Jin looked at the narrow door, and remembered why he asked Chen Fan to come over. Chen Fan looked at Xu Jin's huge body at this time, and then looked at the narrow door. I go to the kitchen to get you something to eat. Chen Shujin nodded. Okay. That's not right. Even if I can eat, I can't stay in this room all the time. Chen Fan scratched his head, looking tangled. What should I do then? It's not a big deal to come out. It's just a wall. The problem is that if you come out, won't you scare others to death? How can someone grow so big? Chen Shujin cried. No way. What should I do? I haven't found a wife yet. Huh? Chen Fan said, as if he suddenly thought of something. He quickly opened the attribute panel, clicked on the backpack, and found a bottle of lavender potion inside. Minotaur Shrinking Potion, purple. Only effect. Reduces the size of the user by about half. Agility x2. Strength halved. And can restore the original size after taking the Dwarf Enlargement Potion. Evaluation, alchemical product. With magical effects. This was shaken out by Chen Fan on the alchemical potion slot machine. He originally thought it was useless, but he didn't expect it to be useful now. Tree root. Drink it. Tree root stretched out his palm, which was wider than Chen Fan, and carefully took the Minotaur Shrinking Potion back to his mouth. Alas! This day, I have to fight with the alchemy potion. 5 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of Chen Fan and Chen Shui, Chen Shujin shrank into a strong man of about 2.45 meters tall while wailing. Although he was still scary tall, at least he could live a normal life. Chen Fan took 2 steps back and looked up at Tree Root. Now you know where to find a wife. Right? Xu Jin, wrapped in a bed sheet, nodded. Women's basketball team. Chen Fan waved his hand. You don't have to be so limited. Volleyball team is also fine. The 3 of them solved Xu Jin's problem, and then went to the restaurant to have lunch together. Chen Shujin ate nearly 10 people's portions by himself. Seeing Chen Fan staring at him blankly, Chen Shujin felt a little embarrassed. What are you looking at me for? I am so big that I must eat more. Is it unreasonable? It is very reasonable. Haven't you heard of the law of conservation of energy? Chen Fan shook his head to show that he was not complaining that Xu Jin ate too much. This is the first time I heard that the law of conservation of energy can be applied to such a place. What do you eat in the game? The little food you sign in every day should not be enough to fill you up. Right? You won't. Chen Shujin looked at Chen Fan's suspicious expression and felt a little nauseous for some reason. I would rather starve to death than eat goblins. What are you thinking about? I have a piece of farmland that can be put in a bag, which is full of potatoes. After filling their stomachs, Chen Fan brought Chen Shujin to Chen Shui's room. At this time, Lingling was lying on the floor wiping the tiles. Wiping them very seriously. Fan. Brother Fan. You are here. Chen Fan nodded to the little sister. You don't have to clean the house so clean. If you really have nothing to do, you can go to the newly renovated store downstairs to supervise the work of the masters. Lingling nodded. Okay. Well, I will cook some dishes tonight. I want to invite you, Brother Xu Jin and Sister Chen Shui, to have dinner together. Chen Fan nodded and agreed. Then he pulled Chen Shui and Chen Shujin into Chen Shui's bedroom. Because of Xu Jin's safety, he now needed to use the forum of the main God Space game. Fong Mingwei account name was very inconspicuous. It was Anna, a name with a high repetition rate. He searched for the location of the surface goblins. He soon found a post titled How to Quickly and Massively Brush Surface Goblins to Gain Experience Points. Chen Fan was not interested in the content of the post, he was only interested in the location. The northern plains of the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom? We will be sending a batch of goods there in a while, and I will pick you up on my ship when the time comes. Chen Shujin was overjoyed. That's great, I'm alone, and I always feel unsafe. Chen Fan was also worried about him. He was a reckless person, and he would do it if he was given a bottle of DDT that tasted good. And it just so happened that the Poseidon was short of manpower, especially those with such explosive combat power. Time came to the next Sunday. Chen Fan was still very busy these days, both in the game and in reality. The decoration of the new store was almost finished, and the most important task at present was to open the store and let the store smell good. Chen Fan needed to prepare to invite some relatives and friends, and cut the ribbon on the opening day. Secretary Yan Lu also came to him to sign documents several times. Generally, it was about the salary payment of the current members of Shinjo. Among them were the executive team, that is, the players, and the logistics team, including finance, chefs, cleaning and the like. Chen Fan, who was a boss for the first time, looked at the huge amount of money flowing out. He was a little uncomfortable for a while. He felt distressed. Although it was not his money, he still felt distressed. He felt sympathetic to capitalism for some reason. In the game, Chen Fan and Lu Duo wiped out 3 pirate groups in the past few days. But they were all small scale. The leaders were almost all weaklings in their early 20s. The pirate group creation order still did not explode. But there were 2 more large sailing ships behind the Poseidon. There should have been 3. But one was sunk by the Pink Bear. Chen Fan spent some gold coins to permanently hire the craftsmen on the fleet. He wanted to turn the Poseidon into a small offshore platform as soon as possible. We can't keep it as a cargo ship or a warship. The follow-up fermentation of the last Abyss Gaze level mission is also coming to an end. Everything else is normal. Some equipment is strong. Some is weak. The price of the fruit of life must be terrifying. Only the feedback on the prop of Alice Castle ticket is somewhat polarized. Some players said that they could obtain spirit servants with strange powers there. Some said that the place was extremely dangerous, and it was difficult to escape alive. Chen Fan planned to wait until Poseidon woke up before deciding whether to use it. Now he has planned his time in the game. In the absence of emergencies, he spends his time in the game between 9 and 2 every day. The rest of the time is used to deal with things in reality and rest. It is boring to stay in the game all the time without anything else to do. And it also affects his rest. When fishing, Ming and Ya fished for him. Because they were his attendants, Chen Fan could also gain some experience points. As for the catch, he would put it aside for now, and analyze it when Chen Fan came online. Under Chen Fan's careful arrangement, the game and life began to merge gradually, and they were no longer in conflict. On the weekend, the sun was shining, and the noise on the road was less than usual. Chen Fan was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, studying the game strategy. Secretary Yan Lu came out of the elevator holding a folder. The 3rd floor is the executive group, which is the core area of the entire Shinjo Union. The entire Shinjo building is for this service. Apart from the players, only Yang Lu, the secretary, has the authority to come in. Mr. Chen, Mr. Shi is downstairs. Chen Fan put down the hot documents. Oh, a new member has arrived? He came quite quickly. I go downstairs to pick him up. Fong Mingwei called back this morning and said that a new fire mage had been recruited to join the union. Chapter 83 Natural Disaster Meeting. His name is Shi Yin. I met him during the last worm disaster. He is a high-level fire mage with explosive output. When he came to the entrance of the first floor of the Shinjo Guild, Chen Fan saw the young man dressed in a flashy outfit. The man was in his early 30s, his face was a little long, his hair was shiny and slung behind his head, a red jacket, black trousers, red leather shoes, very bright. Chen Fan walked up to him enthusiastically. Hello, Mr. Shi, welcome to join Shinjo. I am the president of Shinjo, Chen Fan. Shi Yin nodded in a pretentious manner and shook hands with Chen Fan. Well, it's polite that the president came down to greet me personally. Who is that? It's a beautiful woman with a cold temperament in your union. I came to your union just for her. Chen Fan's smile gradually disappeared. What is Fong Mingwei doing? It's obvious that this guy's purpose of joining is not pure. Are you talking about my girlfriend Chen Shui? She is a game fanatic. Usually, she plays games for more than 12 hours a day. I guess she is still playing games now. Shi Yin was extremely surprised. Ah, she has a boyfriend? It's okay. It's just a boyfriend. There's still a chance. There's a goalkeeper, but you still can't score? It can be seen that he has a strong ability to adjust himself. Chen Fan silently took out the breath of the ocean. I advise you to speak properly. Shi Yin immediately said seriously, I am determined to join the Shinjo Union. From now on, I will be a member of Shinjo in this life, and a ghost of Shinjo in death. Everything is based on the interests of the organization first, and personal wishes come second. If the organization needs it, I, Shi Yin, am willing to go through fire and water and die without hesitation. You can put the gun away now. Chen Fan put the gun back into his backpack. Let's go to the executive department meeting room on the 3rd floor to talk. Before Shi Yin came, his salary had been discussed with Fong Mingwei. Chen Fan mainly asked about Shi Yin's geographical location in the game, and his fighting style. This guy is currently staying in the more prosperous Pearl Island in the Elung Islands, and is currently wanted by the island owner. The cause is said to be that he accidentally burned the island owner's treasure house, but the facts need to be considered. Chen Fan even suspected that he joined the sinking boat in order to escape by boat. Evaluation: Fire Mage, just a humanoid bomber. Looking at this unusual attribute panel, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. His profession is just an ordinary mage, but why is his intelligence more than twice that of other level 35 mages? He just read the information. The basic intelligence of a level 35 player with normal points should be more than 100 after doubling. His is doubled for no reason, and there is no space for any other attributes. After closing the dialogue box with Shi Yin, Chen Fan asked curiously, What's your intelligence? Shi Yin raised his head, and a blue flame with facial features appeared on his hand. The 5 elements belong to fire, and the compass turned out to be a fire spirit. The basic intelligence was directly shared with me. It can be said that the intelligence value you see is actually the total of the two of us. With my qualifications, it's not too much to be a vice president. Right? Chen Fan took a sip of coffee. You can't be the vice president for now, but it's okay for you to be the leader of the fire mage group. Shi Yin nodded slightly dissatisfied. That's fine. 2. What big shot has to start from the grassroots? Where do my members live? I go and see. Chen Fan pointed at Shi Yin. At present, there is only you in the fire mage group, and we haven't recruited any members yet. How about you work part-time in the propaganda department and recruit a few members? Shi Yin stood still. So this guild doesn't even have a fire mage? Then what's the point of being the leader? Ah, I admit it. Remember to drive the boat to Pearl Island to pick me up as soon as possible. I may not be able to hide for too long. Just as Chen Fan was about to agree, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. The natural disaster certificate has been activated. Transfer will start in 3 minutes. Please go to the safe area as soon as possible. The remaining time is 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Chen Fan quickly stood up and said to his secretary Yang Lu, Take him to get familiar with the interior of the sunken ship. I have something to deal with first. I will go to Pearl Island as soon as possible. Captain Shi. After he finished speaking, he hurried back to his room. Faced with the very impolite behavior of their president, Secretary Yang Lu was a little embarrassed. Well, our president is usually a little busy, don't be offended. She knew that Chinzhou was a game union, but she didn't know what kind of game union it was, and what kind of games they had logistics and housekeeping. Shi Yan waved his hand. He wouldn't be offended, because he had also received task information released by games in reality, and anyone at that time would have to be anxious and nervous. It's okay, then you can take me for a walk. Excuse me, how old are you this year? Do you have a boyfriend? Back in the room, Chen Fan took out the natural disaster certificate and looked at it again and again, but he couldn't see any changes. Teleport? Where to teleport? How to teleport? This system is becoming less and less reliable. Chen Fan was really afraid that there would be 2 abyss dragons in the place where he was teleported. But things had come to this point. Unable to refute, Chen Fan could only watch the 3-minute countdown end. Space fluctuates. Reality distorts. The next moment, Chen Fan appears directly on one side of a long table, sitting obediently on a wide chair, as if he were stuck, unable to lift up. Chen Fan calms down, gives up struggling, and starts looking around. In front of him is a large rectangular conference table, with 4 chairs on each side of the table, and each chair has a person in a similar state to Chen Fan. There is also a cube-like curtain floating in the middle of the table, and there are no patterns or words on it at present. Chen Fan looked at each person's face one by one. From left to right in front of him, the first one was a middle-aged man of a certain age, skinny and thin, dark-skinned, and the sign in front of him read Desert Disaster in 4 large characters. The second one was a girl in a black robe and a hood. She looked no more than 15 years old, and the sign in front of her read Elemental Disaster. The third one was also a woman, and the sign read Mechanical Disaster. Chen Fan looked up, and then he was stunned. What's going on? The woman just happened to see Chen Fan. She was startled at first, then turned her head away with a look of contempt. Chen Fan was confused. Why is Li Shaoqian here too? Her profession is Mechanical Disaster? So the professions of the 8 of us are all bound together. Because they need to be on guard against each other, Chen Fan did not take the initiative to talk to Li Shaoqian, but continued to look down. The young man is the Dragon Slayer. The beautiful woman is the Plant Disaster. The man with a broken arm is the Sudden Wind Disaster. The woman in a white priest robe is the Void Disaster. In order, they are Desert, Element, Machine, Dragon Slayer, Plant, Sudden Wind, Ocean, Void. A total of 8 natural disasters. Chapter 84 World Mission. Chen Fan tried to use the identification spell on the female priest next to him. The result was all question marks, which were exactly the same as the attribute column that appeared when others identified him. It seems that this is the characteristic of the hidden profession of the Scourge series. Just when the 8 people were confused about the situation, the virtual screen in the middle of the table lit up, accompanied by a pleasant female voice. The Scourge has assembled, released World Mission 1. The End of the Surface Goblins, World Mission 2. The Defense of Yellow Sand City, World Mission 3. The Day of Prisoners' Liberation. Doomsday of the Surface Goblins. Dangerous level, go to the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom and kill more than 90% of the surface goblins, and completely kill the crazy alchemist Tatagu. Current mission progress, 0%. Mission reward, 1 exclusive item for the occupation, promotion hammer, used to upgrade the quality of equipment or items, x2, number of players in the world plus 10%. Defense of Yellow Sand City, extremely dangerous level, go to Yellow Sand City in the north of the Abulian Empire, completely stop the invasion of the Sand Werewolves. Mission reward, 1 exclusive item for the occupation, promotion hammer, used to upgrade the quality of equipment or items, x5, number of players in the world plus 20%. Prisoners' Day of Liberation, abyss gazing level, release all prisoners below the negative first floor of the Heavenly Gate Sex Tower of Heaven, and make more than half of them escape successfully. Task reward, 1 professional exclusive item, promotion hammer, used to improve the grade of equipment or items, x20, number of players in the world plus 50%. Note, task rewards are distributed according to contribution points. Task deadline, 30 days, remaining time, 30 days. Rewards for completing all tasks, 1 professional exclusive item, 1 ton of magic crystals, God Forging Hammer *1. Failure penalty, the invasion of the world is greatly accelerated. Note, any matters within the Natural Disaster Conference are kept strictly confidential, and those who disclose them will be wiped out on the spot. Evaluation, when you know your true goal, you will definitely be desperate, believe me. After reading the content of the world task, the 8 people fell into deep thought, as if they had agreed. From the time they came in, none of the 8 people has spoken. It can be seen that the total number of minds of these 8 people is more than 10,000. After a long time, the first person, Desert Disaster, could not help but speak. I can take the lead in the Yellow Sand City defense war. But the Sand Wolf tribe is too strong. And I need help. From his job title, we can know that he should be in the desert area. No one answered. And everyone frowned, not knowing what they were thinking. It is not difficult to understand the attitude of several people. The main reason is that the difficulty of these 3 tasks is not to mention. And the task requirements are very unreasonable. The defense of Huangsha City is understandable. After all, it is to protect a city. But is it a bit too much to exterminate an entire race of surface goblins? Although the intelligence of goblins is generally not high, they are undoubtedly an intelligent race. There is no grudge between them. So why do they want to exterminate them? The day of the prisoners' liberation is even more outrageous. The Tianmin Church is the state religion of the Abulian Empire. And it has real power. It is the synonym of kindness and justice. They released all the prisoners who were captured with great difficulty. Why? Not killing him is good enough. What's the point of letting him go? The skinny Desert Disaster spoke again. The mission has been issued. Silence can't solve any problems. Everyone should know how terrible the person who issues the mission is. Chen Fan sighed and spoke second. If this mission must be done, I can do the first world mission. Doomsday of the Surface Goblins. It's not that I'm afraid of death and choose the easiest one. You can see that I'm a player in the ocean area. The 2 missions are located inland. I can't get there in a short time. Mechanical Calamity Lycelia spoke with contempt. Ha, the more excuses you make, the more fake they are. If you are afraid of death, then be afraid of death. Why be so hypocritical? I am in the Haiti Delta. Both World Mission 2 and World Mission 3 can provide reinforcements. Although I don't think the starting point of this mission is right, but based on what I know, I think it is better for everyone to follow the system's requirements for now. And the reward for the mission is to increase the number of game players. No matter what you think, I am willing to work hard to make my world stronger. After she finished speaking, the scene was silent again for a while. After a long time, the pastor girl at the end spoke softly. I am one of the saints of Tianmin Church. I can lead the World Mission 3. The day of the prisoners' liberation. Everyone was stunned when they heard the first sentence. There might be a traitor before the mission even started. They were even more stunned when they heard the second sentence. Your faith is too weak, isn't it? Don't you need some time to struggle and buffer? Seeing the strange looks in everyone's eyes, the pastor girl smiled faintly, pressed her hands on the armrests of the seat, and after a little effort, she couldn't stand up. There was a little embarrassment. 100 years ago, the Void clan was slaughtered by the Tianmin cult. I am the saint of the Tianmin cult, but I have successfully inherited the profession that only the Void clan can inherit, the disaster of the Void. I don't know if I can make you trust me by saying this, but I hope you can regard me as a traitor of the Tianmin cult. Everyone had different expressions, and it was hard to tell who trusted and who didn't. But judging from the profession and race alone, what the saint said should not be false. Li Xiaoye spoke firmly. I shoulder the responsibility of protecting the safety of the world I belong to. Although I don't know what the ultimate purpose of this world series of tasks is, but for the responsibility on my shoulders, I will try my best to complete these 3 tasks. Everyone, what about you? Ocean Disaster Chen Fan, I join. Desert Disaster, join. Elemental Disaster, Black Robe Girl, second. Dragon Slayer, duty bound. Wind Disaster, I will go to Yellow Sand City to assist the desert. Tea, for freedom. The mission I lead requires strong enemies to cooperate with us. Are there any of us who can lead a strong force? Seeing that the 8 people had a unified goal, Tea directly began to deploy her battle plan. Before anyone answered, Li Shaoqian spoke up. I think before deploying the plan, the 8 of us should at least have a brief understanding of it. Chapter 85 Mission Deployment. For example, everyone's current strength, location, name or code name, and contact information. The 7 people looked at each other, and all felt that this matter was reliable. If they couldn't even call out their names, it would be difficult to discuss how to complete the mission. The skinny old man spoke first. Let's start with me. My name is McDillon. Some people also call me the Sand Bandit Nemesis. I am currently near the Yellow Sand City. I haven't formed any forces. My individual strength is still up to par in the Yellow Sand City. I am currently the strength of a first-level awakener. Chen Fan was a little confused. He didn't understand what level the first awakener was. and how many levels it represented. The black-robed girl spoke slowly. Lan, the acting president of the Black Magic Association, is currently in the territory of the Abulian Empire, and his personal strength is at the peak of the First Awakening. Chen Fan raised his hand. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Chen Fan cleared his throat. Excuse me, everyone. I don't quite understand the strength division you mentioned. I want to ask, what is the strength of the First Awakener? He asked this question without fear of being mocked for his lack of knowledge. His strength was low, and he only had this much strength. There was no need to rush to the top and do dangerous tasks that were not in line with his strength. Li Shaoqian explained. The first turn awakening task can only be triggered when the experience value is full at level 50. After awakening, the basic attributes of ordinary professions will increase sixfold, and our natural disaster profession should have more. If the strength is divided by damage value, the damage value of the first turn awakener should be between 6,000 and 10,000. Of course, it is not impossible to exceed 10,000. My strength has not yet reached the first turn awakening, but with some external forces, I can exert damage close to that of a second turn awakener in a short period of time. I am currently in the Haiti Delta, and the forces I belong to cannot be mobilized for the time being. Chen Fan was fine. The ignorant were fearless. But when the others heard that they were close to the second turn awakening, their eyes were obviously shocked. Seeing that it was his turn, Dragon Slayer smiled slightly. My name is John Dvorak. Although I can use a code name, but I am more willful. I am not in the God Grace realm at the moment. But if I don't care about the cost, my attack can reach any location in the God Grace realm, and the strength exceeds that of a first turn awakening. Li Shaoqian frowned. The Dvorak family, the royal family of the Sky Island? John Dvorak nodded, with a warm smile. Your knowledge is as vast as the stars, beautiful lady. But don't use the word royal family anymore. The Dvorak family, who have become tools, don't need that empty title. Taya stared at John Dvorak. Trans-dimensional targeted attack? I hope I don't need your assistance this time. The one-armed man patted the hilt of the knife at his waist. Quan Yu, swordsman, the peak of the first level. He had said before that he could rush to Huasha City. There was only one left, and everyone's eyes were focused on the charming woman. The disaster of grass and trees. The mature beauty smiled calmly. Tuoluo, just call me Tuoluo. I am not in the world of God Grace, but relatively speaking, it is very close to the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom. As for strength, I have killed a first-level awakener. Dunama is a genius boss. Chen Fan was a little reluctant to make this self-introduction. Chen Fan, currently on the route from the Ulung Islands to the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom, his strength at sea should not be lower than that of a first-turn awakener. He cleverly avoided the issue of personal strength. But someone sabotaged him. Li Shaoqian. But the mission is carried out on land. Chen Fan looked embarrassed. Level 19 Ocean Disaster. Output is about 4,000 per minute. Li Shaoqian. Heh, weakling. Tora, the disaster of plants, covered his mouth and chuckled. Then I will take charge of the Doomsday mission for the surface goblins. And this handsome boy can assist. Li Shaoqian felt uncomfortable for some reason. Why is this scumbag's partner always a beautiful woman? This time it's still a beautiful woman. Putting aside her personal emotions, Li Shaoqian said seriously, that's fine. But because of the difficulty of the mission, I hope everyone will not hide their secrets, and try their best to complete the current mission as quickly as possible. Even if any mission fails unexpectedly, it will give us enough time to make up for the gaps. This proposal was passed unanimously again. Chen Fan looked at Li Shaoqian's leading attitude, and felt a little emotional in his heart. What kind of experience made this once arrogant girl so capable and strong now? The bosses discussed the execution plan of the task with each other. Chen Fan listened silently, and couldn't get a word in at all. He felt that he might have come here just to make up the numbers, and his main purpose was to gather the 8 natural disasters. When the time was about to reach 1 hour, the words on the virtual screen in the middle of the table switched. Meeting time remaining, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Madilyn, is this space limited in time? Then let's go back and start preparing for the mission, but don't forget to add each other as friends. The black-robed girl stopped him. You can't add friends, and you can't discuss things here outside, including in the dialogue box. Li Shaoqian frowned. Why? Is it not possible to communicate in a system way? Lan looked at her expressionlessly. No. Li Shaoqian stared at Lan for a while, and finally gave in. Well, then let's not add each other as friends. Write down what needs to be communicated, and then discuss and decide in 7 days. Sitting up from the bed, Chen Fan sat on the sofa in the living room, took a big sip of water, and lit a cigarette. What is the situation of this natural disaster meeting? What is the purpose of the 3 tasks issued? Who is the final target mentioned in the evaluation? Someone or a certain force? 8 great calamities. Just from the name, it seems that the 8 of us do not belong to the justice camp. Even the name of the mission is full of evil. The saint named Taya said that she is from the Void Clan. There should be no Void Clan on Earth. Right? So the system is not only connected to the God Grace world and the Earth, but also to many worlds. The amount of information is too much. Xiao Qian is actually the mechanical calamity. This natural disaster meeting cannot be leaked to the outside world. I don't know if she will take the risk to report to Pangu. I hope she can be a little more selfish. Along the islands, Pearl Island Port. Chen Fan rode Luduoduo Pink Bear to the port terminal. The lower part of his Poseidon is too special, not suitable to be too close to the shore. Today is Monday, but Luduoduo did not go to school. The reason for skipping class is that today's class is not important. But Chen Fan would never believe it. This girl must be thinking of something weird again, but he couldn't think of it for a while. Chen Fan. Chen Fan. I'm hungry, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. The 8th parrot master stood on the railing outside the deck, and shouted with a sharp voice. Chen Fan took out a bag of pistachios from his backpack and threw it over. A bag of dried fruits, in exchange for your silence for 2 hours. The 8th master smiled and torn open the package. Deal, deal. Chapter 86. The promotion mission is completed. Lu Duoduo is wearing a belly-bearing short-sleeved shirt and tight light-colored jeans today. Her figure is extremely hot. Old Chun, when will that horse-faced bastard come? Do you want to let you? The president. Wait for him. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Chen Fan glanced at Lu lowly. Did he provoke you? Want to use me as a gun? Lu Duoduo stuck out her tongue, and the plan was exposed. The man surnamed sure is so annoying, it's like he has never seen a woman in his 8 lifetimes. Even the lady cutting the fruit plate has to flirt with him. I don't know where Sister Fong found this weirdo. Chen Fan shook his head speechlessly. I told him something. It's probably because of this that he delayed the time to join us. Let's wait a little longer. By the way, Duoduo, how big a pirate group did you destroy to get your pirate group creation certificate? We have destroyed 4 or 5 pirate groups, and we haven't seen a single one. Lu Duoduo gestured with his hands. Not much, the pirate leader is only level 19, maybe the drop rate is too low. Why do you want to be a pirate leader? Do you have a pirate complex? Chen Fan was speechless. I don't have a pirate complex. My promotion task asked me to be a pirate leader. What can I do? Lu Duoduo was surprised. Then he stopped talking. Chen Fan looked at Lu Duoduo, who looked a little unnatural. I said, are you hiding something from me? Lu Duoduo shook her head quickly. Ah! No, I'm not hiding anything from you. Chen Fan, then why are you panicking? Lu Duoduo waved her hands vigorously. Am I panicking? I'm not. Did you see it wrong? Don't keep staring at me like that. I tell Sister Fong that you took advantage of me. Chen Fan retracted his questioning gaze. Forget it. When we catch up with the ship, let's ask Master Shu for advice. Lu Duoduo defense line completely collapsed. Oh, I said it's not possible. In fact, I can pull you into my pirate group, and then give you the position of leader. Chen Fan eyes were surprised. Is this possible? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Duoduo pouted. You didn't ask. Chen Fan glared. Do I need to ask? If I don't ask, don't you know I need it? Lu Duoduo glared even more. How do I know if you need it if you don't ask me? Chen Fan stopped arguing with her. Give me the position of leader. Lu Duoduo raised a finger. 100,000 gold coins. Chen Fan was speechless. Why do you want more money? And isn't it too much? Lu Duoduo showed a wronged expression. It's so hard to save money. Do you remember the SS level hero you shook out for me last time? I haven't saved enough gold coins yet, President. The 2 words with a long tone at the end made Chen Fan bones numb. Stop quickly, look, I don't have the 100,000 gold coins now, but I can find a way for you, see if it works. Lu Duoduo struggled for a long time. Okay, if you regret it. I said you molested me on your ship. Lu Duoduo invites you to join the intermediate pirate group. The Pink Lady Pirates. Do you accept? Chen Fan immediately clicked yes. Join the Pink Lady Pirates successfully, current position, sailor. You have become the leader of the Pink Lady Pirates. Please check the specific information yourself. Ocean Disaster Promotion Task completed, level plus 10, current experience value overflow, add 10 free attribute points for each level above level 20. Unlock skills, Annihilation Shooting. Experience value full, release Ocean Disaster Career Promotion Task 2, complete a world task. Task requirements, complete a world task at a meeting, you know. Task reward, break through the 29th level of authority. Evaluation, people always have to grow up. You can't blame others for growing up too fast just because you were born late. Right? Chen Fan was speechless. Then you can compare me with people of the same period. The desert disaster Madeline is half buried in the sand. Seeing that the fire maid Yen has not arrived at the port yet, Chen Fan opened the personal attribute panel and added all the newly added 95 free attribute points in the form of 315, Strength 30, Intelligence 20. Chen Fan, level 29, current experience value overflows a lot, the promotion task is not completed and cannot be upgraded. Evaluation, when fate chooses you, I don't know whether to say you are lucky or unlucky. Closing the attribute panel, Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. Well, it is reasonable to increase free attributes by 10 points per level. It is much stronger, although it cannot compare with other natural disasters. The skill of Annihilation Shooting mainly consumes intelligence, but looking at the introduction, it seems to be very operable. What will happen if the black holes are infinitely stacked? Can it swallow the world? Theoretically, it is possible, but the reality is that Chen Fan has no mana after firing 23 annihilation bullets. Is he the horse-faced show-off with a group of female creatures? Chen Fan looked at it. I saw a large group of people walking towards the dock in the distance. 99.9% of them were women. The only male was the long-faced man in the lead. Chapter 87 Encountering the Navy. On the deck, Chen Fan looked at Yen expressionlessly, and the hundreds of gorgeous women behind him. Why? I asked you to find some boatmen and sailors. What do you want to find so many women for? Tell me, what can they do? Yen thought for a moment. If they agree, they can. Lu Duoduo was stunned. Your understanding ability is really special. Chen Fan's head was buzzing. I mean, on my ship, can they be sailors? Can they be boatmen? Can they be gunners? Yen didn't realize his mistake at all, but raised his head confidently. Most sailors are men. Right? Chen Fan looked like he knew. Yes. Yen, most boatmen are men. Right? Chen Fan nodded vigorously. You know that too. Yen, are gunners almost all men? Chen Fan nodded again. Yes. Yen showed an extremely confident smile. So you need a lot of men. But what do men need? Yen's voice gradually became louder. Men need women. You have so many women on your ship now. Are you still worried about not having men in the future? Chen Fan was speechless for a moment. He was confused. Why does it seem to make sense? Lu Duoduo was stunned. But the rules on the ship are that there can be no women. Yen shook his head in disdain. That's because there are too few women, not enough to share. Look at how many women are behind me. Enough to recruit many male crew members. Lu Duoduo was silent for a long time, then looked at Chen Fan. Old Chun, he's right. The 8th master looked at Chen Fan and the others with pity. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Abyss, 9th main city, North City District. Qin Shui walked evenly towards a 5-story building. A nervous woman in a suit followed behind her. Xiaoxue, do we have to look for that body? Are you sure there are clues in the apostle's blood? Qin Shui kept walking and slightly nodded. We must find that body as soon as possible. Otherwise, I want to make one myself. The suited woman shuddered. It's still a long way from the Temple of Adam. I miss your skeleton horse. Qin Shui shook her head. Skeleton horses are too conspicuous, not suitable for lurking. The suited woman silently looked at the beautiful woman walking in the middle of the props in front of her, who didn't even wear a mask. If you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. This excuse of lurking is too lame. What a strong possessiveness. Hooligan Desert, hard land. Beta, the sand wolf, raised his eyebrows and secretly watched the leader and his partner being intimate. King, I found out that the wolf cubs were all taken to Huangsha City. It was indeed done by those despicable humans. The wolf king with a wolf face and a human body stopped sniffing the intimate movements of the mother wolf. The wolf face was ferocious. Damn the lord of Huangsha City. He betrayed the treaty of non-aggression that maintained for 100 years. I will make these despicable humans pay the price. Where did you get the news? The black market in Huansha City? Werewolf Beta licked his teeth. Yes. Wang, a priest of the Gate of Heaven, said he saw it with his own eyes. The sky is clear, the waves are rippling, and the endless blue sea. Chen Fan. I won't let you change my pirate group to such a mediocre name. Change it back. Chen Fan ignored Lu Loli, who was jumping up and down. First, this is the pirate group I bought with 100,000 gold coins, not your pirate group. Second, what should we change it to? Pink Lady? Pink Sweetheart Pirate Group? Lu Duo put her hands on her hips. Anyway, we can't call it the Yanfan Pirate Group. The name doesn't sound passionate. Chen Fan refused. I think it's good. Shi Yin stepped forward. How about calling it the Pirate Group of the Heart-Stealing Pirate Group? Reject. Chen Fan and Lu Duo said in unison. Shi Yin was not disappointed at all by being rejected. Okay, I forgive you two for your bad taste, but President Chen, can you please not let your mermaid attendants drool over the women I brought with me? Don't you think that's very ungentlemanly? Chen Fan asked back. Then don't you think it's very intolerant to ask a brainless fish gentleman? The group of heavily made-up women were assigned to the Lin family grandfather and grandson to do some work of cleaning the deck. According to Shi Yin, these women were all slaves sold from the mainland to the Ulung Islands. Shi Yin set a fire to the headquarters of the slave trader, and then took all the female slaves away. He described himself as a hero who saved a fallen woman, and others sneered at this. Chen Fan fiddled with the attribute panel of the Yanfan pirates. Advanced Pirate Group Promotion Task. Rob 10 merchant ships, and the wealth must not be less than 10,000 gold coins. Current progress. 7 out of 10 The Yanfan Pirates is currently a mid-level pirate group that can accommodate 200 members, and the attribute bonus is to exempt 5% of physical damage. Duo, why is your pirate group only at the intermediate level? Lu Duo rolled his eyes at Chen Fan. This sea is so big, how can there be so many merchant ships for you to rob? The powerful ones can't beat them, and the weak ones don't have money. It's not easy to reach this level. Okay. For this, I have to thank the Hu brothers for their selfless dedication many times. Chen Fan felt sorry for the Hu brothers for 3 seconds. Hey! Look over there. Are there 3 merchant ships? Lu Duo took out the monocular telescope reflexively. What a lucky guy. 5 merchant ships. The draft is more than half of the ship, old Chen. Go full speed ahead. Go to the gold coins. Shi Yin took out the fiery red staff. Gold coins equal charm. It's time to show my prowess in front of the beauties. Chen Fan, who was still a little hesitant, immediately threw away the only trace of reason. Rob him. Waves. Aid the tyrant. The ocean overlord skill was activated. The layers of waves pushed the Poseidon to sail at a high speed tirelessly. But he left behind the 5 sailing ships that followed him. Haley led dozens of her clansmen to the deck. The intention of dividing the spoils was self-evident. The speed of the magic stone and the waves was extremely terrifying. If it weren't for the weight of the Poseidon, I'm afraid it would have been flying low over the sea. The 5 merchant ships were close at hand. Chen Fan could even see the terrified expressions of the sailors on those ships. He was about to give his sea tribesmen some orders not to kill unless necessary. Bang 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 bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of dense magic cannons firing rang out. The next second, the sky was covered with magic cannons, and they covered the Poseidon like a big hand. Chen Fan was shocked. Where did these shells come from? Shi Yin took a half step back, and the magic power of the staff in his hand surged. Amplification magic. Resist fire ring. Centered on the sky above Poseidon, a super strong magic power spread out in all directions. While spreading, it also took away most of the magic cannons. The remaining shells hit the deck of the Poseidon with unstable energy, explosions were heard everywhere, and the hull kept shaking. Lu Duo was horrified and surprised. Can the resist fire ring be used like this? Chapter 88 The Empires wanted order. Chen Fan drove the seawater, and desperately fled in the direction from which he came. His efforts were even greater than when he rushed over. Oh my god! I encountered a fishing enforcement in the game. Run! Shi Yin stared at the giant warships that had exposed their hulls, and shouted hysterically. While Chen Fan was controlling the seawater, he said to Haley, "Hurry up and find a way to wake up your king." Haley did not dare to delay, and took the risk to get into the turbulent ocean current. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of dense shells being fired rang out, like the drumbeat of the god of death, which made people feel terrified. Looking at the purple energy shells that covered the sky again, Shi Yin was extremely desperate. Is there any other way? My resistance fire ring is still cooling down. Chen Fan clenched the ocean breath. I try. Destroying shot. He used the newly learned skill. Then he fired 23 shots at the most densely packed area of shells at the fastest speed. A small black hole grew bigger and bigger. Finally, it formed a huge sun without light with a diameter of 10 meters. 10 seconds later, the black hole disappeared. At the same time, the purple shells in the sky above the Poseidon disappeared. Lu Duo survived. Old Chen is awesome. The president is awesome. But Chen Fan couldn't be happy. He was panicking. His mana was already empty. The same trick couldn't be used again. What an awesome bullshit. I haven't escaped the attack range yet. I have no mana left. Hurry up and think of another way. Chen Fan said, as he took out the only bottle of mana recovery potion and gulped it down. Mana recovery potion is a slow recovery potion. The average speed of 50 mana per second seems quite fast. But it is obviously not enough to face the array of magic cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Another sound of the death drum. Chen Fan's heart was in his throat. Sure Yin. Is the cooldown of the fire resistance ring over? The fire mage shook his head vigorously. And cold sweat flew away. 1 more minute. Facing the sky full of magic cannons, Chen Fan could only hope that Poseidon could be revived in time. While praying, Chen Fan suddenly felt his shoulder sink. Status: Parrot Shoulder. Professional skills have no cooldown within 30 seconds, and no mana is consumed. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at the green-haired parrot in disbelief. Then, the ocean breath in his hand shot at the dense magic cannons in the air without stopping. 5 seconds later, the sky full of magic cannons disappeared again. Chen Fan looked fiercely at the ruthless Navy fleet. Aiming directly at the center of the fleet, he released all the annihilation bombs that could be used in the remaining time there. The toad is lying on the instep. I will disgust you to death if I don't bite you. A giant black hole with a diameter of more than 50 meters appeared on the sea. The terrifying suction force directly crushed the 2 nearby warships, and then sucked them in. The scene was shocking. At the same time, a fleet of black giant warships of no less size than the Navy fleet suddenly appeared on the side. The moment it appeared, the artillery fire mercilessly enveloped the naval fleet. In an instant, more than a dozen giant steel warships were damaged and broken. And the world rumbled. Chen Fan and others stood on the deck in amazement. What the hell is going on? How did another large fleet appear? A minute later, a huge mana fluctuation emerged, and the naval fleet that was attacked suddenly disappeared. Then, there was another powerful mana fluctuation, and the attacking black fleet also teleported and disappeared, leaving only a dozen damaged warships that were sinking. It seems that the reason for not being able to escape is that the transmission device was broken. Lu Duo was the first to react. Hurry up and get my pink bear. I want to devour and advance. They will sink to the bottom of the sea in a while. Chen Fan also reacted, and didn't care about being confused. Yes, these are more than a dozen giant steel warships. Control the waves to help Lu Duo push the pink bear over. The 2 ships gradually devoured the damaged and destroyed naval warships in a siege. Sure Yen is not a player in the overseas area, and he doesn't have a companion canoe. He can only watch jealously as the 2 of them harvest a lot. Captured Holy Light new battleship, Meteorite battleship, pink, damaged, after swallowing. The material grade may be reduced. Do you want to swallow it? Yes. There was no chance for no to appear. Chen Fan and his entourage quickly swallowed all the giant battleships, leaving behind a large group of navy screaming in the sea. Adhering to the spirit of being honest and kind, Chen Fan did not blame the navy for the brutal attack just now, and did not choose to kill them on the spot. Instead, they were allowed to roam freely in the sea. After swallowing a large number of giant warships, Pink Bear started to upgrade directly. But after the upgrade, Pink Bear did not become larger, but became smaller. Looking at the streamlined hull of Pink Bear, and the newly added sealed hatch, so Lu Duo changed Pink Bear into a submarine. Because he thought it was difficult to escape on the sea, Chen Fan opened the attribute panel of Poseidon. He also swallowed 6 or 7 warships. Logically speaking, it should be upgraded to a warship. Right? Why is there no change at all? Poseidon, God, promoting, Chen Fan picked up the conch. Haley, don't shout, I'm out of danger. Haley's puzzled voice came from the conch. Okay, there are many metal shells on the king's body. Did you do it? Or is there something wrong? Chen Fan then knew where he had swallowed so many meteorite steel warships, so they were absorbed by Poseidon? It's my fault, It's okay, don't worry. Lu Duo dialogue box popped up. Old Chun, from now on. The treasure on the sea will belong to you, and the treasure on the seabed will belong to me. Haha. Chin Fan, adults don't make choices, I want both. Lu Duo. Pink Bear, pink. Evaluation, maybe this is the treatment of geniuses. After reading the properties of the pink bear, Chin Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Is this the legendary surviving a disaster will bring good fortune in the future? Your pirate group? The Yonfan pirate group has been wanted, and the bounty is offered by the Saint Roan Empire. Bounty, gold coins X1000000000 on the deck. Chin Fan and Shi Yen looked at each other. Made Shi Yen apply to withdraw from the Yonfan pirates? Do you agree? Heroic pirate Lu Duo applied to withdraw from the Yonfan pirates. Do you agree? Chin Fan clicked no without hesitation. I say, do you two have to be so realistic? Which pirate group is not wanted? Isn't it the strongest country in the Divine Grace realm? Isn't it the headquarters of the Mages, Warriors, Knights Guild? I try to change the name. Lu Duo is right. This name is indeed a bit mediocre. Chapter 89 Saint Roan Empire. Your pirate group has been wanted. The name change permission is locked. Lock your sister? The name cannot be changed. You two should stop applying to quit the group. I will not agree. When we joined the group, didn't we say that we would share the joys and sorrows together? Shi Yen shook his head vigorously. That's all the system default text, but it's not what I really mean. Lu Duo, +1. Just when he was considering whether to try to disband the pirate group, Chin Fan's heart suddenly tightened. Parrot Master 8 suddenly shouted. Run, run, run! Chin Fan only felt the pressure on his shoulders getting heavier. Lu Duo and the others seemed to feel something, and their faces changed drastically. What's wrong with this feeling of oppression? Is this the feeling of being locked by an intercontinental missile? Old Chun, do you want to go to my ship and dive into the seabed? Chin Fan quickly took out a black scroll from his backpack. Wait, let me try this. Directional teleportation scroll used successfully. Please select the teleportation location. Chin Fan, Mountain Dwarf Kingdom Sea Area. Coordinate generation. Please select the number of people and items to carry. The maximum value cannot exceed 200 years of super magic energy. How could Chin Fan know what 200 years of super magic energy was equivalent to? All ships of the Yonfan pirates and all creatures on board. In the air, a ferocious giant flying dragon slowly solidified. Looking closely, there seemed to be a hazy figure standing on the dragon's head. Chin Fan immediately cast an identification spell. Oxel, projection orange. Evaluation. Under the shining of the holy light, all evil is annihilated. Chin Fan. I haven't even robbed a single ship. How can I be evil? The dragon opened its huge mouth, without a moment of hesitation. A streak of orange-yellow, scorching dragon breath that covered most of the world came toward the sea. Everyone on the deck turned pale, forgot to breathe. At the critical moment, the spatial fluctuation finally appeared, and in an instant, there was nothing on the sea. The dragon's breath arrived in an instant, and a large piece of the seawater disappeared out of thin air. White mist rose, and the seawater rushed back. The sea area of the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom. You can see the sea surface of the port. I'm scared to death. Saint Roan Empire. Right? 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. Don't despise the poor young. Shi Yen was still frightened, and said after a while, if the fleet that attacked us was Saint Roan's fleet, then the Black Fleet that appeared later should be the Saint Roan Empire's mortal enemy. The Revolutionary Army. Right? If I have a chance in the future, I must go to the Revolutionary Army to accept 2 missions, and discuss Saint Roan. Chin Fan's eyes were unfocused. What bad luck. If the teleportation scroll hadn't been dropped this time, our Yonfan pirates would have been buried in the sea just after its establishment. Where's the parrot? No. Where's the 8th master? What do you want to eat in the future? Just tell me. The parrot showed a contemptuous expression, jumped off Chin Fan's shoulder, and flew away to an unknown place. Lu Duo's pretty face was pale. Isn't the Saint Roan Empire a landlocked country? Why are you going to the offshore fishing enforcement? Fishing enforcement is fine. Isn't the information synchronization a bit too fast? The wanted order has just been issued, and the nuclear bomb has been hit. I don't want to die young. Shi Yen looked at the 2 people curiously. Why are you two not angry? Am I the only one who wants to take revenge on Saint Roan? Chin Fan and Lu Duo looked at each other, and said nothing. If Shi Yen hadn't reminded them, they really wouldn't have noticed it. It seems that this is the manifestation of losing emotion and anger. Lu Duoduo pursed his lips, and then looked at the attribute panel. Tens of thousands. 100 million. That's 10 billion in RMB. Old Chun, why don't you sacrifice yourself? I promise to give you a funeral that is unique. Too luxurious. Chen Fan was silent for a while, and picked up the sound-transmitting conch. Haley, bring the black stick to the deck, it's urgent. Exiting the game early, Chen Fan turned on the alien computer connected to the dark web. Enter the words Holy Roan Empire in the search bar. A large amount of information emerged. Chen Fan tried to read through them patiently. The full name of the Holy Roan Empire is the Holy Light God Shining Empire. It is currently the most powerful human empire in the Divine Grace realm. It implements the aristocratic civilian system, the feudal system, the legal slave system, and is very similar to a small European country a few centuries ago. In the forum, the Holy Roan Empire is the most likely location for the main quest. The second is its mortal enemy, the Revolutionary Army that rose up 100 years ago. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is located in the Haitian Delta. The first leader was once a slave of the Saint Roan Empire. He could not stand the oppression of the aristocracy and rebelled. Decades have passed. Now there are more than 20 allied forces of the Revolutionary Army, including elves, dwarves, goblins, orcs and other races. But even so, it can only barely hold the front line. This shows the strength of the Saint Roan Empire. After reading for a while, Chen Fan put out the cigarette and closed the current entry. There is no point in reading it. When a person dies, the birds fly to the sky. If you live for thousands of years, you can't live in fear forever. Let's put this aside for now. Switch to search for the Surface Goblin Tribe in the search bar. The Surface Goblin Tribe was also integrated 100 years ago. The goblin who integrated all the cave goblins is called Tatagu, a criminal expelled from the underground goblin kingdom. The race is pitifully weak, and its high-end combat power depends entirely on the biochemical monsters created by Tatagu. It is a cancer in the mountain dwarf kingdom. Biochemical monster? I don't know what strength the enemy is. I hope it won't turn around all the time. It's too scary. I picked up my phone and sent a video to Fong Mingwei. The exquisite beauty appeared in front of the screen in sexy pajamas. Chen Fan swallowed his saliva. Sister Mingwei is so white. Oh no, we have arrived at the port of Dong'an City, a coastal city in the mountain dwarf kingdom. Fong Mingwei showed a mature and seductive smile. Didn't we just leave the Elung Islands yesterday? Arrived so soon? Chen Fan's face was bitter. And he told Fong Mingwei what had just happened. Fong Mingwei's expression was serious. Her brows were furrowed. And she looked a little scared. Fortunately, the teleportation scroll can be used. You are so reckless. You dared to rob a merchant ship that was half full of water. Chen Fan, I still hesitated for half a minute. The main responsibility lies with the two of them. Fong Mingwei was angry and amused. Then I have to praise you. Okay. I will go to the game to prepare for your landing. And I will also buy you a prop that can hide your tracks on the sea as soon as possible. The bounty amount is too scary. Did you kidnap the little princess of the Saint Roan Empire? Soon after hanging up the video. Knock. Knock. The door was knocked. Chen Fan was puzzled. Fong Mingwei was clearly in the Magic City. Why was there someone knocking on the door at night? Opening the door, a fair and delicate face appeared at the door. Shui. Why are you here? You didn't know that I almost got into trouble today, so? Chen Fan's smile gradually became obscene. Chen Shui grabbed Chen Fan's arm. I made dinner for you eat. Chen Fan was confused. Chen Shui made dinner for him. Why? Did the disease change? In Chen Shui's room, Lingling sat on the side of the dining table with a strange look on her face, putting her hands on her legs for a while, and on the table for a while, but not on the chopsticks. Chen Fan looked at the dining table. Wow, there were 2 dishes in total, but more than 10 colors. Chen Fan sat at the table silently, and picked up his phone. Shu Jin, I know you are not full, I will treat you to a midnight snack. At the dining table, the 4 people sat opposite each other. Chen Shui sat on the stool expressionlessly. Eat it, it took me an hour to make it. Chen Fan's face was bitter, and he picked up a piece of black and red meat-like thing with trembling hands. It tastes good, try it all. Chen Shujin glanced at Chen Fan with complicated eyes, and then gritted his teeth and took a big bite of the food. I'm thirsty, I go get 2 bottles of water. Chen Fan praised while taking small bites of the food. Shui. Just eat salt. Why put so many ingredients? Chen Shui frowned. Then she took a bite. and spit it out. I made a mistake. I will correct it tomorrow. Chen Fan eyes widened. And tomorrow. Shannon Continent. Mountain Dwarf Kingdom. Dong'an City Port. Fong Mingwei, wearing a blue-patterned wizard robe, walked across the wooden bridge and came to the deck of Poseidon. Looking at the beautiful women working on the deck, Fong Mingwei's eyes gradually became cold. It seems that President Chen has had a very comfortable life in the past half-month. Chen Fan looked embarrassed. Do you believe me if I say I don't know any of these women? Sure, Yin. Please repeat what you said to convince me the other day. The vine bridges on the decks of the two ships slowly shrank and gathered on the deck of the Poseidon. Fong Mingwei looked at Chen Fan blankly. What he said seems to make sense. Sure Yin put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. My wisdom and foresight are my second greatest advantages after my appearance. Chen Fan pretended he didn't hear. Sister Mingwei, this port only has a few of our ships. Wouldn't it be too eye-catching? In order to prevent the Poseidon from scaring too many people, Fong Mingwei had reserved a coastal area in advance. Fong Mingwei shook her head indifferently. It's okay. We're not the only one doing this. All those doing great business do this. I bought all the materials for making arms. When will your cousin be here? So we can set off to the Black Gold Empire as soon as possible. Chen Fan shook his head. I have a mission for the Dwarf Kingdom. The Poseidon needs to stay here for a while. Fong Mingwei was puzzled. How did you get a mission on land when you were in the sea? Okay, how many days do you need? The cargo, this time, is very valuable. It costs nearly 10 million gold coins. I am worried without the escort of the Poseidon. Chen Fan had a strange expression. I think, in this situation, it is more dangerous with the protection of the Poseidon. Fong Mingwei smiled confidently. Do you think I would do something I'm not sure of? Master Shu, please take out the props. Master Shu stretched out a cane. On the cane was a silk scarf. Chen Fan was about to take it, but was stopped by Master Shu. Donor. Don't touch it, this prop is dangerous. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then he used the identification technique directly. Hidden Veil. Produced by the Hades Wheel. Sole effect. The carrier cannot be predicted, cannot be marked, cannot be sensed. Price. The carrier loses 5,000 health points per minute. Evaluation. Take it, feel the pleasure of gradually dying. Chen Fan withdrew his hand with lightning speed. 5,000 per minute. 5 of me can die in 1 minute. Fong Mingwei, is it okay to bring Poseidon? Chen Fan nodded. Poseidon is fine. It recovers more than 5,000 per minute. With the addition of Ming's illusion ability, there is indeed no problem. At most 1 month. Poseidon can escort the fleet to set off. Fong Mingwei frowned and thought for a while. In this case, I will wait for you for half a month at most. If it still doesn't work, I can only hire a fleet to escort you. Chen Fan nodded. Okay, I think half a month is enough. Have you completed the first promotion task? Fong Mingwei nodded. Water Mage, I just completed the promotion task a few days ago. Chen Fan just cast an identification spell on Fong Mingwei. But he didn't see all the attributes. This proves that Fong Mingwei level is at least level 20 or above. Chapter 90 Northern Plains of the Dwarf Kingdom. Chen Fan straightened Fong Mingwei's hair that was messed up by the wind. You are really fast. I was stuck at level 19 and doubted my life. Fong Mingwei blushed at Chen Fan's somewhat overstepping behavior. Get off the boat. Come to think of it, you haven't landed in a city in this world yet. Chen Fan nodded. That's right. The only time I landed was when I encountered the revived Four Seas demon god. Lu Duo broke free from Shi Yin entanglement. Sister Fong, is this city fun? How is our Shinjo developing? Fong Mingwei, it's okay. We only bought a small manor. After all, we are doing maritime trade, which is not suitable for retaining a large amount of funds. Hailey rushed out of the water and came to the shore. Where are you going? She asked Chen Fan, who had just landed. Go to the land to do some tasks. What do you want? Hailey put on a gray robe, revealing only her beautiful face. I go with you. Fong Mingwei rolled her eyes at Chen Fan and whispered. Your beautiful mermaid is really inseparable from you. Chen Fan would never admit such a false story. She is afraid that I will die on land and implicate their king. Huh? Who is this little boy? Fong Mingwei noticed the last little boy to get off the boat. She also saw him on the boat, but she thought he was the child of a female crew member. Now seeing him getting off the boat with Chen Fan, she realized that it was not the case. Chen Fan looked back at Ming. The little guy had hidden the sapphire on his forehead, and he looked just like an ordinary little boy. A servant captured on Blackstone Island. with special abilities, and used to be a pirate. Fong Mingwei was slightly surprised. Are there pirates so young? But she didn't ask any more questions, and took a few people on a luxurious carriage, heading straight to the city of Dong'an City. Dong'an City is a coastal city in the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom. Although it is not large in area, it is very prosperous. Along the way, Chen Fan gained a lot of knowledge, such as orcs with animal features, elves with waist-like bodies, and dwarves who were less than 1.3 meters tall, but extremely strong. Lu Duoduo was dazzled by the sight. She had been to the Ulung Islands before, but the Ulung Islands were not so prosperous. Nor were there so many races. Why are there so many races in this world? Why is there only one intelligent life form on Earth? Humans? Chen Fan thought of the information he got at the natural disaster meeting. Inexplicably, I thought, maybe there was only one kind of intelligent creature in this world before, and the other races were not actually the original aborigines. I came to the manor that Fong Mingwei bought. It was actually a huge stone castle, with a rough shape, which looked very domineering, but had nothing to do with beauty. This should be the architectural style of the dwarves. There were 2 groups of guards in the castle, and their average level was above level 30. According to Fong Mingwei, they were all bought from the slave trader, and each of them signed a slave contract with her. They were all warriors who would rather die than give up her. Thinking back to when he met Fong Mingwei at the door of his store, she was followed by a large group of bodyguards. Chen Fan had a new understanding of the self-protection awareness of the rich. How much money will this cost me? After eating the welcoming banquet, filling the body in the game, Chen Fan said goodbye to Fong Mingwei. Sister Mingwei, I will leave now. The mission has a time limit, and it is not easy. I am afraid that it will be delayed. Fong Mingwei has not seen Chen Fan for almost a month. Now that they have to part after seeing each other, she still feels a little reluctant in her heart. But she was too embarrassed to ask him to stay. Well, okay, remember to focus on your mission. Don't worry, it should be no problem for us to go out to sea by ourselves. Who do you plan to take with you on this mission? Chen Fan thought about it. Just Shi Yan, Hai Li Ming. The 3 of them. Fong Mingwei looked at Lu Duoduo in confusion. You won't take Duoduo with you? Chen Fan shook his head. Her pink bear is very strong now. If I really can't come back, she can at least protect your life and safety. And you help me recruit crew members and allocate ships. Without a strong person to help you, I'm afraid you can't handle it. Lu Duoduo hesitated. Fong Mingwei said nothing more. The northern plains should be closer to the north gate of Dong'an City. I asked the coachman to take you there. Rizhao. Dabin. In the dark underground base. The space fluctuated, and a bloody clot appeared on the ground. Looking closely, it seemed that there was an ugly half-snake body attached to the meat. Ah! Praise my lord, the guardian of heaven, with your help, although I have exhausted all my strength, I finally managed to get my part out. Descendant of Naldum. You actually surrendered to the lowly human. I will take revenge. Above the base, several wretched young men were playing cards with their legs crossed. Ah! You bastard, why do you care about me? We are in the same group. Haha, I care about you. Who wants to be in the same group with you? You idiot. Ring. 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 Oh, the boss's bell finally rang. Idiot, help the boss up quickly. Shall I go by myself? But, that place is really dark. You dare to resist us. You idiot. Oh, I go right now. Behind the Revolutionary Army, Heping District, Zheng Yuanzhou sat in a wheelchair and put the information in his hand on the table. According to the latest battle report of the Revolutionary Army, the plan to lure the Holy Light Fleet in the distant sea has ended. A total of 51 enemy giant warships of the Holy Light class were annihilated, and more than 100 ships were severely damaged. This is the only major victory of the Revolutionary Army in recent years, which directly caused a devastating blow to the maritime military strength of Saint Rome. Sun Xiaosheng, who was promoted to the acting director of the intelligence department, showed an incredible expression. Master, this information could not be compiled by the high-level officials of the Revolutionary Army. The strength itself is not much different. Even if the timing of the sneak attack is very exquisite, it is impossible to achieve such a result. Right? Besides, the Holy Light Fleet is equipped with a large teleportation array. Zheng Yuanzhou showed a strange smile. The battle report is really true. And speaking of it, the success of this raid plan is directly related to one of our creators. He glanced at a beautiful figure on the side of the conference table. The latest version of the Saint Rome Wanted Order. Wanted the sailing pirates near the Ulung Islands in the whole continent. Bounty, 100 million gold coins. Li Shaoqian eyes widened. This can't be. Zheng Yuanzhou smiled mischievously. Does anyone still remember the insider qualification that Shaoqian issued by mistake? Mountain Dwarf Kingdom, Dong'an City, Northern Plains. The grass and trees are lush, the green fields are rushing, the breeze gently caresses the treetops. 4 people and 3 horses appeared at the end of the plain. Shi Yan and Ming rode on the same horse. The dissatisfaction was evident. I said you didn't choose from so many people. Why did you insist on me going with you? Don't you see that there aren't that many delicate girls on the boat who need my protection? Name, can't you buy me a pony? I want to stay away from him. Chen Fan brought 3 people with him, and he was full of rebelliousness. Isn't there no pony for sale? I will definitely buy you one in the future. I don't think what Brother Shi said just now makes sense. Aren't there many beauties outside who need your protection? Can you only see that small boat? Have you forgotten your original intention? Shi Yan's expression was shocked. Yes. I once aspired to protect thousands of girls in the world. How can I stop for a flower or a tree? Brother Chen is right. Shi has benefited a lot. Haley's eyes gradually turned disgusted, loosened the reins with both hands, and blocked her ears.